On June 12, 2002, as the NBA Finals between the New Jersey Nets and the Los Angeles Lakers ended 107,113, the Lakers completed their historic three-peat. Shaquille O'Neal, with a terrifying average of 36, 3 points and 12, 3 rebounds per game, once again claimed the Finals MVP, reasserting to the world his unshakable dominance in the paint. His overwhelming statistics and back-to-back Finals MVP trophies once more proclaimed his unrivaled rule over the interior to the entire world. Meanwhile, in the top-floor conference room of the Compaq Center in Houston, Texas, a storm was quietly brewing. A sharp-eyed Chinese youth sat at the head of the long table, calmly surveying the Houston Rockets management gathered before him. Former owner Leslie Alexander gave a brief introduction. "This is Mr. Qin Tian. From today onward, he will be the new owner of the team. I hope everyone will fully cooperate with Mr. Qin and help the Rockets regain their former glory." With that, he straightened his belly and left the conference room. A short silence fell. Everyone was digesting this sudden piece of news. A Chinese owner. Could a Chinese understand basketball? Was this not sheer folly? Before anyone could sort out their thoughts, Qin Tian rose slowly to his feet, his clear voice carrying to every corner of the room. "Release the news. Every player on the Houston Rockets will be placed on the trade block." He paused, his gaze sweeping over every face. "I have finished speaking. Who is in favor and who is against?" Everyone was dumbfounded. What on earth was this? Trading the entire roster right off the bat. This was no longer a question of whether he understood basketball or not. This was clearly some rich lunatic come to wreck the team. Carroll Dawson, the Rockets' general manager, seated to Qin Tian's left, exchanged a glance with Chief Executive George Postelos opposite him. In both their eyes there was absurdity and disdain. Each looked to the other, waiting for the first man to step forward. After all, no matter how foolish this youngster in the middle might be, he was still the new owner. No one wanted to be the one to stick his neck out. At that moment, a figure stood up and spoke in as controlled a tone as possible. "Mr. Qin, you may not be very familiar with the team's situation. Although we finished last season at 28 wins and 54 losses, among the worst in the league, that was only a strategic adjustment, not a reflection of weak team strength. On the contrary, our young players possess tremendous potential, and with this year's first overall pick, I am confident I can lead them back into the playoffs." Qin Tian looked over. "And you are?" he asked. The man straightened his back. "Rudy Tomjanovich." Hearing this name, Qin Tian withdrew his air of flippant irreverence. Though most of the Rockets' management were in his eyes fools, Rudy Tomjanovich was a man whose name deserved genuine respect. As a player, he had spent his entire career with the Rockets, earning 5 All-Star selections over 11 seasons, and in a 1977 game against the Lakers, he had his skull shattered and brain damaged by a vicious punch from Kermit Washington while trying to break up a fight. After retiring and becoming a coach, he remained with the Rockets, leading Hakeem Olajuwon to 2 championships. He was the head coach in the NBA, most adept at cultivating centers. If Yao Ming could have played under him throughout his career, he might well have become the next dream. Unfortunately, there was no such chance. Qin Tian spoke seriously. "Mr. Tomjanovich, have you been to the hospital for a checkup recently?" These words arose from Qin Tian's genuine concern. In the original timeline, Rudy Tomjanovich had been diagnosed with bladder cancer in March 2003 and forced to resign as head coach, and cancer was something best discovered and treated as early as possible. Yet under the current circumstances, that question sounded abrupt in the extreme, even humiliating to others' ears. As expected, Rudy Tomjanovich's face flushed red as he said stiffly, "I am very healthy. Thank you for your concern. Of course, if you feel that these old bones of mine are unfit for the head coach position, I can leave right now." Qin Tian realized he had been misunderstood, but he did not care. He had not come here to play the gentleman. He spoke calmly. "Whether you are suited to this position should only be decided after a comprehensive examination at the hospital. You may not believe me, but I have studied traditional Chinese medicine, and I can tell your body truly has some issues. So Mr. Tomjanovich, heed my advice and make a trip to the hospital." Seeing this man cling to the topic of his body while avoiding the main issue, Rudy finally lost his patience. He shook his head. Okay. It seems there is no point in continuing this conversation. The hospital, right? Fine. I'll go to that damn hospital right now, and I'll make sure to find a specialist to take a look at your brain while I'm at it. Even a clay idol has a temper. Clearly, Rudy Tomjanovich had been pushed beyond his limits. With that, he stormed out of the conference room. With the meritorious coach gone, the atmosphere in the conference room grew even colder. No one spoke, yet it was obvious that everyone was deeply dissatisfied. Sensing the mood, Carroll Dawson stood up. "Mr. Qin, Rudy is a decorated head coach of this team. You should have listened carefully to his opinion instead of using such a ridiculous tactic to drive him away." Seeing Dawson stand up, Qin Tian instead sat back down, speaking casually. "And you are?" Dawson replied with pride. Carroll Dawson, general manager of the team. Dawson had every reason to be proud. He was an unquestioned veteran of the Rockets, having joined the organization in 1976, served as assistant coach from 1980 to 1996, and held the general manager position from 1997 to the present. He could almost boast without reservation that when he joined the Rockets, this little brat before him was still running around in open-crotch pants playing in the mud. Yet Chin Tian did not even spare Dawson a glance. Leaning back into the chair, he found a more comfortable posture and began reciting Dawson's glorious record on his own. "Oh, Carroll Dawson, appointed Rockets general manager in 1997, and immediately eager to prove yourself. You sent championship contributors Sam Cassell, Robert Horry, Chucky Brown, and Mark Bryant to the Suns in exchange for Charles Barkley, whose prime had already passed. In 1998, you held 3 first-round picks, yet chose Michael Dickerson, Bryce Drew, and Mirsad Turkcan, 3 players who accomplished virtually nothing. At the time, Rashard Lewis had repeatedly expressed his desire to play for his hometown team. What was it that picking him would somehow dirty your hands? In 1999, you handed a 5-year $55 million max contract to Scottie Pippen already past his peak, and a year later, you were begging every team in the league to take him off your hands. In 2000, you gave blue-collar forward Maurice Taylor a 5-year $48 million contract as long and clumsy as an old lady's foot-binding cloth. And then as soon as the contract took effect, good job, he suffered a season-ending injury and lay there earning money without playing. In 2001, you traded 3 first-round picks for troubled youngster Eddie Griffin. What was it did you enjoy sharing a smoke with him? For those guys you were generous to a fault. Yet when it came to the dream, Hakeem Olajuwon, the greatest player in Rockets history, suddenly you remembered how to pinch pennies. Over a few $1 million you let the dream depart for Toronto. At last Chin Tian lifted his gaze to Dawson, his eyes sharp as blades. After such a string of decisions, how do you have the face to stand here and loudly proclaim yourself the general manager of the Houston Rockets? Do you not know how to spell the word shame? If you had not single-handedly turned a championship contender into a lottery-chasing team, would I need to come in and put every player on the market starting from scratch? Now tell me loudly, who are you? Dawson's face turned from red to green, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. At last he slammed his palm on the table. In response to your rude behavior, I hereby resign from my position as general manager. Chin Tian applauded lightly. Agreed. I won't be seeing you off. Dawson had never imagined this Chinese owner would dare to be so arrogant. Enraged, he kicked his chair aside and pointed at Chin Tian. You will pay for your arrogance today. You will become a sinner in Rockets history. You will without a doubt. Words were wasted now. Chin Tian simply waved his hand dismissively and did not respond. Seeing Rudy Tomjanovich and Carroll Dawson leave one after another, George Postelos also rose to his feet. With Carroll gone, there's no need for me to stay either. His action was like toppling the first domino. The chief financial officer, scouting director, and other high-level staffers stood up one after another and walked out. 5 minutes later, the vast office was left with only Chin Tian. Sitting alone at the end of the long table, Chin Tian smiled. Chin Tian's sweeping, ruthless actions were never meant to destroy the Houston Rockets. On the contrary, he was a transmigrator, a diehard basketball fanatic who knew by heart how the sport would evolve over the next 20 years. He knew with absolute clarity that the Rockets would use their first overall pick to select the giant from the East, Yao Ming, thereby prying open the immense Huaxia market and becoming the home team in the hearts of countless Longwood basketball fans. Yet it was precisely the short-sightedness of the Rockets' front office, the misdiagnosis of incompetent doctors, and the national team's excessive call-ups that turned Yao Ming's career, one that should have ruled the league's paint after Shaquille O'Neal, into a chronicle of injuries and regret, ending like a shooting star that streaks briefly across the night sky, leaving behind nothing but a sigh. Thus, when Chin Tian unexpectedly crossed into this era and became the heir of the billionaire family behind Tianxiong Capital, he did not hesitate to take the Rockets scepter directly from Leslie Alexander's hand. He would use his own power to build for Yao Ming the most scientifically designed stage possible, safeguarding a career meant to shine brilliantly. And the prerequisite for all of this was to shatter completely the rotten, outdated framework riddled with foolish decisions. Only by breaking can one rebuild. Chin Tian harbored profound distrust toward the Rockets' old management, whether it was the half-blind Carroll Dawson or the future contemptible M.O. dog Daryl Morey. During the period when Alexander was handling the handover procedures, Chin Tian had already relied on his family's influence to assemble a younger, more professional new management team. Thus came that merciless purge in the conference room. As expected, he successfully rid the Rockets of the parasites that had long clung to the organization. After paying a rather generous severance package, his new team took over, seamlessly assuming full control of the Rockets' operations. Soon afterward, a thunderous piece of news burst out of Houston: the Rockets have entered a full rebuild. New owner Chin Tian will serve as general manager himself, and every player has been placed on the trading block. Although this was still an era when print media held sway, the story spread through the league like a wildfire, all the same igniting a tidal wave of public opinion. Almost every sports outlet lashed out at Chin Tian's move, unanimously adopting a tone of condemnation and mockery. The Houston Chronicle ran a front-page sports column by veteran commentator Jonathan Feigen titled "Houston, Last Night, Decades of Stability and Tradition Within the Rockets Organization Were Personally Ended by a Mad Gambler from the East." Rudy Tomjanovich's wisdom was ignored, Carol Dawson's loyalty trampled underfoot. "We understand that rebuilding may be necessary, but we cannot fathom this self-destructive choice to hurl everything into the flames without discernible plan or structure. This new owner may have won his war in the conference room, but in doing so he is very likely to have lost the heart of the entire city." The New York Times sports section, watching from afar with a hint of schadenfreude, ran the headline "Rocket Launch. Target the Abyss. Leslie Alexander has just completed a shrewd cash-out, while his successor Mr. Chin Tian now offers us a vivid demonstration of what it means to be recklessly capricious with money. He has declared a team with a first overall pick and a young core to be scrap metal. This is not merely amateurish management, it is an affront to the very logic of basketball. Congratulations to the NBA, which has just welcomed another Dolan-style owner. Sports Illustrated's cover line was even more shocking: countdown to Rockets crash. New owner Chin Tian detonates a locker room atomic bomb on day one. The article described in detail the clashes inside the conference room and concluded this is no rebuild, it is a coup with no winners. Chin Tian may possess wealth, but he clearly lacks the two essential qualities for running a sports franchise: patience and respect. Television pundits were even more ferocious and vivid in their attacks. On ESPN's flagship show First Take, Stephen A. Smith, famed for his sharp tongue and fiery passion, sprayed words at the camera as though he might shatter the lens. "Let me make this perfectly clear. I, Stephen A. Smith, have never witnessed such an absurd, such a foolish, such an arrogantly disastrous excuse for management. Just listen to what this man named Chin Tian has done. He drove away the team's godfather, Rudy. He chased off Carol Dawson, who served the Rockets for over 20 years. He even wants to trade away a talent like Steve Francis. My goodness, does this guy think the NBA is some mahjong game in Chinatown that he can overturn at will whenever he pleases?" He slammed his palm on the table. "I'm telling you, this is a crime against basketball. It is a betrayal of Houston's fans. Alexander, are you now on some beach laughing as you count your money? You sold this franchise to a man who does not understand basketball at all. The Houston Rockets, a team with a proud tradition, are being dismantled piece by piece by an arrogant outsider. This is one of the darkest days in sports history. I feel sick, utterly sick." In the TNT studio for Inside the NBA, the atmosphere was just as Charles Barkley bared his wide grin, making no effort to hide his mockery. Kenny, did you see the news? The Rockets' new owner, that Chinese kid, he must have watched me play and thought, hey, only guys like Charles who carry a team on their shoulders are truly great. These other dudes, useless. Sell them all." He mimicked the line in a comical tone, drawing laughter from the studio staff. Then his expression turned serious. "But honestly, this is crazy. I know some of Dawson's moves were well debatable, but you kick everyone out and then tell the whole world you're going to sell. That's like walking into a house you just bought, setting it on fire, and telling the neighbors, look, I'm renovating. This isn't rebuilding, but suicide. I'll bet that in a year, no, in 6 months, he'll be on his knees begging Dawson and Rudy to come back." Kenny Smith, calmer, but no more optimistic, added, "From a basketball logic standpoint, this makes no sense at all. You've got a backcourt of Francis and Mobley, solid young assets, and a first overall pick. What you need is reinforcement and patience, not a nuclear blast. Mr. Chin's actions send a terrible message. There is no stability here, no plan, only chaos. Which free agent in his right mind would want to come to such a team?" The responses from those directly involved, aired through the media, further intensified the storm. Former general manager Carol Dawson, still seething, in an interview with the Houston Chronicle said, "I devoted my entire life to this franchise, but sadly its future appears to have no need for experience or loyalty. What this man has done is an insult to every contributor in Rockets history. He has no idea how complex and grueling it is to run a team. I predict that under his watch the Rockets will plummet into a bottomless abyss and will not rise again for 10 years. Former head coach Rudy Tomjanovich issued a statement in the New York Times sports section full of disappointment and pain. "I leave with a heavy heart. I once believed we could rise again, but the new direction runs counter to everything I hold dear in basketball philosophy." He suggested I go to the hospital. Perhaps he is right, because witnessing all this does indeed cause me physical discomfort. I wish good fortune to the Rockets players and fans. They need it far more than I do. The reaction of team cornerstone Steve Francis was the fiercest. Surrounded by reporters outside the practice facility, he declared angrily, "I gave everything to Houston. Is this their repayment? They put all of us on the shelf. FK that. If he wants to trade me, then do it fast. I'd rather go anywhere than play for a lunatic who doesn't respect basketball at all." Faced with such a massive public outcry and turmoil within the Rockets, the league office naturally could not remain. NBA Commissioner David Stern, upon confirmation of the news, personally instructed his assistant to connect him with Chin Tian by phone. Mr. Chin, this is David Stern speaking. The voice on the other end of the line was grave and icy. In view of the series of perplexing actions you have taken since assuming control, I hereby issue on behalf of the NBA a formal warning. If you continue to act with such reckless abandon, seriously harming the team's interests and the league's image, we will have ample grounds to initiate proceedings to strip you of your qualifications as a team owner. Chin Tian, however, seemed to have anticipated Stern's harsh tone. His voice remained calm, even tinged with languid ease. Mr. Stern, the league certainly possesses the powers you've described. But I would like to ask precisely which bylaw have I violated? Have I been accused of sexual misconduct or of making racist remarks? As the new owner, I simply wish to lift my team out of the doormat ranks and into the class of true contenders. In itself, what is wrong with that? But you have dispersed all senior management in a single day and publicly announced that every player is on the trading block. This gravely undermines team stability, wounds fans' feelings, and drives sponsors away. The repercussions for the Rockets and the entire NBA's commercial image could be extremely negative. Stern's voice rose several octaves. Mr. Commissioner, you may be mistaken, Chin Tian replied unhurriedly. The former Rockets executives resigned of their own accord, and I even paid them severance above market rates. Everything complies with labor law. As for putting players on the market, this is hardly unprecedented in NBA history. It is merely one of the normal tools of a rebuild. Tell me, is it because I am of Chinese descent that I cannot adopt such a strategy? Are you and the league you lead engaging in racial discrimination against me? The phrase racial discrimination hit Stern like a club to the head, sobering him instantly. The NBA was in the midst of a crucial phase of global expansion, and he was particularly invested in developing international markets. A charge like this was something he simply could not afford. His tone softened slightly. Mr. Chin, there is no need to change the subject. This has nothing to do with your ethnicity, our focus must remain on your methods of running the team. Chin Tian feigned sudden enlightenment. Oh, I see. I thought the league was unwelcoming to an owner of Chinese heritage and was deliberately making things difficult for me. Very well, let us return to the team itself. Please point out clearly which specific black and white regulation my actions have violated. On the other end of the line, Stern fell silent. Knowing the bylaws intimately, he understood that although Chin Tian's methods were harsh and seemingly heartless, they did not on close inspection directly breach any explicit rule. What Chin was doing fell more under the category of management style than legal or regulatory violation. Stern could only maintain a facade of severity. The league will closely monitor your every move in Houston. The moment you commit any act that contravenes league rules, we will take action without hesitation and show no. Hearing this, Chin Tian knew the commissioner had already stepped back. He chuckled softly and laid his own bargaining chip on the table. Of course, league oversight is necessary. However, David, if I may, aren't you committed to driving the NBA's globalization? Believe me, the Houston Rockets will become the vanguard, the flag bearer of your grand strategy. Stern's heart stirred. What exactly do you mean? Precisely this, Chin Tian replied with unwavering confidence. I will use our first overall pick to select the giant from Longhua, Yao Ming. At that moment, a market of more than 1 billion people will open its doors fully to the NBA. Countless fans in Longhua will focus their eyes on the league because of Yao Ming. Believe me, this will be a monumental stride in the NBA's march toward globalization, its impact surpassing that of any three-peat dynasty. On the line, Stern fell into deep thought. Yao Ming, the Longhua market. These were indeed vital pieces in his blueprint. If Chin Tian could truly accomplish this, then the antics he was presently engaged in seemed almost tolerable. After all, nothing was more important than opening new markets. After several seconds of silence, Stern finally said, I hope you will make decisions that serve the best interests of both your team and the league. As long as your actions remain within the bounds of our regulations, the league will not excessively interfere with your autonomy in running the franchise. This was in effect Stern's tacit approval and capitulation. Chin Tian expressed his gratitude with satisfaction and ended the call. The reason he had chosen such a radical, even self-vilifying way to seize the headlines was certainly not because he enjoyed being cursed. In this era, when information traveled far more slowly than it would in later generations, and print media still reigned, nothing short of earth-shaking news could draw sufficient attention. If he sought trade step by step in the conventional manner, he would be constrained at every turn and forced into. Only in this way could the news of the Rockets' supermarket opening be swiftly delivered to the desk of every general manager in the league, clearly conveying two core messages. First, every asset on the Rockets, from their franchise stars to role players, is available at the right price. Inquiries welcome. Second, the Rockets owner is perceived as a brash, clueless nouveau riche sucker who knows nothing of basketball. If you don't come now to take advantage, when will you? What Chin Tian wanted was precisely this kind of initiative from others. The storm had already been unleashed, the real show was only just beginning. Just as Chin Tian had anticipated, his declaration of a clearance sale immediately attracted the attention of the vast majority of team management in the league. After all, even the newly established dynasty of the Los Angeles Lakers would not be arrogant enough to believe their roster was flawless and required no reinforcement. At this moment, the most appealing items on the Rockets' shelf aside from that precious #1 draft pick were the renowned backcourt duo. Steve Francis' resume was nothing short of glorious. Selected as the second overall pick by the Grizzlies in 1999, he refused to report and was quickly traded to the Rockets, where he won Rookie of the Year and made the All-Rookie First Team in his debut season. In the just concluded 2001-02 season, he averaged 21, 6.7, 0 rebounds and 6.4 assists, making the All-Star starting lineup in his third year, while the well-known Tracy McGrady, Steve Nash, and Ray Allen were merely All-Star substitutes. From any angle, this extraordinarily gifted dual-threat guard had a bright future ahead. Unfortunately, Chin Tian knew that this was already the peak of the franchise's career. Though he continued to make All-Star selections in the following 2 years, his influence gradually declined, and he was ultimately traded to the Magic in 2004 as part of the deal for McGrady, beginning his nomadic career, which lasted until 2010, when he struggled even in the CBA. Old Cat Cuttino Mobley was equally formidable, averaging 21.7 points last season, forming an unmatched backcourt firepower with Francis in the league. However, it was a pity that this was also his most brilliant season. Similar to Francis, Mobley was also traded in that blockbuster deal, bouncing around multiple teams before ultimately retiring in 2008 due to serious heart issues. Thus, the current moment represented the highest value for trading these two players. Additionally, there was Eddie Griffin, whom Dawson traded 3 first-round picks for last year, including Richard Jefferson, who quickly developed into one of the Nets' big three. Last season, this talented forward indeed showcased tantalizing potential, frequently achieving double-doubles with individual highs of 25.16 rebounds, 5 assists, 7 blocks, and 3 steals, demonstrating comprehensive skills and visible talent. In terms of talent alone, Eddie Griffin was undoubtedly a genius. He possessed top-tier athleticism, standing 2.08 meters tall with a nearly 2.20-meter wingspan, making him a natural guardian of the paint on defense. What was even rarer was his high basketball IQ and rapid learning ability, not only solid in low-post footwork, but also capable of extending his range to the three-point line on both offense and defense. He easily exhibited the potential to dominate games. So when Chin Tian remarked during the meeting that this trade was a blind gamble, Dawson would be quite displeased. After all, how could anyone not see that Eddie Griffin was a future superstar in the making? Unfortunately, Chin Tian knew that he was also a bona fide troublemaker. After spending 2 relatively stable seasons, off-court troubles came one after another, carrying marijuana, shooting without reason, violating bail conditions, repeatedly missing training and games, leading to an indefinite suspension and release by the Rockets in the 03-04 season. Of course, Chin Tian could try to spend immense effort to guide him back on track, which might genuinely unlock his talent. However, a more realistic and efficient approach was to cash in on this lottery ticket before it expired and convert it into immediate assets or more reliable resources. Then there was the third-year player Kenny Thomas, who averaged 14.1 points and 7.2 rebounds last season, making him a valuable and cost-effective young interior player. Coincidentally, the 4 players with the highest trade value mentioned above were all currently in highly cost-effective rookie contracts. In contrast, the players occupying significant salary space within the team were wholly unimpressive. The 35-year-old former All-Star Glenn Rice, making $9.2 million, averaged only 8.6 points. The 5-year $48 million man Morris Taylor was sidelined last season without playing a single game. And the $6.7 million Kevin Cato only managed blue-collar numbers of 6 points and 7.0 rebounds. From Barkley Pippen to Glenn Rice, Dawson seemed to have a penchant for signing washed-up all-stars from other teams, and he was quite generous in doing so. Yet when it came to retaining the team's veteran Dream, Olajuwon, he became frugal instead. Before leaving, Dream still contributed 11.9 points and 7.4 rebounds in just 26 minutes of limited playing time, far surpassing the aforementioned players in both on-court impact and box office appeal. And what about our Mr. Dawson? He offered an insulting 3-year, $9 million deal. I truly wonder what he was thinking. You screwed over Wade, and now you want to screw over the Dream. Enough chit-chat, let's get to the point. If one were to identify the team most eager to strengthen in the league, the Washington Wizards would certainly be among the top. This was due to their basketball operations president being none other than the basketball god, Michael Jordan. In pursuit of his grand ambition to lead the Wizards into the playoffs, Jordan didn't hesitate to return to the game at the age of 38. Indeed, the legend was impressive. After a 3-year retirement, he still managed to average 22, 9.5, 7 rebounds and 5.2 assists, but unfortunately, it was all for naught as the Wizards remained out of playoff contention. Thus, shortly after Chin Tian finished his call, with Stern, a phone call from Washington came in. "Hello, Chin. Congratulations on becoming the new owner of the Rockets. This is Michael from the Wizards." The voice on the other end was calm and magnetic. Although he had gradually adapted to the identity of a time traveler, receiving a call directly from the basketball god still stirred a ripple within Chin Tian's heart. However, in business, he would never give the legend any favors in a trade. "Hello, Mr. Jordan. It is an honor to receive your call. Now, let's be straightforward. Which of our players are you interested in?" "Steve Francis," Jordan stated direct. "Wow," Chin Tian chuckled lightly. "Good eye. You've picked out our all-star core right away. So what's your offer?" "Richard Hamilton," Jordan replied. "You may not know much about him, but he averaged 20 points last season and is quite tough on defense. At the same time, I can throw in this year's 39th second-round pick." Chin Tian smiled slightly. Jordan was truly overthinking it. How could he not know the masked man Hamilton? In the original timeline, he was traded to the Pistons in September 2002 and became a key player in winning the championship in the 2003-04 season. Known for his tireless marathon-like running and precise mid-range shooting. To be fair, Hamilton, who excels without the ball and plays solid defense, was indeed more suited to the team-building philosophy around Yao Ming than Francis or Mobley. However, at this point in their careers, expecting to swap Hamilton straight up for Francis was underestimating Chin Tian's savvy. "Is that all?" "I'm surprised, Mr. Jordan. I respect you as a senior, but this offer is indeed a bit. How about this? My asking price is Richard Hamilton, Kwame Brown, next year's unprotected first-round pick for Steve Francis." Upon hearing the name, Kwame Brown, Jordan's heart twinged. That was the #1 pick he had selected last year, laden with his expectations. He immediately rejected, saying, "That's too outrageous. Steve is good, but he is not worth that much. Kwame is our future core, not for sale. At most, Richard plus this year's 39th and 40th second-round picks." Chin Tian suppressed a laugh. "Future core? You just hold on to him." He then threw out his true target. "Oh, I must have been presumptuous. Let me see which other big men you have." Brendan Haywood. Averaging 5 points and 5 rebounds. Indeed, he's far worse than Kwame Brown. Since Kwame is untouchable, let's do this. Brendan Haywood, Richard Hamilton, 39th second-round pick, next year's unprotected first-round pick for Francis. No, Chin. This is not possible." Jordan's tone intensified. "At most, it's Brendan Haywood, Richard Hamilton, 39th second-round pick." This was already an incredibly generous offer. Adding a first-round pick was absolutely unacceptable. All right, Chin Tian decided to take the deal, but did not close the door. "That's quite regrettable, Mr. Jordan. This is my asking price. You can think it over, and once you're ready, we can reconnect." After hanging up, Chin Tian had already made his plans. In fact, looking at the matter objectively, being able to exchange Francis for Haywood and Hamilton was already a surefire win. Though Haywood was also a rough-around-the-edges big man, he was physically strong and defensively solid, having gradually pushed out the highly anticipated Kwame Brown in the original timeline, securing his position as the Wizards' starting center for many years. In the future, to protect Yao Ming, strictly controlling his playing time was essential, making a bruiser like Haywood very suitable as a rotational player or even a temporary starter. However, this was just the beginning. If he easily let go of core player Francis from the start, the subsequent negotiations would lose their suspense and maneuverability. He needed to maintain a posture of everyone is for sale and see if he could fish for a bigger catch. From then on, Chin Tian's phone hardly ceased ringing. After consecutively declining several inquiries that clearly lacked sincerity, he finally received a call that piqued his interest, one from Bob Whitsitt, the general manager of the Portland Trail Blazers. Last season, Bob Whitsitt had quite a headache. Under his guidance, the Trail Blazers lineup was nothing short of luxurious. The little flying mouse Damon Stoudemire, the reigning Lord Rasheed Wallace Batman Scottie Pippen, and the roof of the world Arvydas Sabonis. All these stars made for an impressive roster on paper. However, the team ultimately achieved only 49 wins and 33 losses, finishing 6th in the Western Conference, and was swept in the first round of the playoffs. Conflicts within the locker room were rampant, and clashes on and off the court led to the team being mockingly dubbed the Prison Blazers by outsiders, a notorious reputation that placed immense pressure on the management. Whitsitt was at the forefront, with his primary target for clearance being the reigning Lord Rasheed Wallace. This talented forward was known throughout the league for his fiery temperament, earning him the title of the record breaker for technical fouls. Not only was the team troubled and the fans helpless, but even the league commissioner David Stern was extremely dissatisfied, and had even pressured the Trail Blazers management, hinting that if they did not address the matter, future drafts might encounter troubles. However, Rasheed Wallace's strength is beyond doubt. He is a bona fide all-star caliber forward. Bob Whittister wanted to rid himself of troubles, yet did not wish to sell his core at a loss, and was at a loss for suitable offers, causing the trade discussions to drag on. Now the news of the Rockets' new owner holding a fire sale presented him with an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and resolve his issues. Hello, Mr. Sheen, I am Bob Whittister from the Trailblazers. Hello, Bob, please state your objective directly. Sheen Tion did not engage in pleasantries. I truly admire your straightforwardness. I would like to trade our all-star core forward Rasheed Wallace for your Steve Francis and Coutinho Mobley. Sheen Tion couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who? The king of technical fouls Rasheed wants to swap for my backcourt duo. Bob, that's quite the joke you're making. Ahem. Bob Whittister awkwardly cleared his throat. Of course it's not a 1-for-2 trade. We can add this year's second-round pick as compensation. Don't tease me, Bob. Sheen Tion's tone was teasing. What would I want with someone who spends all day yelling at referees, causing trouble in the locker room, doesn't like to play in the post, and only hangs around the perimeter shooting threes? Yes, that's right. The small ball era even requires centers to step out and shoot threes, but back in 2002, the term stretch big did not exist. Rasheed Wallace, who loves shooting threes, is definitely an anomaly. Mr. Sheen Rasheed's temperament does have its occasional issues, but his average of 19, 3 points and 8.2 rebounds are genuine, and he is undoubtedly among the best in his position. All right, Bob, no need for further discussion. Sheen Tion interrupted him. Since you called, I can't refuse your fate. But to swap a problem player for my dual core is absolutely impossible. If I recall correctly, this Tianzuan has a salary of a staggering 16.2 million next season, right? You're really extravagant. His salary alone is much more than our backcourt duo combined. Sheen Tion paused, and Bob Whittister could only wait for the next words. The reasons Rasheed Wallace is difficult to trade include his temperament and this hefty salary. After all, his strength is definitely not among the top 10 in the league, but his salary ranks a solid 7th. Let's be candid. You have Stoudemire as your point guard, but the shooting guard position is weak. I can give you Coutinho Mobley. He is an almost all-star caliber player, and you wouldn't object to that, right? Moreover, he has a remaining contract of 3 years totaling 16 million, which is incredibly cheap. Look, the total over 3 years is still less than your Tianzan's salary for 1 year. Absolutely worth it. He shifted the conversation. To match Rasheed's massive contract, I have several excellent immediate contributors to choose from: former All-Star Glenn Rice at 9.2 million, Maurice Taylor at 7.15 million, and Kevin Cato at 6.7 million. You can choose any of them as long as the salary matches up. Bob Whittister's mind raced. He never expected to trade Rasheed for just Francis and Mobley. Now getting an almost all-star Mobley was already a preliminary goal achieved. Mobley's skill and contract are indeed enticing. As for the other three, Maurice Taylor's contract is long and dreadful, so he's the first to be excluded. Kevin Cato has solid fundamentals and can back up Sabonis. Glenn Rice has only 1 year left on his contract, offering the most flexibility. He quickly made a decision. Mr. Sheen, if we only give up Coutinho Mobley, we will still need draft picks. As my asking price is Coutinho Mobley, Glenn Rice, Eddie Griffin, next year's unprotected first-round pick to trade for Rasheed Wallace. Upon hearing this, Sheen Tion's voice suddenly rose. What? Bob, get this straight. I'm helping you untangle this mess. I didn't even ask for a first-round pick, yet you want my talented rookie and an unprotected first-round pick. All right, since that's the case, then my asking price has changed. Rasheed Wallace, Zach Randolph, your first-round pick next year in exchange for my Mobley, Glenn Rice, Kevin Cato. Otherwise, no deal. Upon hearing Randolph's name, Whittister instantly wilted. This young big man has already shown all-star potential, and it is his rapid growth that gave the team the confidence to trade Rasheed, and it is absolutely impossible to send him away too. He quickly smiled to ease the atmosphere. Don't be like this, Mr. Sheen. We won't need the first-round pick. Mobley, Glenn Rice, Eddie Griffin, this should work right. From a hindsight perspective, this is certainly feasible, but right now Eddie Griffin's value is not that of a waste, but rather a high-potential rookie. Sheen Tion seized the moment and made a final offer. My patience is running thin, Bob. This is the last proposal. Coutinho, Mobley, Glenn Rice, Jason Collins. The contracts of these three perfectly match Rasheed's. Additionally, I can trade this year's 15th overall pick for your 21st overall pick. If that works, we have a deal. If not, I'll hang up, as there are many teams waiting behind us. Bob Whittister calculated in his mind that this plan was actually close to his psychological price point. He made one last attempt then. Can we add a second-round pick this year? No add-ons. Sheen Tion replied firmly. Okay, deal. It's been a pleasure working with you, Mr. Sheen. To be honest, it's not entirely pleasant, Bob. But let's leave it at that. Whittister was momentarily speechless, having to force a chuckle before confirming the trade and hanging up the phone. Was Sheen Tion really not happy? He was absolutely delighted. Ha ha ha. Fans familiar with the Yao McGrady-era Rockets know what the biggest pain point of that team was, and why they were repeatedly restrained by the Jazz year after year. It was simply the lack of a reliable power forward. Whether it was Kevin Cato, Juwan Howard, or Chuck Hayes, all had obvious shortcomings. And the later universally recognized best power forward to partner with Yao Ming Diamond Luis Scola was also strong offensively, but weak defensively. By then Yao had already suffered from injuries, and even if Yao was at his peak, their defensive compatibility could only be considered adequate. Yao Ming's shot-blocking ability was top-notch, but he was slow laterally, making it difficult for him to extend out during pick-and-rolls. At that time, his partner's Uncle Hor was even slower than Yao. Scola couldn't defend against pick-and-rolls either, and Hayes could defend, but was almost a black hole on the offensive end. Against the Jazz, Yao Ming was often trapped by Boozer and Oker on the offensive end, while on defense he was repeatedly worn down by the opponent's pick-and-roll tactics, which led to him being restrained time and again. And Rasheed Wallace is the perfect answer to solve these problems. On the defensive end, Rasheed is a top-tier help defender and rim protector. At 2'11" meters tall, with a wingspan of 2'23" meters and elite defensive awareness, he is a rare resource capable of defending positions 1 through 5. With him guarding the forward line, Yao Ming can comfortably hold down the paint without having to run around frantically. On the offensive end, why wouldn't a three-point shooter be appealing? It's incredibly appealing. With Rasheed's stable threat from beyond the arc, would opponents dare to double-team Yao Ming without hesitation? They'd be shooting themselves in the foot. Rasheed Wallace is also proficient in off-ball offense and high pick-and-roll facilitation, never occupying ball dominance. When Yao Ming is resting, he can stretch out to the center position. How appealing is that? As for locker room issues, it has been proven that after transferring to the Pistons, Rasheed Wallace has had almost no off-court troubles, with a significantly reduced number of technical fouls never exceeding 15 in any season, and he has never fought for the role of team leader. Whether he can be well utilized depends on the team atmosphere and the coach's ability to control the situation. As for whether he can get along with Yao Ming, there's even less to worry about. Yao Ming is famously known for his humble character and high emotional intelligence. Getting along harmoniously with Rasheed should be no challenge. As for Rasheed Wallace, a strong testimony is that during his time with the Pistons, he was the only one who often took the initiative to care for and encourage the 2003 second overall pick Darko Milicic, who was often neglected by coach Larry Brown and most teammates. This is enough to illustrate his character. Therefore, in Shin Tion's view, Rasheed Wallace is undoubtedly one of the most ideal power forward partners to safeguard Yao Ming's career. Of course, if you say Duncan or Garnett are stronger and more compatible, I won't argue with you. The premise is that you can acquire them. During this season, the speed at which NBA news spreads is incomparable to that of later times. Without the omnipresent instant tweets from WOJ Shams Charania, the flow of information relies on traditional media's bulletins, television program interpretations, and the whispers of hearsay. In order to spark trade enthusiasm among other teams, Shin Tion took the initiative to leak the news of a trade between the Houston Rockets and the Portland Trail Blazers. The Houston Rockets sent away guard Cuttino Mobley, forward Glenn Rice, center Jason Collier, and the 15th overall pick in the 2002 draft. In return from the Portland Trail Blazers, forward Rasheed Wallace and the 21st overall pick in the 2002 draft. In the eyes of seasoned fans and media, this trade was nothing short of a blatant heist. Only the victim seemed to be the new Rockets owner Shin Tion, who was naive and overly generous. ESPN First Take live broadcast scene. I can't believe it. I can hardly believe my eyes. Stephen A. Smith went into a rage mode at the beginning of the show, his voice sharp and dramatic, almost piercing through the screen. Listen. You all hear this. The Houston Rockets, what have they done? They traded away old Cat Mobley, a top shooting guard who averages 21.7 points and is in his prime. They let go of the experienced shooter Glenn Rice, though older, his shooting ability can still be deadly. They even gave up a valuable late lottery first-round pick. And what did they get in return? Rasheed Wallace, that raging god, the record holder for technical fouls, the ticking time bomb of the locker room. He waved the press release in his hand, spitting words. Let me tell you, this is not a basketball operation. This is a catastrophe. This is one of the most foolish acts in the history of sports management. His first major trade upon taking over the team is a suicidal waste of assets. Blazers GM Bob Whitsitt is surely celebrating with champagne now. He finally got rid of that hot potato and received such generous returns. Shame. This is an absolute disgrace for Rockets fans. TNT inside. Charles Barkley grinned, laughing uncontrollably, his signature gravelly voice full of schadenfreude. Kenny, did you see? I told you this Chinese owner would make headlines. My God, trading Mobley for Rasheed. He turned to the camera, mimicking a serious expression. Listen, Mr. Chin, I know you might be. Rasheed Wallace is a genius, I admit, but he is also a coach killer and a thorn in the side of referees. You will see next season the Rockets games may see more technical fouls than points scored. And you lost Mobley, a player who could consistently produce 20 points. Congratulations, Mr. Chin, you have turned a young team with a bright future into a circus. Kenny Smith was relatively restrained, but his tone was filled with confusion and regret. From a basketball perspective, this trade leaves me perplexed. The Rockets' backcourt duo was their only highlight and guarantee of wins last season. Dismantling them is understandable, but to return with a four that does not seem to completely fit the current roster at such a high cost is debatable. Rashid can indeed provide inside scoring and defense, but his instability and high salary are huge risks. Trading the 15th pick for the 21st pick seems like a minor drop in position, but at the draft it might cause you to miss a key starter. Overall, I believe the Rockets are clearly the losers in this trade. Houston Chronicle front page, sports column. The headline is striking foolish move new owner Chin Tian destroys the Great Wall casts a heavy shadow on Rockets' future. Columnist Jonathan Feigen wrote in a mournful tone just as we were trying to understand why Alexander sold the team to a young man with no experience in sports management. Mr. Chin Tian stunned the league with a trade that dealt all Rockets fans a heavy blow. Cuttino Mobley, a fan favorite representing the resilient spirit of the Rockets along with a reliable veteran and a valuable draft pick, was packaged and sent away for one of the most troublesome players in the league. We can't help but ask, what is the direction of the Rockets rebuilding? This trade not only failed to enhance the team's competitiveness, but also filled the locker room culture and financial health of the team with uncertainty. This is a dark day. Houston's basketball outlook has become murky due to the recklessness of this new owner. New York Times sports section. The new owner's gamble genius vision or ignorant foolhardiness. The article analyzed Chin Tian, this mysterious heir of Chinese capital, proved his style of operation with his first move, reckless and overturning tradition. In the NBA, trading for an all-star caliber player requires utmost caution, yet he seems to view it as a exchanging a quality asset like Cuttino Mobley for Rasheed Wallace is a loss from any traditional team valuation model. Wallace's on-court performance can. This trade either reveals an extraordinary basketball genius who saw potential that everyone else failed to notice, or, more likely, it confirms the worries of many within the league. An outsider owner completely ignorant of the complexities of professional sports operations is putting his expensive toy in jeopardy. Oregonian local Portland media. The headline brims with joy and relief. Whitsit's masterstroke, shedding burdens, harvesting the future. Thank you, Mr. Chin Tian. The article begins with mockery. Blazers GM Bob Whitsitt has completed the most beautiful trade of his tenure. He finally succeeded in sending away the raging god Rasheed Wallace, the unstable factor in the locker room, the perpetual motion machine of technical fouls. And the returns are bountiful. The peak scorer Cuttino Mobley will greatly enhance the backcourt firepower. Glenn Rice's expiring contract provides salary flexibility, and the 15th overall pick is a delightful surprise. Portland can finally shed the notorious label of a prison team and take a solid step towards locker room harmony and court discipline. All of this is thanks to the new Rockets owner. The Los Angeles Times, however, did not forget to mock their divisional rivals. The cornerstone of the Lakers dynasty is still intact, while our rival Rockets have already begun to self-destruct. Trading Mobley for Wallace. This ensures that for years to come the Rockets will pose no substantial threat to Los Angeles. Shaq and Kobe can rest easy. The media's criticism rained down on Houston and Chin Tian like a storm. Almost all analyses, commentaries, and columns characterized this trade as a bloodbath for the Rockets, a robbery by the Blazers, and Chin Tian's foolishness. However, as Chin Tian anticipated, these critical reports generated an unexpected advertising effect. In the offices of various NBA teams, when people saw the details of this trade, the initial shock and ridicule were quickly replaced by a more practical emotion, opportunistic glee. Look, I told you this guy is a novice. A GM from an Eastern team pointed to Stephen A. Smith's outburst on the TV and said to his assistant he traded a near all-star and expiring contract and a lottery pick for a troublemaker that nobody wants. My God, the Rockets are now a defenseless vault. Another manager from a Western competitor told a scout over the phone, immediately reevaluate all the Rockets. If they can easily let go of Mobley like this, what about Francis? What about that number 1 pick? Can any young player with a bit of value in their team be exchanged for contracts and scraps that we don't want? Act quickly, don't let others get ahead. The league's internal communications became extraordinarily busy. One end of the phone line connected to Houston while the other extended in all directions. The team's management, which was originally watching and testing the waters, now had no doubts. The media portrayed Chin Tian as an operational idiot and naive nouveau riche, which was the best advertising for attracting investors. Now all teams are convinced without a doubt. 1. The Rockets are genuinely conducting a fire sale, not just 2. This new Chinese owner Chin Tian's understanding of player value is severely out of sync with the league consensus. He is a typical big spender. 3. If you don't go to Houston to take advantage now, when will you? If you wait too long, the remaining good deals might be snatched away by other shrewd managers. Thus a frenzy of purchasing the remaining assets of the Rockets quietly began. Chin Tian's phone was once again inundated with unprecedented busyness, and this time the team managers calling him spoke with less caution, more urgency, and bolder offers. They all wanted to salvage as much valuable property as possible from this fire ignited by Qin Tian himself. For an entire afternoon, Qin Tian's office phone behaved like an indefatigable hotline, its ring rising and falling in endless succession. The media's onslaught over his stupid deal unexpectedly served as a form of advertisement, igniting the interest of front offices across the league. Yet despite the heat, most calls were more probing than sincere. Everyone sought to seize a bit of advantage from him, this easy mark, and the road to the championship roster he envisioned remained a long one. Just as Qin Tian, dizzy from the ceaseless negotiations, was about to step outside for a breather, the number he had long awaited finally appeared on his caller ID. Milwaukee Soundless general manager Ernie Jellenfield. Qin Tian straightened and slid back into his wide office chair. He knew a truly big fish might finally be taking the bait. He understood the situation of the Milwaukee Xionglu intimately. In 1999, they shook the league with the trio they assembled: the Three Musketeers, Big Dog Galun Lua Bingson, the Gentleman Lei Allen, and the Alien Samu Kasai. Were the Three Musketeers formidable? Very much so. Each possessed the capacity to score around 20 points per game. Defeated by the 76ers led by Allen Iverson. Yet in this era where defense is paramount to winning championships, the Bucks, heavily skewed towards offense and weak in defense, are unable to break through their ceiling. Last season, the team's performance plummeted sharply, achieving only a 4,141 record, finishing ninth in the Eastern Conference, awkwardly missing out on the playoffs. The shadow of failure instantly intensified all underlying conflicts. Team owner Herb Cole, although a billionaire, clearly hesitated to pay the exorbitant luxury tax for a lineup that showed no promise of a championship. In the locker room, issues arose one after another. Core shooter Ray Allen's relationship with head coach George Karl completely broke down. Karl is known for his straightforward and often abrasive coaching style, frequently challenging players publicly, whereas Allen is calm and highly disciplined, making their basketball philosophies and communication styles incompatible. Karl publicly criticized to the media, Ray Allen's blind confidence has hindered the team's progress to some extent, even mocking Allen by comparing him to a Barbie doll. Allen responded, "I believe this is entirely a problem with George Karl's relationship. We started to clash, and ultimately it became irreconcilable. Disharmony between the coach and players is a major taboo." Meanwhile, the conflict between Ray Allen and fellow shooter Glenn Robinson also intensified. The big dog, known for his indulgent lifestyle, and the highly disciplined gentleman already had a gap between them, as the latter gradually replaced the former. As the team's core, the proud rookie Robinson found it increasingly unbearable, leading to constant friction both on and off the court. To make matters worse, last season Ray Allen began to suffer from knee and ankle injuries, missing 13 games for the first time in his career. The Bucks management began to hear a prevailing sentiment: Ray Allen was gradually facing too many knee and ankle injuries, which is catastrophic for a jump shooter. Meanwhile, Allen's backup, Michael Redd, emerged, skyrocketing his average points to 15 during limited playing time, with a three-point shooting percentage still at a terrifying 43. For he even hit an astonishing 8 three-pointers in the fourth quarter against the Rockets, setting an NBA record. The Bucks management saw this and thought, wow, Redd is fully capable of replacing Allen. Conversely, at 27, Ray Allen, though still an all-star, held the team's highest contract of 6 years and $88 million, with 3 years and $45 million remaining. Under various factors, Ray Allen appeared to be a high-paid player who was at odds with the coach, had conflicts with teammates, played a soft style, unable to carry the team, and was beginning to show signs of injury. Who else would you clean out if not him? Thus, in the original timeline midway through the 2002-03 season, the Bucks management traded Ray Allen, Ronald Murray, Kevin Ollie, and a first-round pick in 2003 to the Supersonics for the 34-year-old Gary Payton and Desmond Mason. Half a year later, as Gary Payton's contract expired, the Bucks management did not actively negotiate a renewal, allowing him to sign a veteran minimum deal with the Lakers to form a luxury F4. In other words, the Bucks exchanged Ray Allen and a first-round pick for a mere half-season rental of Gary Payton. If their management wasn't foolish, then they had only one purpose: try to make a push with Payton, and if that failed, then rebuild. In fact, the other two shooters, Glenn Robinson and Sam Cassell, were also traded away, and the Bucks completely embarked on a rebuilding path. Meanwhile, Qin Tian had initially declined the Wizards' trade proposal for Richard Hamilton, one significant alternative being to wait for a call from the Bucks. "Hello, Mr. Qin, this is Ernie Grunfeld from the Bucks." A calm male voice came from the other end. "Hello, Ernie. If you have any trade ideas, feel free to say them outright." Qin Tian got straight to the point. "I've heard the Rockets are undergoing a full rebuild. We are willing to send our absolute core all-star guard Ray Allen in exchange for your Steve Francis, Kenny Thomas, Eddie Griffin." Well, they reached out, but their vision is truly sharp, immediately targeting the three most valuable young assets remaining from the Rockets. With this offer, they completely treated Qin Tian as a basketball idiot, like a country bumpkin. Chin Tian did not respond immediately. He deliberately covered the microphone with his hand, leaned towards an imaginary assistant beside him, and whispered a few words, creating the illusion of urgently reviewing information. Then he picked up the phone, his tone revealing undisguised dissatisfaction. Ernie, are you genuinely here to discuss a trade today, or are you just here to amuse me? What, because Ray Allen is an all-star, my Steve Francis isn't? Besides, Steve was a Western Conference all-star starter last season, while Ray seems to have only been a substitute, right? As for the contract, Steve's next season is incredibly undervalued at $38 million, while Ray's, if I remember correctly, it's a hefty contract of 3 years and $45 million, right? Moreover, the most important thing is Steve is in his prime with limitless future potential. As for Ray Allen, I've heard he has recurring injury issues with his knee and ankle. For a shooter, lower body is everything. With an injury-prone player burdened by a massive long-term contract, you still want me to part with Kenny Thomas and Eddie Griffin, two supernovas? What do you want me to throw in the first overall pick too? Ernie Grunfeld's heart sank. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a basketball blind spot? How is he so clear about the data and situation? This country bumpkin must have hired an assistant skilled in data analysis and intelligence gathering. Earlier, he was likely confirming with his assistant. He chuckled awkwardly, trying to ease the tension. Mr. Chin, you are being too harsh. If the first overall pick is willing to join the discussion, then Kenny Thomas and Eddie Griffin can be off the table. You can play by yourself, Ernie. Chin Tian feigned a desire to hang up the phone. I need to go eat. Call me back when you've thought it over. Wait, Mr. Chin, please let me explain. Grunfeld hurriedly said. Although on the surface their data and honors are similar, Ray's shooting efficiency is higher, his style of play is more mature, and crucially, he has rich playoff experience, having led a team to the Eastern Conference Finals. This is something Francis currently cannot compare to. Therefore, adding some other assets to balance the trade value is necessary. To be fair, he had a point. Last season, both scored around 22 points per game, but Ray Allen's shooting percentage reached 48.0, with a three-point shooting percentage of 43.3, while Francis' shooting percentage was 41.7 and his three-point shooting percentage was 32, for showing a clear efficiency gap. But at this moment, Chin Tian wanted to fully leverage his basketball blind spot persona and responded domineeringly. Where do all these convoluted arguments come from? As long as you can put the ball in the basket, isn't that enough? If you want me to take over Ray Allen's big contract, that's not impossible. How about this? You trade Ray Allen, your first-round pick this year, for our Steve Francis, Maurice Taylor, Kenny Thomas, and Eddie Griffin. Those two young players, don't even think about it. Grunfeld was left speechless. One of the core objectives for the team trading Allen was to free up cap space. How could they possibly accept Maurice Taylor's long and burdensome contract? He had to patiently adjust the proposal. Mr. Chin, let's consider a different approach. Ray Allen for Steve Francis, Kevin Cato, Eddie Griffin, or Kenny Thomas, next year's unprotected first-round pick. We are willing to take on Kevin Cato's contract if you add a future first-round pick. This is quite fair. Chin Tian remained unyielding. I said the two young players will not be traded. My final offer is Steve Francis, Kevin Cato, Titomatics, next year's lottery-protected first-round swap right. Grunfeld cursed inwardly. This guy wasn't stupid. Adding lottery protection and swap rights, he was quite shrewd. With the Rockets' history of turmoil, it's highly probable they will aim for the first overall pick next year. With protection, doesn't this swap right become a worthless piece of paper? He insisted. Mr. Chin, let's each take a step back. Steve Francis, Kevin Cato, Titomatics, next year's unprotected first-round swap rights. This is already the lowest offer we can accept. Upon hearing unprotected first-round swap rights, Chin Tian knew the other party had finally bitten the Bucks management clearly saw next year as a big draft year, thinking they could not only shed Allen's big contract, but also leverage the Rockets' potential poor performance to acquire a high draft pick, thereby completing a rebuild in one fell swoop. And this was precisely the opportunity Chin Tian had been waiting for. All right, let's settle it this way, Ernie. His tone was somewhat impatient. I'm really hungry. I hope this is the last call of the day. Okay. Happy cooperation, Mr. Chin. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, there was no trace of fatigue or annoyance on Chin Tian's face. He immediately became refreshed, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth. Another perfect match for Yao Ming's style had been secured. Ray Allen was seen as someone who needed to be dealt with in the Bucks, not because he was problematic, but in a group of troubled players. His self-discipline and professionalism made him an outlier. His humble character, professional spirit, and historically unparalleled off-ball movement and shooting ability were simply a match made in heaven with Yao. Not only could he provide stable outside shooting and spacing, but he could also serve as a stabilizing force in the locker room, playing a positive role as a locker room leader. As for the so-called injury concerns, Chin Tian scoffed at that. Throughout Ray Allen's long career, he was known for his high attendance rate. Until 2013, at the advanced age of 38, Allen could still be a key member of the Heat, participating in over 100 games in the entire season, including playoffs. And in Game 6 of the Finals, he made that pivotal three-pointer that saved LeBron James' career, etching his name in history. Exchanging a low-efficiency player like Francis, who needed a lot of ball control, for a future Hall of Fame-level off-ball master and locker room model was a deal that Tion profited immensely from. As for Grunfeld's fantasy of high draft pick swaps, that was merely his wishful thinking. Even if Tion stopped taking action now, with a trio of Rasheed Wallace, Ray Allen, and Yao Ming, how could the team's performance be worse than the Bucks? When the official announcement of the trade between the Houston Rockets and the Milwaukee Bucks broke, the NBA media landscape was rocked by a deep-water explosion, its ensuing wave of public outcry dwarfing even the earlier Rasheed Wallace deal. ESPN's First Take Stephen A. Smith's furious outburst, a catastrophe, an unprecedented absolute catastrophe. From the opening seconds, Stephen A. Smith seized control of the studio with his signature ear-splitting volume and animated gestures. I sat in this broadcast booth and felt lightheaded. The Houston Rockets front office, or rather one man alone, Tion, is systematically dismantling this franchise. He grabbed the printed trade sheet, nearly crushing it in his fist. Look at what he's done. He traded away Steve Francis, a future superstar, last season's All-Star starter. He traded away Kevin Cato, a dependable interior blue-collar presence. He even surrendered an unprotected first-round pick swap for next year. And what did he receive in return? A sharpshooter already plagued by knee and ankle injuries at age 27. A locker room problem who had alienated both coaches and teammates. Smith's pace quickened, his face flushing crimson. Mr. Tion, if you're watching this broadcast, hear me clearly. You exchanged a passionate, phenomenally gifted cornerstone who embodied Houston's future for a luxury asset you may never even utilize effectively. Ray Allen is a fine player, I grant that, but does he warrant this price? No. Milwaukee's general manager Ernie Grunfeld should now be awarded Executive of the Year for deception. He successfully offloaded a problematic asset they were desperate to shed, and in return acquired a foundational pillar, an immediate contributor, and a future first-round pick potentially worth a fortune. His final words erupted in near-feral rage. Rockets fans, I feel your pain. Your team is being led into oblivion by an arrogant amateur. Remember this day. It may well rank among the darkest transactions in Rockets history. I am furious. Profoundly, unrelentingly furious. TNT's inside the NBA. The studio once again crackled with irreverent levity. Huh. Charles Barkley's booming laughter shook the room. Kenny, did you see that? I was wrong. Utterly spectacularly wrong. Yesterday I called Tion's trade of Mobley for Rasheed the dumbest move he could possibly make. Today I must formally apologize, because he has just proven in action that there is no dumbest, only dumber. Turning to the camera, disbelief etched across his face. Friends, let's dissect this. Mr. Tion first traded away Houston's best shooting guard, then turned around and traded away their best point guard. What remains of Houston's starting lineup? Thin air? He swapped an entire starting five for two perimeter shooters. But who will feed them the ball? Ray Allen. He's an elite catch-and-shoot specialist, but not a playmaker. Or will Mr. Tion himself suit up? Is the owner warming up on the sideline? Kenny Smith, usually unflappable, spoke with palpable concern. Charles, I find it difficult to disagree with you this time. From a roster construction standpoint, this makes no sense whatsoever. Yes, dismantling the backcourt duo might be understandable, but he acquired no player capable of orchestrating offense. Ray Allen thrives on opportunity creation, and right now your roster lacks precisely that. Creators. Worse still, he surrendered an unprotected first-round pick swap for next year. Given his recent maneuvers and Houston's current state, that swap could easily land among the top 8, or even top 5 selections. And as we all know, next year is a historic draft class, overflowing with generational talent. This swap guarantees Houston will miss yet another cornerstone prospect. Barkley immediately jumped in, mimicking Tion's tone. Oh, I think Ray Allen is quite handsome, and his aura matches mine perfectly. Nonsense. Basketball isn't played like this. You currently possess the league's most enviable salary flexibility, all garbage contracts and minimum wage players, and the brightest future imaginable, except every single draft asset now resides in someone else's hands. Congratulations, Mr. Tion. Your new franchise blueprint is break without building self-demolition of the ramparts. The following day's front-page headline in the Houston Chronicle's sports section bore grave weight. In somber tone, eternal night descends. Tion's latest madness pawns Houston's future. Columnist Jonathan Fagan wrote, if yesterday's Mobley trade warranted the word feckless, today leaves us speechless. Within less than 24 hours, new owner Tion delivered a devastating double strike against the Rockets' assets, its destructive force ensuring the team's stagnation for years to come. We lost franchise big brother Steve Francis, the city's new icon and all-star whose dazzling style and unwavering commitment embodied entertainment and sacrifice. In return, we received an equally gifted, but stylistically divergent, Ray Allen burdened by a massive contract and chronic injury concerns. More critically, we sacrificed next year's unprotected first-round pick swap, a future asset so precious in the NBA that it is typically reserved only for deals involving bona fide superstars. Mr. Chin appears to be playing a game none of us comprehend. His roster-building logic is incoherent. He claims to be constructing around the forthcoming No. 1 overall pick. Yet the players he acquires are either strong-willed veteran stars or specialists requiring highly specific systems to thrive. Who will orchestrate the offense? Who will anchor the defense? What is the team's culture and its identity? We see no coherent plan, only successive raids. And the Rockets remain perpetually the victim. Houston fans, prepare yourselves for a long, frigid winter. Our team is fast becoming the league's laugh. The New York Post sports section quipped New York Knicks fans constantly lament their front office's incompetence. But now tip your cap to Houston. Chin in just 2 transactions has secured undisputed leadership in the worst front office in the league standings, a title seemingly impossible to surpass. Meanwhile, the Milwaukee Sentinel exulted Grunfeld executed a heist for the ages, shedding an embattled Ray Allen while acquiring young all-star Steve Francis, and a swap likely to yield a lottery pick. Thank you, Eastern Santa Claus Chin. Fox Sports column bore the title How to Destroy an NBA Franchise, Masterclass Edition, with instructor Chin. Faced with near-unanimous, even more scathing criticism than before, Chin didn't bother responding. The media's fury, fans' despair, experts' ridicule, all those voices coalescing into a storm, failed entirely to penetrate the soundproof glass of his office. He knew full well in the NBA only results speak. Every critique rests upon a single assumption, that Chin is a basketball-ignorant lunatic, and every decision he makes is fundamentally flawed. But who truly is ignorant here? Do any of you actually understand the game? Go ahead. Curse freely, Chin murmured softly, gazing at Stephen A. Smith's contorted face on the television screen. The fiercer your condemnation, now the sharper your humiliation will be when this franchise rises. Though franchise Big Brother's departure stirred nostalgia among some fans, within Chin master plan, Ray Allen's off-ball lethal threat and consummate professionalism would elevate Yao Ming's development and expand the team's offensive spacing, far more than a high-usage, explosive scoring guard ever could. Sentiment wins no championships. After successfully establishing a core with late Allen Rasheed Wallace and the future star Yao Ming, Chin understood that the next step in enhancing the team required him to take a more proactive approach, striving for a clear goal. Looking back at Yao Ming's original career, his partnership at the small forward position was actually quite impressive compared to the weaker power forward role. Whether it was the highly intelligent and elegant 3D pioneer Batman Shane Battier, or the fierce and unyielding Ron Artest, who played without hesitation, whether facing Jordan or the audience, both were top-tier perimeter defenders in the league. Especially Artest, known for being a top-notch unknown defender. He was physically strong yet agile, fierce in confrontation, with an exceptionally sharp defensive instinct, and also possessed solid ball handling skills. In the 2003-04 season of the original timeline, he was awarded the Defensive Player of the Year DPOY and selected for the All-Star game, reaching the peak of his career. However, just as people expected him to ascend to superstar status, the malice at the Palace incident erupted, resulting in a severe 73-game suspension for Artest. This suspension significantly diminished Artest's performance, and he began to face serious psychological issues. The severe blemish on his career led him to quickly fall from being a team core to a wandering role player, which was truly lamentable. At this time, Artest was still a budding junior. Due to personality issues and failing to meet the expectations of the Chicago Bulls management, he was traded to the Indiana Pacers in February of that year. In the 33 games played for the Pacers, he averaged 10, 9 points, 5, 0 rebounds, and an impressive 2 for steals. Although his offensive game was still criticized, he successfully made the all-defensive second team due to his omnipresent defensive pressure. For Chin, who aimed for a championship, the tough and robust Artest was an indispensable key piece. However, acquiring him from the Pacers would not be easy, as the team's general manager was none other than the legendary Larry Bird. Bird's greatness goes without saying. As a player, he was a top-tier legend. After retiring and becoming a coach, he won the Coach of the Year, and when he took on the role of general manager, he again won the Manager of the Year award. It can be said that he reached the pinnacle in every role within the realm of basketball. Playing mind games and employing tactics against such a perceptive deity was undoubtedly a display of hubris. Chin knew that only by exchanging sincerity for sincerity and making good use of his unique information advantage could he possibly complete the trade. He found Bird's contact information and proactively made the call. Hello, Mr. Bird. I am Chin Tian from the Houston Rockets. Upon hearing this name, Larry Bird frowned slightly on the other end of the line. This Chinese owner had recently been in the spotlight, his popularity nearly rivaling that of the Lakers, who had just completed a three-peat. However, unlike others in the industry who merely watched with curiosity, Bird sensed that Chin Tian's series of maneuvers might not be as reckless and chaotic as they appeared, possibly hiding a larger strategy. Hello, Chin. Your reputation has been quite loud recently, Bird said calmly, without revealing much emotion. It's just some slander. Oh, please don't mind, Senior. I apologize for interrupting you. I wanted to discuss the possibility of a trade for Ron Artest. Upon hearing this, Bird's confusion deepened. The other party had already acquired the renowned Rasheed Wallace and now was interested in the equally temperamental Artest. Could it be that he wanted to assemble a modern bad boys team? But the current climate of the league is vastly different from that of the Pistons back then. The seasoned Bird suppressed his doubts and responded coolly, we can talk. So what are your assets? Eddie Griffin. Chin Tian got straight to the point. Bird nodded slightly. This offer was reasonable. Eddie Griffin was last year's 7th overall pick and his talent was evident. It seemed this new owner was not as clueless as the rumors suggested. This young man has indeed shown some potential, Bird objectively commented, but to exchange him straight up for Ron may still fall short. Chin Tian didn't linger on the point too long and directly revealed his trump card. If Eddie Griffin isn't enough, how about adding Kenny Thomas? At this, Larry Bird fell into thought. It must be said that this new Rockets owner was quite bold. No wonder the public criticism was nearly unanimous. If Francis and Mobley were the backcourt twin stars of the Rockets, then Eddie Griffin and Kenny Thomas were the most dazzling potential stars on the team's front line. Both had multiple double-doubles in their rookie season, one often recording over 5 blocks in a game, while the other had once grabbed 22 rebounds in a single game during his rookie year. The last player to grab over 20 rebounds in a single game during his rookie season was named Tim Duncan. To say that Bird was completely unmoved would be self-deception. Artest had immense potential on the defensive end, but his quick temper was also a ticking time bomb in the locker room. Exchanging such an unpredictable factor for two already proven young forwards with high ceilings was undoubtedly highly tempting. However, the benefits came too swiftly, causing Bird to feel cautious. While he weighed the pros and cons, Chin Tian's voice rang out again. Of course, Ron's value isn't quite enough to fully match these two young players. After all, his diagnosed anger issues are an objective fact, and I wouldn't want to end up with a broken rib on the practice court like Michael Jordan. Chin Tian shifted his tone. Therefore, I need a small compensation to swap our first-round pick at 21 for your first-round pick at 14. Upon hearing this, Bird realized, so that's what he was waiting for. The other party had previously made a mistake by trading their 15th pick for the 21st pick from the Blazers, and now they wanted to make up for it with him. Dream on. Bird laughed. You're thinking too much, Chin. The value of a lottery pick is immensely precious. I would never trade it lightly. Ron has already made the all-defensive team this year, and there is a high probability he will develop into the defensive player of the year in the future. Trading 2 unclaimed lottery tickets for a proven defensive powerhouse is a deal you would never regret. Chin Tian quickly argued, Mr. Bird, the numbers don't lie. Kenny Thomas averaged 14, 1 points and 7, 2 rebounds last season, while Ron only averaged 10, 9 points and 5, 0 rebounds. Eddie Griffin has already demonstrated his all-around skills. How can we say these two players are unclaimed tickets? Adding a first-round pick swap is already a very low asking price. Bird remained unmoved and presented the final offer. How about this, Chin? I'll add a second-round pick from 2003 as a supplement in the trade. This is our bottom line. 2. At least 2 second-round picks. Chin Tian's tone sounded somewhat forced, as if trying to make one last struggle. Bird shook his head, his tone gentle yet firm. All right, Chin, just one. We can finalize it now. The other end of the line fell silent for a moment, then Chin Tian's voice, tinged with a hint of defeat, came through. All right, Mr. Bird, you win. By the way, when does your contract with the Pacers general manager expire? I really hope to hire you as the Rockets general manager. Bird chuckled at this sudden poaching. The term is still long. However, we can discuss this topic in the future. Yes, definitely. Chin Tian replied repeatedly, finally unable to hold back a complaint. Being a team general manager is truly a headache of a job. Bird hung up the phone, unable to help but smile. Now you realize it's a headache. Why didn't you hesitate back then when you decisively fired Dawson? As the news of the Rockets' trade with the Trail Blazers emerged once again, the commentary within the NBA shifted from anger and skepticism to a collective near-festive mockery. In the studios of major media outlets like ESPN and TNT, the name Chin Tian has become synonymous with foolishness. ESPN's First Take Stephen A. Smith's eulogy. Ladies and gentlemen, today we may be witnessing the fastest and most thorough act of team suicide in NBA history. Stephen A. Smith's tone today carried less anger and more pity, as if he were reading an obituary. Just when we were still digesting his masterpiece of trading Francis for Ray Allen, this Mr. Chin Tian, this management genius from the East, has struck again. He sent away Eddie Griffin, a talent acquired by the Rockets last year in exchange for 3 first-round picks, a future star capable of both offense and defense. He parted ways with Kenny Thomas, a rebounding beast in the Rockets' frontcourt, a tough guy who could grab 22 rebounds in a single game during his rookie season. With his hands spread wide, Smith's face was filled with disbelief, and what did he get in return? Ron Artest, a troubled young man who had already clashed with the coaching staff in Chicago. A brawler on defense with almost no strategy on offense. My God, this is no longer a trade, it's a welfare program for all the managers in the league. He leaned closer to the camera and spoke in a tone close to despair. Rockets fans, remember these names: Mobley, Francis, Griffin, Thomas. They were your hopes for the past 2 years, the future of the team. And now in just 48 hours, your owner has discarded them like trash. What they received in return were Wallace Allen and Artest, a king of technical fouls, a shooter with injury concerns, and a locker room bomb. This is practically forming a team for the NBA Problem Players All-Star Game. I hereby officially declare Smith concluded that Chin Tian is not only the worst manager of the year, but he is steadily progressing towards the title of the worst manager in NBA history. The Houston Rockets, once a championship team with Olajuwon, have now become a laughingstock of the league and a retirement home for players. Tragic. This is the tragedy of the entire basketball world. TNT's Inside the NBA today, the studio transformed into a personal talk show stage for Charles Barkley. Hold on a second, Kenny, let me laugh for 5 minutes. Charles Barkley slapped the table, nearly sliding off his chair with laughter. I was wrong. I was wrong again. I thought trading Francis was the limit of foolishness. But this guy Chin Tian manages to surpass my understanding of the word foolishness every single time. Wiping away tears of laughter, he addressed the camera. Hey Chin Tian, if you're watching, give me an autograph. You are a true comedic genius. You have made the NBA's trade period more entertaining than Friends. What is your team-building philosophy? Is it to gather all the hot-headed, unmanageable players and see who ignites the explosives in their own locker? Kenny Smith also completely abandoned calm analysis, helplessly smiling. Charles, I can't analyze this, I really can't. If the first 2 trades could be somewhat forced into explanations of changing team culture and optimizing salary structure, then this trade. I can find no reason at all. You traded 2 promising young cores for a one-dimensional defensive specialist. That's like using 2 first-prize lottery tickets to exchange for a discount coupon. Barkley immediately chimed in, mimicking Chin Tian's tone. Oh, I think Ron is strong and can protect our team. Come on, haven't you seen him play? He can indeed defend against opponents, but he can also defend against his own team. With his damn temper and poor shot selection. I am now officially suggesting the NBA investigate Chin Tian. I suspect he is an undercover agent sent by the other 29 teams. His goal is to completely hollow out the Rockets. He then delivered a fatal blow. Congratulations, Mr. Chin Tian. You now have the most interesting roster in the league, a raging inferno that could explode at any moment, a shooter with knee issues, and a defensive specialist who might fight with his own coach. I won't miss a single game of the Rockets next season. This is more thrilling than watching WWE. The Houston Chronicle, despair and anger on the front page. This time the Houston Chronicle's front page bore a clear hue of anger, for whom the bell tolls. Chin Tian completes the team dismantling trifecta, leaving the Rockets' foundation in ruins. Senior reporter Jonathan Feigen lamented in the article, if the first 2 trades were like cutting flesh and digging wounds, then this time Mr. Chin Tian has personally dismantled the last pillar of the Rockets. Eddie Griffin and Kenny Thomas, they were the faint glimmers in the darkness, the only solace and hope in a dismal record. We had fantasized about their growth alongside the number 1 draft pick, supporting Houston's interior sky. However, all of this came to an abrupt halt today. We traded for Ron Artest. Yes, he's tough, but his technical and character flaws are equally apparent. For him, we let go of 2 quality first-round picks. Larry Bird is undoubtedly a master in management. He executed a textbook-level heist. In just a few days, Mr. Chin Tian completed an unprecedented warehouse clearance. He disposed of all valuable assets in exchange for a pile of high-risk luxuries with notorious reputations. We see no logic in building a team, no glimpse of future planning. All that remains is chaos, recklessness, and a terrifying game mentality. The team owner should be the team's first fan, the guardian of the city. But Mr. Chin Tian's actions compel us to question whether he views the Rockets as a business to be carefully managed or just an expensive toy to be whimsically manipulated to satisfy his personal curiosity. The bell has tolled, but not for the past Rockets, rather for the Rockets that see no future. The Indianapolis Star's headline was filled with joy. Thank you, Chin Tian. The Bird has once again shown his magic, snatching the Rockets' twin stars without any cost. The Chicago Tribune mocked Chicagoans should now feel regret. If we hadn't sent Artest away early on, we could have now acquired these 2 young cores from Houston. Sports Illustrated's column title was on the art of self-destruction, how Qin Tian used 3 trades to set the Rockets back a decade. Fox Sports commentators openly called during the show, "Shouldn't the league intervene? To let someone so evidently clueless about basketball manage a team is a disservice to the NBA's brand value and a crime against the city of Houston and its fans." Faced with this overwhelming and unprecedented ridicule and criticism, Qin Tian chose complete silence. He did not accept any interviews, nor did he make any responses. To the outside world, this appeared to be a display of being at a loss for words, a retreat from the public aftermath. But only Qin Tian knows what kind of powerful offensive and defensive system he is building. Rasheed Wallace's spatial attributes and top-tier help defense, Ray Allen's historically great off-ball shooting, and professional attitude, Ron Artest's DPO-level perimeter defense. Everything is aimed at surrounding that imminent Eastern giant to construct a championship team with space, defense, and toughness. Yet after these 3 trades, the original players of the Rockets have also mostly been sent away. Only the unclaimed Maurice Taylor and backup guard Moochie Norris remain. It's no wonder others criticize. While other teams have 15-man rosters, the Rockets are left with only 5, barely managing to scrape together a starting lineup. Who wouldn't criticize that? The turmoil of the trading market has temporarily subsided, but a far more intricate and challenging problem, more complicated than the power struggles among other NBA general managers, has already presented itself before Qin Tian. At the heart of this dilemma lies Yao Ming. The uniqueness of Yao Ming cannot be encapsulated by a mere first overall draft pick. Behind him looms a vast and complex system, deeply entrenched local interests, and a national team still finding its way. The experience of Wang Zhizhi serves as the most vivid and alarming cautionary tale. Selected by the Mavericks in 1999, he faced numerous issues such as communication barriers and ideological conflicts, only to finally join the NBA in 2001. Now to Xi choosing to stay in the U.S. to participate in Summer League to seek NBA opportunities, has not returned for national team training, leading to a growing impasse with the national team brewing a situation that could develop into a nationwide scandal known as the Wang Zhizhi incident. The lessons of history are laid bare before him. Qin Tian understands that handling Yao Ming's entry into the NBA requires a delicate balance, yet demands a firm hand. In fact, before Qin Tian took over the Rockets, the team's management had already made preliminary contact with the Crocodile team and the national team. However, the conditions presented by the other side were outrageous beyond belief. The Crocodile team demanded one. The Rockets must provide an NBA player of comparable strength as a trade too. Pay and training fee of $18 million. 3. The Rockets must send a high-level coach to provide long-term guidance to the Crocodile team. 4. Build them a basketball school and a modern arena. When Qin Tian saw this list, he was nearly driven to laughter out of anger. Provide a player of equivalent strength. Am I supposed to convince the Diesel Shaquille O'Neal to join you? Or ask Zen Master Phil Jackson if he's interested in coaching? As for the $18 million training fee, it's utterly ridiculous. The highest fee of $3.5 million in European clubs was already considered exorbitant, while the NBA officially stipulates that teams can pay a maximum of $5.0 as a buyout fee for international players. The conditions from the national team were similarly unreasonable. 1. Yao Ming must unconditionally obey the national team's call-up at all times, participating in all events and training camps. 2. The national team will take 50% of Yao Ming's entire NBA income. It is this unconditional call-up that led to Yao Ming's exhaustion during his NBA career, leading to increased injury risks and ultimately a hasty retirement. As for taking 50% of his income, you could just rob him and pompously use the country's name as cover. Qin Tian looked at these terms, genuinely feeling a mix of anger and amusement. How could such conditions be proposed with such audacity? Yet what is most unbearable is that Qin Tian must face all of this. If he cannot clear these obstacles, then all his previous trading maneuvers and strategic layouts will become mere castles in the air, and he himself will fall from being a controversial manager to the biggest joke in history. In order to resolve this issue once and for all and avoid repeating past mistakes, Qin Tian knows he must personally return to the country and confront this tangled mess. At this moment, Yao Ming is gathering with the national team in Beijing, preparing intensively for the upcoming Indianapolis World Championship and Busan Asian Games. Qin Tian did not make an appointment through official channels, as that would only lead to endless meetings and bureaucratic wrangling. He used some personal connections to reach out to Yao Ming for an informal meeting. In Kyoto on a summer night in a secluded tea room on Wangfujing Street, Qin Tian arrived early, choosing this place for its secrecy and tranquility. Outside the window, the hazy night of the ancient capital envelopes the scene, while inside the aroma of tea fills the air. The door was gently pushed open, and a tall figure stepped in, slightly bowing his head. Despite being mentally prepared when the 22-year-old Yao Ming stood before him, the surge of youthful vigor and a temperament of gentle restraint still moved Qin Tian. Hello to Yao. Thank you for coming on such short notice, Qin Tian said, standing up and extending his hand. Hello, Mr. Qin, Yao Ming said, slightly bowing, shaking Qin Tian's hand. His palm was broad and strong, his voice bright, yet maintaining a polite distance. I'm pleased to meet you. After some brief pleasantries, Qin Tian transitioned from Mr. Qin to Qin Gu. Then he stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. Yao, I came to meet you secretly to discuss the NBA, the Houston Rockets, and your future. Qin Tian's gaze fixed on Yao Ming, his tone turning serious. I officially inform you on behalf of the Rockets that this is not a draft smokescreen. We will use our first overall pick without hesitation to select you. Yao Ming's hand, which was holding the teacup, paused slightly, a flicker of undeniable excitement and surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Clearly he had heard similar rumors before, but having it confirmed in person by the team's owner with such resoluteness carries a significantly different weight. Thank you for your confidence, Qin. Qin Gu. This is a tremendous honor, Yao Ming said sincerely. No to Yao, this is not an honor. It is a necessary choice based on your strength and potential. Qin Tian leaned forward, his voice lowered but filled with intensity. I did not buy the Rockets merely to own an NBA team. My goal is to build a team capable of contending for the championship. And at the core of all this is you, Yao. He continued to paint a vivid picture, his tone imbued with undeniable certainty. I know you may be concerned about adaptation issues and team configuration. I can assure you that all my recent trading operations have been aimed at creating the most suitable platform for you. We acquired Ray Allen, the planet's top off-ball shooter, whose movement and precise shooting will open up vast space in the paint for you. We brought in Rasheed Wallace, who has elite defense and a shooting range extending to the three-point line, helping alleviate pressure in the paint, allowing you to focus more on defense. We are also working hard to strengthen other positions. My vision for building the team is very clear, with you as the absolute core, to create a team that balances space, defense, and toughness. Yao Ming listened attentively, his eyes shining with excitement. For an ambitious young player, there is no more enticing and exhilarating promise than building the team around you. He could sense the sincerity and clarity in Qin Tian's words, which were starkly different from the vague rumors he had heard before. However, Qin Tian shifted his tone, his expression growing solemn. But Yao, the greatest obstacle standing in our way, hindering your smooth entry into the NBA and our shared dream, does not stem from the basketball court itself. He took a deep breath and selectively, yet clearly, conveyed the harsh conditions proposed by the Crocodile team and the national team to Yao Ming. He did not embellish, but calmly laid out those demands: the exorbitant buyout fee, the obligation for constant call-up, and that jaw-dropping 50 revenue sharing. Yao Ming's brow furrowed as Qin Tian recounted the conditions. He was clearly aware of some of the terms, but hearing Qin Tian articulate them so systematically and plainly brought a serious expression and a hint of helplessness to his face. He understood better than anyone the complexities of the domestic environment. Yao, I understand the positions and demands of all parties. Qin Tian's tone was sincere. I will do my utmost to negotiate, to communicate, and to strive for a relatively fair solution in accordance with NBA regulations and international norms. The Rockets are willing to pay the maximum allowed buyout fee of $500, and we are also willing to actively cooperate with the national team's reasonable arrangements during the off-season, including sending trainers and providing medical support. These are negotiable. But Qin Tian's gaze sharpened and his tone took on a note of resolve. There are some principled issues that for instance, that 50 revenue sharing is absolutely unacceptable. It concerns not only your personal interests, but also the rules of the NBA Players Association. Additionally, the near indentured servitude-like obligation for constant call-up would ruin your career, preventing you from obtaining the necessary rest and training, ultimately harming the long-term interests of Chinese basketball. Therefore, Yao, Qin Tian looked into his eyes, speaking each word deliberately. In this inevitably difficult negotiation, I need your support, and for you to exhibit a crucial, strong stance. When it comes to these core interests, you need to clearly express your position and bottom line. This is not unpatriotic. On the contrary, it is to ensure that you can play healthily and sustainably in the world's highest level league, ultimately enhancing your ability to serve your country. Behind you, there is not only the Rockets, but also the mature commercial alliance of the NBA backing you. We must not repeat the predicament Wang Zhizhi is currently experiencing. Qin Tian's final words struck Yao Ming's heart like a heavy hammer. The Wang Zhizhi incident weighs heavily on the hearts of all Chinese basketball enthusiasts at this moment. Yao Ming sat in silence for a long time, with only the faint sound of boiling tea in the elegant room. He looked down at his enormous hands, seemingly weighing the heavy burden. Finally, he lifted his head, the hesitation in his gaze replaced by a determined light. His voice was not loud, but remarkably steady. Qin Gu, I understand. Thank you for all your planning and efforts for my future. He paused and continued, Playing in the NBA, proving myself on the highest stage, and bringing glory to my country is my dream. I love my country and am willing to give my all for the national team. However, I also believe that a healthy, strong Yao Ming who stands firm in the NBA can contribute far more to the national team than an overworked, injured Yao Ming. He took a deep breath and made a solemn promise, "Rest assured I know what to do. At the necessary moment, I will stand by my principles. I believe there will always be a way to resolve this. I look forward to starting my NBA career in Houston under." Hearing Yao Ming's words, a weight finally lifted off Qin Tian's heart. He saw that this young man not only possessed talent, but also wisdom and determination beyond his years. What he needed was precisely such a partner, one who had the courage to seize control of his own destiny, rather than merely being a passive player waiting for arrangements. "Great." Qin Tian extended his hand to Yao Ming once more, this time with a wide smile. "Then let us fight side by side. I will handle all the troubles on the NBA side and build you the strongest roster. And you focus on growing healthily and becoming the dominant giant we all know you can be." The two hands gripped tightly once more. This time it was no longer just a polite greeting, but a weighty promise, a pact about the future and dreams. Outside, the night in Kyoto deepened. Yet in this small tea room, a future poised to shake the basketball world has quietly begun its journey. Qin Tian understood that the domestic journey had only just begun, but with Yao Ming's firm stance, he gained sufficient confidence and courage to face the forthcoming challenges. Time is of the essence, and there is no room for delay. The day after reaching a crucial consensus with Yao Ming, Qin Tian, in his official capacity as the owner of the Houston Rockets, entered the office building of the Blue Shoes, which was imbued with the atmosphere of the system through an appointment. In the conference room at the other end of the long table sat several leaders with serious expressions and composed demeanors. An invisible pressure permeated the air, starkly contrasting with the commercial atmosphere of an NBA manager's office. Qin Tian understood that this was a contest unlike any previous negotiations. It was not merely about business logic, but also involved national conditions, systems, political achievements, and even personal careers. He had to be extremely cautious, displaying both sincerity and respect while firmly standing his ground. "Good morning, esteemed leaders. Thank you very much for taking the time to meet with me amidst your busy schedules." Qin Tian opened humbly. "First of all, please allow me to express my heartfelt feelings as an overseas Chinese. Although I have lived abroad for many years, the roots of my heritage have never been severed. Having the opportunity to bring our self-cultivated basketball genius Yao Ming to the highest stage of the NBA is not only an honor for me and the Rockets, but also a pride for all descendants of Yin and Huang. Imagine when Yao Ming stands on the draft stage as the first overall pick, what immense national pride that would bring. This is inseparable from the years of meticulous cultivation and support from all the leaders present." His words placed himself among his own people, emphasizing national sentiment and shared honor, effectively easing the slightly tense atmosphere in the conference room. The expressions of several leaders softened slightly, and they nodded in acknowledgement, clearly touched by his opening remarks. Seeing that the initial atmosphere had been successfully created, Qin Tian shifted the topic to a more practical segment. He signaled to the accompanying chief physician and sports science expert Dr. Robert Anderson to turn on esteemed leaders out of a sense of high responsibility for Yao Ming's future career, as well as for our shared valuable asset. Our medical team has conducted thorough research and analysis on Yao Ming's physical data and condition. Qin Tian's tone became serious as a series of complex skeletal scans, biomechanical analysis models, and data charts began to display on the screen. Dr. Anderson explained clearly and professionally, Yao Ming's physical structure is a unique and enormous talent, but it also comes with distinct risks. His height and weight, especially the pressure on his ankles, tibias, and navicular bones, far exceed that of ordinary. This is a projected skeletal stress map for the next 5 years, simulated based on his current training and competition intensity. The screen displayed alarming red highlighted areas, mainly concentrated around the ankles and feet. If he is subjected to high-intensity, high-density competition rhythms for a long time, lacking scientific periodic rest, and strengthening training, the probability of stress fractures and skeletal collapses in these areas will rise exponentially. Please note, this is not alarmism, but a medical model prediction established based on numerous cases of athletes with similar physiques. Qin Tian took over the conversation, his voice heavy and earnest. "Esteemed leaders, please consider this. Yao Ming is an unprecedented pillar in our Chinese basketball. His future is not just related to the performance of one NBA team, but also to the international competitiveness of Chinese basketball for the next decade and the hopes of hundreds of millions of Chinese fans. If we exhaust his health for the short-term non-core events, leading him to suffer a premature decline due to injuries, like some talented players, and drastically shorten his career, who can bear that responsibility and loss, you esteemed leaders, or I, Qin Tian? At that time, we would not only fail to account to basketball fans nationwide, but would also become historical sinners." He surveyed the gradually solemn expressions of the leaders present, stating each word deliberately, "This is not the outcome we wish to see." Protecting Yao Ming is protecting the future of Chinese basketball. What we need to do is to release water to raise big fish rather than kill the chicken to get the egg. This powerful statement, combining cutting-edge medical data with national righteousness, had a significant impact. The leaders whispered among themselves, clearly acknowledging that the medical risks Qin Tian presented were something they had not considered in such a direct and systematic manner before. Yao Ming's health indeed posed a political and public relations risk that they could not afford. Seizing the moment, Qin Tian directed the conversation towards another sensitive and tricky issue. "I know that the recent situation regarding Comrade Wang Zhizhi has also caused great concern among the leaders. There have been some barriers in communication between the players and the association, which is quite regrettable." He skillfully avoided using the word incident, instead opting for situation and barrier, which sounded more neutral. "As a fellow countryman, and as a manager of an NBA team, I am very willing to play a positive bridging role. I will utilize my connections and resources to communicate with Wang Zhizhi and his team, reasoning with them, and appealing to their emotions, striving to make him realize that the honor of the national team is above all else, and to facilitate his early return to prepare for the world competition together. I believe that communication is the only bridge to solve problems." This promise directly addressed one of the most pressing issues for the Blue Shoes. If the issue of Wang Zhizhi's return could be resolved, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement for them. The eyes of several leaders brightened noticeably, and their glances at Qin Tian held more scrutiny and consideration. Seizing the momentum, Qin Tian tossed out a larger blueprint for cooperation. "This is just the beginning. The Rockets are willing to become the closest partner of the Blue Shoes in the NBA. We promise to utilize our platform and resources to actively provide trial opportunities, assessments, and avenues into the NBA for other promising young players from China in the future. We can regularly send coaches and trainers to China for academic exchanges and guidance, helping to enhance the coaching standards and training philosophies of domestic coaches. We can even collaborate to build youth training camps to systematically cultivate reserve talents. All of this will genuinely elevate the overall level of Chinese basketball, and these achievements will undoubtedly be closely tied to the names of the leaders present." The picture he painted of this win-win cooperation was filled with allure. This was no longer just the output of a single player. It ascended to the strategic height of basketball exchange and talent cultivation between the two countries, a tangible political achievement. Finally, Qin Tian elevated the topic to a historical positioning. "Esteemed leaders, please imagine this scenario. Yao Ming, as the first foreign first overall pick in NBA history, making a name for himself with the Houston Rockets and becoming a world-class superstar. He will become a cultural symbol, a hallmark of an era. The influence he brings will far surpass basketball itself, significantly enhancing our country's international image and soft power. And those of you who played a pivotal role in this, your vision and enlightened decisions will undoubtedly leave a profound mark in the history of Chinese sports, and even in the journey of China's opening up to the outside world. We will all become participants and creators of history." The phrase "participants and creators of history" precisely touched the deep-seated desires of everyone present. The lengthy discussions then commenced. Both parties engaged in repeated pulls and negotiations over specific terms. Regarding the issue of summoning players, Qin Tian insisted on ensuring that Yao Ming has sufficient off-season to recover and train specifically, and that he should be exempt from some non-top-tier intercontinental events such as the Asian Games. He reiterated the risk assessment from the medical report. The Blue Shoes side initially insisted on the principle of participation in all events, but in the face of the detailed medical evidence, Qin Tian presented the promised efforts for Wang Zhizhi's return and the grand cooperation blueprint. They ultimately made key concessions. After hours of intense discussion, a consensus was finally reached on the summoning issue. Yao Ming will not be required to participate in non-top-tier intercontinental events like the Asian Games in the future, but as the core and symbol of the national team, he must unconditionally participate in the Olympics, the World Basketball Championship, and the Asian Basketball Championship, which serves as the qualifying events for the World Championship and Olympics in the Asia region, belonging to the highest level of Asian competitions. Next came the most sensitive and core issue of economic interests: the 50 share of Yao Ming's NBA. Qin Tian argued for this point: "Esteemed leaders, I completely understand that the association has invested a significant amount of resources in player development and hopes to receive a certain return. However, a 50 share, whether under the NBA's rule system or in the practices of international sports, is unprecedented and can even be said to be unreasonable. This will severely dampen the players' motivation and may provoke intervention from the NBA Players Association, ultimately leading to an inability to reach a deal and resulting in mutual harm." He paused and presented his own proposal: "We should seek a more sustainable solution that aligns with market principles while also reflecting the association's contributions. A symbolic and reasonable proportion can safeguard the interests of the association while allowing Yao Ming to develop comfortably in the NBA, ultimately achieving a win-win situation. The Blue Shoes side was initially reluctant to easily give up this fat meat, and both sides engaged in a tough. Qin Tian repeatedly emphasized the negative impact of a high share on players' mentality on NBA rules and the possible damage to the Yao Ming brand value. Ultimately, after Qin Tian promised more compensatory cooperation terms, for example, the Rockets will provide a certain amount of equipment and resource sponsorship to various levels of the Chinese national team annually, regularly co-hosting more influential commercial matches, increasing publicity of Chinese elements at the Rockets' home games, etc. The Blue Shoes finally relented on this crucial issue. After intense bargaining, both parties reached a final agreement regarding the sharing of Yao Ming's NBA income. It was changed from the initially requested 50 to a symbolic extraction of 5 of his after-tax income from the first year of his rookie contract. From the second year onward, this share will no longer be enforced. The main revenue for the association will come from commercial projects developed in cooperation with the Rockets' endorsement shares, distinct from Yao Ming's personal endorsements, and the comprehensive benefits brought by a series of basketball development cooperation plans promised by Qin Tian. By the time the negotiations concluded, the outside world was illuminated by the glow of street lamps. Both parties signed their names on the memorandum, although it was just a phased achievement that still required further refinement and implementation. The biggest obstacles had been cleared. Qin Tian shook hands and bid farewell to the leaders of the Blue Shoes, both sides bearing a hint of fatigue, but more so a sense of relief and anticipation at having reached a historic agreement. Stepping out of the office building, the warm summer night breeze rushed towards him, and Qin Tian let out a long sigh of relief. Having dealt with the Blue Shoes, negotiating with the big crocodile team would be much simpler. Of course, the real Blue Shoes won't be so easily resolved, but we can't say too much about that, so let's handle it this way. Having secured the Blue Shoes, Qin Tian flew to the Magic City. To increase the odds and also give Yao Ming a chance to confront his destiny, Qin Tian contacted Yao Ming, who was training with the national team, asking him to take leave under the pretext of handling important personal matters to accompany him. The air in the Magic City was humid and sultry, as if foreshadowing that the upcoming negotiations would not. The negotiation venue was arranged in a conference room of a high-end hotel, where the dazzling night view of the Huangpu River could be seen outside the window, but the atmosphere inside was extremely tense. 4 or 5 people arrived from the big crocodile side, led by a serious-looking, portly general manager Li, accompanied by the club's general manager, financial supervisor, and others. The scale was considerable, clearly showing their keen interest in the negotiations, or rather their eagerness to extract as much profit as possible from Yao Ming, this cash cow. After some formalities, Qin Tian spoke, first his tone sincere. Mr. Li, esteemed leaders of the big crocodile, I sincerely appreciate everyone taking the time to come here today. I come with great sincerity, hoping to reach a win-win agreement with your side, allowing Yao Ming to smoothly enter the NBA. This is a historic opportunity for him personally, for Chinese basketball, and even for the big crocodile club's brand. General Manager Li leaned back in his chair, responding with a smile that did not reach his eyes. We can feel Mr. Qin's sincerity. However, regarding Yao Ming, our club also has principles and bottom lines. The 4 conditions we proposed earlier were carefully considered by the leadership, reflecting Yao Ming's value to our club and compensating for the substantial investment we've made in him over the years. Qin Tian took a deep breath, knowing that a tough battle had begun. He produced the prepared materials and began to analyze each point, trying to persuade them with reason. Mr. Li, regarding the first condition of providing an NBA player of equal strength. Pardon my frankness, but this is nearly impossible within the rules and realities of the NBA. NBA player trades are based on value equivalence or seeking tactical complementarity. No NBA team would exchange a core player for a rookie who has yet to prove himself in the NBA, and this is not related to player strength, but the operational logic of the league. General Manager Li snorted, unmoved. That is your NBA's rule. We in the CBA have our own consideration. Yao Ming is the core we have cultivated. Losing him would be a major blow to our team's strength. Shouldn't there be some compensation? Qin Tian did not linger on this point and shifted to the second condition regarding the $18 million in training fees. I understand the club's substantial investment in player development, but this figure is far beyond international norms. No European top club has ever seen a buyout fee exceed $4 million, and the NBA has explicitly stated that teams can pay a maximum of $500,000 as buyout compensation for international players. Any excess amount would not be recognized by the league and could be considered a violation, leading to the entire trade being voided. The financial supervisor of the big crocodile interjected arrogantly, Mr. Qin, Yao Ming is not a European player. He is the #1 center in Asia, the future NBA #1 pick. Can his value be the same? The manpower, resources, and funds we have invested cannot be compared to those of European clubs. $18 million, oh not a penny less. Qin Tian felt a headache coming on. He continued to press as for sending coaches building basketball schools and venues. The Rockets as an NBA team do not have unlimited resources. We can offer short-term technical exchanges, but long-term postings and massive infrastructure investments exceed the scope of team cooperation. The general manager of the Big Crocodile interrupted him, speaking forcefully, Mr. Qin, if you think our conditions are harsh, it only shows that you do not recognize Yao Ming's value or that your sincerity is insufficient. Yao Ming is a non-negotiable asset for our Big Crocodile. If it were not for the overall situation of Chinese basketball, we wouldn't even be sitting here negotiating. The negotiations fell into a deadlock. The other side firmly held on to the four conditions, clearly wanting to extract every last bit of value from Yao Ming and grow fat from it. Qin Tian reasoned with them. While they persisted stubbornly, he appealed to emotions, but they spoke of the club's sacrifices and investments. The air in the conference room was nearly frozen, and Qin Tian's heart sank little by little. He anticipated difficulties, but did not expect the other side to be so short-sighted and stubborn. At that moment, Yao Ming, who had been sitting quietly beside Qin Tian, stood up slowly like a mountain. His movements were slow but attracted everyone's attention. His tall figure cast a large shadow in the conference room, and the gentle smile he usually wore had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness and determination. He first bowed deeply to the leaders of the Big Crocodile, his voice remaining polite, but anyone could hear the suppressed emotions within Mr. Li. Esteemed leaders, I, Yao Ming, would like to sincerely thank the club for its careful cultivation of me over the years. Without the Big Crocodile, there would be no Yao Ming today. I will always remember this kindness. He straightened up, calmly scanning every member of the Big Crocodile's management, and abruptly changed his tone regarding that $18 million in training fees. If you want it, I can give it. However, I do not have that much money right now. If the club agrees, I can pay you from my future NBA salary in installments over 1 year, 2 years, or even longer until I repay this $18 million. Of course, interest can be included as well. Just as the faces of Li and others from the Big Crocodile showed signs of satisfaction, Yao Ming's next words changed their expressions drastically. If the club refuses to agree to installment payments and insists that I pay the $18 million right away. Yao Ming's voice rose slightly, his gaze sharp, then I will borrow it. I will do everything I can, even if it means risking everything. I will present you with this $18 million. He paused as if using all his strength to utter the shocking words, but other impudent demands, asking for an NBA player in exchange for coaches for schools and venues. If the leaders insist on using these conditions to block me thinking, I must repay the club's kindness with these. Yao Ming's gaze became incredibly firm, even carrying a hint of tragic resolve as he enunciated clearly, then I will not play this game. Whether in the CBA or the NBA, I will not play at all. I, Yao Ming, will retire right here. I will return to school now, finish my studies at Jiaotong University, and seek a new path in life. I would rather bear the label of ungratefulness forever than be coerced into this. In that instant, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone from the Big Crocodile, from General Manager Li to the staff below, stared blankly at each other. They could hardly believe their ears. This obedient giant, known for his gentility and compliance, actually uttered such fierce and resolute words. Retirement. Studying. This was completely outside their script. They merely wanted to inflate their demands and wait for the other side to pay them back, never considering they would force Yao Ming into a self-destructive situation. If Yao Ming truly retired, they would not only gain nothing, but also become the villains in the eyes of fans. And Qin Tian was also shocked by Yao Ming's declaration of desperation, but he quickly reacted, realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to break the deadlock. He immediately stood up, gently placing a hand on Yao Ming's shoulder to signal him to calm down, while also applying invisible pressure to the Big Crocodile side. Look at how far your player has been pushed. He faced the changing expressions of General Manager Li and others, his tone steady and powerful, initiating the final negotiation. Mr. Li, everyone please remain calm. I believe everyone can understand Big Yao's emotions. A player being pushed to the point of considering retirement to gain the most basic professional development rights is a tragedy for him personally and for Chinese basketball as a whole. I would like to point out the serious consequences and then present our side's chips and the other side's predicament here. I can reveal that the Blue Shoes side, after sufficient communication, has in principle agreed to let Yao Ming participate in the draft in the United States and supports him in starting his NBA career. They are focused on the overall situation and future of Chinese basketball. If your side insists on obstructing this trend at this moment, then the next time we negotiate it may be difficult to have the same atmosphere and conditions as today. This statement serves as both notification and warning. It implies to the Big Crocodile that the higher authorities have nodded. If you set obstacles again, you will be opposing the greater situation. Following that, Qin Tian began to outline a vision for cooperation, shifting the topic from demands to win-win. However, I believe Mr. Li and all leaders are forward-thinking entrepreneurs. If we can work together to facilitate Yao Ming's entry into the NBA, the Rockets are willing to become the Big Crocodile Club's closest partner. Specifically in terms of player recruitment, we can leverage the Rockets' connections in the NBA to scout and recommend more suitable and capable former NBA players for the Big Crocodile, enhancing your team's performance and ticket sales. This is much more practical than a vague player of equal strength. Secondly, regarding expenses, I must adhere to NBA regulations. I will pay the maximum compensation of $500,000 to the club for the buyout. Any undefeatable dealings exceeding this amount once discovered by the league will subject the Rockets to hefty fines, loss of draft picks, or even more severe penalties, and the trade will be voided immediately. At that point, we would all lose, and it would be a losing situation. However, everyone, please look at the long term. The financial compensation is limited, but the benefits of cooperation are limitless. We can establish a long-term strategic partnership encompassing multiple areas. For instance, joint commercial matches every offseason arranged for the Rockets, or invite other NBA teams to come to China for commercial games with the Big Crocodile, sharing ticket sales, broadcasting, and sponsorship revenues. For instance, brand collaboration and promotion, sharing business resources, jointly developing markets in China and the United States, enhancing the Big Crocodile brand's visibility nationwide and internationally. For instance, building a youth training system. The Rockets will send youth training experts to help the Big Crocodile establish a more scientific youth talent development system. This is a legacy initiative. And also equipment sponsorship and technical support. And so on. Qin Tian gazed intensely at the other side. Mr. Li, please consider the brand value, commercial benefits, and talent development benefits brought about by these long-term collaborations. Can they be measured by just a few $1 million? That will be a continuous flow of resources, a tremendous opportunity that can truly transform the Big Crocodile Club into a CBA powerhouse. Additionally, we will provide a long-term comprehensive technical support package, including regularly sending trainers, conditioning coaches, and sports medicine experts to the Big Crocodile for guidance and exchanges, helping your team improve training levels and healthcare capabilities. After this combination of strategies, there is both Yao Ming's retirement as an ultimate deterrent and the background pressure of the Blue Shoes Agreement, painting a future of cooperation far more enticing than $18 million. The stance of the Big Crocodile side visibly softened. Li and others began to whisper to each other, their arrogance and stubbornness gradually replaced by weighing and calculating. Ultimately, after another round of intense internal debate and detailed discussions with Qin Tian, the Big Crocodile side finally made a concession. General Manager Li cleared his throat, representing the club, to announce the final decision. Well, since Yao Ming's attitude is so resolute and Mr. Qin has demonstrated sufficient sincerity and long-term cooperation plans, our club is not unreasonable. Thus, the $18 million in training fees can be reduced to $10 million, and Yao Ming can pay in installments. We will discuss the specifics of the payment plan further. The smoke of negotiations dissipated, replaced by the social banquet of a washish society. To solidify this hard-won cooperation, Qin Tian played host, inviting General Li and his entourage from the Big Crocodile Club to a feast at the finest restaurant in Magic City. In the private room, glasses clinked, and the atmosphere was lively. After a few shots of Moutai, General Li, who had been unyielding before, was now flushed with excitement, affectionately draping an arm over Qin Tian's shoulder, and began to elaborate on his grand vision for the Big Crocodile Empire. Qin, my brother, let me tell you, our Big Crocodile is this big in Magic City. General Li thumbed up, spitting as he spoke. With your NBA resources and our local foundation, a strong alliance. Let's get into commercial competitions and training camps. We aim to be the most profitable and powerful club in the CBA. By then we could make money while lying down. Exactly, the club's general manager chimed in. Once Yao Ming makes it in the NBA, he'll be our best live advertisement. At that time, NBA foreign players wanting to play here would line up. You're right. General Li patted Qin Tian's back vigorously. Brother, come often to Magic City. Oh, let me show you around. We can collaborate on great projects. I still have some influence on the bond. Qin Tian maintained a perfectly timed smile, raising his glass in agreement and reciting platitudes about relying on General Li's care and mutual benefit in cooperation. He looked at the faces around him, excited by alcohol and immediate interests, yet felt a profound calm inside, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible pity. The so-called grand plans they outlined were merely small-time antics in his eyes. They could hardly imagine that this seemingly slightly wealthy NBA team owner represented the colossal skyscape capital behind him, wielding wealth and resources rare even on a global scale. Their boastfulness in the face of true power appeared laughable and short-sighted. As the drinks flowed, the night of this exchange, filled with false emotions and real interests, finally came to an end. Qin Tian personally escorted the bloated, staggering leaders to their special vehicle, exchanging polite phrases like "let's gather often and see you again" as he watched them disappear into the neon shadows of Magic City. As the clamor subsided, Qin Tian exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming fatigue from within. He turned around to see Yao Ming, who had been quietly following him. "Yao, would you accompany me for a walk by the river to sober up?" Qin Tian suggested. Yao Ming nodded. "Sure, brother Qin." The two strolled to the bund, leaning against the railing. The early summer night breeze, carrying the unique humidity of the Huangpu River, brushed against them, dispelling the intoxication and clearing their minds. Across the river, the skyscrapers of Lujiazui shone brilliantly, outlining a modern skyline. Behind them stood the historic bund, with its rich architectural heritage. The intertwining of ancient and modern was akin to the situation they found themselves in today. Qin Tian gazed at the river, speaking sincerely. "If it weren't for your firm stance at the end, this matter might have truly gone awry." Yao Ming chuckled innocently, his large palm resting on the railing. "Brother Qin, you're joking. I should be the one thanking you for my sake. You've worked hard and dealt with these social engagements." He paused, his tone turning somber. "Actually, when I spoke those words, I was scared too. But I was even more afraid that if I backed down now, I might regret it for the rest of my life." Qin Tian turned to look at this young giant already burdened with so much and said earnestly, "Yao, remember today you weren't impulsive. You were claiming your rightful rights. In professional sports, respect and rules are fundamental. In the NBA, you will encounter more complex situations. Sometimes a degree of firmness is the best way to protect yourself." He patted Yao Ming's arm, his tone filled with expectation. "Your stage is across the Pacific. There you will face the fiercest competition and experience the purest basketball. I will clear obstacles for you and build the best platform. All you need to do is focus on basketball, grow healthily, and then conquer that court." The river breeze stirred their clothing, and Yao Ming gazed into the distance, his eyes shining with longing and determination. "Brother Qin, I won't let you down nor disappoint those who support me. I believe in you," Qin Tian affirmed, then mentioned a crucial detail. "By the way, to Yao, the draft is coming up soon. In such an important historical moment, you must be physically present at Madison Square Garden in New York." Hearing this, Yao Ming hesitated. "Brother Qin, the national team is still in training and the procedures for going to the U.S. In the original timeline, Yao Ming could not attend the draft due to various reasons and had to watch via live broadcast in Kyoto. When he was selected, he faced boos from the crowd due to American fans not knowing him well, which was indeed a regret. Qin Tian's attitude was resolute. "This is the starting point of your career, the declaration for your NBA journey. You must stand there and let the world see you and the grace of our Huaxia athletes. Communicate with the national team about the procedures. If there are any difficulties, contact me immediately and I will resolve them. What we want is a perfect beginning." Feeling Qin Tian's determination and seriousness, Yao Ming nodded heavily. "All right, brother Qin, I understand. He'll communicate with the coaching staff immediately and strive to make it happen." Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction. "Tomorrow we will act separately. You return to Kyoto to report the situation to the national team and apply to go to the U.S. for the draft. I have some other matters to handle. Once you sort this out, we will meet in Kyoto and then fly together to Houston." After parting with Yao Ming, Qin Tian did not rest immediately. For him, managing an NBA team was part of realizing his basketball dream, but the vast family capital also needed to appreciate in broader fields. Sitting idle was never his style. Rather than battling in the deceitful financial battlefield of Wall Street, he preferred to leverage his far-sighted vision to invest in future giants that were yet to reveal their potential but were destined to change the world. His first target was set on the Penguin Company, located in Shenzhen. At that time, although the Little Penguin was experiencing rapid growth in user numbers, it was still in a burning money phase, seeking a profitable model, with its funding chain quite tense. Qin Tian learned from his team that besides the core founder Xiao Ma, other early founders like Zhang Zhiyong and Zeng Liqing were also looking to sell some of their shares for cash due to various reasons. Qin Tian personally flew to Shenzhen, representing Skyscape Capital, to engage with Zhang Zhiyong. The negotiations went relatively smoothly. Qin Tian's professionalism and unique insights into the future of the internet were well received by the other party. More importantly, the price Qin Tian offered seemed highly sincere at the time. Ultimately, he successfully acquired a total of 13.5 of the shares in Penguin Company from Zhang Zhiyong and others. Without stopping, he immediately had his team contact another important early investment institution, IDG. After some negotiations, he again acquired 7.2 of Penguin's shares from IDG at a reasonable price. By now, Qin Tian quietly held 27 of the shares in Penguin Company under his personal name, becoming an important shareholder second only to the founding team and early major shareholder MIH Group. He knew that the bulk of Penguin's shares were currently held by the South African MIH Group, which controlled about 33% of the equity. Acquiring shares from them would not be an overnight task, requiring more time and complex negotiations. Qin Tian was not in a rush. He regarded his engagement and negotiations with MIH as a long-term task, delegating it to his professional capital operation team to gradually advance. He firmly believed that this investment in Penguin would bring unimaginable returns in the future. After completing his layout in Shenzhen, Qin Tian's private jet took off again, headed for Hangzhou. Here he found another future business titan, Teacher Ma, who had no concept of money. At that time, Alibaba was at a critical juncture in its development. Although the B2B business had shown some improvement, the vast operational and expansion plans made the company extremely hungry for funds. Teacher Ma was running around for financing, but repeatedly encountered obstacles. Qin Tian's meeting with Teacher Ma was equally dramatic. When Qin Tian expressed his intentions and offered to invest 50 million, Teacher Ma could hardly believe. In an era when domestic internet financing typically hovered around the hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars, 50 million was undoubtedly an astronomical figure. The two sides negotiated the equity ratio. Based on his absolute confidence in Alibaba's future value and the strategic consideration of not wanting to overly interfere with the company's operations, Qin Tian did not show an overly aggressive stance. Ultimately, his investment of 50 million secured him 45 of Alibaba's shares. This was a ratio that Qin Tian deemed a great find. He understood the principle of knowing when to stop. After ensuring his position as one of the largest institutional shareholders, he did not make further demands, granting Teacher Ma and his team ample trust and space. Having completed strategic investments in both Penguin and Alibaba, two future internet giants, Qin Tian felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. This was not merely about wealth appreciation, it was a thrill of participating in and witnessing history. Just as he prepared for the next steps, his phone rang. It was De Yao calling. "Brother Qin." On the other end of the line, Yao Ming's voice was filled with joy. "The national team and the Basketball Association have approved my participation in the draft." "Wonderful." Qin Tian perked up. "Get ready, you'll fly back to Kyoto to pick you up right away." A few days later, at the exclusive helipad of Kyoto International Airport, Qin Tian and his team met the tall Yao Ming and his family. Beside them stood Qin Tian's oversized custom-built private jet, the Gulfstream G550. Its streamlined body shone with a cold yet luxurious glow under the sun. "Let's go to Yao." Qin Tian smiled at the somewhat reserved and curious Yao Ming. "Boarding this, we will together embark on your and my new era." Yao Ming looked up at the plane that would carry him towards his dreams, took a deep breath, and nodded vigorously. After bidding farewell to the national team leaders who came to see him off, he followed Qin Tian, stepping onto this private jet, representing the pinnacle of wealth and efficiency for the first time. The interior of the cabin was spacious and luxurious, equipped with leather seats, walnut panels, and advanced entertainment and communication systems. As the plane's engines roared to life, the Gulfstream G550 sped down the runway before gracefully lifting its nose, soaring into the clouds. Once the plane flew steadily, Qin Tian gazed out the window at the gradually receding Huaxiao land, feeling a flood of emotions. He turned to see Yao Ming beside him, also gazing at the sea of clouds outside, his eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. To Yao, Qin Tian raised a glass of juice in salute. "Welcome aboard the flight to the future. Are you ready? We are going to conquer the world." Yao Ming withdrew his gaze, picked up his own cup, and lightly clinked it against Qin Tian's, a determined and confident smile spreading across his face. "I'm ready, brother Qin." The Gulfstream G550 sliced through the skies, heading towards Houston, across the ocean, towards the impending draft night destined to be recorded in history. A brand new chapter was about to unfold. After returning to Houston for a brief rest, Qin Tian took Yao Ming and his parents and flew to the crossroads of the world, New York. June 26, 2002. The draft was held at one of the shrines of basketball, Madison Square Garden. By the time Qin Tian's convoy arrived, the venue was already buzzing with excitement, a scene of unprecedented grandeur. The enormous neon sign shone brightly in the night sky, etching the name Madison Square Garden deep into the hearts of every basketball fan. Outside the venue, countless fans who could not enter gathered in the plaza, wearing jerseys of various teams, holding up signs, their faces filled with hopes for the future. A massive electronic screen broadcasted live updates from inside the arena, adding to the immersive atmosphere. Media cameras were set up on both sides of the red carpet, poised to capture every future star and league celebrity entering the venue. As Qin Tian stepped out of the car, he gazed at this majestic, time-worn, yet still resplendent basketball shrine, feeling a surge of emotion within. Compared to this place, the current home of the Rockets, the Compaq Center, seemed like a dilapidated, outdated structure. In terms of venue capacity, facilities, and commercial atmosphere, it was several tiers below. But it's alright, Qin Tian thought to himself. A new arena is already under construction and is expected to be ready for use by October next year. He planned to finalize the naming rights for the new arena as soon as the draft was over after returning to Houston. He certainly did not want to repeat the past, letting his future home court bear the name of a minor car brand, which would be utterly distasteful for him as a soul from Huaxia. Under the staff's arrangement, Yao Ming and his parents were led to the green room, specially prepared for high draft prospects and their families. This place offered relative privacy, allowing them to wait for fate's call in a quieter atmosphere. Qin Tian, adjusting the collar of his tailored suit, walked confidently into the venue with his beautiful, capable assistant Jessica. Inside Madison Square Garden, every seat was filled. The enormous oval-shaped arena focused lights on the central podium, surrounded by fans and media reporters from around the world. The large screen in the arena was playing highlights of this year's popular rookies: Jay Williams, Mike Dunleavy, Drew Gooden, and more, with explosive music and dazzling visuals stirring the emotions of everyone present. However, at the moment Qin Tian stepped into the venue, an unexpected event occurred. A bright spotlight suddenly illuminated the entrance. At the same time, all the large screens inside switched images, prominently displaying Qin Tian's handsome, yet conspicuously Eastern face. At the bottom of the screen, a thoughtful subtitle read: Owner of the Houston Rockets, Qin Tian. Despite Qin Tian's notorious reputation in the NBA for his outrageous trades having been criticized by the media as an operational idiot and the league's laughingstock, he had never formally appeared before the media. Today marked his true debut in such an important public occasion, facing basketball fans worldwide. After a brief silence, a tsunami-like chorus of boos erupted. The loud uproar nearly lifted the roof off the arena. This booing contained the fans' anger, confusion regarding his trade operations, and a complex emotion tied to his Asian identity in this moment. Standing next to Qin Tian, Jessica had never witnessed such a scene. Her delicate face flushed red as she instinctively took a step back, trying to distance herself from Qin Tian to avoid being swept up in this overwhelming hostility. In stark contrast, Qin Tian, at the center of the storm, remained unfazed. Instead of showing any anger or embarrassment, a faint smile, almost enjoying the situation, appeared on his face. He seemed to treat the deafening boos as a welcoming salute, graciously, and even with a touch of star-like charm, smiling and waving to the surrounding stands. This action ignited the powder keg even further. Fuck while you, Qin Tian. Get out of the NBA. Disgrace of the league. Various profanities and angry shouts rained down like hail. Some celebrities and team executives in the front row looked at the excessively young and handsome face under the spotlight, whispering, "My God, he looks like a movie star, but his brain seems a bit underdeveloped. It's hard to believe he's the one who dismantled the Rockets. How could Alexander sell the team to such a lunatic?" Qin Tian ignored all of this, feeling a bit amused. Black and red are still red. At the very least, the entire league remembered the name Qin Tian now. Amidst the ongoing boos, Qin Tian walked calmly to the exclusive area designated for the Rockets management. Fortunately, the quality of the personnel attending the draft was relatively high. Apart from verbal attacks, no one resorted to throwing objects or other excessive behaviors. Otherwise, if a beer bottle flew in, it would be quite a sight. It wasn't until Mr. David Stern, the NBA commissioner, an elderly man with gold-rimmed glasses and meticulously groomed hair, slowly walked onto the podium, that the audience's attention finally shifted away from Qin Tian, directing their enthusiastic boos towards the league's helmsman. However, this booing was entirely different from the hostile jeers aimed at Qin Tian. It resembled a benign traditional program customary for the NBA draft. Stern was clearly accustomed to this. He wore his signature smile, one that seemed to indicate he could control everything, and elegantly pressed his hands down as if conducting his own symphony orchestra. The booing gradually subsided. Stern began his opening speech, mostly welcoming the new recruits, thanking New York, and looking to the future. But his voice, with its slightly drawn-out tone, represented authority, signaling the commencement of this grand event that would determine the fate of countless young lives. Now Stern adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the nervous and expectant young faces in the audience. "I announced that the 2002 NBA draft has officially begun." Applause erupted throughout the hall. The team with the first overall pick in the first round is the Houston Rockets. They have 5 minutes to consider their choice. The spotlight once again focused on the Rockets area, zeroing in on Qin Tian, who had just taken his seat. All camera lenses were pointed in his direction, and many people whispered to one another about the potential choices of this madman. Under the spotlight, Qin Tian calmly stood up. Unlike other managers who hurriedly scribbled their choices, he leisurely pulled out a neatly folded note from his suit pocket. He confidently walked back to the podium amidst countless gazes, handed the note to the staff on stage, who then relayed it to David Stern. Stern took the note, and their eyes briefly met through the lenses. Qin Tian's gaze was calm and resolute, showing no signs of dodge. Stern slowly unfolded the note, glanced at it, then leaned into the microphone, announcing in his characteristic suspenseful tone, with the first overall pick in the 2002 NBA draft, the Houston Rockets select. He paused, deliberately scanning the entire crowd, building suspense. From Longhua Yao Ming. B. An even louder chorus of boos filled Madison Square Garden. This Chinese owner. He indeed made the most foolish choice. Using the precious first pick that could change the team's fate to select a compatriot from a region where basketball was underdeveloped. This was simply treating the NBA draft as a joke. Many fans displayed unabashed disdain and anger, believing that the future of the Rockets had been buried by this reckless owner. However, amidst the booing, a giant figure shyly stood up in the green room area. He wore a well-fitted suit, his face displaying a slightly youthful and nervous smile, yet his eyes were filled with excitement and determination. He first embraced his parents, who were emotional and teary-eyed, then solemnly put on the red cap embroidered with the Rockets logo handed to him by the staff. The spotlight followed him closely. As Yao Ming took his steps toward the podium, his exceptional height elicited incredulous gasps from many in the audience and media who had only heard of him but never seen him in person. "Oh my God, he is huge. Look at his size. He is a mountain. No wonder they picked him first." The gasps somewhat drowned out the boos. Yao Ming approached the podium with a calmness that belied his massive size. Standing next to him, David Stern appeared exceptionally petite, creating a somewhat comical image. Qin Tian stood up first, clapping vigorously and continuously, his face beaming with genuine smile. His applause rippled like a stone thrown into a lake, gradually inspiring other members from the Rockets area, as well as some neutral team representatives and rational spectators, to join in sporadic applause. Although it was still suppressed by the boos, it at least conveyed basic respect for this young giant from afar. Stern shook hands with Yao Ming, exchanging some routine congratulatory remarks before turning toward the front for media photos. Yao Ming smiled and expressed his gratitude in his still somewhat halting English. This historic moment froze amidst the intertwining atmosphere of controversy and anticipation. The draft continued. With the second pick, the Chicago Bulls select Jay Williams from Duke University. A talented, spirited point guard stood up, his face radiating confidence, seemingly perfect for Chicago's illustrious tradition of guards. With the third pick, the Golden State Warriors select Mike Dunleavy from Duke University. A tall, versatile forward, he inherited his father's basketball IQ and is seen as a reliable asset. With the fourth pick, the Memphis Grizzlies select Drew Gooden from Kansas University. A lively, rebounding power forward whose passion could ignite the court. With the fifth pick, the Denver Nuggets select Nikolai Skidishvili from a mysterious tall European big man from Georgia. His selection sparked some debate, a gamble on. With the sixth pick, the Cleveland Cavaliers select DeJuan Wagner from Memphis University. An explosively scoring guard who once scored 100 points in a single game, the Cavaliers hoped he could become the team's offensive spearhead. With the seventh pick, the New York Knicks select Nene Hilario from Brazil. A strong, athletic Brazilian big man whose arrival elicited some applause from the New York crowd. With the eighth pick, the Los Angeles Clippers select Chris Wilcox from Maryland University. A springy big man with explosive athleticism, the Clippers eyed his talent and potential. With the ninth pick, the Phoenix Suns select Amare Stoudemire from a beastly power forward who directly entered the NBA from high school. His physicality and explosiveness were highly coveted, securing a successful steal for the Suns. As the draft order continued to unfold, teams selected players based on their needs and judgments. When it was time for the 21st pick, the spotlight once more pointed toward the Rockets area. This time it was Jessica who stood up. She quickly walked to the podium and handed over the selection note. David Stern took the note and announced, with the 21st pick in the first round, the Houston Rockets select Tayshaun Prince from Kentucky University. Some murmurs arose from the audience. Prince was tall and had an impressive wingspan, but was considered too light for physical play. His draft position was originally predicted to be near the end of the first round or in the second round. Selecting him with the 21st pick seemed another unexpected move. Only Qin Tian knew that this slender forward would in the future become an indispensable piece of the championship puzzle, with his exceptional defense and composure in crucial moments. The draft continued as names were called one after another. Gradually, the first round concluded, and after a short break, Adam Silver, David Stern's deputy, presided over the second round. When it came to the 33rd pick in the second round, the Rockets made another choice. With the 33rd pick in the second round, the Houston Rockets select Carlos Boozer from Duke University. A strong, rebounding power forward with solid low-post skills. He had performed steadily at Duke University, but his height was not outstanding among big men, and his dynamic athleticism was not top-tier, causing him to slide into the second round. Qin Tian watched the determined Boozer on stage, who seemed to be bursting with energy. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Yao Ming's nemesis. Rebellious brat. Just stay honest and stick with the Rockets for now. The draft slowly concluded amidst the clamor. Some were joyful, some were sorrowful, but everyone's fate was changed as a result. Qin Tian did not linger and headed to the Rockets' exclusive rest area backstage. As Qin Tian stepped into the backstage area, the reporters, long waiting like sharks scenting blood, surged forward and surrounded him in a tight ring. Cameras and microphones nearly brushed his face, and strobing flashes turned the cramped corridor into daylight. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin, did your decision to use the #1 pick on Yao Ming stem more from business considerations and the Chinese market than from purely basketball reasons? An ESPN reporter struck first, his question sharp and direct. Qin Tian paused, the composed smile never leaving his face. He raised a hand to calm the clamor, his voice clear and steady. First, let me correct one point. We selected Yao Ming based on a comprehensive evaluation of his talent, technique, potential, and professional attitude. It was a basketball decision, pure and simple. His height, touch, and basketball IQ are singular among this year's rookies. As for commercial value, that is a natural byproduct of excellence, not the motive behind our choice. The Rockets' foremost objective will always be to win games. But the public sees this as a huge gamble. Yao Ming has never proven himself against NBA-level competition. He even needs a translator. Another reporter shouted loudly. The history of the NBA is made of countless gambles and shifts in. Qin Tian swept his gaze over the questioner, his tone carrying an air of finality. Dirk Nowitzki faced similar doubts when he entered the league. I believe Yao Ming has the capacity to rewrite history. As for a translator, that is merely a tool to hasten his adaptation. It has nothing to do with ability, only with communication efficiency. I trust that before long he will be speaking to everyone in the language of basketball. You traded away Francis and Mobley earlier, and now you used the top pick on an international center. What exactly is your plan for building this team? Is it, as many say, utter chaos? A bespectacled reporter pushed up his glasses and sharpened his question. Qin Tian chuckled lightly as if hearing something naive. Chaos? No, I find it perfectly clear. We are constructing a brand new, more competitive, and more future-oriented team framework. We have acquired top shooters like Ray Allen and versatile bigs like Rasheed Wallace, and now we have chosen Yao Ming as our cornerstone. Our goal is to surround Yao Ming with players best suited to his style, forging a system that is balanced inside and out, offense and defense. Time will prove whether our thinking is correct. What do you make of the boos at Madison Square Garden? Do they represent the majority of fans' opinions about your moves? A local New York reporter asked with obvious malice. Qin Tian shrugged, his smile growing even brighter. I appreciate the passion of New York fans. Boos are a form of attention. They mean people are talking about the Rockets and our choices. That is fine. I prefer to let future results speak. When the Rockets rack up victories and Yao Ming demonstrates his dominance on the court, I believe those jeers will naturally turn to applause. I have the patience and the confidence for that. His replies were confident, composed, even a touch teasing, defusing the reporters' hostile questions one by one. Though many journalists remained unconvinced inwardly, they had to admit that this young Chinese owner possessed a poise and eloquence that belied the perceived recklessness of his moves. Meanwhile, in another designated interview area, the freshly drafted rookies were being examined by the media. Undoubtedly, Yao Ming was the absolute focus of attention. His towering stature and unique background left him swamped by reporters 3 rows deep, and his heat far eclipsed that of the runner-up Jay Williams. During the photo session, Yao Ming donned a red Rockets cap and stood between Tayshaun Prince and Carlos Boozer. The contrast in height made the photograph visually striking. He cooperated a little shyly with the photographer's directions, his face holding a modest smile. When it came to interviews, Yao answered each question earnestly through a translator. Yao, how does it feel to become the first Asian #1 pick in NBA history? Through the translator, Yao Ming said, I feel very excited and deeply honored. This is a huge responsibility. Oh, I know many are watching and supporting me, and I will strive not to disappoint their expectations. How do you view the plan that the Ziyuzadan Rockets and Mr. Qin Tian have laid out for you? Qin, well, Mr. Qin Tian and I had an in-depth conversation. Yao chose his words carefully, almost slipping. He showed me the team's blueprint for the future, and I believe in his vision. I will work to integrate into the team, learn from the veteran players, and adapt quickly to the pace and intensity of the NBA. Many question whether your body can withstand NBA physicality. What do you say to that? Yao's expression grew serious. I know the physical battles in the NBA are intense. That is a challenge I must face and overcome. I will engage in strength training and improve my physical condition as quickly as possible. Basketball is not only about physicality. Technique and awareness are equally important, and I will play to my advantages. Did the boos at Madison Square Garden bother you? Yao smiled, a broad and magnanimous expression. I heard, but they will not affect me. Instead, they motivate me to work harder and prove myself on the court. True respect, I believe, is something one must earn through performance. His response was neither obsequious nor arrogant. It expressed confidence, while reflecting the humility and pragmatism often associated with Eastern culture, leaving many in the media with a favorable first impression. Elsewhere, Tayshaun Prince and Carlos Boozer were also being interviewed. Prince expressed gratitude for being selected at 21st overall in the first round and said he was ready to contribute with his best asset, defense. Boozer, the burly interior picked in the second round, carried the look of someone determined to prove himself in the NBA. He spoke with firm resolve that he would make those who passed on him regret it. After the media frenzy subsided, Chin Tian held the first formal meeting with the three rookies in a temporary conference room at Madison Square Garden. Yao Ming, Prince, and Boozer, three young men with different personalities, backgrounds, and draft positions, sat before the owner, who only a few years older than they were now held sway over the beginning of their professional lives. Chin Tian did not take the head seat. Instead, he casually pulled a chair opposite them, creating a relatively relaxed atmosphere. His assistant Jessica stood quietly to the side taking notes. Welcome to the official fold of the Zayuzidin Rock. Chin Tian began, his gaze sweeping over the three. First, congratulations. Their basketball dreams set sail from here onto the world's highest stage. But with that, the challenges begin in earnest. He looked at Yao. Big Yao, as the #1 pick, you will bear the greatest attention, the highest expectations, and the harshest scrutiny. Do not be distracted by external noise. Focus on improving yourself. Your task is to grow healthily, learn the NBA's ways, and establish yourself in the paint. The team will devise a detailed development and protection plan for you. Yao nodded solemnly. I understand. Chin Tian then turned to Tayshaun Prince. Tayshaun, I know many consider you too slight and doubt whether you can handle NBA physicality. But I drafted you for your unparalleled wingspan, your defensive instincts, and your basketball IQ. Your duty is to start with defense. Use those long arms to smother opponents' scores and become our impermeable perimeter gate. Your shooting will also require continued refinement, and I believe you can achieve it. Prince's deep eyes showed the stir of being understood and trusted. He nodded vigorously. Yes, sir. Finally, Chin Tian's gaze settled on Carlos Boozer. Carlos, you are our second-round surprise. I know you carry a fierce determination. You believe you shouldn't have fallen to the second round. Good. Keep that fire. Your strength, rebounding, and solid low-post footwork are exactly what we need. Your role is to battle inside, protect the board, set sturdy screens, and seize those close-range scoring opportunities when they arise. Prove to everyone that you, Carlos Boozer, are worth every bit of it. Boozer straightened his chest and replied in a booming voice, Don't worry, boss. They'll make every team that passed on me remember my name. Good. Chin Tian said with satisfaction. That's the confidence and resolve I want. Remember, the Rockets are rebuilding, but that does not mean we are weak. We have a lucid plan and a bright future. You three are important components of that future. I do not demand that you carry the team in your rookie season, but I ask that you meet the following requirements. His tone turned serious. First, maintain a professional attitude. Train tirelessly and obey the coaching staff. Second, stay healthy. Eat and rest scientifically. The body is the foundation of all work. Third, unity. You are teammates and comrades to support one another and grow together. I will not tolerate voices that harm team cohesion. Finally, Chin Tian rose and approached them, shaking each by the hand. Enjoy the process. The NBA is a battlefield and a stage for dreams. I will provide you with the best possible support. Now collect yourselves and prepare to welcome the Texan sun and the challenges of Zayuzidin. Our journey begins now. The moment David Stern uttered the name Yao Ming at Madison Square Garden in New York, the shockwave crossed the Pacific Ocean at the speed of light, triggering an unprecedented wave of public opinion that swept through all social strata in the ancient Eastern country, Longhua. Initially, the news was swiftly relayed back through short messages from news agencies like Xinhua and the Associated Press. Soon after, the sports sections of major domestic portals exploded with unprecedented speed and intensity, with bold and eye-catching headlines at the top. Historic breakthrough. Yao Ming is selected as the NBA's first overall pick. The Houston Rockets select the giant from Longhua with the first pick. The #1 in Asia, Yao Ming creates history for Asian basketball. The click rates and comment counts on these news articles surged geometrically, causing the servers to nearly crash. The television media reacted just as swiftly. Zhongyang Television urgently interrupted its current program to broadcast this breaking news, while the sports channel immediately produced a special report repeatedly airing footage of Yao Ming donning the Rockets cap and shaking hands with Stern, with hosts and invited guests expressing uncontrollable excitement and pride. Local television stations also followed suit, reporting it as local news or even top news. The next day, newspapers across the country pushed this celebration to its peak. Whether it was a national daily or a local evening paper, the sports section's front page was dominated by Yao Ming. The Sports Weekly reported extensively with a full-page feature titled "The Giant Takes a Step into the Hall of Fame," analyzing the significance and challenges Yao Ming would face as the #1 pick. The front page of the Longhua Sports Daily featured a bold headline, "Bringing Glory to the Nation." Yao Ming begins a new era for Longhua basketball, emphasizing the national honor involved. The Southern Metropolis Daily used a more vivid title, "Yao Ming's Height, the Dream of Longhua Basketball," accompanied by a large photo of Yao Ming at the draft. Even some mainstream comprehensive dailies rarely reported this event on important pages, viewing it as a milestone in Longhua's openness to the world and the development of its sports. At street-side newsstands, all newspapers and magazines featuring Yao Ming's portrait, such as Basketball Pioneer and Slam Dunk, were sold out. The newsstand owner couldn't hide his joy, exclaiming it's selling better than celebrity gossip. In online forums which had not yet fully proliferated but had begun to gather core fans, discussions erupted. Posts refreshed at a rate of several per second. "I'm crying. Really crying. We Longhua people can also be the NBA's #1 pick. Big Yao is awesome. Bringing glory to the nation. From now on, the Rockets are my main team. Who supports, who opposes? Upstairs one, I will watch every Rockets game from now on. Those Americans who said Big Yao can't do it, just wait to be slapped in the face. This is so uplifting. It's worth much more than winning a gold medal at the Asian Games. Looking forward to Big Yao dominating in the NBA." The forum was filled with excitement, pride, anticipation, and a counterattack against external doubts. Yao Ming's selection greatly ignited the national pride and passion for basketball among the people. Interestingly, during this nationwide celebration, Qin Tian, who had been vilified in the U.S. media and by fans as a foolish boss and shame of the NBA, experienced a remarkable reversal of reputation in Longhua. Initially, some media reported on the booing Qin Tian faced at the draft and the skepticism from American media regarding his actions. However, these reports created a peculiar chemical reaction in the eyes of the domestic public. This Qin Tian boss has vision. Sticking to his guns to choose our Big Yao, he's one of us. Look, this is the responsibility of a Chinese-American boss. He knows who the real genius is. Those Americans are just jealous. Jealous that we have a #1 pick, jealous that boss Qin has guts. Qin Tian has endured immense pressure. It's not easy. For this reason, I'm a fan now. I heard he's young and handsome. He's practically the template for a male lead in a novel. In an instant, Qin Tian's image in the country transformed from a spendthrift acting recklessly in the U.S. to a perceptive ethnic entrepreneur, a courageous and responsible Chinese elite, and the unsung hero supporting Longhua basketball. His Chinese identity became a significant advantage at this moment, and his choice of Yao Ming was imbued with a patriotic color that transcended basketball. Some media even began to explore the background of his Tianqiong capital, portraying him as a representative of a mysterious and powerful overseas Chinese business family. This stark contrast in public opinion was perhaps something Qin Tian himself had not anticipated while at the center of the storm. Inadvertently, by choosing Yao Ming, he won immense prestige and goodwill in Longhua, laying an incredibly solid foundation for his future development in the Longhua market. After the uproar of the draft, Qin Tian, as the host, intentionally stayed for 2 more days in New York, taking the still excited and dazed Yao Ming and his parents to enjoy the sights of this world capital. They visited the island where the Statue of Liberty stands, with Yao Ming's towering figure creating an interesting contrast with the statue. They experienced the flashing neon lights and bustling crowds in Times Square. They strolled through Central Park, seeking a moment of tranquility amid the chaos. Qin Tian even arranged for a Broadway musical, allowing the Yao family to experience a different cultural atmosphere. During this time, the relationship between Qin Tian and the Yao family grew increasingly harmonious. Yao Ming's parents were typical Longhua-style parents, simple and sincere, expressing their deep gratitude to Qin Tian for everything he had done for their son. And Qin Tian set aside his boss demeanor, accompanying them with the attitude of a younger relative, being considerate and thorough. "Brother Qin, thank you. My parents have been very happy these days," Yao Ming said privately to Qin Tian, his tone sincere. "It's my duty, Big Yao." Qin Tian patted his shoulder. "This is your moment of glory. Enjoy it well." However, he shifted his tone to a more serious one. "After this brief relaxation, we all need to return to our respective paths and face the challenges ahead." 2 days later, at New York's Kennedy International Airport, Qin Tian personally accompanied Yao Ming and his parents to the boarding gate. He knew that the brief journey to the U.S. had come to an end, and Yao Ming had important national duties to fulfill next. "Big Yao, after you return, focus on participating in the national team training and preparing for the World Championship," Qin Tian advised. "Respect is mutual. We promised the blue shoes, and we must fulfill our obligations well." The 14th World Men's Basketball Championship will be held in Indianapolis on August 30th, one of the highest-level events in world basketball, and you must give it your all. This is both a responsibility and a great opportunity to showcase your abilities to the world. Of course you must also take care of yourself. Yao Ming nodded seriously. I understand, Brother Qin. I want slack off on the national team matters. As for the Busan Asian Games later, Qin Tian smiled. Since it has already been agreed upon, you can skip it. Continuous high-intensity competitions are too exhausting for an inside player like you. We must plan long-term for your NBA career. Avoiding this event is already the best outcome we've managed to secure. Yao Ming let out a sigh of relief. He also understood that the burden on his body was limited, and being able to avoid events like the Asian Games was crucial for his preparation for the new NBA season. After you return to Houston, we will immediately set up a dedicated training and support team for you, including strength trainers, technical coaches, nutritionists, and rehabilitation therapists. They will communicate with you in advance to formulate a preliminary plan. Once your world championship is over and you officially report to the team, we will be able to get into the swing of things right away. Your English learning should also be prioritized. This will help you integrate into the team and environment more quickly. Don't worry, Brother Qin, I've noted it all down. Alright then, see you later. Stay in touch, and feel free to reach out to me with any questions. Qin Tian and Yao Ming shook hands firmly and bid farewell to Yao Ming's parents. Watching Yao Ming's tall figure disappear at the end of the boarding bridge, Qin Tian took a deep breath. He knew he had carefully sent a seed of a future superstar back to the land that nurtured him for one final refinement. The next time he stepped onto American soil, he would officially begin that grand and tumultuous NBA career. Meanwhile, he still had a mountain of affairs to handle in Houston, naming the new arena, further strengthening the team roster, advancing business partnerships. The new era belonging to the Houston Rockets and him had just begun. After bidding farewell to Yao Ming, Qin Tian did not linger in New York and immediately returned to Houston. As soon as the plane landed, he plunged into a new round of intense work. He first met with the officials from the Houston city government and the Houston Sports Bureau. The meeting took place in a spacious conference room at City Hall. Regarding the new arena that was rising from the ground, Qin Tian did not get bogged down like other team owners over the naming rights and their price and duration. Instead, he directly threw out a bombshell. Gentleman, Qin Tian said straightforwardly, his tone calm, yet filled with undeniable determination. Regarding the new home arena, the Rockets do not wish to merely be a tenant. We hope to completely buy out the ownership of the arena. Upon hearing this, the government officials and representatives from the Sports Bureau exhibited expressions of surprise. Completely buy out? That's no small sum. Qin Tian did not give them much time to ponder and directly presented his offer. We are willing to pay $250 million to purchase the full ownership of the arena. Furthermore, I promise that all subsequent interior renovations, equipment purchases, and construction costs will be borne entirely by our Rockets. A brief silence fell over the conference room, followed by low murmurs of discussion. This offer exceeded their previous expectations. The construction of this arena was largely driven by the pressure from the citizens and public opinion, who hoped for a modern NBA arena primarily intended for rental to the Rockets. Although it could yield long-term profits through rent and naming fees, once completed, it would also require a significant investment of manpower and resources for maintenance and operation. Now, with the new owner of the Rockets willing to pay a substantial sum for a complete buyout, not only did it immediately alleviate the government's financial pressure and subsequent management issues, but it also allowed this investment to be quickly liquidated, enriching the municipal treasury. More importantly, considering Qin Tian's approach, if he did not acquire this arena, with his financial capability, it was entirely possible for him to build a more luxurious private arena elsewhere in Houston. At that time, who would rent this arena built with government investment? Wouldn't it become a hot potato? With hardly any hesitation, after a brief internal communication, the government representative smiled and said, Mr. Qin, your boldness is admirable. In principle, we agree to your acquisition proposal. Specific details can be arranged for our team to connect quickly to finalize the agreement. Great, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Qin Tian smiled and shook hands with the other party. This meant that the future home of the Rockets would fully belong to him, no longer at the mercy of others, thus clearing the biggest obstacles for future operations and commercial development. With the arena secured, the NBA's annual spectacle, the free agent market, officially opened at 6 p.m. on June 30, 2002. At this moment, the general manager's offices of various teams in the league were ablaze with lights, and the phone lines were burning hot. Qin Tian sat in his office at the Compact Center with a list of key targets laid out in front of him. As the clock's hands pointed precisely to the opening hour, he wasted no time dialing the first number on the list, Chauncey Billups. At this point, Billups was at a crossroads in his career, and one could even say he was somewhat lost. In 1997, he entered the league with great fanfare as the third overall pick, while the first pick was Tim Duncan, who caused half the league to tank, and the ninth pick was the exceptionally talented Tracy McGrady. However, unlike Duncan's meteoric rise or McGrady's steady ascent, Billups' career trajectory could be described as a vagabond's diary. After being selected by the Boston Celtics, he played less than one season before being used as a trade chip to go to the Toronto Raptors. However, before he had the chance to compete alongside Vince Carter and McGrady, he was once again packed up and sent to the Denver Nuggets. In the high altitude of Denver, he still failed to find a stable rhythm and was traded once more before completing a full season, this time to the Orlando Magic. To make matters worse, upon arriving at the Magic, he had yet to play any games for his new team before being sidelined for the season due to injury. After the season, the Magic unhesitatingly let him go. The continuous upheavals and injuries led this former third overall pick to be labeled a bust, and his value plummeted to rock bottom. It wasn't until 2000 that he found a temporary refuge with the Minnesota Timberwolves on a 2-year minimum salary contract. In his first season, he still struggled, averaging only 9.3 points, seemingly solidifying the bust label. It wasn't until the recently concluded 01-02 season that he slightly regained his form, averaging 12.5 points and 5.5 assists, qualifying him as a decent starting player, but far from meeting the expectations people had for a third overall pick. The call connected. Hi Chauncey, this is Chin Tion, the owner of the Houston Rockets. On the other end of the line, Billups was clearly taken aback. He did not expect that as soon as the free agency market opened, the first call would come from the recently controversial Rockets, and it would be from the owner himself. Mr. Chin. Hello, Billups replied cautiously. Chauncey, I'll be direct, Chin Tion said earnestly. I greatly admire your game. I have watched your game tapes from the Timberwolves. Your defense, your court vision, and your calmness in critical moments are precisely the qualities we need for the Rockets. I know the past few years have not been easy for you, but to me that's merely because you have yet to find a system that truly fits you and trusts you. These words struck a chord with Billups. He had experienced too much distrust and frequent trades. Hearing a team owner affirm his value in such a way stirred something within him. The Rockets are in a rebuilding phase, but we have clear goals. Chin Tion continued to outline his vision. We have selected Yao Ming. He is our future core. We also need a floor general like you to control the pace and organize the offense. You don't need to shoot recklessly like some guards. What you need to do is distribute the ball wisely, deliver it comfortably to Yao Ming, and hit those crucial shots when needed, locking down the opposing team's key players with your defense. Here there is a place for you, and there is trust in you. Billups listened silently, his breathing seeming to quicken. The role that Chin Tion painted for him was precisely what he longed for deep down, to become a true commander of the team, not just a functional player. To express our sincerity, Chin Tion revealed the final condition. We are willing to offer you a 6-year contract worth $37 million. 6 years for $37 million. An average salary of over $6 million. For a player just breaking free from a minimum salary, this was undoubtedly a highly tempting offer that could change his fate. This was not only an acknowledgement of his abilities, but also provided him with the long-desired stability and security. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Billups seemed to be digesting this immense shock while weighing other possible options. Finally, he took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Chin, thank you for your appreciation. I am willing to join the Houston Rockets. Welcome aboard, Chauncey. Chin Tion's face broke into a satisfied smile. I look forward to you revitalizing in Houston and achieving something great together with us. After hanging up, Chin Tion clenched his fist tightly. Billups, who had struggled in the first half of his career, was certainly not the big fish of the offseason, but in Chin Tion's eyes he was a must-grab. He knew the script that would follow. In 2002, Billups joined the Pistons and underwent a complete transformation, quickly becoming the floor general and key player of the team. He led the Pistons to win the NBA championship in 2004 and was awarded the Finals MVP, becoming the first player since 1981 to win the Finals MVP without being selected for an All-Star game. Billups was known for his tenacious defense, excellent passing vision, and a knack for making crucial three-pointers, especially in key moments. He was the ideal fit for Yao Ming, which is why Chin Tion dared to give up Francis without hesitation. Of course, the stains of gambling in the original timeline would only come after he became a coach. There were no such worries during his playing days. Without a moment's pause, Chin Tion immediately dialed the second crucial number, Wang Zhizhi. At this moment, Wang was in a similarly delicate situation. As the first Asian player to enter the NBA, he carried the hopes of countless domestic fans. However, with the Mavericks, he had not been able to secure stable playing time and often spent more time at the end of the bench. His abilities were certainly not as exaggerated as some later media claimed, that he could compete with Nowitzki during his early days with the Mavericks, but as a skilled 7-footer with shooting range, he was fully capable of being a rotation player in the NBA. What made things more challenging was that he was at an impasse with the Domestic Basketball Association for not returning home in time for training, and the so-called Wang Zhizhi incident was brewing, bringing him immense public pressure and mental distress. He originally planned to participate in the Summer League, hoping to earn an NBA contract through his performance. Hello, I'm Chin Tion, the owner of the Houston Rockets. Owner Chin, Hello. Wang Zici's tone was somewhat complex. While his teammate Yao Ming joined the NBA with great fanfare as the first overall pick, Wang, as the first person to step out of the country, was struggling on the margins, and now he was being thrust into the spotlight for seeking an NBA opportunity through a summer league appearance. This disparity was not easy for anyone to bear. To make a long story short, Qin Tian understood the time was pressing and empathized with his feelings. I highly recognize your basketball talent. I believe you have the ability to establish yourself in the NBA. The Rockets are willing to offer you a contract. Wang Zhiyi was clearly taken aback. He did not expect a team, especially one with a fellow Chinese owner, to extend an olive branch during this sensitive period. We are willing to offer a guaranteed contract of 4 years and $8 million. Qin Tian stated the offer directly. Here there is a place for you. You can either serve as a backup for Yao Ming or partner with him in the paint, showcasing your stretch four characteristics. In Houston, you won't have to worry about lacking opportunities. 4 years and $8 million is certainly not a high offer, but for a fringe rotation player, it is quite a good contract. Moreover, Texas has no state income tax. More importantly, this contract meant he no longer had to fight for a minimum salary contract in the summer league, and his future in the NBA was becoming clearer. Sensing Wang Zici's excitement and eagerness on the other end of the line, Qin Tian shifted the conversation to a sensitive topic. Zhi, I understand a bit about the situation back home. With this contract, you won't have to worry about your future. I personally suggest that you proactively reach out to the national team and express your willingness to return for training and serve the country. I believe many things can be discussed. This would be beneficial for both you and the country. This was also the reason Qin Tian signed Wang Zhiyi. Regardless of his ability, this would allow him to return home with peace of mind and lighten the burden on Yao. Moreover, having him by his side for development was far better than sitting on the bench for other teams and being subject to others' whims. Wang Zhiyi was silent on the other end of the line for a long time, seemingly engaged in a fierce inner struggle. Finally, he spoke with a choked voice. Owner Qin, thank you. Thank you. I accept this contract. I will also contact the national team as soon as possible to discuss the return. Wonderful. Welcome to Houston, Zhi. Qin Tian said sincerely. I look forward to you and Yao Ming showcasing the talents of our people in the NBA. A cup of tea slid down his throat, slightly alleviating the thirst and fatigue brought on by the continuous negotiations. Qin Tian showed no signs of resting as his gaze turned once again to the meticulously prepared list of free agents. Time is money, especially on a night when every team manager is sharpening their knives. He must finalize contracts quickly before others realize the value of these rough gems. The target he was about to contact was a player renowned in the original timeline for his chokehold defense against Kobe, but what Qin Tian was interested in was far beyond that controversial defensive move. What he valued was the unique potential of this player who had yet to be fully defined by this era, Rajabel. In an age where the concept of a 3D player was not clearly established, Rajabel was in fact the perfect prototype, an outstanding representative of this type. Throughout his entire career, his three-point shooting percentage would stabilize above 40, and during the 2006-07 season, he tied with the General Gilbert Arenas to become the league's three-point king. On the defensive end, he was a nightmare for opposing perimeter scorers. He excelled in that suffocating shadow-like close defense with a low center of gravity, swift lateral movement, and smooth, efficient transitions, able to stick to opponents like gum and effectively compress their offensive space. His most defining battle was in the 2006 playoffs, where he primarily defended Kobe Bryant, successfully reducing Kobe's average score from the regular season of 35 points to 24 points in the series. His defensive prowess was so profound that he earned a spot on the all-defensive first team that season and was even recognized by Kobe himself as the so-called Kobe stopper. However, such a promising player was at a career low in the summer of 2002, to the point of being downcast. In 1999, Obel entered the NBA draft with high hopes, only to be regrettably undrafted. After a year of stagnation, he signed a short contract with the Philadelphia 76ers in 2000, but after only 5 appearances he was released. Last season he finally secured a 1-year minimum contract from the 76ers and seized the opportunity to showcase his defensive toughness and some outside shooting potential, but after the season the 76ers chose not to renew his contract. At this moment, he was waiting for a phone call that might never come, hoping for the next contract, which could still be a minimum deal with an uncertain future. Qin Tian dialed Bell's agent's number and quickly got in touch with Bell himself. Raja, hello, I am Qin Tian, the owner of the Houston Rockets. Bell on the other end was clearly very surprised, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Mr. Qin, hello. He did not expect the owner of the Rockets, who had been a hot topic recently, to call him personally. Raja, I have been following you for a long time. Qin Tian's opening line was direct and powerful. I greatly admire the tenacity and indomitable spirit you display on the defensive end. These are qualities that a championship team needs. At the other end of the line, Bell listened quietly, yet his heart was stirred. He was used to being seen as a purely defensive soldier, and rarely did anyone affirm his shooting potential so explicitly, especially not a team owner. "We the Rockets are building a team with a unique style," Chin Tian continued to elaborate on his vision. "We need a defensive iron wall on the perimeter, and also a reliable spacing option. And you, Raja, are an important candidate in my future plans. Your task is to use your suffocating defense to disrupt the opposing team's strongest perimeter attacker while on the offensive end lurking in the corner or on the wing ready to catch and hit those open three-pointers." This positioning made Bell's heart race. For a player who had long been hovering on the edge of the league and could be unemployed at any moment, this was a dream opportunity and a sign of trust. "To express our sincerity and recognition of your future value," Chin Tian proposed a well-considered contract. "The Rockets are willing to offer you a fully guaranteed 5-year contract worth $12 million. 5 years for $12 million. An average annual salary of $2.4 million. This was at the time a contract slightly below full mid-level exception, but for a player with Bell's background, it was considered a generous long-term deal. The significance of this contract lay not only in the amount, but also in the 5-year guarantee, which provided him with unprecedented security and a stable environment for development. In terms of the contract amount, Chin Tian had indeed given it considerable thought. He could of course have offered Bell a minimum contract as other teams might do. However, he was well aware of Bell's potential. Once Bell proved his worth, it would be impossible to retain him without a salary in the $5 million range. What? Did someone suggest just signing him to a 5-year minimum deal? Would any player be foolish enough to sign a 5-year minimum deal with a team? He was only 26. Therefore, this contract, slightly below the mid-level exception, but with a sufficiently long term, was in Chin Tian's view a wise move to secure Bell's golden years in advance. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Only the sound of Bell's heavy breathing could be heard. He needed time to digest this huge surprise. A long-term guaranteed contract from an owner who seemed to possess great ambition. This was worlds apart from the hardships he had previously experienced. "Mr. Chin." Bell's voice was somewhat hoarse with excitement. I don't know what to say. Thank you for your trust. I accept this contract. I promise you I will give it my all and never let you down. Welcome to Houston, Raja." Chin Tian said with a smile. "Get ready to become the league's top 3D benchmark here." 3D. Bell felt puzzled by this unfamiliar term. "That's right," Chin Tian explained confidently. 3-point and defense. "This would be your label in the future and an important weapon for our team." Successfully acquiring Raja Bell, Chin Tian's team-building puzzle was further completed. He did not pause and immediately dialed the next number on the list, targeting a currently unknown undrafted rookie, Udonis Haslem. The former captain and spiritual leader of the Miami Heat in the original timeline was known for his steely resolve, tough defense, and relentless hustle. He may not be tall among interior players, but he was full of fight, excelling in positioning and rebounding, and had a reliable mid-range shot. Chin Tian understood very well that with Haslem's talent ceiling, he might not be part of the team's long-term core building plan. However, signing him to a minimum contract as a backup rotation for the interior, and even stepping in as a center at specific moments, was definitely a choice worth much more than the cost. Consider that the original timeline's Rockets managed to have the 198 centimeters tall Chuck Hayes play center at times, so why couldn't Haslem, who stood 203 centimeters tall, had a stronger physique and greater fighting spirit, take on the responsibility of the interior when Yao needed a break? The call went through, and Chin Tian introduced himself to Haslem. At this point, Haslem had just experienced the disappointment of being undrafted and was worried about finding an opportunity to enter the NBA. Receiving a call from the Rockets owner personally astonished him. "Udonis, I have watched your game footage from the University of Florida, and I like your attitude on the court. Your toughness, your rebounding, and your professionalism are exactly what our team's culture needs." Chin Tian said straightforwardly. "Thank you, Mr. Chin." Haslem's voice was filled with eagerness. "We are willing to offer you a contract, a 2-year, $1 million rookie contract." Chin Tian made the offer. "There are no unrealistic promises here, but there is a fair opportunity to compete. Prove your worth to us with your sweat and desire for victory and earn a place on the team. Are you willing to accept this challenge?" For an undrafted player, a guaranteed NBA contract, even at the minimum, meant that dreams were becoming reality. Haslem did not hesitate at all and almost shouted back, "I am willing. Mr. Chin, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I promise you I will be the hardest worker in training, and I will cherish every second on the court. Thank you. Great welcome to Houston, Udonis." Chin Tian spoke with encouragement. "I look forward to your performance in the summer league and training camp." Speaking of Haslem being able to play as a center, Chin Tian thought of Yao Ming, this uncut gem who needs a true master to carve him a spiritual totem to guide him. Looking across the entire league, and even the history of basketball, who could be a more suitable mentor than the former god of the Rockets, Hakeem Olajuwon, who donned the number 34 jersey and brought 2 championship trophies to this city. Meanwhile, his gaze swept over the name of Maurice Taylor on the team's salary sheet, growing increasingly disdainful. This brother held a 5-year $48 million contract, yet did not play a single game last season due to injury. Even disregarding his injuries, his performance after recovering in the original timeline was indeed disappointing. As an interior player, his shot-blocking ability was weak, lateral movement, slow defensive flaws, and his physicality lacking. The only highlight was perhaps his relatively stable mid-range shooting. Such a high-salary, low-performance, one-dimensional player who hinders defense is undoubtedly a liability that Shin Tae-yeon needs to address swiftly in his team-building blueprint. A first overall pick in need of a mentor, a contract in need of clearing, a legend yearning to return to his roots. Suddenly, a clear trading idea flashed through Shin Tae-yeon's mind. He immediately had his assistant Jessica find the phone number of Glenn Grunwald, the general manager of the Toronto Raptors, and dialed without hesitation. After the call connected, both parties exchanged brief pleasantries. Grunwald was quite curious about Shin Tae-yeon, the new owner, who had recently stirred up the league. Mr. Grunwald, I'll get straight to the point. Shin Tae-yeon spoke sincerely but skillfully positioned himself. I know Hakeem's time with the Raptors may be coming to an end, and his remaining contract could be a considerable burden for a team planning for the future. Grunwald did not respond immediately on the other end, but the silence itself represented a certain acquiescence. Olajuwon's performance last season with the Raptors indeed experienced a drastic decline, averaging only 7.1 points and 6.0 rebounds, and he was already 39 years old. He would only get worse from here on out. His remaining 2 years, nearly $13 million, appeared to the Raptors management as a contract that urgently needed to be dealt with. Shin Tae-yeon seized the moment. We the Rockets have always regarded Hakeem as the greatest legend in our franchise. We hope to provide him with an opportunity to retire back where his dream began, in the identity of a Rockets player. This is a mark of respect for the legend, and also a wish of ours. He paused for a moment, and threw out the core proposal to help the Raptors resolve their salary cap issues, and to express our sincerity, we are willing to take over Hakeem's contract. At the same time, we can send Maurice Taylor to Toronto. Although Taylor missed last season due to injury, before his injury, he was able to contribute an average of 13 points and 5 rebounds. He is only 25 years old, possesses good scoring skills and potential. For the Raptors, using an aging veteran at the end of his career to exchange for a young and capable interior player while freeing up future salary flexibility is undoubtedly a move focused on the future. Of course, this trade is not equal, so I won't ask for much more, just a 2004 second-round pick. Grunwald was intrigued. Exchanging a 39-year-old, out-of-form, heavily burdened veteran for a 25-year-old, scoring-capable young interior player, while also clearing salary space, does sound attractive. However, he was unwilling to give up the second-rounder. Mr. Shin, your feelings for Hakeem are moving. Grunwald's tone carried the shrewdness of a businessman. Maurice Taylor's history of injuries is a risk we need to assess. Therefore, for us to complete this trade, we believe the Rockets need to provide a future draft pick as compensation for the risk rather than us giving up a second-round pick. Shin Tae-yeon scoffed and retorted, Mr. Grunwald, our desire to bring back Hakeem is driven more by emotion and respect. We all know his contributions on the court have become quite limited. However, if you use this sentiment as leverage to raise the price, I must express my deep regret. I can only choose to let Hakeem fulfill his contract with you, and then sign him to a short contract so he can retire as a Rockets player. Sorry to bother you, goodbye. Grunwald, seeing that the other party could turn hostile at any moment, quickly changed his tone. Mr. Shin, your sincerity and respect for the legend have convinced me. We agree to this trade, sending Hakeem Olajuwon and a 2004 second-round pick to acquire more. Okay, thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Shin Tae-yeon sincerely expressed his gratitude, feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders. After hanging up, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was certainly aware that the remaining contract for the Dream was undoubtedly overpriced from a competitive standpoint. But he also knew that according to the trajectory of the original timeline, Olajuwon had already had thoughts of retiring and would announce his retirement shortly after the start of the 2002-03 season in the original timeline. It was November 9, 2002. Even if his involvement might allow the Dream to play a bit longer, it was impossible for him to finish the remaining 2 seasons. Using the despised and similarly burdened Maurice Taylor not only exchanged for the team totem, but also gained an extra second-round pick. From the perspectives of team culture, ticket sales appeal, and teaching Yao Ming, or from an asset operation standpoint, it was a substantial profit without any loss. What surprised Shin Tae-yeon was that the positive response brought by this trade exceeded expectations. When the trade news was revealed by the media, it caused a tremendous stir in Houston. The Houston Chronicle's sports section headlined the next day, "Welcome home, Hakeem. Shin Tae-yeon completes a heartfelt redemption." The article stated, after a series of jaw-dropping maneuvers, the new owner of the Rockets, Shin Tae-yeon, finally did something that warmed the hearts of all Rockets fans. He brought the team's legend, the city's hero, Hakeem Olajuwon, back home. This may not be a shrewd operation, but it is definitely an emotional return, a tribute to the great tradition of the Rockets. Regardless of Chin Tion's previous decisions, he deserves our applause for this move alone. He finally did something that brought tears of joy to all old Rockets fans. Other local media and fan forums also overwhelmingly praised the trade. Olajuwon's strong fan base in Houston made Chin Tion's move earn a lot of goodwill, alleviating some of the public pressure he faced due to the trades of Francis and Mobley. And at the center of the event, Olajuwon himself in a phone interview could hardly hide his excitement. "I cannot express my joy in words. Houston is my home, where I have the most beautiful memories of my career. To be able to return here and end my career with the Rockets is the perfect ending. I thank Mr. Chin Tion and the Rockets management for making this decision. I look forward to returning to the Compaq Center and seeing those familiar fan faces." What pleased Chin Tion even more was that Rudy Tomjanovich, the esteemed coach who had previously harbored misunderstandings toward him, also took the initiative to call Chin Tion. After being upset to the hospital by Chin Tion, Rudy was indeed diagnosed with bladder cancer and had begun treatment. This incident had fundamentally changed his impression of Chin Tion. Rudy's voice, though slightly weak from treatment, was filled with sincerity. "I must apologize for my earlier impulsiveness, and also thank you. Your seemingly rude reminder may have saved my life. And now you brought Hakeem back home. I don't know what to say. You did something incredibly right. Hakeem's return is significant for this team and this city. Thank you. Take care, Rudy." Chin Tion responded, "Sincerely, the Rockets will always be your home, and we await your healthy return." At this moment, Chin Tion felt that through his actions he was gradually mending the emotional rift between himself and the city, and with the history of the team. Having successfully sent Maurice Taylor away, Chin Tion looked at the last useless player on the roster that needed to be addressed, Mookie Norris. Norris was known as the happy pill in the locker room, very good at uplifting the atmosphere, and well-liked. Last season, he had his best performance, averaging 8.1 points and 4.9 assists. However, Chin Tion knew that this had already been his absolute peak. His actual strength was not sufficient in the team he envisioned. He loved to play flashy offense, which was inconsistent, and defensively was limited by his physical condition, standing at 185 meters and being slightly underweight, making it a clear shortcoming. The only highlight was probably his decent playmaking ability. The problem is this kind of role player carries a 6-year $22.7 million contract. Although the average salary isn't exorbitant, the long duration, considering his rapidly declining form, would soon turn this contract into another difficult garbage contract to deal with. He must act quickly while he has just produced highlight stats. Chin Tion dialed a familiar number again. On the other end of the line, Jordan's voice soon came through, tinged with obvious displeasure. "Chin, what can I do for you?" He was clearly still upset about Chin Tion rejecting his proposal to trade Hamilton for Francis. "Hello, Mr. Jordan," Chin Tion replied casually, as if he didn't detect the other party's displeasure. "I have a player I want to trade, Mookie Norris, who averaged 8.1 points and 4.9 assists last season. I wonder if the Wizards are interested." Hearing that it was a player of this caliber, Jordan showed even less interest and said curtly, "Not interested. There are plenty of players like that in the league." Chin Tion remained calm and replied, "Just a 2005 second-round pick. If you don't want him, I can go ask other teams." "Just a second-round pick." Jordan paused for a moment, and his mind immediately started working. A player who averaged 85 last season with a salary of over $3 million per year, while not a super value, certainly cannot be considered garbage, is actually being sold for just a second-round pick. Is this kid clearing out his inventory for a bargain sale? To be honest, Jordan's tone was filled with confusion. "What exactly is your game plan?" Chin Tion had long prepared his response, his tone becoming sincere. "Mr. Jordan, you have always been my idol in basketball. Last time regarding the trade of Richard Hamilton, it was indeed because he was not part of my team-building plan, so I rejected your proposal, and I have felt quite guilty about it. Mookie's contract is a bit high for me. I want to clear some salary space. Given that the Wizards' current salary level hasn't reached the cap, you can easily absorb his contract. I thought rather than letting this opportunity go to another team, why not give it to you? It's also a small way for me to make amends for the previous incident." This explanation was flawless, flattering Jordan, clarifying the reason and expressing apologies. Jordan pondered on the other end of the line, always feeling something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Chin Tion had taken such a low stance, and the reasoning seemed to make sense. "Is it really that simple?" Jordan subconsciously asked. Chin Tion sighed, his tone carrying a hint of injury. "Mr. Jordan, it seems you still don't trust me. If that's the case, I won't bother you any longer. They'll contact other teams." "Wait," Jordan hurriedly called out to him. A second-round pick for an immediately usable backup point guard. It seemed like a guaranteed profitable deal to him. Who cares what deep motives Chin Tion has? Let's secure this benefit first. "Yes, of course. Chin, it seems you are a good friend, very generous. Of course it would be my honor to communicate more with you. Chin Tian replied with a smile. After sending Muchi Norris to the Prodigy, a vacancy appeared in the backup point guard position. In this position, there are not many available targets in the free market, with two players being somewhat eye-catching, but they have vastly different styles, each with its own pros and cons. One is Troy Hudson, nicknamed Little Madman. This player lives up to his nickname, being a typical erratic guard with terrifying explosive shooting ability. When he is on a hot streak, scoring becomes as easy as picking fruit, bringing great joy to his coach, who would cheer in delight. However, once he cools down, he turns into a black hole and cancer on the court, shooting wildly, yet missing frequently, and his defense becomes non-existent, allowing opponents to relish the game. His most glorious achievement occurred in the 2002-03 season of the original timeline, when he joined the Minnesota Timberwolves, averaging 23.5 points per game in the playoffs against the Los Angeles Lakers, who had the OK duo. In that series, where the Timberwolves ultimately lost 24, one of the two games they won was when their core player Kevin Garnett was ejected and Troy Hudson single-handedly carried the offensive load to lead the team to victory. This is enough to prove that when he goes crazy, his firepower can rival that of top superstars. It was also this outstanding performance in the series that led the Timberwolves management to decisively offer him a 6-year $36 million contract in the original timeline. However, after receiving the big contract, this guy seemed to instantly enter retirement mode, his condition plummeting, and he could never regain his former glory. He is an extreme scorer with huge fluctuations in form, a sharp, yet difficult-to-control double-edged sword. The other candidate is Earl Boykins, nicknamed Little Elf. Just how little is he? Officially, he stands at only 165 centimeters. If he were to stand next to Yao Ming, the visual impact would be striking. His head would barely reach Yao Ming's hips. However, despite his small stature, Little Elf is no ordinary player. He fought through 13 seasons in the NBA, which is impressive for someone of his size. It is worth noting that Isaiah Thomas, later hailed as the strongest 175, only had 12 seasons in his professional career. Moreover, the era Boykins played in featured far more physicality than the small ball era that followed. Earl Boykins possesses astonishing ball handling skills, exceptional ability to combine with the ball a soft and stable shooting touch, and an unusually strong core strength that belies his height. He is a well-rounded scorer, a master of controlling the pace of the game, and an efficient offensive initiator. Of course, due to his height, one cannot have unrealistic expectations for him on the defensive end. However, thanks to his powerful lower body strength, he does not suffer too much when defending most guards and post-up. Of course, if an opponent chooses to shoot over him directly, he can only watch the ball helplessly. Whether he gets scored on or not, he will still be scored on. After careful consideration, Chin Tian ultimately chose the more stable Earl Boykins. For a team composed almost entirely of new components, stability and controllability are far more important than relying on the uncertain erratic outbursts. What the team needs is a reliable point guard who can stabilize the rhythm and organize the offense in the second unit, not a wild card who might disrupt the team's flow. In the early years of his career, Earl Boykins faced many challenges moving between various teams, mostly signing 10-day contracts or two-way contracts, and struggling to secure a guaranteed minimum salary. It wasn't until the 2002-03 season in the original timeline that he received a stable minimum salary contract with the Golden State Warriors, finally entering the league's spotlight, even making it to the 6th Man of the Year candidates list with his outstanding performance. Later, the Denver Nuggets recognized his value and signed him to a 4-year $13 million contract. Chin Tian did not intend to give him such a long contract, but signing him to a minimum salary as a backup point guard was still quite appealing. After the call was connected, Chin Tian introduced himself and his intentions to Boykins. For this undersized player who has been struggling on the fringes of the league, receiving a personal invitation call from the owner of an NBA team is an unbelievable surprise. Earl, I value your ball handling, rhythm, your stability in shooting, and your never give up spirit, Chin Tian stated directly. We need a point guard who can control the game and create opportunities for teammates in the second unit. In Houston, you will receive stable playing time and become an important part of our rotation. Boykins was ecstatic on the other end of the phone, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Chin, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I assure you I will do my best to help the team. We are willing to offer you a fully guaranteed minimum salary contract for 2 years totaling $1.2 million. Chin Tian made the offer. Welcome to Houston. We look forward to you here, surprising everyone who has underestimated you. I definitely will, sir. Boykins readily agreed. With Earl Boykins signing completed, the Houston Rockets roster for the next season was basically set. Point guard Chauncey Billups, 5 years, $37 million, expiring in 2008. Earl Boykins, 2 years, $1.2 million minimum salary, expiring in 2004. Shooting guard Ray Allen, 3 years, $45 million, expiring in 2005. Raja Bell, 5 years, $12 million, expiring in 2007. Small forward. Ron Artest rookie contract 1.9 million expiring in 2003. Tayshaun Prince rookie contract 9600 next season expiring in 2006. Power forward. Rasheed Wallace 16.2 million expiring in 2003. Carlos Boozer second-round rookie contract 400 next season expiring in 2005. Wang Zhizhi 4 years, 9 million expiring in 2006, could also play center. Yao Ming first overall rookie contract 3.86 million next season expiring in 2006. Hakeem Olajuwon remaining 2 years, about 12 million expiring in 2004. Udonis Haslem, 2 years, 1 million minimum salary expiring in 2004, could also play power forward. To be fair, this roster is far from perfect. In the center position, the old and the young are both present, and the team's inside ceiling depends entirely on Yao's growth rate. The bench is also filled with many young players who have yet to prove themselves in the NBA and experienced veterans whose current form is questionable. However, rebuilding is inherently a gradual process, and Chin Tian did not have unrealistic expectations for the team to win the championship in the first year. He was satisfied with the current overall framework. Billup's brain Ray Allen's shooting Artest, and Prince's wing defense Rasheed Wallace's spacing and help defense, and Yao Ming's core potential. As long as there is proper cohesion and good chemistry, this team absolutely possesses the ability to compete against any opponent in the league. With the player roster completed, a crucial issue arose: the head coach was gone. The accomplished head coach Rudy Tomjanovich was battling bladder cancer and was clearly unable to handle the heavy responsibilities of head coach. Out of respect for him, Chin Tian officially hired Rudy as the team's special advisor. Looking across the league, there are only 2 recognized level masters in coaching: Greg Popovich of the San Antonio Spurs and Zen master Phil Jackson, who just led the Lakers to a three-peat. However, both of these individuals are non-transferable assets to their respective teams, deeply bonded with the team's culture, making it nearly impossible to pry them away. Chin Tian naturally wouldn't seek to make things difficult for himself. Among the slightly lower-tier level coaches, Chin Tian believed there were 2 who would be very suitable for the current Rockets team. The first is Larry Brown, then head coach of the Philadelphia 76ers. Coach Brown is known in the league as a defensive master and a disciplinarian. His core coaching philosophy is ultimate defense, strict tactical discipline, sharing the ball, and reducing turnovers. He excels at molding a group of players who are not top-tier talents into a powerful collective, creating a resilient team culture. In the original timeline, he led the Detroit Pistons, a blue-collar team, to defeat the Los Angeles Lakers with the F4 super roster in 2004, perfectly exemplifying his coaching philosophy. Chin Tian examined his roster: Billup's Artest, Prince, Rasheed Wallace, Bell. This is almost an upgraded version of the championship Pistons from the original timeline. If Larry Brown were to coach, he would certainly have the ability to maximize this team's defensive potential, creating a finely tuned, disciplined winning machine. The other candidate worth considering is Rick Adelman, then head coach of the Sacramento Kings. Adelman is famous for his Princeton offense that made him renowned. The core of this system is dynamic offense, constant cutting, sharing the ball, and extensive involvement of the center in high-post actions. This system is practically tailor-made for Yao Ming. It can significantly develop and utilize Yao Ming's playmaking abilities from the high post and elbow. Imagine Yao Ming handling the ball at the high post, utilizing his excellent passing vision and soft mid-range shooting touch, while Ray Allen tirelessly moves without the ball to find opportunities, and Artest and Prince look for chances to cut to the basket. This would maximally stretch the opponent's defense, creating numerous easy scoring opportunities. Faced with 2 top coaching candidates, each with a distinct style, Chin Tian pondered for a long time and ultimately decided to first reach out to Rick Adelman. Deep within his heart, Adelman's Princeton system, which emphasizes space movement and teamwork, resonated more with Yao Ming's technical characteristics and his vision of modern basketball. Once the call connected, Chin Tian began with a polite greeting before diving straight into the topic, expressing his admiration for Adelman's coaching philosophy. Coach Adelman, this is Chin Tian from the Houston Rockets. I greatly admire the offensive system you built in Sacramento. It is a basketball philosophy that elevates team play to an art form. On the other end of the line, Adelman seemed somewhat surprised, but responded warmly. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Chin. The Kings are indeed a special team, and we adapted and grew together. That is precisely why I am calling you. Chin Tian said sincerely. The new team I am assembling in Houston has a high-post playmaker like Yao Ming, a historic off-ball shooter like Ray Allen, and several forwards with excellent athleticism and cutting awareness. I believe the player characteristics of this team have a natural and high compatibility with your Princeton system. Here you can fully implement your basketball philosophy and tap into the offensive potential to the fullest. To express sincerity, Chin Tian directly proposed a highly enticing offer To invite you to take the helm of the Rockets, we are willing to offer a 5-year, $30 million contract. This not only affirms your abilities, but also represents our determination to entrust all basketball affairs to you. 5 years and $30 million. At that time, this was undoubtedly a super top salary in coaching, reflecting Chin Tian's ambition and respect. The other end of the line fell into a brief silence. Adelman was clearly moved by this sincerity and generous offer. He had to admit that the team structure described by Chin Tian was indeed very appealing to him. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately replied apologetically, "Mr. Chin, thank you very much for considering me so highly along with the Rockets. This offer is indeed hard to refuse. But, please forgive me, I cannot accept. In Sacramento, I have established a special bond and trust with this team, with Chris Webber, Paige Stojakovic, and the others. We are on the path to chasing a championship, and our system has matured. We know each other well. I cannot leave them at this critical moment. I'm sorry, Mr. Chin, I wish you can find a more suitable candidate." Adelman's refusal was polite, but he chose to stay with the Kings, a team that perfectly integrated with his style and was at its peak, continuing to pursue his championship dream. After hanging up, Chin Tian felt regret, but also understood Adelman's choice. He quickly adjusted his mindset and turned his attention to another renowned coach, Larry Brown. In stark contrast to the atmosphere of the call with Adelman, as soon as the call was connected, Larry Brown's voice came through with a hint of arrogance and undeniable authority. "Mr. Chin, I've heard you've been quite active lately. However, I must make it clear that I am very happy in Philadelphia. Iverson is a warrior, and we share a common goal. I will never take over that. A mess in Houston at this time." His words were laced with disdain for the current state of Chin Tian was psychologically prepared. He knew that dealing with a traditional coach like Brown, who valued practical interests, required more than just grand visions. He directly unleashed a financial offensive. "Coach Brown, I completely understand your feelings for Philadelphia. However, the Rockets are far from a mess. We have a clear team-building vision and a group of immensely talented players. To express our sincerity, we are also willing to offer you a top salary contract of 5 years and 30. I believe this sufficiently demonstrates our highest recognition of your coaching abilities and our determination to invite you to embark on a new venture." Indeed, the allure of money is immense. Upon hearing the figure of 5 years and $30 million, Larry Brown's tone immediately underwent a 180-degree shift. The previous arrogance and impatience vanished without a trace, replaced by a strong interest and enthusiasm. 5 years and $30 million. Brown's voice noticeably rose an octave, brimming with uncontainable excitement. "Mr. Chin, your boldness is truly admirable. I must say you've successfully piqued my interest. I think we need to delve deeper into the team's planning." He immediately began to proactively envision the future. "If I were to coach this Rockets team, I have absolute confidence that within 3 years I will transform it into a strong team with championship potential. My defensive philosophy and discipline requirements are precisely the foundations that a young team needs." As the two sides seemed to be on the verge of a perfect match, Chin Tian still had a core question that needed confirmation. He seized the moment and posed the crucial question concerning the Rockets' future. "Coach Brown, I greatly appreciate your confidence. So I would like to ask, if you were to coach the Rockets, how do you plan to develop and utilize our number 1 overall pick?" Larry Brown almost instinctively replied, "Yao. He's tall, very talented, and has a soft touch. However, he is too skinny. In the NBA's paint, without a strong physique, one cannot survive. He must bulk up significantly to adapt to the fierce competition down low. I will develop him into a better interior barrier and rebounder than Dikembe Mutombo. He will become the backbone of our defensive system." This statement struck like thunder in Chin Tian's ears. Bulk up, an interior barrier. This was in direct contradiction to the development path he had envisioned for Yao Ming, one that avoided excessive strain and maximized his versatility. He could already foresee a future where Yao Ming, under Brown's guidance, would be forced to bulk up, exhausting his energy and suffering injuries from repeated battles in the low post. Suppressing his displeasure, Chin Tian attempted to communicate with the stubborn old coach. "Coach Brown, I understand your perspective. However, based on our medical assessments, Yao Ming's physical structure is unique. Excessive weight gain would greatly increase the risk of injuries to his feet and knees. Could we consider focusing primarily on muscle gain, without significant weight increase, while further developing his high-post playmaking and mid-range shooting abilities, allowing him to become an offensive focal point rather than merely a low-post blue-collar worker?" "No, no, no." Larry Brown emphatically interrupted him, his tone resolute and authoritative. "Mr. Chin, in basketball, the game is always ruled by those who dominate the paint. Only a tough interior presence can lay the foundation for victory. The style you mentioned floating on the outside is merely superficial, like what the Kings do. They're doomed to not go far in the playoffs. What truly determines the championship is the dominance in the paint." Chin Tian tried to make one last effort, but coach, modern basketball may be evolving. We have shooters like Ray Allen, and we can completely. Mr. Sheen. Larry Brown abruptly cut him off, his tone, now clearly displeased, even carrying a hint of reprimand. You are the team owner responsible for assembling the roster and managing the business operations, and that's great. However, matters on the basketball court should be left to professionals. How to train players, how to formulate tactics, how to win games. That's my job. You just need to watch from the sidelines and be ready with your checkbook. Upon hearing this, Chin Tian's final glimmer of hope was extinguished. He could not entrust his hard-built future, especially Yao Ming's health and development, to a coach so stubborn and dismissive of reasonable concerns from the owner. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a calm, yet resolute tone. Coach Brown, thank you very much for your time. However, if this is your unwavering stance, and you cannot reach a basic consensus with us on how to use Yao Ming, then I regret to inform you that you may not be suitable for the position of head coach of the Houston Rockets. What a... Larry Brown could hardly believe his ears. He, a legendary coach, was just invited with a top salary, and in the blink of an eye he was rejected due to a minor disagreement. The immense contrast and feeling of being offended instantly ignited his rage. You arrogant kid. What do you know about basketball? You are insulting this sport. Do you think having a few bucks makes you impressive? Let me tell you, without my coaching, your pathetic team will never touch the championship floor. You will regret this. You will definitely regret today's decision. Fuck you. After a flurry of frantic roars and insults, Larry Brown forcefully slammed down the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the line, Chin Tian slowly put down the receiver, his expression not look. The mindset of coaches in this era is still quite rigid, especially those who first believe they are outsiders, completely unable to take in their suggestions. Hulk up, hulk up, hulk up like hell. After being continuously rejected by the two esteemed coaches Rick Adelman and Larry Brown, especially the unpleasant conversation with Larry Brown, Chin Tian deeply realized a stark reality. In this era, those top coaches who have already achieved success and possess their own deeply rooted basketball philosophies may not be the best partners for him to build his future blueprint. Their systems may be glorious, but they are unlikely to tailor an unprecedented developmental path for the raw gem in his hands, especially for Yao Ming. His thoughts began to shift towards other potential candidates. Larry Bird, the totem of the Pacers, the basketball god of Indiana, trying to persuade him would be akin to dreaming. Pat Riley, the calculating genius of Miami, deeply bound to the Heat, with an overwhelming desire for control, certainly not one to settle for less. Jeff Van Gundy, just thinking of his trademark dark circles and stubborn defensive-first philosophy, made Chin Tian shake his head. Perhaps he would be better suited for an exuberant commentary booth. Stan Van Gundy, a real blockhead. Big Stan is not even as good as Little Stan. Tom Thibodeau, the master of wasted talent. Just thinking of his style of overusing starters made Chin Tian feel a phantom pain in Yao Ming's knees. Doc Rivers, the halo of humanity reversed is too dazzling. Chin Tian did not want to ride a roller coaster in every playoff series. As for those future great coaches, Steve Kerr is still wearing a Spurs jersey. Without the Splash Brothers, his everything can be passed and cut still work. Udoka had yet to even touch the threshold of the NBA as a player. Mike Malone is merely a rookie assistant coach at this time. Besides, like Kerr, without Jokic, could he really prove himself? After much thought, a bold idea that was fundamentally at odds with his capitalist identity, like the dawn's first light, increasingly occupied his mind. This head coach, he would do it himself. When it comes to the professional drawing of tactical boards and the finer details of on-site command, Chin Tian has self-awareness. He could never catch up to those seasoned veterans who have been immersed in the league for decades. His brightest coaching experience was merely as a backup point guard during college and part-time as an assistant coach responsible for statistical analysis. Essentially, just a gopher in charge of fetching water and recording data. However, he possessed a basketball foresight 20 years ahead of anyone else in this era. He clearly understood the evolutionary trends of future basketball, the importance of space rhythm and three-point shooting, and how to scientifically manage player workloads to avoid injuries. More importantly, he understood the future potential and technical characteristics of the players under his command better than any coach, knowing what they were better suited for and what they excelled at. He did not need to be Hansen with everything. Professional matters could be entirely entrusted to more professional. He could easily assemble a powerful assistant coaching team, while serving as the chief designer and final decision-maker, grasping the team's strategic direction and integrating the professional capabilities of each assistant into a unified advanced whole. Considering the future, Tyronn Lue, who would only sit idly on the sidelines, and Gum Chewingham could serve as head coaches. With his advanced understanding, why shouldn't Chin Tian give it a try? It may be difficult to pry away a head coach, but using his substantial capital to assemble a top-tier assistant coaching team, could that really be a problem? In 2002, the annual salary of a team's chief assistant coach in the NBA was around $5,000, and ordinary assistant coaches earned below $3,000. As long as he was willing to invest, and offered salaries several times above market value, he did not believe he couldn't attract true talent. Without further ado, Qin Tian immediately began drafting his headhunting list. The first target, Peter Carroll, the founding father of the Princeton system. The Princeton offensive system became famous due to Rick Adelman's success with the Kings, but at its roots this intelligent and team-oriented offensive system was invented and perfected by Peter Carroll during his coaching at Princeton University. At this time, he was working as an assistant coach for Adelman with the Sacramento Kings. Qin Tian dialed Carroll's phone. "Hello, Mr. Carroll, this is Qin Tian from the Houston Rockets." "Mr. Qin." "Hello." Carroll's voice was warm and steady like a scholar. "Mr. Carroll, I am calling to invite you to join the Houston Rockets as our chief offensive assistant coach." Qin Tian got straight to the point. "I have studied your Princeton system extensively, and I believe it is the epitome of basketball wisdom. Our team has a high-post playmaking center like Yao Ming, a master of off-ball movement like Ray Allen, and numerous forwards with cutting awareness and basketball IQ. This team is a natural testing ground built for your system." Carroll was evidently intrigued, but still had reservations. "Mr. Qin, thank you for your appreciation. I have enjoyed working with Rick in Sacramento, and we are pursuing something special. I understand your feelings for the..." Qin Tian said sincerely. "But don't you think that building and perfecting your system from scratch on a brand new, highly malleable team, watching it take root and flourish, is a far more challenging and fulfilling endeavor? With the Kings, you are one of the contributors to the system. In the Rockets, you will be the founder and absolute core of this system. We will construct our offensive strategies entirely based on your offensive philosophy." To add weight to his sincerity, Qin Tian dropped a salary bomb. "To express our absolute respect for you and your basketball wisdom, we are willing to offer you a 5-year, $8 million contract." $8 million for 5 years. Carroll gasped on the other end of the line. This far exceeded his current salary with the Kings and even approached the level of some head coaches. This offer was not merely about money, it was a significant acknowledgement of the value of his basketball philosophy. After a long silence, Carroll's voice, tinged with excitement and determination, said, "Mr. Qin, you have convinced me. Having the opportunity to fully practice my basketball philosophy and receive such unwavering support, I accept your invitation. I look forward to creating a future together with you and this special team in Houston. Welcome aboard, Mr. Carroll. You will be the chief engineer of the Rockets' offensive system." Qin Tian smiled with satisfaction. The second target bred Mike Brown. Having secured the brain of the offense, Qin Tian turned his gaze to defense. His target was Mike Brown, a young assistant coach at the time still with the San Antonio Spurs, learning under Greg Popovich. At this time, Brett Brown was still one of many assistants under Popovich. Although he was deeply influenced by the Spurs' defensive system, he had yet to independently lead a team. Qin Tian knew that Mike Brown would become famous in the future for his ability to build defensive systems. Although he was often criticized for his adaptability in game and his offensive coaching, he was undoubtedly a top expert in constructing rigorous and orderly defensive systems. He was just what Qin Tian needed as a defensive system architect. When the call connected, Qin Tian immediately stated his intention. "Coach Brown, this is Qin Tian from the Houston Rockets. I have been following your work with the Spurs for a long time. Your wisdom is embedded in Coach Popovich's defensive system. I invite you to come to Houston as our chief defensive assistant coach, fully responsible for building the team's defensive system." Mike Brown was taken aback by the direct invitation from the Rockets owner, but hesitated. "Mr. Qin, I greatly appreciate your recognition. I have learned a lot in San Antonio, and Coach Popovich has been very kind to me. I understand your feelings for the Spurs and Coach Popovich." Qin Tian interrupted, "But the eagle must leave the nest and soar solo. In the Spurs, you will always be a member in the shadow of Coach Popovich. In Houston, you will have an independent platform and absolute authority to practice your understanding of defense, building a strong defensive team that bears your Mike Brown label. We have ironclad defenders like Artest Prince and Bell, as well as a master of help defense like Rasheed Wallace. This is the perfect stage for you to showcase your talents." Similarly, Qin Tian unleashed a financial offensive. "The contract we have prepared for you is 5 years, $8 million. This matches the level of your brother-in-arms, Mr. Carroll, representing our commitment to valuing both offense and defense equally." The temptation of independently mastering a defensive system combined with an irresistible, generous contract made the young Mike Brown's heart surge. He longed to prove himself, and the Rockets offered a fantastic opportunity. "Mr. Qin," Brown's voice was full of determination, "I accept this challenge. I will make the Rockets' defense a nightmare for all teams in the league. Looking forward to your performance, Coach Brown." Qin Tian once again secured a valuable asset. The third target, Eric Spoelstra. Next, Qin Tian aimed at a more promising target. Eric Spoelstra, who was working as a video analyst for the Miami Heat at the time. Spoelstra, who studied under the calculating genius Pat Riley, had a profound understanding of the game. In the original timeline, he led the Heat's Big 3 to 2 championships, but at that time, he was not well regarded, often considered a puppet. It was rather his later success with the underdog heat that earned him respect when he led them to the finals against all. Shin Tae-yeon hoped Spoelstra could serve as the team's player development director and tactical assistant coach, primarily responsible for individual player skill development, physical planning, and assisting in tactical video edits and pregame analysis. When Shin Tae-yeon contacted Spoelstra, the future great coach was still quite inexperienced. Hearing the direct invitation from the Rockets owner, he was very surprised. Mr. Spoelstra, I have seen your game analysis reports. The details are astonishing and your insights are unique. Shin Tae-yeon began with affirmation. I believe you possess all the qualities to become a top coach. I hope you can come to Houston to take on a more important role responsible for our player development and tactical preparation. Spoelstra's first reaction was to refuse, his tone filled with loyalty to Riley. Mr. Shin, thank you very much for your appreciation. However, Mr. Pat Riley has been very kind to me. He gave me the opportunity to enter the NBA, and I still have much to learn in Miami. Shin Tae-yeon did not give up. He spoke earnestly and began a battle of hearts. Eric, I understand your gratitude towards Mr. Riley. Loyalty is a virtue. However, you also need to consider your future and your family. Do you really want to forever live in the enormous shadow of Mr. Riley as a nameless video analyst? Your talent deserves a bigger stage to shine. He paused, his voice filled with passion. Come to Houston. Here, there are no hierarchies, only ability and potential. You can directly participate in the construction of a new team. Your ideas will be valued and implemented. Think about it being part of the rise of a potential championship team versus merely being an observer recording a team's success. Which experience allows you to realize your personal value more fully. Your family will also be proud of you for being able to stand on your own and achieve better development. It's time to step out of your comfort zone and prove your name, Eric Spoelstra, to the world. This speech deeply touched the aspirations within Spoelstra, who does not long to be their own master, who wishes to live forever in someone else's shadow. At the same time, Shin Tae-yeon once again presented the terms. The contract we have prepared for you is also 5 years, $8 million. This is not only recognition of your current abilities, but also an investment in your immense future potential. After a long silence and inner struggle, Spoelstra finally made up his mind. His voice carried the certainty of breaking free from a cocoon. Mr. Shin, you are right. It's time for a change. I accept your invitation. I will quickly handle my affairs in Miami and report to Houston. Welcome aboard. I believe this will be the true starting point of your legendary coaching career. Shin Tae-yeon could hardly contain his excitement. To further enhance the coaching staff, Shin Tae-yeon also turned his attention to 2 future top technical coaches. He contacted Bruce Fraser, who would later shine with the Golden State Warriors, especially as Stephen Curry's exclusive trainer. Shin Tae-yeon appreciated his keen observation of players' technical details and his ability to teach according to their needs, inviting him to serve as the player development coach, primarily responsible for the ball handling, shooting, and offensive skill refinement of perimeter players. Faced with a 5-year, $5 million contract and an invitation from the NBA platform, Fraser gladly accepted. He then contacted one of the most renowned shooting coaches in the future, Chip England. At that time, England had not yet joined the Spurs, but was already gaining some recognition in the trainer community. He was exceptionally skilled at correcting shooters' power mechanisms and shooting stability under pressure. Shin Tae-yeon invited him to serve as a dedicated shooting coach, focusing on helping Ray Allen, Rajabel, and others optimize their shooting and providing shooting guidance for all players. Also, with a 5-year, $5 million contract, Chip England could not refuse such an opportunity to showcase his talents on the highest stage. Thus, a dream team of assistant coaches began to take shape. Offensive system architect Peter Carroll, defensive system builder Mike Brown, player development and tactical preparation Eric Spoelstra, shooting technique detail finisher Bruce Fraser, Chip England. This team covered all aspects needed in modern basketball, with members who were all young, promising, and full of. The establishment of the coaching team has provided Shin Tae-yeon with a tactical brain, yet he understands deeply that in the lengthy NBA season, what determines how far a team can go is often not just strategy, but health. Different medical teams can significantly influence the fate of players and the entire team, which he cannot afford. Consider the infamous veterinary team of the Portland Trail Blazers, which failed to identify Greg Oden's leg length discrepancy or to manage Brandon Roy's career effectively. So much talent has rapidly fallen under their watch, leaving one to lament. In contrast, the miraculous medical team of the Phoenix Suns managed to revitalize 34-year-old Shaquille O'Neal and bring back to life Grant Hill, who was almost sentenced to death by injuries, while Steve Nash and Amare Stoudemire maintained prolonged health under their careful guidance. As for the Rockets' former medical team, while not as inept as the Blazers, the memories of Tracy McGrady's back injuries and Yao Ming's recurring stress fractures during the Yao McGrady era make it hard for Shin Tae-yeon to trust them. We must change, and we need the best. Shin Tae-yeon resolutely declared, his sights set on the core of the Phoenix Suns medical team. Thomas Carter, who had yet to become the head physician, and the future-renowned sports medicine director Aaron Nelson. In the original timeline, Aaron Nelson later left the Suns to join the Pelicans, indicating that their team was not invulnerable. Note the Suns only shared medical facilities with NASA, and their medical team is not the same as NASA's. Moreover, the current Suns' performance is mediocre, lacking a winning culture, and the prestige of these two medical giants has not yet reached its peak. Coincidentally, Chin Tian learned through channels that Thomas Carter's contract was set to expire this year. Without delay, he immediately called Thomas Carter. Dr. Carter, hello, I am Chin Tian, the owner of the Houston Rockets. Carter was quite surprised by the call from this young owner, stirring the league. Mr. Chin. Hello, how may I assist you? Chin Tian got straight to the point, expressing his utmost admiration for Carter and his team's capabilities. Dr. Carter, I have thoroughly researched your accomplishments in sports medicine, particularly in the prevention and rehabilitation of skeletal and joint injuries, and I am deeply impressed. I believe that a team aiming for long-term success must have top-tier medical support. I sincerely invite you and your core team to join the Houston Rockets and help us build the best medical security system in the league. Carter was clearly tempted, but being a seasoned professional, he remained cautious. Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. However, I have worked in Phoenix for many years, and I am very familiar with the environment and colleagues here. Moreover, building a new team that meets my requirements requires significant investment and complete trust. Investment and trust are absolutely not a problem. Chin Tian replied decisively, throwing out a jaw-dropping offer. I am willing to provide you with a 5-year $30 million contract to serve as the president of medical affairs for the Rockets. 5 years and $30 million. This figure left Carter on the other end of the line momentarily breathless. It far exceeded the salary of a team physician, even surpassing most head coaches, reflecting unparalleled respect. Chin Tian continued to sweeten the deal. You will have complete autonomy to assemble your exclusive medical team. No matter which experts you want from whichever team or organization, as long as you need them, money is not an issue. We will bring them all over. The most advanced medical equipment and rehabilitation devices. Just provide a list, and I will allocate funds for procurement immediately. I'll buy whatever you need. In Houston, we will establish a world-class sports medicine and rehabilitation center that belongs to us. He paused and proposed the most revolutionary idea. More importantly, I will implement a medical construction concept within the team. This means that when it comes to key decisions regarding player injury management, training loads, and playing time limits, you and your team will have the highest authority. The coaching staff and management must respect and execute the professional advice of the medical team. Our primary goal is to ensure the health and longevity of our players. Medical, granting the medical team decision-making power over player usage. This was almost unheard of in the NBA at the time. This was not just about hiring at a high salary, but providing a medical worker with the highest level of authority and respect imaginable. Carter was deeply moved by Chin Tian's courage and vision. However, Carter still hesitated a bit, mentioning an important partner. Aaron Nelson is a very capable partner of mine, and his contract still has 2 years left. The penalty for breach of contract is likely. The breach of contract penalty for Aaron Nelson will be fully covered by us, the Rockets. Chin Tian interrupted him without hesitation. As long as he is a talent you recognize, no matter the cost. After securing Carter, Chin Tian immediately had his team contact Aaron Nelson. Initially, Nelson was also very hesitant about leaving the familiar Suns. But when he learned from Carter about Chin Tian's comprehensive plan, the exorbitant contract, and the revolutionary idea of medical, his professional ambitions were ignited. With Chin Tian personally making the call, promising to pay all breach penalties, and offering him a position just below Carter with a matching high salary, Nelson was ultimately persuaded to join Carter and head to Houston to create a grand scene. Having successfully recruited the 2 core members of the Suns' medical team, Chin Tian was not yet satisfied, and without hesitation used his resources to lure the renowned ankle specialist from the Suns' Armendariz with a generous 5-year, $10 million contract. He aimed to build a comprehensive and foolproof medical security system. By now, the miraculous medical team he was crafting for the Rockets had officially assembled. This medical team, led by top experts, backed by unlimited resources, and granted unprecedented authority, would become the most solid health support for the Rockets players and the most critical part of Chin Tian's vision of sustainable development in basketball. There is an ancient saying in Huaxia, one must settle down to enjoy their work. Chin Tian understood this principle well. In the NBA, the income disparity among players is vast. Top players can easily buy luxurious homes, while minimum salary players and rookies might still worry about housing. To enhance team cohesion and allow players to devote all their energy to training and games without worries, Chin Tian decided to create a perfect rearguard for his soldiers. A fantastic opportunity lay before him. Due to the sudden bankruptcy of the energy giant Enron, a significant amount of prime real estate it held in Houston's traditional affluent area, River Oaks, was being panic sold, with single-family homes averaging between 8.0 and 1.5 million. Qin Tian knew clearly that these properties would easily surpass $10 million in value in a decade or so. This was not only a great opportunity to solve players' housing, but also an extremely lucrative real estate investment. He immediately summoned his beautiful assistant Jessica to the office, pointed at the map of River Oaks, and decisively issued instructions. Jessica, organize our acquisition team, immediately targeting the River Oaks area. Buy up all properties for sale due to Enron's bankruptcy, as long as their location and structure are suitable. Do not hesitate, money is not an issue. Jessica was taken aback by her boss' boldness, but quickly took notes. This is not all. Qin Tian continued to outline his blueprint. After acquiring these properties, immediately contact the best construction and design companies to plan and transform this area into a completely enclosed, highly private modern community. Inside the community, in addition to these existing high-quality residences, we will build every conceivable living facility. Modern schools, well-equipped libraries, cafes, arcades, temperature-controlled swimming pools, indoor and outdoor basketball courts, professional gyms, therapy centers, and high-end restaurants. In short, we want residents here to meet most of their living, leisure, and family needs without leaving the community. He looked at Jessica and announced solemnly, this community will be named Sky Dome Manor. It will become the exclusive residential area for all players, coaching staff members, and their families of the Rockets. Everyone, regardless of salary, can move in for free. Free housing. Jessica was shocked again. This was a massive undertaking. Indeed, free. Qin Tian confirmed, I want our players, from superstars to the young guys at the end of the bench, to feel the warmth and sense of belonging of the team family. I want them not to worry about their family's living environment, to give their children the best education and play space, and to provide their wives with comfortable social venues. A stable, warm, and high-quality rearguard will allow them to focus more on fighting on the court. Jessica hurriedly left with this grand and humanistic mission. The myriad issues regarding the basketball team have finally been sorted out, allowing Qin Tian to redirect some of his energy back to his much larger business empire. Basketball is where his dreams and passions lie, while solid capital serves as the cornerstone supporting it all. He summoned his astute and capable assistant Jessica, who has become his right hand. Jessica, we can put the team's matters on hold for now, or our capital needs to find new growth points. Qin Tian pushed a concise list in front of her. Arrange our most reliable team to quietly build a position by incrementally purchasing stocks of these two companies. Jessica took the list, which prominently listed Apple Inc. and Nvidia. Boss, Apple is still undergoing a painful transformation, and the recently launched iPod has yet to receive As for Nvidia, Jessica quickly recalled information in her mind. Their performance plummeted after Microsoft suddenly canceled orders for Xbox graphics chips, leading to an 82.9 drop in stock price this year, recently even hitting a low of 7. Market confidence is extremely fragile. Now is the time. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with insight. I believe Apple can become an industry empire in the future. And as for Nvidia, I am optimistic about its absolute technological advantage in the field of graphics processing. The current predicament is merely temporary. Remember, our strategy is to absorb quietly over the long term and in a diversified manner without causing severe market fluctuations. In my expectation, ultimately holding about 25 of these two companies' shares is an ideal goal that won't trigger antitrust alarms. He added a key piece of information. Based on my judgment, Microsoft is likely to sell off all its holdings in Apple at the beginning of next year, which will be a good opportunity for us to increase our investment. Jessica understood immediately and took note of the key points. She knew that her boss' vision always pierced through the fog to see what others could not. There's another more complex task. Qin Tian leaned slightly forward, his tone carrying an interest distinct from pure commercial investment. I want you to organize a competent negotiation team to acquire Blizzard Entertainment from the financially troubled French Vivendi Group. Blizzard A. Jessica was somewhat unfamiliar with the name. This is a company focused on PC game development. Their current works include Warcraft, Diablo, and StarCraft. Qin Tian explained, a rare hint of personal sentiment in his voice. This investment is not purely motivated by financial returns like the previous two. It's more out of my personal preference. I admire their craftsmanship in creating game worlds. He continued, analyzing the timing. Vivendi is currently in severe financial trouble due to its frenzied expansion in recent years. The data I received indicates that they are in debt up to 31 billion with an annual loss of 23.3 billion euros. They urgently need cash to fill the gaps, which presents us with the best opportunity to bottom feed. As for Blizzard, their Warcraft 3 The Frozen Throne has yet to be released, and the epic-making world of Warcraft is still only in the conceptual stage, with its value yet to be fully realized. Once developed, it will not be easy to buy. Jessica quickly understood the logic and her boss' intentions, prioritizing this crucial acquisition. With these key directives issued, Qin Tian felt that his grand vision for the off-season was basically complete. After the intense operations, he decided to take a break. The training camp wouldn't start until September. He planned to embark on a global trip to relax his tense nerves, and of course the capable Jessica would accompany him as both assistant and travel companion. At the beginning of August, the sunset over the Aegean Sea painted the white buildings and the azure sea into a splendid golden hue. Qin Tian was sitting on a seaside terrace, enjoying the rare tranquility. Jessica approached with a document in hand, walking briskly and wearing a look of success. "Boss, good news. After several rounds of tug-of-war negotiations, we have reached a preliminary agreement with the MIH Group." Jessica's voice was tinged with excitement. They agreed to transfer 30 of their shares in Penguin Company for a total price of $500 million. They will retain the final 3 as a symbolic holding. As long as you give the nod, the agreement can be signed at any time. Qin Tian savored a sip of local specialty wine, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. $500 million is undoubtedly a huge sum in 2002, but compared to his memory of Penguin's future market value, it's just a drop in the bucket. Once this transaction is completed, combined with the shares he previously acquired from the founding team and IDG, his personal holding in Penguin Company will reach 57, or achieving absolute control. "Sign," Qin Tian ordered without hesitation. But he soon thought of someone and added, "Immediately connect me to Ma guest phone." After the call was connected, Qin Tian sincerely reiterated to the captain of Penguin, "Mr. Ma, this increase in shares is purely a financial investment. Oh, I am optimistic about Penguin's future. I assure you once again that neither I nor Tianxiong Capital will interfere in the company's daily operations or strategic decisions. You and your team have complete autonomy. Our goal is shared to help Penguin grow into a world-class internet company." This timely communication effectively assuaged any potential suspicions and laid a foundation of trust for future long-term cooperation. By mid-August, the aroma of coffee wafted along the Seine River. Qin Tian leisurely watched the boats gliding over the water as Jessica appeared again with the latest developments. "Boss, as per your instructions, our team has successfully purchased 8 of NVIDIA and 6 of Apple's circulating shares through highly diversified accounts over the past few weeks." Jessica reported and inquired, "The market has not detected any significant anomalies. Should we continue buying as planned?" "Continue." Qin Tian's gaze remained fixed on the shimmering river surface, his tone calm, yet firm. "The strategy remains unchanged, patience, low profile, until we reach our preset goal line of 25. Remember, we aim to be silent long-term shareholders, not speculative traders stirring up the market." At the end of August, the journey reached the southern tip of Africa, Cape of Good Hope. Standing at the magnificent cape, feeling the winds from 2 oceans, Qin Tian marveled at nature's craftsmanship and humanity's brave exploration. Jessica approached again with a beaming smile, this time bringing equally exciting news. "Boss, the biggest good news. The Blizzard acquisition has been finalized." Jessica's voice carried the ease of completing a significant task. "We successfully took over from Vivendi. Moreover, just as you instructed, we communicated with Blizzard's 4 founders, Mike Morhaime, Alan Adam, Frank Pierce, and Chris Metzen, as well as key members of Northern Blizzard at the first opportunity." She continued, detailing, "We clearly conveyed your philosophy. The company will be granted absolute creative freedom and full financial support. Management will not interfere with their development work." They expressed great comfort and excitement about this and collectively promised to remain on board. The resignation thoughts of some core members have also been dispelled. Hearing this, Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction. He understood well that the soul of Blizzard lies in its unparalleled creativity. In the original timeline, due to excessive intervention from capital and mismanagement, a significant talent exodus occurred, causing this company, which could have created more legends, to ultimately fall into the predicament of living on past glories. "God makes games while dogs run operations" became a pain in the hearts of countless players. The once poignant phrase, "we still have a world," gradually lost its luster. Those countless youths who grew old never looked back at their beloved Azeroth. "Very good." Qin Tian gazed at the vast ocean before him, as if seeing another fantastical world built of code and imagination. "Tell them to create their legends with peace of mind. In my hands, Blizzard only needs to think about how to create the greatest games. As for the rest, leave it to me. I heard that Yao is also a Warcraft fan, so we can play dungeons together during breaks, which would be nice." By mid-September, Houston's sweltering heat had begun to recede, and evening breezes carried a refreshing coolness. Within the spacious private estate, recently acquired by Qin Tian on the city's outskirts, a grand welcome reception was underway. This marked the first official gathering of all members ahead of the Houston Rockets' new season. As twilight deepened and lanterns glowed softly, glasses clinked and laughter rose. But for this team, composed almost entirely of fresh faces, the atmosphere retained an air of cautious reserve and tentative familiarity. Players, coaches, and staff gathered in small clusters, exchanging hushed conversations while casting curious glances toward future teammates known only through highlight reels and news reports. Qin Tian stood upon a modest podium at the front of the banquet hall, surveying the group destined to fight side by side. He tapped his palms together, drawing every eye to him. "Gentlemen, welcome to Houston. Welcome home." His voice boomed across the hall, warm and self-assured, a broad smile lighting his face. "I know most of you have yet to form genuine connections. Some names may still feel unfamiliar, some faces unattached to identities. That's perfectly all right. By tonight's end, we shall become a true family." He descended from the podium and moved among them like a sovereign who knew each subject's worth, introducing each person with effortless precision. He consulted no roster. His gaze landed with uncanny accuracy upon each individual. First, he approached a veteran seated slightly apart, calm, dignified, radiating quiet authority. Though nearing 40, his eyes still gleamed with sharp intellect and profound insight. "Ladies and gentlemen," Qin Tian declared with deep reverence, his voice rising slightly. "The next guest requires no lengthy introduction, for his name is legend. He is the very soul of basketball in this city. Let us welcome the eternal dream, Mr. Hakeem Olajuwon." A wave of thunderous applause erupted instantly. The ovation was both prolonged and fervent, not only from management and staff, but from every player steeped in NBA history. Chauncey Billups and Ray Allen rose instinctively, clapping with solemn respect. Yao Ming snapped upright, eyes brimming with veneration, as if a disciple beholding his master. Olajuwon rose with a gentle smile, nodding graciously, a poise born of championship triumphs and timeless stardom. Qin Tian continued, voice thick with emotion. "Hakeem returns not merely as a former player, but as our team's guiding light, and especially as mentor to our young big men. He stands atop the NBA's all-time blocks list. Two-time champion, Finals MVP, regular season MVP, 12-time All-Star. His accolades alone could illuminate this entire arena. Yet more vital still is the one skill every interior player in the world longs to master, the dream shake." Turning to Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi, he added earnestly, "Yao Wang, you are truly fortunate. In the days ahead, Hakeem will share everything he knows, especially those unpredictable, artful low-post moves, with unwavering generosity. This is more than technical transmission. It is the passing of spirit of championship lineage." Olajuwon stepped forward, his voice steady and resonant, laced with rich cadence. "Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, everyone. Returning to Houston feels like breathing familiar air again. I'm thrilled to see this team brimming with fresh energy and extraordinary talent. I'll do all I can to help these young men, especially Yao, understand the game and master the art of the post. I believe he has the potential to become something truly special." His gaze lingered on Yao Ming, filled with quiet encouragement. Yao, overcome, responded in halting English and Mandarin, "Thank you, Mr. Olajuwon. I will learn hard." "Thank you, Mr. Olajuwon. I will learn hard." Next, Qin Tian's gaze settled upon another figure, leaning casually against the bar, tall and imposing, his expression relaxed, yet edged with defiant nonchalance. When Qin Tian looked his way, the man lifted his chin slightly, eyes narrowing with quiet appraisal, as if silently challenging, "Let's see what you'll say about me." A knowing smile spread across Qin Tian's face as he approached. "And this gentleman," he said, tone playful yet deeply admiring, "is our heavenly sovereign, brought all the way from Portland, Rasheed Wallace." "Welcome, Rasheed." Applause followed, but it carried a distinct undercurrent of curiosity and murmured speculation. The raging sovereign needs no introduction across the league. I know many first think of Rasheed's technical foul. Qin Tian laughed heartily, unflinching. "But let me tell you plainly, I brought him here for the elite basketball brilliance obscured beneath that reputation." He grew serious. "Rasheed ranks among the league's most versatile power forwards. He dominates with back-to-the-basket moves, attacks off the dribble. And above all," Qin Tian emphasized each word, "he possesses a three-point stroke so lethal and consistent that most guards would blush in comparison. In this era, he is a pioneer of the spacing four, a rare, irreplaceable asset." Rasheed's previously indifferent expression softened, surprise flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected this young owner to articulate his value, so precisely, bypassing temperament entirely. On defense, Qin Tian continued, "Rasheed's height, wingspan, and instincts allow him to guard positions 1 through 5. His help defense and rim protection will anchor our defensive architecture. Paired with Yao Ming, their interior tandem, one towering, one agile, one pillar, one pivot, will suffocate every opponent's paint attack." Qin Tian stepped directly before Rasheed, meeting his gaze with sincerity. "Rasheed, I know you hunger for victory and grow weary of misinterpretation. Here in Houston, we recognize your worth. We need your talent, and we trust your professionalism. Channel your energy, your brilliance, fully onto the court. Together we can achieve something extraordinary. This profound understanding and unreserved trust clearly struck Rashid. His rebellious edge melted into earnest resolve. He straightened, extended his large hand, and gripped Qin Tian's firmly. His voice, low but resonant, carried undeniable weight. Mr. Qin, you've hit the nail on the head. I came here to win. I'll deliver my part. No further words were needed. His promise hung in the air, absolute and binding. Next, Qin Tian strode toward the quietly reserved Chauncey Billups and clapped him heartily on the back. Chauncey Billups, the floor general, the 1997 third overall pick. I know you've weathered instability and uncertainty, but here your tenacity, your vision, your icy composure in clutch moments will be honored and unleashed. You are the conductor of our offense. Billups, visibly moved, nodded firmly. Qin Tian then met Ray Allen, clinking glasses. Ray, historical shooter, epitome of grace and sportsmanship. Your off-ball movement will shred defenses. Your professionalism will set the standard for every young player. Get ready. Receive Chauncey's pass and let the Nets sing for us. Allen responded with an elegant smile, his eyes reflecting quiet gratitude. Then Qin Tian moved beside Yao Ming, affectionately draping an arm around his waist, reaching just below his shoulders. Big Yao, our collective hope, the giant from the East. Feel no pressure. Your mission is simple: learn healthily, grow joyfully. Hakeem will teach you the dream shake. We'll clear every obstacle from your path. Your future, boundless. Yao smiled shyly and raised his glass to the room. He turned to Ron Artest, fierce and imposing. Ron, our perimeter Iron Gate, the future defensive player of the year. Pour your fire and ferocity onto the court. Lock down every opposing star. This team demands your toughness. At the words defensive player of the year, Artest's eyes flashed. He pounded his chest once, hard. He did not overlook the role players and younger talents. He praised Raja Bell's defensive grit and underrated shooting, encouraged Tayshaun Prince to wield his length as a wing nightmare, lauded Carlos Boozer's polished post footwork and rebounding prowess, and offered clear roles and encouragement to Earl Boykins, Wang Zhizhi, and Udonis Haslam. Then he introduced his coaching staff with ceremony. This is Mr. Pete Carrill, the architect of the Princeton offense. He will infuse our team with strategic intelligence. This is Coach Mike Brown, Spurs defensive maestro, who will forge an unbreakable defensive wall. And this is Eric Spoelstra, a future elite coach, who will oversee your individual development and scientific training. He also highlighted Bruce Fraser and Chip Engeland, underscoring their critical roles in technical refinement and shooting optimization. Finally, he brought forward the medical team's core trio. Gentlemen, memorize these three faces. They are the guardians of your careers. Dr. Thomas Carter, Dr. Aaron Nelson, and foot and ankle specialist Dr. Armandaris. Their authority is absolute. On matters of health, their word is law. Our goal is not merely victory, but sustained, healthy, enduring victory. This astonishingly detailed introduction left every attendee awestruck, profoundly seen, and valued. The owner didn't just know their names. He understood their traits, histories, and even latent potential. A palpable sense of belonging, of being respected, needed, began to permeate the room, dissolving all traces of awkwardness. Qin Tian returned to the podium, scanning the room with solemn intensity. Men, I gathered you here not to coast, not to settle for mere playoff appearances. Our sole objective, championship gold. I know the outside world doubts us relentlessly. They call us a disjointed collection. They label me mad. They dismiss every decision I've made. Let them talk. I believe I've assembled warriors, underrated geniuses, men burning to prove themselves. Chauncey must prove he's no bust. Ray must prove he can carry a team further. Rashid and Ron must prove their fire wins championships. Yao must prove the Eastern Giant's strength is real. And all of us, together, must prove this new Rockets can soar higher than ever before. I won't impose unrealistic timelines, but I demand three things: trust, effort, unity. Trust your teammates. Trust your coaches. Trust our medical staff, and trust me, your owner. Leave every drop of sweat on the floor. Stand united off it, as one family. From this day forward, we rise and fall as one. The Houston Rockets will be great again. Qin Tian's speech bore no ornate rhetoric, yet it pulsed with raw authenticity and magnetic force, igniting passion in every soul present. Players' gazes sharpened. Coaches nodded vigorously. Even the medical staff felt the weight of responsibility and the thrill of full inclusion. No one led the applause. It began spontaneously, swelling into thunderous, echoing waves that filled the hall. Amid clinking glasses, night deepened. As the reception neared its close, warmth and camaraderie had fully taken hold. Qin Tian watched his newly coalescing team and allowed himself a quiet, enigmatic smile. All right, gentlemen, the reception concludes now, he announced loudly. Amid puzzled glances, he added, now please follow me to visit our true new home. New home. Confused glances passed among them. Hadn't hotels already been arranged? With mounting curiosity, they followed Qin Tian out of the estate. Outside stood a fleet of luxury business vehicles lined up with military precision. Boarding with wonder, the convoy wound through the night, leaving the city behind, until stopping at the entrance of a meticulously planned community still undergoing final construction, yet already revealing monumental scale and grandeur. At the gate, a massive stone plaque bore 4 bold, vigorous characters, Tianxiong Homeland. Inside, mature trees cast gentle shadows beneath warm lamplight. Exquisitely designed, architecturally diverse villas nestled harmoniously among greenery. In the distance, outlines of a school, library, and recreation plaza glowed softly. Qin Tian stood before them, arms wide open, as if unveiling his finest creation, his voice swelling with pride. Go on. Men, this is Tianxiong Homeland. From this day forward, it is our Rockets family's shared home. Each villa is yours to choose freely. Any Rocket player along with his family may reside here. Silence crashed over the crowd. Absolute, stunned silence. No one dared breathe. The sheer magnitude of this unexpected, staggering gift left them speechless. Rent-free, in this elite enclave. Watching their disbelief, Qin Tian grinned and unveiled an even greater revelation. But that's not all. Our community continues evolving. Soon it will host the finest schools, libraries, cafes, arcades, restaurants, and supermarkets. Every service within Tianxiong Homeland, every purchase, every experience, will be entirely free. My sole mission, to eliminate every worry, so you may devote yourselves wholly to the game you love. A deafening roar erupted, pure, unfiltered euphoria. My God, is this real? Raja Bell whispered, disbelieving his own ears. Free. This is beyond imagination. Carlos Boozer clenched his fists, trembling with excitement. Earl Boykins leapt up, pointing eagerly. I want that one. The one with the little garden. Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi stood side by side, eyes glistening. Brother Wang, Boss Qin really goes big. Brother Wang, Boss Qin really goes big. Wang Zhizhi nodded, slowly, approachable, and truly generous. Ray Allen and Chauncey Billups exchanged a knowing glance. Both saw awe and shared anticipation for what lay ahead. Rashid Wallace and Ron Artest wore broad, unguarded smiles, joy and exhilaration unmistakable on their faces. Dr. Thomas Carter leaned toward Dr. Aaron Nelson, murmuring, I am utterly convinced. We've arrived at a place that places players first without condition or compromise. After that brief, breathless hush, came an eruption of deafening cheers. Long live the owner. Long live the Rockets. Let's go Rockets. Players, coaches, all surged forward like children, laughing, shouting, racing toward their dream homes, eager to claim residences for themselves and their families. In that instant, every barrier, every trace of strangeness, shattered completely. A powerful unifying force, home, bound every member of the Houston Rockets into one indissoluble whole. Qin Tian stood quietly watching, knowing the foundation he'd built with sincerity and immense investment would in time prove unshakable. The next morning, the sky over Houston was a brilliant blue. After spending a night in the comfortable new home of Sky Dome, the members of the Rockets were in high spirits, filled with anticipation for the new season and the joy of settling into their new surroundings, gathering at the team's training facility. With a brand new floor and freshly installed hoops, everything exuded an air of hope. The players were warming up, joking amongst themselves, clearly more familiar with one another, and the atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious. At that moment, the door of the training facility swung open, and Qin Tian was the last to enter. He had changed into a Rockets training uniform, looking both sharp and spirited. Good morning, boss. The players paused their activities, greeting him with smiles that carried respect and warmth towards their generous owner. Qin Tian walked to the center of the court, pressed his hands down in a commanding gesture, and with a blend of confidence and seriousness on his face, declared loudly, from today onwards, please call me Coach. Coach. A sudden silence enveloped the training facility. Almost everyone was stunned, their faces displaying shock and disbelief. The rookies like Yao Ming and Carlos Boozer felt surprised, but veterans such as Rashid Wallace and Ray Allen furrowed their brows immediately. Rashid didn't even hide his scoff, crossing his arms over his chest, clearly conveying, what is this? Is the rich owner playing a real-life NBA game? Ray Allen, though more composed, also showed signs of doubt in his eyes. He believed this young owner might have the boldness to manage, but to coach personally. The leap was simply too great, bordering on absurdity. Not only the players, but even the newly joined assistant coaches wore bewildered expressions. Peter Carroll adjusted his glasses and exchanged a confused glance with Mike Brown. They had been drawn in by the exorbitant contracts, thinking they would assist a renowned coach who could have expected the owner himself would take to the sidelines. It felt akin to a Michelin-starred chef being asked to assist a food enthusiast, their professional instincts causing unease. Qin Tian observed everyone's reactions, but had no intention of offering explanations. To him, actions were far more persuasive than words. He clapped his hands, forcibly drawing everyone's attention back. Today marks the first day of team training. To foster understanding, we will hold an intra-squad scrimmage. I will team up with Coach Eric Spoelstra, while Coach Peter Carroll and Coach Mike Brown will form the other team. Bruce Fraser and Chip England will serve as referees. The losing team will have to do an additional 100 sets of shooting practice. Wow! 100 sets. The players gasped in astonishment. This punishment was no small matter. A smirk played on Chin Tian's lips as he added, "The coaches will join in the practice too." This made the atmosphere even more lively. The players began to cheer, relishing the chance to see their serious coaches struggle. Moreover, it was also amusing to see the owner face challenges. Peter Carroll and Mike Brown exchanged glances. All right, the two teams will take turns picking players. Chin Tian announced the rules. "Peter, you guys pick first." Mike Brown immediately pulled Peter Carroll aside and whispered quickly, "Peter, let's pick Rashid first. He's versatile, top-tier defensively, and a scoring dynamo, a ready-made ace." "We choose Rasheed Wallace," Mike Brown declared loudly. Rasheed Wallace raised an eyebrow, exuding his characteristic slightly lazy confidence as he walked to the opposite half of the court, glancing back at Chin Tian with a provocative look. Chin Tian and Eric Spoelstra exchanged a few words. Spoelstra suggested, "Coach, we need a stable scoring option. Oh, let's pick Ray Allen." "Sounds perfect," Chin Tian nodded. "We choose Ray Allen." Ray Allen took a deep breath, maintaining his gentlemanly demeanor as he approached Chin Tian, though his doubts had not completely dissipated. The pick returned to Peter Carroll's team. This time there was no hesitation. "We choose Chauncey Billups." With only 2 point guards on the team, if we don't grab Billups first, we might end up with Boykins at 165. The pressure shifted to Chin Tian. Spoelstra leaned in and whispered, "Coach, the opposing team has Chauncey on the perimeter and Rasheed inside. We need a strong defensive player to limit them. Let's pick Ron Artest." However, Chin Tian shook his head, his gaze fixed firmly on the tall Eastern figure. "No, I choose Yao Ming." "Yao." Spoelstra was somewhat surprised. Yao Ming had immense potential, but this was a short, high-stakes game where he was at a disadvantage in terms of experience and physicality. "He is our future. I need to see how he reacts in real combat." Chin Tian explained, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Upon hearing his name, Yao Ming paused briefly before jogging over, a mix of nervousness and excitement evident on his face. Mike Brown, seeing Chin Tian pass up on Artest, nearly laughed out loud, quickly shouting, "We choose Ron Artest." Artest roared like a beast poised to pounce, joining the opposing camp alongside Billups and Rasheed, exuding a formidable presence. Next, Chin Tian chose the long and defensively promising Tayshaun Prince. Peter Carroll then selected the experienced and technically elite Hakeem Olajuwon, pairing him with Rasheed to form a dream frontcourt. Ultimately, the rosters were finalized. Chin Tian's team: Earl Boykins, PG, Ray Allen, SG, Tayshaun Prince, SF, Carlos Boozer, PF, Yao Ming, C, Udonis Haslam, bench. Peter Carroll's team: Chauncey Billups, PG, Rajabel, SG, Ron Artest, SF, Rasheed Wallace, PF, Hakeem Olajuwon, C, Wang Gigi, bench. Looking at the seemingly lopsided rosters, Mike Brown placed his hands on his hips, wearing an unmistakable, slightly mocking smile as he approached Chin Tian, teasing, "Hey Chin. Coach Chin. Considering this lineup, should we show some style and let you guys pick again? It looks a bit like we're bullying you, haha." Rasheed Artest and others behind him laughed, and even Billups and Olajuwon wore relaxed expressions, clearly feeling confident about their victory. Eric Spoelstra glanced at his side's lineup. Besides Ray Allen, it was all rookies or fringe players, while the other side featured seasoned veterans or former stars in their prime. His expression was not good as he worriedly looked towards Chin Tian. However, Chin Tian showed no signs of tension or discouragement. Instead, he smiled as if everything was under control. He reached out and patted Mike Brown's shoulder with a firm grip. "Mike, you seem quite confident. Just shooting practice is a bit dull. How about we add a little personal wager? Whoever loses in addition to the 100 sets of shooting has to do 50 sets of sprints. What do you say? Care to play?" Mike Brown was momentarily taken aback by Chin Tian's pat, and hearing the wager, he rubbed his hands together, feigning a look of difficulty. "Well, Coach Chin, isn't that a bit much?" In his heart, he was overjoyed, feeling this was a chance for self-inflicted hardship. Chin Tian patted his shoulder again, cutting off his courtesy, and decisively said, "Then it's settled." Without giving Brown a chance to backtrack, he turned and walked towards his seemingly weaker team, beginning the final tactical preparations. The atmosphere in the training facility turned tense and charged, filled with the scent of gunpowder due to this sudden wager. Everyone was eager to see how this seemingly uneven intra-squad game would unfold. Eric Spoelstra sat on the bench, his brow furrowed. He looked at his lineup. Besides Ray Allen, who was a steady presence, the rest were either rookies or players with clear disadvantages in size or experience. In contrast, on the opposite side, there were seasoned warriors like Billups, Wallace, Artest, and Elijah, each a well-known figure. He racked his brain pondering how to find a glimmer of victory with the current lineup in this brief 20-minute game. Just then Qin Tian walked over, his face radiating a calmness and confidence that felt out of place amidst the current predicament. He directly took the tactical board from Spolstra's hands and began to draw on it with a marker, the lines decisive and clear. "Look here," Qin Tian said in a steady voice, drawing everyone's attention. "The individual defensive capabilities on the opposite side are very strong, especially Artaist and Rashid Wallace. Going head-to-head unknown with them will be quite challenging for us. However, we have Ray, one of the top off-ball shooters on this planet. I have a set of tactics specially designed for." He drew a clear running route on the tactical board. "Look, Ray starts from the corner using a double screen set by Yao Ming and Boozer near the extended free-throw line. After Ray passes through, you two need to swiftly close the door, blocking the chasing defender tightly behind you. The opponent must navigate around this door, and this time difference is our opportunity. After Ray passes through this door, Boykin's pass needs to be right on time, and Ray will quickly take the shot. Of course, this is not the only established route. It can also go from inside out or outside in, depending on the situation on the court. It's up to your judgment. The core idea is to use the double screen to block the chasing defender tightly, creating perfect space for the shooter. We call this the elevator door tactic." As Qin Tian explained, Yao Ming and Boozer nodded earnestly, trying to understand their roles in the tactic. Although they found this tactic intriguing, they thought it was due to their lack of experience in NCAA or international competitions, so they were not overly surprised. However, in the eyes of Ray Allen and Spolstra, there was an explosion of disbelief. As professionals steeped in basketball for years, they knew all too well that this exquisite, efficient, and highly targeted tactic for creating space for a three-point shooter had never appeared in the current NBA. The basketball philosophy of this era centers around whoever controls the paint controls the game, with three-point shots seen as unconventional weapons, a last resort. Yet Qin Tian had designed a tactic centered around a three-point shooter. The very idea was enough to overturn their understanding. Ignoring their shock, Qin Tian continued to explain the details of the tactic, the timing of the movements, and potential defensive switches the opponent might employ, offering corresponding countermeasures, such as utilizing the interior player's cuts or outside rolls when the opponent focuses too much on Ray Allen. Do you all understand? Any questions? Qin Tian surveyed everyone. Ray Allen was the first to ask about his initiation timing and options. After receiving the ball, Spolstra inquired about the details of the screen's position and communication methods. Qin Tian answered each question clearly. Next, he set the defense. We will play a 23-zone defense. Focus on protecting the paint, limiting their inside attacks and drives. Yao Ming, you stay under the basket, control the rebounds, and don't let Rashid pull you out easily. Perimeter players rotate, quickly prioritize disrupting their shots, especially Rashid's three-point attempts. You can give him a step, but must contest. Remember, retreat, quickly maintain the defensive formation, and don't lose your position. Spolstra added on defensive details, emphasizing the movement and communication on strong and weak sides in the zone. On the other side, Mike Brown and Peter Carroll's team appeared much more relaxed. Peter Carroll was very serious as he drew the Princeton system's movement diagram on a whiteboard, explaining complex concepts such as point forward and high-low combinations. Brown glanced at Qin Tian, who was seriously explaining tactics across the way, smirking to himself, thinking, "Looks convincing, but I hope he's not drawing some child's play tactics." He turned around, interrupting Peter Carroll. "Peter, relax. Your complicated system won't be explained in 5 minutes. Let's keep it simple." He clapped his hands to gather the players. "Listen, if they double team, find an open teammate. On defense, man-to-man. Ron, stay glued to Ray Allen. Everyone else should be ready to help double team. He is their only ace. Hakeem and Rashid, protect our back. Let's go all out to start strong and keep them under 8 points tonight. I'll treat you." Victory. Qin Tian checked the time and also stood up. "All right, let's hit the court. Victory is ours." The players of Qin Tian's team stacked their hands together, their voices, though not as loud as the others, carried a determination to execute their secret weapon. Both teams stood still at the center circle. Yao Ming and Elijah exchanged glances with Dream, looking at the tall younger player before him, filled with appreciation and expectation. He would use his old bones to escort this young man, completing the torch passing of the Rockets' interior. In this game, he would use his remaining energy to teach this young man a lesson. As he was lost in thought, referee Chip England tossed the ball high into the air. Yao Ming, leveraging his youth and height advantage, fiercely tapped the ball towards his half of the court. "Focus, Hakeem." Brown yelled from the sidelines, somewhat dissatisfied with Elijah's slow reaction. "Little elf." Boykins took possession of the ball and quickly advanced. Brown's team quickly positioned themselves for man-to-man defense. Artaist immediately glued himself to Ray Allen, providing ample physical resistance. However, Ray Allen showed no hesitation, immediately starting his marathon-like off-ball movement. He launched from the corner, first pretending to move towards the weak side, then suddenly making a reverse cut to the top of the arc. Meanwhile, Yao Ming and Boozer, like two well-timed doors, quickly converged at the wing near the free-throw line, effectively blocking Arteist behind them. Boykin's pass was as precise as a scalpel delivered into Ray Allen's hands as he passed through the door. Ray Allen caught the ball, pivoted, jumped, and shot, the motion flowing seamlessly. Allen's shot was quick, a moment slower than Billups and Rajabel's attempts to close in. Swish! The ball went through the net cleanly. 3-0. Chin Tian's team took the first lead. Ron, stick closer. Everyone else be ready to help. Brown shouted anxiously from the sidelines. Brown's team went on the offense. Facing Ray Allen's defense, Billups calmly signaled for help with Rasheed Wallace setting a quality screen. Boozer's footwork was slow to react, and Billups accelerated, driving straight to the basket. Seeing this, Yao Ming had to step up to help. Billups, seasoned and experienced, bounced the ball once before feeding it to the rolling Wallace. Wallace caught the ball, faced an unprepared Yao Ming, and the wide-open basket leaped effortlessly for a powerful one-handed slam. Boom! The rim let out a painful groan. 3-2. After landing, Rasheed let out a roar toward the sky, releasing his strength. Yao Ming shook his head, feeling somewhat dejected. It's okay. Let's focus on our next possession. Execute the tactic. Chin Tian clapped vigorously, encouraging loudly. Chin Tian's team went on the offense. Arteist's defense became fiercer, employing both hands and feet. Yet Ray Allen's movement was even more cunning. He utilized a fake screen from Yao Ming to suddenly cut to the other side, calling for the elevator door once more. This time Billups sensed the danger and desperately tried to squeeze through the screen, but still Yao Ming's solid frame delayed him just a moment. In that instant, Ray Allen had already passed through the door, and Boykin's pass was on point once again. Swish! Another three-pointer. 6-2. Cover. Rotate. Don't let him get open so easily. Brown fumed, waving his hands. Brown's team went on the offense, attempting another pick and roll. But this time Chin Tian's 23-zone defense was well-positioned, not giving any direct breakthrough or roll opportunities. The ball found its way to Rasheed Wallace in the low post, where he faced Boozer. To his surprise, although Boozer was slow to move laterally against the pick, his lower body strength was incredibly solid, bracing against Wallace's first push. Feeling the pressure, Wallace dribbled back a couple of steps and quickly turned for a jump shot. Just as he released the ball, a huge shadow loomed over him. It was Yao Ming. Did he think the Great Wall of China was a joke? With a swift motion, smack. A clean and crisp block. The ball was swatted out to the perimeter. Boykins, utilizing his agility, dove for the loose ball and immediately started a fast break. He was small but incredibly quick, darting like a fleeing antelope straight to the front court. Rajabel reacted swiftly, chasing hard. Boykins charged toward the free-throw line with Bell and Billups forming a pinching defense. Just as he was about to lose control, Boykins made an astonishing choice, seemingly casually tossing the ball high above the basket. In that moment, the trailing Tayshaun Prince stretched his long legs, soaring through the air to catch the ball and decisively dunk it into the basket. 8-2. Beautiful. Chin Tian couldn't help but pump his fist in celebration. But Brown was beginning to lose face, shouting loudly, "Stay steady. Make that shot." Chin Tian glanced at Rasheed Wallace, deliberately raising his voice. "Hold your position. Let them take three-pointers, but protect the paint." Upon hearing this, Wallace thought, "Isn't that a jab? Who doesn't know I have a three-pointer?" So Wallace called for the ball outside the three-point line. Billups passed the ball over, and Wallace, facing Ray Allen's defense, shot without hesitation. However, his three-pointer was not a reliable weapon, lacking the consistency of Ray Allen. Bang! The ball struck the back of the rim and bounced high. Yao Ming securely grabbed the rebound. Timeout. Brown had to call for a timeout, his face darkened. "Defense, what are you doing? How many open shots have you let Ray take? If this continues, we will lose. Stick to your man." Brown roared at his players. "Not right." Peter Carroll suddenly murmured. "What's not right?" Brown asked. "The opponent's tactic." Peter Carroll frowned. "That doesn't resemble a simple double screen. The timing, positioning, and closing of the door are all too precise. It's difficult for defenders not to get screened. This tactic, I've never seen before." Billups also spoke solemnly. "Indeed, this tactic is quite strange, seeming specifically designed for shooters. Our players are always a step slow." Brown recalled and realized the seriousness of the issue. "Peter, is there a way to crack it?" Peter Carroll shook his head. "Time is too short. I can't think of a perfect countermeasure for now. This requires repeated video analysis and tactical drills." Brown gritted his teeth and declared fiercely, "Then let's go all out. Intensify our efforts to surround Ray Allen. The moment he starts off-ball movement, the nearest player should immediately double-team, not giving him space to receive the ball or shoot." Peter Carroll worriedly said, "If that's the case, there will be huge gaps in other positions." "We can't worry about that now." Brown interrupted him. "They've been executing this set. The others may not have stable finishing abilities. Let's take a gamble. Everyone else be quick with rotations and help. The timeout ended and the game continued. Qin Tian's team went on the offense. The moment Ray Allen started, Arteist and Rajabel pounced like hungry wolves, launching a fierce double team. Ray Allen was forced to pass the ball back to Boykins to reorganize. Qin Tian immediately gestured from the sidelines. Changed tactics. Boykins understood and passed the ball to Yao Ming at the high post. Yao Ming received the ball, and Elijah, due to footwork and defensive strategy, did not follow too far. In front of Yao Ming was open space. He made a slight adjustment and shot. A soft mid-range jumper. Swish. 1-0-2. Yao Ming pumped his fist, his confidence soaring. Brown's team relied on Billup's strong drive to draw a foul, hitting one of 2 free throws. 1-0-3. Qin Tian's team continued to attack. The opponents still desperately double-teamed Ray Allen. After a few passes, the ball reached Carlos Boozer, who was left open on the weak side. Boozer's character might be questionable, but he was quite reliable from mid-range. He took a deep breath and steadied his shot. Bang! Swish! The ball bounced on the rim once before dropping into the net. 1-2-3. Boozer roared and pounded his chest. Finally, Brown's team saw Arteist use his formidable individual skills to forcibly break through Prince's defense and score with a layup. 1-5. Qin Tian's team immediately responded. Ray Allen attracted a double team and quickly passed to Boykins at the top of the arc. Boykins faked the shot and delivered a bounce pass to Yao Ming, who attracted Elijah's help. Yao Ming passed the ball to the completely open Boozer on the other side, who easily laid it in. 1-4. Rasheed Wallace finally stepped up, calling for the ball in the low post. Facing Boozer, he used his fancy footwork to create space and hit a turnaround jumper. 1-4-7. Qin Tian's team went on the offense again. Ray Allen briefly escaped by running without the ball, catching the pass to face a switching Elijah. He executed a convincing shot fake, leaving the veteran flying, then stepped back for a mid-range jumper. 1-6-7. Billups showcased his big heart, using a screen to hit a difficult three-pointer despite the defense. 1-6-1-0. The score was closing in. Qin Tian's team controlled the ball, and time seemed to slow down. Everyone knew this was a crucial possession. Ray Allen started running again, tugging at the nerves of all defenders. Arteist and Bell both chased Ray Allen, but overlooked Tayshaun Prince in the weak side corner. Boykins, with a clear view, quickly shifted the ball to the weak side. Prince received the ball facing no one. He made a slight adjustment. Although shooting wasn't his strong suit, with such an open look, he didn't hesitate, rising for a shot. The ball arched through the air. Rebound. Brown yelled. However, swish. The ball went cleanly through the net. A cold-blooded three-pointer. 1-9-1-0. Match point. Brown's team, eager to close the gap, saw Billups rapidly advance, trying to score a two-pointer, but Qin Tian's team retreated quickly, maintaining their zone defense. After several passes, the ball found its way to Rajabel, who was slightly open in the corner. He took a three-pointer, but it was a bit too strong, hitting the back of the rim and bouncing out. Yao Ming outmuscled Elijah to secure this crucial defensive rebound and immediately handed it to Boykins. Qin Tian's team steadied their tempo for their last offensive possession. Ray Allen, running off the ball once again, found a sliver of space through the elevator door with Boykins' pass arriving. Ray Allen caught the ball even without fully shaking off Arteist's defense, yet with the confidence and feel of a historic shooter, he forced a leaning jumper. The basketball flew like a guided missile, accurately slicing through the net. Toot. Chip England blew the whistle to signal the end of the game. 2-1-1-1. Qin Tian's team, a mismatched group of rookies, fringe players, and a coach who was a former player, triumphed over opponents with far superior paper strength thanks to the ingenious elevator door tactic and their unwavering execution. The training gym was silent, with only the excited cheers and clapping of Qin Tian's players remaining. Ray Allen wore a delighted smile, while Yao Ming, Boozer, Prince, and the other rookies were ecstatic. On the other side, Rasheed Wallace stood with his hands on his hips, head down, looking incredulous. Mike Brown was speechless, mouth agape. Peter Carroll remained immersed in thought about that mysterious tactic. Qin Tian walked to the center of the court, looking at his players with a satisfied smile, then turned to the dazed Mike Brown. Hey Mike, don't forget our bet. 100 sets of shooting plus 50 sets of shuttle runs. Now let's get started. Sweating profusely and stumbling, Mike Brown finally completed his last set of shuttle runs. He leaned on his knees, panting as he moved in front of Qin Tian, his earlier disdain replaced by intense curiosity and admiration. Qin, you have to explain it well. Brown gasped for breath, his eyes blazing. What the hell is that damn tactic about? I've never seen anything like it. Qin Tian looked at Brown's flustered and eager appearance, realizing that it wasn't just him. The entire team across from him, including Peter Carroll, Chauncey Billups, and Rasheed Wallace, were all ears, their faces filled with the same questions. He smiled slightly, understanding the true value of this internal match had now fully revealed itself. Speaking through basketball itself was far more powerful than any money or slogan. He gathered all the team members around and picked up the tactical board again, clearly re-explaining every detail of the elevator door tactic, the timing for initiation, the angles and synergy for the screens, the decisiveness of closing the door, the passing options, and the subsequent variations. He explained it in an easily understandable way, allowing not only the executing players to grasp it more deeply, but also helping the opponents understand why they had been so passive just moments ago. As Qin Tian explained, the players' eyes grew brighter. Peter Carroll nodded repeatedly. As a tactical master, he immediately understood the cleverness and foresight of this tactic. Chauncey Billups appeared thoughtful, seemingly considering how to respond as an opponent. Rashid Wallace, with his straightforward nature, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Coach, I Rashid Wallace must say, I previously didn't believe in your abilities, thinking you were just a wealthy playboy. But with this game and this tactic I've never seen before, you have truly conquered me. I am completely convinced. In future training, if you point east, I will never go west. There will be no second thoughts." "Yes, Coach, we are convinced. From now on, we will follow the coach's lead." Other team members, whether from Qin Tian's or Brown's team, all echoed in agreement. Respect on the court is earned through true skill. With a game that seemed impossible to win and a set of exquisite tactics, Qin Tian successfully established his authority as a coach. Qin Tian nodded in satisfaction, smoothly steering the conversation to deeper layers. "This elevator door tactic can only serve as our secret weapon and killing move in critical moments. Our regular offensive system will be centered around Coach Peter Carroll's Princeton system." He scanned the crowd, his tone becoming serious as he began to expound on his basketball philosophy. "Gentlemen, the times are progressing and basketball concepts are constantly being updated and iterated. In my view, the traditional style that excessively relies on physical wrestling under the basket with clearly defined roles for each position is outdated. My basketball philosophy centers around efficient, low consumption, and dynamic offense." He waved his arms as if painting a picture of the future. "No rigid positional dogmas. Must the center always stay down low? What's wrong with Rashid liking to shoot three-pointers? Doesn't it count if he scores? Of course it does. Moreover, three-pointers score one more point than two-pointers. In the future, not only can he shoot, but I expect everyone on the court to develop a stable three-point shot." This statement caused a slight stir, but no one rebutted, all listening intently. "We have the top two shooting coaches in the entire league, Bruce Fraser and Chip England." Qin Tian pointed to the two experts. "They will provide you with the most professional guidance, optimizing everything from power technique, hand shape, to shooting psychology. Imagine when all five players on the court possess reliable three-point threat, how will the opponents defend? If they come out the inside, will be empty. If they shrink inside, we'll punish them with three-point rain. Can those traditional big men's footwork really keep up to the three-point line?" He paused and emphasized, "Of course, this does not encourage you to shoot recklessly across the court. You must make shooting choices based on timing and location. The core of everything is for one goal. We must maximize the use of court space, reduce inefficient long two-point shots, and score through open three-pointers and efficient finishes near the basket. This is the basketball we are going to build for the future." "I finished my speech." Qin Tian waved his hand, concluding this passionate speech. "Now, let's eat." The team erupted in warm applause and cheers. Rashid Wallace was the most enthusiastic, feeling that his style, once regarded as anomalous, had finally found a kindred spirit and organization. Other players, both veterans and rookies, were attracted by this entirely new and imaginative basketball philosophy. Although they couldn't fully digest it, yet they could already foresee the immense impact it might bring. In the afternoon, in the coaches' team meeting room, Qin Tian gathered his core coaching staff: Peter Carroll, Mike Brown, Eric Spoelstra, Bruce Fraser, Chip England, along with the medical teams Thomas Carter and Aaron Nielsen. In order to enhance everyone's understanding of the players and conduct subsequent work more accurately, I have some data based on in-depth observation and analysis, along with preliminary development directions set for each core player to share for discussion and refinement. Qin Tian got straight to the point with a detailed file in front of him. He first took up Ray Allen's information. Ray needs no further introduction. He's a historic-level three-point shooter with top-notch off-ball ability and underrated ball handling. He possesses a high basketball IQ and is diligent on the defensive end. I hope the team grants him complete tactical trust and a core position without being disturbed by any discordant external comments. For many years to come, he will be our unshakable backcourt core and locker room leader. Next was Rashid Wallace. Rashid is a versatile power forward excelling in low-post face-up and playmaking. On defense, his mobility and rim protection are the cornerstones of our interior. Don't be misled by the Raging Bull facade. He is fundamentally a player with a strong team consciousness, valuing victory far more than personal statistics. On offense, his three-point shot should be systematically trained as a regular weapon to enhance stability and shot. Additionally, Thomas, he looked at Dr. Carter, your team needs to add a sports psychologist to help all players, especially those like Rashid with visible emotions, to build a stronger mental barrier and a positive competitive mindset. Speaking of Ron Artest, Chin Tian emphasized a top-tier perimeter defender with strong physical confrontation and pressure. He is our defensive spearhead. On offense, we need to optimize his shot selection, integrate him better into the system, and reduce unnecessary unknown plays. Emotional management is crucial. Through strict tactical discipline training, we need to minimize technical fouls. At the same time, Chip and Bruce need to work on optimizing his outside shooting to enhance his accuracy on open three-pointers, making him a reliable spacing option. Regarding Chauncey Billups, Chin Tian analyzed Chauncey's athleticism isn't top-tier, but his organization and playmaking are solid with a lethal mid-range and excellent defensive potential. He is our natural court commander. Training should strengthen his core strength to enhance his finishing ability under combat. On defense, he compensates for speed with experience and positioning, while also further broadening his passing vision, especially for full-court long passes and feeding the post to be more precise. When introducing Raja Bell, Chin Tian introduced a new concept here. I proposed the concept of 3D players, 3-point shooting plus defense. In fact, many of the players we assembled have this potential. Raja's defensive potential is severely underestimated with strong physical confrontation and excellent anticipation. We need to strengthen his catch-and-shoot 3-point ability, especially corner threes, while enhancing his release speed and stability. Optimize his off-ball movement, combining screens to create opportunities. On defense, maintaining existing advantages, while focusing on improving lateral slide speed to cultivate him into a reliable 3D perimeter weapon. Regarding Tayshaun Prince, his impressive wingspan and defensive anticipation are innate talents with great off-ball cutting awareness, making him an ideal wing defender. His offense is a weakness. We need to systematically strengthen his 3-point shooting to ensure he becomes at least a competent outside threat. Utilize his wingspan to enhance his stealing and help blocking training. Regarding Carlos Boozer, Chin Tian saw through it a stocky interior player with top-tier lower body strength and rebounding ferocity. He is efficient in mid-range and pick-and-roll situations. However, he is slow, laterally lacks defensive positioning, and is average in free throws and passing. Training should focus on improving his free throw percentage, diversifying his post footwork, broadening passing vision, and enhancing high post playmaking. Defensive positioning and focus are key. Additionally, on the psychological level, we need to provide positive guidance to help him establish the right professional values. Speaking of Wang Zhizhi, he has a soft shooting touch, stable 3-point and mid-range shooting, agile footwork in the post, and playmaking awareness. His weaknesses are physical confrontation and defensive positioning. He needs to increase strength training, core and upper body to improve shooting stability and rebounding positioning under contact. Strengthening defensive positioning and help defense awareness while utilizing his wingspan to compensate for lack of physical confrontation. At the same time, enhance his playmaking ability to give him another option for handling the ball at the high post. Finally, the most crucial, Yao Ming. Yao Ming possesses overwhelming height, delicate footwork in the post, a soft shooting touch, and solid back-to-the-basket skills. Currently, the main issue is insufficient lower body strength, slow lateral movement, and limited defensive coverage. Chin Tian's tone was particularly serious. Our goal is to cultivate him into an absolute interior. He looked at Peter Carroll. Peter Yao's vision and touch are very suitable as the playmaking axis of the prince. But this requires time and patience. We need to focus on training his catching and passing stability. Most importantly, we must continuously instill confidence in him, making him believe he can become that kind of player. Next, he proposed the core principle for Yao Ming's physical transformation: increase muscle without gaining. The goal is to increase functional muscle, enhancing strength, balance, and explosive efficiency, rather than blindly adding muscle mass, avoiding additional burdens on his ankles and knees. He detailed the muscle groups that need strengthening: core muscles, lower body muscles, glute muscles, back muscles, and the crucial muscles around the ankles. Aaron Chin Tian turned to Nielsen. You are the expert in sports science, and I believe you can customize the most scientific training program for Yao Ming. Especially since his foot structure is special, I require you to lead a professional team to develop and design exclusive shoes that provide the best support and cushioning. This is paramount for preventing injuries. Regarding technical refinement, for post footwork, Hakeem will teach the dream shake. Chip, you need to improve his hand shape, helping him train a reliable hook shot with both hands. Combined with his height, this will be an unstoppable weapon. I have another set of movements more suitable for his future development, but the premise is that he must first acquire sufficient lower body strength before we gradually introduce them. Finally, Chin Tian summarized well. This is my analysis of the current main players and preliminary development. This is just a blueprint that requires all of us to work together, continuously adjusting and refining based on actual conditions. I hope everyone will do their part, communicate closely, and jointly build a brand new powerful Houston Rockets. As long as we achieve the expected results, the bonuses will surely reward everyone. Applause of agreement echoed in the meeting room. Subsequently, coaches and experts provided their supplementary suggestions and detailed discussions regarding Chin Tian's plans, creating a lively and professional atmosphere. There is no wall that does not let the wind through, and he himself has no intention of hiding it. The news of Chin Tian assuming the role of head coach for the Rockets rapidly topped the headlines of major sports media around the world. After all, this summer's NBA, Chin Tian is the biggest internet celebrity, with all the media eagerly waiting for him to create a scandal so they can criticize him and appear knowledgeable while also gaining traffic. The ESPN studio of First Take once again became the vanguard in criticizing Chin Tian. Stephen A. Smith, with his almost hysterical passion, roared at the camera, spitting words that nearly splattered the entire screen. Crazy. Absolutely insane. I thought selecting Yao Ming with the first overall pick was the peak of madness. I thought trading away all the young core players was the pinnacle of foolishness. But I was wrong. This Mr. Chin Tian, this management genius from the East, manages to surpass the limits of human imagination every time. Now he tells me that he will personally take on the role of head coach. A second-generation rich kid with no professional coaching experience and who has never been involved in the basketball industry is going to coach an NBA team. He slammed his hand on the table, raising his voice by 8 octaves. This is an insult to the profession of NBA coaches. It is blasphemy against the sport of basketball. It is a trampling of the intelligence of Houston fans. Where is David Stern? Where is the league office? They should intervene immediately and strip this madman of his operational rights. Otherwise, the Houston Rockets will completely become the laughingstock of the world. I feel nauseous about this. Utterly nauseous. In the TNT studio of Inside the NBA, the atmosphere resembled a public execution comedy show targeting Chin Tian. Charles Barkley grinned widely, laughing uncontrollably, his deep, raspy voice overflowing with unabashed mockery. Ha ha ha. Kenny, did you hear that? I officially declare that Chin Tian has replaced me as the most entertaining comedian in NBA history. Owner, general manager, and coach. Is he also planning to play himself, assembling a full set of owner, general manager, coach, player in one? He turned to the camera, his face filled with a mocking expression, raising his finger to announce a solemn bet. Listen, viewers across America. I, Sir Charles Barkley, solemnly set this bet. If this coach Chin Tian can lead the team he has dismantled into over 25 wins in his first season coaching the Rockets. Yes, you heard it right, just 25 wins. I will kiss a donkey's rear in live on TNT in front of all viewers. I stand by my word. Because he absolutely cannot succeed. This is a million times harder than getting me to give up chips. And that tall guy Yao, I dare bet that he will be knocked around like a little kitty by the muscular jungle of the NBA once he steps onto the court. As long as he scores over 19 points in a game, he'll kiss Kenny's rear end. Kenny Smith joked back, you might as well kiss the donkey, Charles. I don't want to experience your fiery red lips. And Larry Brown, who was humiliated and rejected by Chin Tian, naturally would not miss the opportunity to vent his anger and showcase his expertise. In an interview with local media in Philadelphia, he, with a pale face and a cold tone, blasted, "This is complete. Basketball is a professional sport that requires years of accumulation and refinement. The coaching seat is not a playground for the wealthy. Do some people think that by watching a few videotapes and playing a few video games they can manage an NBA team? That's simply wishful thinking. This is a huge disrespect to countless diligent coaches who have climbed up. I can assert that under his command the Rockets will have no tactical discipline or defensive system. They will become the fish meat that other teams can easily slaughter. A monkey wearing a crown only brings more laughter." Phoenix Suns general manager Brian Colangelo also added fuel to the fire in an interview. "Our medical team, which we invested heavily in cultivating, was brutally poached using money that completely defies market rules. This behavior undermines the healthy competitive environment of the league. We strongly protest against this." Soon, 2 league figures of fatherly stature also joined the condemnation. Greg Popovich of the San Antonio Spurs, when asked about assistant coach Mike Brown being poached, unusually made sharp comments. "When money becomes the only attraction, and there is a lack of respect for basketball itself and a common value system, I am skeptical about how far such cooperation can go. Some foundations cannot be built with money alone." Pat Riley of the Miami Heat also spoke in an unfavorable tone, expressing disappointment over Spoelstra's departure. "The talent we carefully nurtured was lured away by a nouveau riche style. It's unfortunate, but I believe that a true winning culture requires more than just money." Amidst the outcry, a firm voice supporting Chin Tian emerged. The Rockets' legendary head coach Rudy Tomjanovich, who is actively undergoing treatment, voiced his support for Chin Tian through a personal statement. "I know Mr. Chin Tian, he may act differently, but his basketball wisdom and long-term vision are severely underestimated. His emphasis on player health and team building surpasses that of many others. He urged me to get a physical, which saved my life. Please give him time and patience. I believe he will surprise all his doubters." Houston should support him. On the other side of the ocean in Dragon Country, the media and fans quickly split into two distinct camps. Famous basketball commentator Yang Air used his uniquely personal writing style to express this series of operations by Boss Chin, from a massive clearance sale to self-appointing head coach, is indeed thrilling and full of surprises. This momentum does not seem like managing a basketball team. Rather, it resembles playing a very big game of chess, or playing a pay-to-win game called NBA Real Manager. He has already played the sentimental card, bringing back the dream the future card, selecting Yao Ming, and now he even holds the coaching card in his own hands. Next, is he going to step onto the court himself and perform an alley-oop with Yao Ming? Let's just consider this entertainment. After all, in this day and age, there aren't many owners who are so willing to spend money and have such ideas. Another veteran commentator, Su Kun, however, held a relatively rational and supportive attitude, attempting to interpret Chin Tian's logic. Chin Tian's series of actions seem unorthodox, but upon closer examination, there is an inherent logic. Trading away Francis and Mobley might be due to the belief that they are not fully compatible with the future core. Yao Ming, choosing Artist and Wallace shows an emphasis on their defense and specific skills. Investing heavily in the medical team and logistical support focuses on player health and sustainable team development. As for personally taking on the coaching role, it may be because his basketball philosophy is difficult to find a complete executor for. We shouldn't rush to deny him. Let's allow the bullets to fly for a while and use time and results to verify his concept. At the very least, he has placed Yao Ming in an environment that is extremely valued and protected, which is a good thing for Chinese basketball. On online forums, the discussions became heated. The forums in the United States are filled with posts saying Chin is a joke and fire Chin. Meanwhile, on communities like Hupu and Sina and Dragon Country, netizens are also engaged in heated debates. Is Chin Tian aiming for the sky? Does he really think he's Zhuge Liang by juggling the roles of owner, general manager, and coach all at once? I support Boss Chin. Look at the coaches and medical team he has brought in, which one is not top-notch. This shows that he truly understands the industry. 25 wins. Barkley is underestimating him. I believe he can push for the playoffs. Don't kid me with this lineup and coaching. If they win 20 games, I'll do a handstand and wash my hair with urine on live stream. To the hero upstairs, I've taken a screenshot. Although I don't support Chin Tian, I look forward to your performance. Teacher Su Kun is right. Let time prove everything. At least now the Rockets have maximized their visibility. Yang Air just loves to be sarcastic. If he has the ability, let him find an owner willing to spend money like this. Amidst the storm of public opinion, Chin Tian and his Rockets remained indifferent, sweating it out on the training ground. The players under the guidance of this professional team showcased remarkable changes. Wang Zhizhi took a brief leave from training with the Rockets and returned to the country to join the national men's basketball. Since Yao Ming was exempt from participating in the Busan Asian Games at the end of September, as agreed, Wang Zhizhi, as the elder brother of the national team, naturally could not be absent any longer and had to shoulder the responsibility of leadership. However, things did not go as planned. In the men's basketball finals of the Asian Games, facing the strong resistance from the host team, the Korean team, as well as some well-known factors, the Chinese men's basketball team ultimately lost by a score of 1-0, relinquishing a gold medal that was considered theirs for the taking. This result undoubtedly left the leaders of the Blue Shoes feeling embarrassed, facing considerable media pressure. Chin Tian was well aware of the intricacies involved. He acted very tactfully and swiftly, sending a beautifully packaged rich box of tea leaves as a symbol of consolation and understanding, quietly placing them on the desks of the relevant leaders. This gesture effectively eased the potentially delicate relationships that could have soured due to the Asian Games. To further express goodwill and consolidate cooperative relationships, at the beginning of October, when the NBA preseason began, Chin Tian also gave the Blue Shoes a face-saving option. He proactively suggested and personally covered the related expenses, leading the entire Houston Rockets team to conduct several high-level friendly matches with the Dragon Kingdom national men's basketball team and Yao Ming's former team, the Big Alligator Club. These matches not only provided the national team and the Big Alligator team with a precious opportunity to compete against NBA teams, but also significantly enhanced Chin Tian and the Rockets' favorability among Dragon Kingdom fans and officials, making it a truly win-win public relations move. By mid-October, just as the regular season was about to begin, a new name appeared on the Rockets roster, Matt Barnes. This swingman, selected 46th overall in the second round of the 2002 draft by the Memphis Grizzlies and subsequently traded to the Cleveland Cavaliers, failed to impress the coaching staff during the preseason and was ultimately waived by the Cavaliers. Without hesitation, Chin Tian immediately signed this tattooed young man with a defiant look in his eyes to a new 2-year rookie minimum contract. At this time, Barnes had not yet earned the street name Baron, but Chin Tian was drawn to his rebellious bandit. Although Barnes' entire career would be marked by the word wanderer, and his statistics were never dazzling, he was a solid defensive powerhouse and a bench enforcer. Shin Tian clearly remembered that in the original timeline, Barnes created the Black 8 miracle with the Golden State Warriors in the 2006-07 season and returned to the Warriors in the 2016-17 season, winning a championship. More importantly, this guy was truly ready to step up when needed. Regardless of whether he could make a significant contribution to the team immediately, having one or two bad guys in the lineup who could intimidate opponents during the long season was undoubtedly a profitable investment. With the regular season fast approaching, the Rockets' final roster and player numbers were officially submitted to the league. Point guard PG Chauncey Billups, no. 1 Earl Boykins, no. 12. A shooting guard SG Ray Allen, no. 20. Raja Bell, no. 19. Small forward SF Ron Artest, no. 91. Tayshaun Prince, no. 21. Matt Barnes, no. 22. Power forward PF Rashid Wallace, no. 30. Carlos Boozer, no. 5. Wang Zhizhi, no. 14. Center C Yao Ming, no. 11. Hakeem Olajuwon, no. 34. Udonis Haslam, no. 40. They still needed 2 more players to reach the league-mandated 15-man roster. Shin Tian had considered bringing in Botter, who had been traded to the Spurs, but evidently they were quite concerned due to Mike Brown's situation. The San Antonio Spurs were asking for 2 second-round picks for Botter, and Shin Tian thought better of it. While second-round picks might not hold much value to other teams, in his hands they could work wonders. Moreover, in his memory, Botter would join the Spurs in the 2002-03 season and win a championship with them, becoming the first Dragon Kingdom player to receive an NBA championship ring. This unique honor was something Shin Tian was reluctant to disrupt or deprive. In the end, the Rockets signed 2 inconsequential fringe players to dual contracts to fill out the roster. On October 30, 2002, the NBA regular season finally commenced. The league officials had carefully arranged 3 opening games for this night: Los Angeles Lakers versus San Antonio Spurs. This was undoubtedly the spotlight match, widely regarded as a preview of the Western Conference Finals. The Lakers, riding the momentum of 3 consecutive championships, had the dynamic duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, while the Spurs boasted the previous season's MVP, the super forward Tim Duncan, who was formidable. Philadelphia 76ers versus Orlando Magic. Although not top contenders for the championship, the 76ers had the highly popular answer Allen Iverson. The Magic featured Grant Hill, hailed as Jordan's successor, and the extraordinarily talented Tracy McGrady, guaranteeing the match's entertainment value. In contrast, the third game was somewhat maliciously amusing: Houston Rockets versus Milwaukee Bucks. While the entire league was nearly denouncing Shin Tian and his Rockets, NBA Commissioner David Stern exhibited an unusual level of tolerance, with some analysts even suggesting that this old man not only tolerated it, but also seemed to relish it. And indeed, Stern, though not entirely approving of some of Shin Tian's specific operations, had to acknowledge that a series of actions by this Chinese owner brought unprecedented attention and interest to the NBA, effectively opening up the potentially enormous Dragon Kingdom market. Thus, to further fuel this wave of popularity, Stern specifically arranged for the Traffic King Rockets to be featured in the highly anticipated opening game, with the opponent being the highly talked-about Bucks. The other side of the foolish trade: Francis Cato for Ray Allen. Steve Francis, who was traded to the Bucks, made no secret of his competitive spirit, boldly declaring in a pre-game interview, "In this game, I will score over 30 points. And I will lead the team to crush the Rockets." Yes, lead. After sending Ray Allen away, the Bucks quickly traded Big Dog Robinson to the Hawks. From then on, Francis had become the Bucks' new star and offensive core, eager to prove his worth before his form. It turned out that even a dark horse could shine. Despite the outside world being pessimistic about the Rockets, the attention on this game was astonishing. The Rockets' aging home court Compaq Center sold out 3 days before the game began, while this team hadn't even had a single full house in the previous season. Inside and outside the arena, the atmosphere was electric and the scene was unprecedented. The plaza outside was filled with countless fans unable to enter, while scalpers weaved through, driving ticket prices up several times. Inside the arena, the lights focused, and the atmosphere was so heated that it nearly exploded this somewhat outdated venue. Fans in the stands held various banners, creating a striking contrast: "Welcome Yao Ming," "Dragon Kingdom Great Wall," "Shin Tian Get Lost," "Give Me Back My Rockets," "Francis Houston will always remember you," "Ray Allen proved them wrong," "Charles, are you ready to kiss a donkey's ass?" Support and opposition, expectation and mockery clashed fiercely in this space, forming a unique background sound for the Rockets' new season's launch. Moreover, many fans with Chinese faces deliberately flew in from other states in the U.S., or even from across the ocean, just to witness Yao Ming's NBA debut and the initial appearance of this controversial Rockets team. As the lights dimmed and only the spotlight swept across the player tunnel, the atmosphere at Compaq Center reached it. The home DJ, with a highly provocative and immersive voice, began to announce the entry of the home team players in a dramatic fashion. "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Now let us all rise. Welcome our Rockets." Boom. Regardless of the criticism of Qin Tian, the home team had to be supported. The crowd erupted into a thunderous roar. First, we welcome, from the University of Kentucky, wearing number 21, Tayshaun Prince. Prince ran out to cheers and applause, high-fiving the staff on both sides. Next, let's welcome, wearing number 12, Little Elf Earl Boykins. Boykins' small yet swift figure drew a round of affectionate gasps and applause. And our tenacious defender number 19, Raja Bell. The tough guy from Duke University number 5, Carlos Boozer. The fighter from the University of Miami number 40, Udonis Haslam. The technical big man from the Dragon Kingdom number 14, Wang Zhizhi. Each role player's entrance was met with enthusiastic welcomes from the home fans. Then the DJ's voice grew even more elevated, beginning to introduce the key players from the University of Connecticut, the calm assassin number 20, Gentleman Ray Allen. Ray Allen ran out steadily to overwhelming cheers amidst the complex emotions regarding the trade. Our floor general number 1, Chauncey Billups. Billups waved and acknowledged the crowd, his eyes from St. John's University, the beast number 91, Ron Artest. Artest stormed out, showcasing his powerful presence. From the University of North Carolina, the versatile Tianzuan number 30, Rashid Wallace. Rashid ran out with his signature slightly reckless smile, receiving warm applause. When the DJ's voice trembled with excitement, using all his strength to shout the next name, the entire Compact Center went completely wild. From across the ocean, our first overall pick, number 11, Yao Ming. Yao Ming's tall figure appeared at the tunnel entrance, slightly shyly waving to the crowd, triggering a thunderous wave of cheers and applause. Countless camera flashes surrounded him, capturing this historic moment. However, the highlight of the night was reserved for the legend of this city. When the DJ, with a voice choked with emotion and filled with reverence, shouted the last name, the entire audience, regardless of the banners they had held earlier, spontaneously rose to their feet, erupting into lasting fervent applause and shouts. Finally, let's welcome back home, forever Big Dream, the eternal legend number 34, Hakeem Olajuwon. Olajuwon walked out slowly, smiling, waving to every direction in the stands, enjoying the hero's welcome that belonged to him. His return was the warmest and most uncontroversial highlight among all the emotions of the night. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Dragon Kingdom, countless families were gathered around their television sets. In the studio of Zhongyang, television commentator Yu Jia and guest Zhang Weiping were already well prepared, their voices set to be transmitted through satellite signals across the land of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhongyang Television. Zhongyang Television. Good morning, dear viewers. You are now watching the live broadcast of the 2002-2003 NBA regular season, with the Houston Rockets facing off against the Milwaukee Bucks at home. I am commentator Yu Jia. Hello everyone, I am Zhang Weiping. Yu Jia's voice was tinged with uncontainable excitement. Zhang, I believe that all the basketball fans in the Dragon Kingdom who are following this game are feeling just as excited and anticipatory as we are, because this game will be the NBA regular season debut of our Dragon Kingdom player Yao Ming. This is not just a game, it's a milestone for Dragon Kingdom basketball to step onto the global stage of the highest level league. Zhang Weiping took over, his tone filled with emotion. Indeed, Yu Jia. Yao Ming's entry into the NBA as the first overall pick is a tremendous breakthrough in itself. Today he will officially step onto this stage. We expect him to let go of his burdens, showcase his characteristics, and gradually adapt to the intensity and pace of the NBA. Yu Jia nodded yes. Aside from Yao Ming, this game itself is also full of highlights. The Rockets experienced earth-shattering changes this summer, and the series of moves by their new owner Qin Tian sparked significant controversy. He will also personally sit in the head coach's position to direct the game tonight. Their opponent, the Bucks, have just acquired Francis from the Rockets, and in the pregame Francis also made some bold remarks, adding to the intensity. Zhang Weiping began the pregame analysis. Let's first take a look at both teams' starting lineups. For the Rockets, coach Qin Tian's starting lineup is point guard Billups, an experienced guard with good organizational skills, shooting guard Ray Allen, a top shooter in the league whose arrival is highly anticipated, small forward is defensive powerhouse Artest, very physically strong, power forward Rashid Wallace, versatile and technically skilled, and the center is our Yao Ming. On paper, this lineup has shooting from the perimeter and height inside, but how well they mesh and their defensive chemistry still needs to be tested in the game. Yu Jia added, in contrast, the Bucks starting lineup is point guard Sam Cassell, an all-star veteran with rich experience, shooting guard Francis, who possesses strong individual scoring ability and will definitely come with a chip on his shoulder tonight, small forward Tim Thomas, with decent shooting ability, power forward Antonio McDyess, strong and tough, center Kevin Cato, also a physical blue-collar big man traded from the Rockets. Zhang Weiping analyzed in terms of matchups, Yao Ming against Cato is a focal point. Cato plays tight defense, but Yao has the advantage in height and skill, so the key is whether he can gain the upper hand in physical confrontations. Another focus is the matchup between Ray Allen and Francis. It's a direct confrontation between the core guards of both teams, which also reflects the trait. Francis will certainly be aggressive while Ray Allen needs to respond with more efficient methods. Overall, the Rockets have the height advantage in the paint, but the Bucks' perimeter attack, especially with Francis, could pose significant challenges for the Rockets' defense. The outcome of the game will likely hinge on whether the Rockets can contain Francis' performance and how much impact Yao Ming can have inside. Ujia concluded, "Alright John, your analysis is very thorough. Regardless of the controversies and highlights from the outside, for Dragon Kingdom fans, Yao Ming's NBA debut is what we care about the most. Let us look forward to Yao Ming having a great start and hope the Rockets can deliver an exciting game for us." The players are all set and the game is about to begin. The clamor of the Kongbai center nearly threatened to overturn the dome. Chin Tian stood in front of the bench of the Rockets, his white shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows and his tie loosened by an inch. The surrounding noise was both pressure and motivation for him. He could feel countless gazes focused on him, expectant, skeptical, mocking, and curious. "Gather around." Chin Tian clapped his hands, summoning the starting five to his side. The players formed a circle, and Yao Ming had to bend down significantly to bring his ear closer, prompting Chin Tian to push him down onto a nearby bench. The 226-centimeter giant bore the anxiety typical of rookies, yet his eyes reflected more determination. "Listen." Chin Tian's voice was steady and powerful, cutting through the noise from the sidelines. "The external noise, whether good or bad, stays outside the court. Now that we are on this floor, we have only one goal: to win the game." He looked at Billups. "Chauncey, Steve Francis will definitely go all out on offense tonight. I don't expect you to completely lock him down. But I want you to do three things. First, apply physical pressure on him, making every catch and dribble uncomfortable. Second, force him to go right as his left-hand drive is more threatening. Third, when he drives, your teammates will help defend, and all you need to do is push him into the help defense trap." Billups nodded, his expression stern. "Understood, coach. He'll make it hard for him." On the defensive end, while primarily used zone defense, Chin Tian continued, quickly moving his finger on the tactical board. "But they have Francis and Castle, two shooting guards, so our zone defense must be flexible. Yao, you are the last line of defense under the basket, but don't rush out carelessly. Rashid, you will hover around the free throw line, covering both sides." Rashid Wallace grinned widely. "Don't worry, coach, I won't let them in easily." On offense, Chin Tian's gaze swept over each player. "We need to be patient. Chauncey, control the pace, don't let their speed throw you off. Ray, your off-ball movement is crucial. Use the screens from Yao and Rashid to seize the opportunities your teammates create for you. Ron Artest, you need to be aggressive on the weak side and cut decisively." Artest nodded vigorously, his fists clenched. "He'll tear them apart." Lastly, Chin Tian looked at Yao Ming, deliberately softening his tone. "Yao, your first task is not to score, but to hold your position. Kato will fight you hard. Use your height and touch, no need to bang. Remember, you are our tactical pivot. If there's an opportunity, shoot. If not, pass to an open teammate." Yao Ming took a deep breath and replied in clear but accented English, "Understood, coach." "All right." Chin Tian stepped back, surveying his players. "This is all we can draw on the tactical board. The real game is played on the court. Remember our principles: space, efficiency, teamwork. Go." The five starters stepped onto the court, confronting the Bucks players at center court. The matchups are as follows: Chauncey Billups versus Sam Castle, Ray Allen versus Steve Francis, Ron Artest versus Tim Thomas, Rashid Wallace versus Anthony Mason, Yao Ming versus Kevin Cato. Francis deliberately walked in front of the Rockets bench and raised an eyebrow at Chin Tian, a clear provocation. Chin Tian only met his gaze calmly, without any change in expression. The referee held the basketball and walked to the center circle, where Yao Ming and Cato stood face to face. Cato lowered his center of gravity, muttering, "Rookie, welcome to the NBA." Yao Ming did not respond, instead focusing intently on the ball in the referee's hands. Zhongyang TV. The jump ball is about to begin. Yao Ming and Kevin Cato will jump. The voice of Yu Jia spread through thousands of households in Longhua via satellite. The referee tossed the ball into the air. Yao Ming, with his absolute height advantage, easily tipped the ball toward his team's half. Billups caught it securely, and the Rockets gained their first offensive opportunity. All right. Yao Ming won the jump ball, and the Rockets get the first attack opportunity. Zhang Weiping's voice rang out. "Let's see how the Rockets execute their first offense." Billups dribbled past half-court, and Castle immediately closed in. The uniquely looking veteran had rich defensive experience, constantly using his body to disrupt Billups' offensive rhythm. Chauncey Billups has the ball. Sam Castle is defending. Billups is not a speed-type point guard, but he has excellent rhythm, Yu Jia explained. Chin Tian stood on the sidelines, arms crossed. His gaze did not linger on the ball handling Billups, but was focused on observing the Bucks' defensive formation. Bucks coach George Karl deployed man-to-man defense, clearly intending to disrupt the Rockets' new lineup with physical play. Billups moved to the arc, raising his left hand to signal a tactical gesture. Yao Ming immediately moved up from the low post to near the free throw line. Yao Ming has moved up. He received the ball near the free throw line. Zhang Weiping immediately analyzed. This is the hallmark of the Princeton system, where the center orchestrates the play from the high post. Yao Ming received Billups' pass and turned to face the basket. Cato hesitated, somewhat confused following, but in that moment Ray Allen suddenly sprang into action. He made a high-speed cut from the corner along the baseline, utilizing the screen set by Rasheed Wallace on the weak side to shake off Francis' defense. Yao Ming passed the ball almost simultaneously as Ray Allen was getting into position, a precise bounce pass that perfectly landed in Ray Allen's hands. Ray Allen caught the ball, leaped, made a very brief adjustment in midair, then took the shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc. Swish. It went through the net cleanly. 2-0. Great shot. Ray Allen's cut layup succeeds. Yao Ming's high post playmaking, Ray Allen's off-ball movement. This cooperation is so smooth. Yu Jia shouted excitedly. Zhang Weiping added, this is the space and dynamic offense of the Princeton system. Yao Ming pulled Cato out, opening up the paint for Ray Allen's cut. And just look at Yao Ming's pass, the timing and force were perfect. The Congbei Center erupted with cheers for the first time after the game began. Many fans who had originally held up signs saying, Qin Tian get out, could not help but applaud at this moment. Francis' expression darkened as he received the inbounds pass and pushed the ball himself. Now it's the Bucks' turn to attack. Francis has the ball. Let's see how he responds, Yu Jia said. Francis dribbled past half court, and Billups immediately stepped up for physical contact. The confrontation between the two began in the backcourt. Billups' defense is solid, putting a lot of pressure on Francis, Zhang Weiping commented. Francis held the ball at the top of the arc, dribbling between his legs repeatedly, suddenly making a large change of direction, attempting to break through from the left side. But Billups was already prepared, sliding to the side and blocking the left path. Francis was forced to shift to the right side, and his speed noticeably slowed. At this moment, Rasheed Wallace moved slightly from the free throw line, forming the first layer of help defense. The help defense is coming. Francis is surrounded. Yu Jia explained. Francis did not force a shot. Instead, he passed the ball to Castle on the perimeter. Castle caught the ball and took a three-pointer immediately, but Ray Allen's rotation defense was very timely, reaching out to disrupt the shot. The basketball bounced off the rim. Yao Ming secured his position, blocking Cato behind him and easily grabbing the defensive rebound. Yao Ming has secured the rebound. Well done. Zhang Weiping praised. This box out was solid. Cato was completely sealed out. Yao Ming passed the ball to Billups, and the Rockets transitioned to offense. Take it slow, stabilize. Qin Tian shouted from the sidelines, pressing his hands down to signal controlling the tempo. Billups nodded and dribbled forward. This time the Bucks' defense was more vigilant, with Castle closely pressuring Billups. Billups reached the arc and called for the tactic once more. Yao Ming moved up again to the high post, with Cato tightly guarding him. The Bucks have adjusted their defense. Cato is sticking to Yao Ming, not giving him an easy chance to receive and orchestrate. Yu Jia remarked. Seeing this, Rasheed Wallace suddenly moved up from the weak side, performing a handoff. Billups used the screen to shake off Castle and drove straight into the paint. Mason was forced to switch defense. Billups did not force the play, but instead passed the ball to Rasheed, who had popped out. Rasheed caught the ball beyond the three-point line, facing a shorter Castle. Rasheed Wallace is mismatched for the three. Yu Jia shouted. Rasheed adjusted slightly, taking a jump shot despite Castle's interference. His three-point shot was not quick, but was executed with proper form. The basketball spun in the air. Swish. In it goes. 5-0. Three-pointer. Rasheed Wallace nailed the three. He has the outside shooting ability to make the Rockets' tactics more dimensional. Zhang Weiping analyzed excitedly. The cheers in the Congbei Center grew louder. Some fans who were initially skeptical of Qin Tian began to whisper, this offense seems to have some substance. Francis' expression became even darker. He received the inbounds again, and this time he did not take his time to organize. Instead, he accelerated directly, trying to catch the Rockets off guard. But the Rockets' transition defense was very swift, with all 5 players almost simultaneously returning to half-court, quickly forming a 23-zone defense. The Rockets' transition defense is quick. They've set up the zone defense immediately. Yu Jia said. Francis stopped the ball at the top of the arc, and facing Billups' defense, he signaled his teammates to spread out. Clearly, he wanted to use his personal ability for a onion. Francis is going to take Billups' onion. Let's see this matchup, Zhang Weiping said. Francis dribbled between his legs and suddenly made a very quick change of direction, choosing to break through on the right side this time. Billups was beaten by half a step, but did not lose his defensive position, staying tightly against Francis. As Francis drove to the free throw line, Rasheed Wallace immediately stepped up for help defense, with a barrier in front and pursuers behind. But Francis had once been an all-star level guard. He used a sudden stop-and-pop fake to lift Wallace's defense before lowering his center of gravity and driving in. With a sweeping shot, however, just as he released a giant palm, came crashing down. Did you think Big Yao was not here under the basket? Smack. The basketball was swatted away. Block. Yao Ming rejected Francis' shot. Yu Jia shouted excitedly, so beautiful. This defensive positioning and timing were executed perfectly. The basketball was picked up by Arteist, and the Rockets immediately launched a counterattack. Arteist charged forward like a tank, with only Thomas and Castle managing to return on defense. A Tuntuo situation in the front court. Arteist drove into the paint, attracting the defense of two players before passing the ball to the trailing Ray Allen. Ray Allen caught the ball, leaped, and adjusted his position in the air, then released the shot. The basketball hit the backboard and went in. 7-0. Another one. Ray Allen scores on the fast break. The Rockets have begun with a 7-0 scoring run. The sound grew increasingly high-pitched. The Bucks call a timeout. The game has barely been played for 2 minutes, and Coach George Karl has already called a timeout. The Compact Center was in a frenzy. A perfect start with a score of 70. Fans waving supportive banners went wild, and even some originally neutral fans began cheering for the Rockets. Qin Tian exchanged high-fives with the players coming off the court, maintaining his calm demeanor. He noticed Yao Ming breathing a bit heavily as he exited. After all, NBA games were not comparable to domestic leagues. He still needed to adjust his pace. Well done, guys. But the game has just begun. Qin Tian said in front of the bench. They will definitely adjust, and Francis will attack more aggressively next. Chauncey, continue executing our defensive strategy. Yao, well done, but be mindful of your stamina. Kato will keep pushing you. Coach. Yao Ming wiped the sweat from his brow. Kato's physicality is tough, stronger than in practice. That's normal. Qin Tian nodded. The intensity of the regular season is on another level. Remember to use your height and touch. Don't try to outmuscle him. As the timeout ended, the game resumed. The Bucks adjusted their offense. Francis held the ball at the top of the arc. Kato stepped up to set a screen for Francis, forcing Yao Ming to switch to the perimeter. Francis faced Yao Ming, dribbling between his legs repeatedly before suddenly accelerating. Yao Ming struggled to move laterally, unable to keep up with Francis. Francis drove into the lane and easily scored a layup. 72. Francis exploited the pick to target Yao Ming, scoring the first basket for the Bucks. Yu Jia explained, Yao Ming's lateral speed is indeed a concern. This is a common issue for tall players. But this is the NBA. Opponents will exploit every weakness you have. Yao Ming needs to learn how to defend against screens, when to switch, and when to delay his return to position, Coach Zhang Weiping analyzed. The Rockets initiated their offense. Billups dribbled past half-court. This time the Bucks defense was more aggressive, starting to pressure the passing lanes. Billups passed the ball to Yao Ming at the high post. Yao Ming turned to face the basket, but found Kato tightly defending him. He attempted to fake with his footwork, but Kato was too experienced to fall for it. Yao Ming passed the ball back to Billups to reorganize. Seeing this, Billups signaled to execute the elevator play. Arteist and Rashid Wallace immediately set up a double screen near the free throw line, and Ray Allen initiated from the corner, using the screen to shake off his defender. Billups' pass arrived in time as Allen caught it at a 45-degree angle on the left side, with half a step of space going up for a jumper. Unfortunately, the ball bounced off the rim. Kato secured the rebound, and the Bucks immediately pushed for a fast break. Francis received the ball and dashed up court like an arrow, with Billups desperately chasing back, but there was indeed a speed difference. With an only on 0 fast break, Francis easily scored a layup. 74. The Bucks have narrowed the gap to 4 points. The Rockets need to score on this possession, Yu Jia remarked. Qin Tian stood by the court, his mind racing. He noticed that the Bucks were starting to adapt to the Rockets' offense and were increasing the pressure on the passing lanes. It was time for a change. Run the hammer play. Qin Tian shouted onto the court, making a hammer shape with his hands. This was a simplified strategy he designed with the coaching staff to create opportunities when the offense stalled. Billups nodded in understanding. Once he dribbled into the front court, he called for Yao Ming to set a high screen. Yao Ming's solid screen blocked Castle, allowing Billups to break through using the screen. Kato was forced to switch. Instead of forcing a play, Billups passed the ball back to Yao Ming, who had rolled to the outside. Yao Ming caught the ball near the free throw line, facing a switched Castle. A massive mismatch. Yao Ming is facing Castle. This is a huge mismatch. Yu Jia exclaimed. Without hesitation, Yao Ming turned and faced the basket. At 226 centimeters against Castle's 191 centimeters, the height difference was insurmountable. Yao Ming didn't even fake. He simply rose up for a jumper. Castle jumped desperately to interfere, but his fingertips couldn't even touch Yao Ming's elbow. The basketball traced a gentle arc. Swish. It went in. 94. Great shot. Yao Ming scores his first point in the NBA. Yu Jia shouted excitedly. using the mismatch for a simple jumper. That's the advantage of height. And look at Yao Ming's shooting form, it's very smooth. He indeed has mid-range shooting ability, a rare attribute among NBA centers, coach Zhang Weiping added. As Yao Ming returned to defense, Qin Tian gave him a thumbs up. In the following few possessions, the game turned into a tug-of war. Francis continued to exploit the screen to attack, Yao Ming scoring consecutively. But the Rockets' offense maintained its efficiency, with Ray Allen hitting a three-pointer and Rasheed Wallace scoring against Mason in the low post. With 6 minutes and 12 seconds left in the first quarter, the score was 16-12, with the Rockets leading by 4 points. An official timeout was called. The players returned to the bench, and Qin Tian immediately began making adjustments. "I'll take a break. Carlos Boozer, you're up. Prince replaces Ron, and Earl Boykins takes over for Chauncey. We need more speed to counter their screens." As Yao Ming sat down, he was already sweating profusely. On the other side, the Bucks also made adjustments. Michael Redd replaced Castle, and Irvin Johnson replaced Cato. The Bucks have brought in Michael Redd, a second-year guard with a solid three-point shot. Yu Jia introduced the Rockets' new lineup: Boykins, Ray Allen, Prince, Boozer, and Rasheed Wallace. The Bucks initiated their offense. Francis controlled the ball facing Boykins. This was a massive height difference, with Boykins only 165 centimeters. Earl Boykins is defending Francis. The height disparity is too great for this matchup. That's right, coach Zhang Weiping remarked. Francis clearly realized this as well and took a step back to shoot a three-pointer. Boykins jumped with all his might but couldn't effectively interfere. Swish. The three-pointer was good. 16-15, the gap was down to just 1 point. Francis hit a three. The Bucks are only down by 1 point now. Yu Jia commented. The Rockets initiated their offense. Boykins dribbled past half court. He moved incredibly quickly, but the Bucks didn't underestimate the little guy. Boykins passed the ball to Ray Allen and then started running without the ball. His speed made it difficult for Francis to keep up, and after weaving past 2 screens, Boykins received a return pass from Ray Allen near the baseline. The little dynamo hesitated not at all, jumping straight up to shoot. The basketball traced a high arc, evading the defender's block. Swish. Another hit. 18-15. Boykins. The little guy with a big heart. Answer ball. Coach Zhang Weiping smiled, saying, "That's Boykins' trademark. Don't let his small size fool you. His scoring ability is not lacking, and he's fast, making him hard to guard." In the following few possessions, the game's pace suddenly accelerated. Boykins' entry changed the game's tempo, leading the Rockets to play more fast-break offense. But problems arose. After speeding up the tempo, the Rockets' defense began to show vulnerabilities. Francis and Redd scored consecutively, while Boozer was targeted by Mason, who scored repeatedly in unknown situations. With 2 minutes and 44 seconds left in the first quarter, the score was 2,221, with the Rockets leading by just 1 point. Qin Tian called a timeout. "The tempo is too fast. This isn't the game style we want," Qin Tian said quickly in front of the bench. "Slow down and play a half-court game. Chauncey, you come back for Earl. Yeah, you also come back, replacing Rasheed." "Coach, I can keep playing," Rasheed said, having scored 7 points in the first quarter and feeling hot. "I know, but you need a break. I need you to lead the second unit in the second quarter." Qin Tian patted his shoulder, and Yao needs to find his game rhythm again. As the timeout ended, the Rockets lineup was Billups, Ray Allen, Prince, Boozer, and Yao Ming. The Bucks lineup was Francis, Redd, Thomas, Mason, and Johnson. The Rockets initiated their offense. Billups controlled the tempo, slowly bringing the ball past half court. Yao Ming called for the ball in the low post, while Johnson desperately tried to defend him, but he was clearly no match for Yao Ming's strength. Billups lobbed the ball to Yao Ming. Yao Ming caught the ball with his back to the basket, took a step, and then quickly turned towards the baseline for a little hook shot. Johnson leapt to interfere, but Yao Ming's release point was too high. The ball hit the backboard and went in. 2,421. Yao Ming scores in the low post. "This is the advantage of height and skill," Yu Jia remarked. Coach Zhang Weiping analyzed. Irvin Johnson is only 211 centimeters tall, and he's aging, so his athleticism has declined. Yao Ming has an advantage when playing at this spot. The Bucks initiated their offense. Francis continued to exploit the pick, but this time, Yao Ming wised up. Instead of fully switching, he adopted a strategy of delaying and quickly returning to position. After using the screen, Francis didn't drive directly, but passed the ball to Redd on the perimeter. Redd caught the ball with half a step of space and immediately shot a three-pointer. But Prince's long arms came into play, his fingertips grazing the basketball. The ball bounced off the rim and Boozer secured the rebound. Prince's defense. "His wingspan is too long, disrupting Redd's shot," Yu Jia exclaimed. The Rockets pushed for a fast break. Billups advanced quickly, creating a 3-on-2 situation in the front court. He passed the ball to the trailing Ray Allen, who after catching it didn't shoot immediately, but faked a shot, causing Thomas to jump, then sidestep for a jumper. Another score. 2,621. Ray Allen. A mid-range jumper after a fake. The gap is now 5 points. Yujia shouted. Coach Zhang Wei-ping nodded, saying, Ray Allen is not just a shooter, his ball handling ability is underrated. That fake was very convincing, completely faking out the defense. The game entered the final moments of the first quarter. Francis forced his way to the basket, but was interfered with by Yao Ming, causing the ball to bounce off the rim. However, Mason grabbed the offensive rebound and scored. 2,623. The Rockets had one last possession. Billups controlled the time, starting his attack with 8 seconds left on the shot clock. He set up a pick and roll with Yao Ming, and this time the Bucks chose to trap Billups. Billups calmly passed the ball to Yao Ming, who had rolled down after the screen. Yao Ming caught the ball just inside the free throw line, facing a switched Francis. Another mismatch. Yao Ming jumped straight up to shoot. Francis leaped desperately, but was too eager this time, hitting Yao Ming's arm. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded foul. Meanwhile, the basketball bounced twice on the rim before finally falling into the net. 21. Yao Ming completed a 21, and he will shoot an extra free throw. Yujia exclaimed excitedly. The compact center erupted. Yao Ming clenched his fist and roared. This was the first time he celebrated so passionately in this game. Stepping to the free throw line, Yao Ming took a deep breath and calmly made the extra free throw. 2,923. At this point, there were only 2 seconds left in the first quarter, and the Bucks were inbounding from the backcourt. Francis attempted a long-distance three-pointer, but it missed. The Rockets lead the Bucks by 6 points with a score of 2,923. The players walked towards the bench, and Chin Tian high-fived everyone. The first quarter has ended and the Rockets are leading by 6 points with a score of 2,923, Inchu Jia summarized. From the first quarter, the Rockets' new system has shown promising potential, especially in terms of offensive spacing and fluidity. Zhang Weiping analyzed. Yes, the Rockets' offense in the first quarter was very systematic, and the prototype of the Princeton system is already visible. However, the issues are also apparent. Defensively, they struggled against pick and rolls, and Yao Ming was particularly targeted in this aspect. Additionally, when the bench players came in, the rhythm was poorly managed, allowing the Bucks to close the gap significantly. Coach Zhang, how do you evaluate Yao Ming's performance in the first quarter? Yujia asked. 5 points, 4 rebounds, and 1 block for a rookie's debut. That's quite impressive, Coach Zhang said earnestly, especially considering he showcased a variety of scoring methods: high post playmaking, mismatched jump shots, and low post isolation. Of course, there are also issues. His defensive mobility was slow, and 2 turnovers indicate that he still needs to adapt to the physicality and pace of the NBA. But overall, it's a strong start. The whistle for halftime had barely faded when the roar of the compact center subsided slightly. Yet the air still hung thick with the acrid tang of unresolved tension. Chin Tian stood before the bench, his white shirt dampened by sweat tracing faint trails across his back. We'll open the second quarter with our rotation lineup, Chin Tian said briskly, each word precise and commanding. Earl Laga to Sean Carlos Rashid. All 5 of you. The named players immediately gathered close. On defense, Laga, you're assigned to shadow Steve Francis should he take the floor. Chin Tian turned to Laga Bell, whose fierce gaze now burned with eager anticipation. Use your body to pressure him relentlessly. Don't fear fouls, but play intelligently. Bell nodded firmly. Understood, coach. I'll make every step he takes feel like a struggle. To Sean, you guard Michael Red. Chin Tian shifted focus to Prince. His three-point shooting is lethal, and he moves tirelessly off the ball. Use your wingspan to disrupt both his catches and shot releases. Deny him any clean look. Prince nodded calmly, his long arms hanging relaxed at his sides, poised like a vast net ready to unfurl. Offensively, Chin Tian continued, we push tempo. Earl, you drive the pace, break down defenses, and distribute. Rashid and Carlos, anchor our paint. Protect it fiercely. Booth grinned, flashing gleaming teeth. Don't worry, coach. I'll run that kid into exhaustion. Meanwhile, on the Bucks bench, George Karl was roaring at his players. You let a team assembled just days ago score 29 points. Karl's face flushed crimson. Steve, you took 10 shots in the first quarter and made only 4. Isn't this your team? Then act like its leader. Francis clenched his mouthguard, his eyes blazing with raw fury as they locked onto the Rockets bench across. Steve opens the second quarter again. Karl scribbled rapidly on the clipboard. Lead the reserves and claw those points back. The Rockets' second unit bigs are Booth and Wallace. Neither excels defensively. Attack the paint relentlessly. Michael, stretch the floor and shoot whenever you get an opening. The brief intermission ended. The referees signaled players back onto the court. The second quarter begins now. Both teams have deployed their rotations. Yujia's voice resonated from the CCTV broadcast booth. Houston's lineup: Booth, Bell, Prince, Booth, and Wallace. Milwaukee counters with Francis, Red, Kevin, Ollie, Tony Kukoc, and Irvin Johnson. Zhang Weiping analyzed, this matchup is fascinating. Rashid Wallace captains Houston's reserves while Francis spearheads Milwaukee's rotation. Now we see who holds the upper hand. Exactly. Let's watch how both sides maneuver at this pivotal opening. Uja added. Milwaukee retains possession. Francis received the inbound pass deep in the backcourt, immediately met by Bell, who pressed so tightly their faces nearly touched. Lagerbielle's defense is ferocious. He's applying pressure from the moment the ball crosses half-court, Uja observed. Francis muttered under his breath, "Did you learn this from a stripper? So close, we're practically kissing." He tried bursting past with speed, but Bell matched every stride, staying squarely in front. Finally crossing midcourt, Francis gestured for Johnson to set a screen. The pick formed. Wallace switched onto Francis. Yet even before Francis accelerated past the screen, Bell had slithered through like quicksilver and reclaimed his defensive stance. Wallace instantly recovered to Johnson's side. Brilliant defensive rotation, Zhang Weiping exclaimed. Bell navigated the screen with uncanny speed and Wallace recovered flawlessly. No mismatch opportunity for Francis. Frustrated Francis forced a contested jump shot. Clang. The ball rattled off the front rim and bounced free. Booth and Kukoc lunged simultaneously for the rebound, colliding midair. Booth's board positioning was masterful. He wrested the ball cleanly from Kukoc's grasp. Carlos Booth, dominant rebound. Uja called out. Booth fired a pass to Booth. The Rockets surged into transition. Booth blazed downcourt like lightning. Francis sprinted desperately in pursuit. But at 165 centimeters, Booth's low center of gravity granted him extraordinary agility and high-speed crossovers. The little sprite darted into the paint, confronted by a double team from Red and Francis. Instead of forcing a difficult shot, he dished to Prince, cutting hard to the left corner. Prince caught, settled, and released. His motion unrefined, yet rhythmically perfect. Swish. 3 points. 3,223. The Prince had just sunk his first NBA basket. Tayshaun Prince, corner 3. The deficit widens to 9. Uja shouted, electrified. Houston's bench delivers instantly. Zhang Weiping noted, that's the power of spacing. Booth's drive collapsed the defense, leaving Prince wide open in the corner. Opportunity seized. Milwaukee's offense resumed. Francis declined a screen this time, waving teammates wide. He intended to isolate Bell on Iano. A rapid series of crossovers, then a lightning-quick left shoulder fake followed by a sharp right-handed drive. Bell, still honing his defensive instincts, lost balance and was blown past. Yet as Francis rose for a layup inside, Wallace soared in from the weak side, arms fully extended. Forced midair to alter his release, Francis watched helplessly as the ball clanged off the side of the rim. Booth secured the rebound once more. Wallace's weak side rotation was impeccably timed. Zhang Weiping praised. That's the strength of zone defense. Constant intelligent help is always available. Houston launched another fast break, but Milwaukee retreated swiftly. Booth found no driving lane and reset into half-court offense. Wallace caught at the top of the arc, guarded by Kukoc. Kukoc, a veteran forward in his prime, was now 34, his footwork noticeably slower. Wallace feinted a jump shot. Kukoc stayed grounded. Wallace drove, Kukoc scrambling to keep up, then abruptly halted at the free throw line and launched a high-arcing straight-armed fadeaway. Kukoc leapt desperately to block, but his vertical leap had diminished and Wallace's shot soared too high beyond reach. Swish. Another bucket. 3,423. Rashid Wallace, his 9th point. Houston opens the quarter with a 50 run. Ujia's voice climbed with excitement. The compact center erupted, fans stunned by the Rockets' seamless offense and tenacious defense from their second unit. Could this outsider coach, Chin Tian, actually understand the game? George Karl stormed over and called timeout. Just 1 minute and 17 seconds had elapsed, but the deficit had ballooned to 11. He refused to let it worsen. Outstanding work. Chin Tian slapped hands with the returning players. But stay sharp, they'll strike back hard. After the timeout, Milwaukee adjusted. Tim Thomas replaced the struggling Kukoc. Milwaukee's offense began. Francis and Thomas executed a pick and roll. Wallace switched. Francis drove, paused momentarily, then exploited the split-second gap between Bell's delayed chase and Wallace's incomplete recovery. He whipped the pass to Thomas, flaring out beyond the three-point line. Wallace scrambled back, just a fraction too slow. Thomas caught, hesitated not a heartbeat, and shot. Who isn't a technically gifted forward? Swish. Good. 3,426. Tim Thomas halts Milwaukee's bleeding with a 3, Uja reported. Houston's offense resumed. Booth advanced past half-court, only to find Milwaukee's defense transformed aggressive full-court pressure-tight passing lanes. This was George Karl's blueprint. Suffocate contest, provoke turnovers. Booth labored under Francis's relentless hounding. Though defense wasn't Francis's hallmark, his height and wingspan dwarfed Booth's frame. Now clearly sensing his legacy hung in the balance, Francis defended with rare ferocity and razor sharp. Unable to penetrate, Booth lobbed a hesitant pass to Wallace, disrupted by Francis's pressure. Wallace caught near the sideline off balance. Thomas pounced, Wallace, losing footing, flicked a desperate pass to Booth, cutting baseline. But Ollie read it perfectly. Intercepted. Milwaukee countered. Francis sprinted full throttle, drew Bell's attention, then dished to Red, streaking alongside. Red caught and soared upward for a dunk. Then, a blur from the weak side Prince. He soared skyward, arm fully extended, reaching after Red's release. Crack. A thunderous rejection slammed onto the backboard. If you can dunk, do it. A forced dunk is forgivable. Block off the game. To Sean Prince. Yu-Jian nearly vaulted from his seat. Spectacular. That play showcased Prince's extraordinary wingspan and defensive IQ. The deflection fell to Bell, who fired a pass to Wallace, sprinting the other way. Milwaukee hadn't set their defense. Wallace pulled up for a chase down three. Clang. Missed. Fast versus fast. Chaos versus chaos. Milwaukee grabbed the rebound and launched another counterattack. Francis drew a foul on Bell during the break, stepped to the free throw line. Both shots dropped. 34-28. The gap narrowed to 6. Milwaukee has cut it by 5. Houston must stabilize, Zhang Weiping cautioned. Qin Tian stood courtside, brow furrowed. He diagnosed the issue: Milwaukee's defensive intensity had spiked, and Booth couldn't navigate such pressure. Chauncey, get ready. Qin Tian glanced at Billups. At the next dead ball, he substituted Billups for Booth, Yao Ming for Booth. Houston reinserts key starters. Billups and Yao Ming enter. Yu-Jia announced. Current lineup: Billups, Bell, Prince, Wallace, Yao Ming. Zhang Weiping analyzed. Defensively, this unit is vastly improved. No glaring weaknesses. Billups' composure will steady the tempo. Play resumed. Houston's offense. Billups advanced the ball with unhurried authority. Unlike Booth's tempestuous bursts, his rhythm was the steady beat of a war drum. Yao Ming established deep post position. Johnson fought fiercely to deny entry. Billups delivered a high-arching lob. Yao caught, and instead of backing down, pivoted smoothly toward the baseline and released a soft hook shot. Johnson's contest was futile. Swish. 3,628. Yao Ming scores immediately upon entering. That hook, effortless, graceful. Yu-Jia marveled. Zhang Weiping chuckled. At 226 centimeters paired with touch like that, even elite defenders stand helpless. Milwaukee's offense resumed. Francis ran another pick and roll again, with Thomas setting the screen. Wallace switched, but the screen lacked force and Billups slipped through, seamlessly locking on tight. With his drive sealed, Francis reversed the ball to Thomas on the wing. With half a step of space, Thomas chose not to shoot, instead faking at Wallace before driving. Wallace's long arms loomed over him. Thomas hoisted a contested mid-range jumper. Clang. Yao Ming secured the rebound cleanly. Houston's defensive upgrade is unmistakable, Zhang Weiping noted. Yao anchors the rim, Wallace guards the perimeter, Bell and Prince patrol the wings with length, and Billups commands experience. Their defensive versatility is exceptional. Houston's offense. Billups and Yao executed a pick and roll. Milwaukee switched. Francis now guarded Yao. Another mismatch. Thankfully, Thomas instantly rotated to relieve Francis, lest Francis become mere wallpaper behind Yao's dominance. Yao caught at the free throw line facing Thomas. He faked a jump shot. Thomas leapt. Yao seized the opening, dribbled once into the paint, and laid the ball softly into the hoop. 3,828. The margin widened once more to 10. Yao Ming scores consecutively, 9 points already. As a rookie, scoring at this clip in his NBA debut, before halftime, is extraordinary. The scoring efficiency is outstanding. Francis' expression grew increasingly grim. He received the ball for the serve this time, not signaling for a pick and roll, but indicating everyone to spread out. He aimed to take on Bell unknown. With consecutive crossovers, he changed direction and accelerated to break through. Bell's defense was tenacious, but Francis was an all-star level guard while Bell was still honing his skills. He forced his way into the paint, pushing aside half of Bell's body. Yao Ming guarded the basket like the Great Wall protecting China. Francis took a jump shot, but Yao Ming's presence was a tremendous deterrent, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Yao Ming secured the rebound and quickly passed to Billups. The Rockets pushed the fast break with Billups advancing rapidly. He attracted the defense and passed the ball to the cutting Bell, who received it in the corner with no one guarding him. He shot. This was his first three-point attempt of the game. Bang. It hit the back rim and did not go in. But Yao Ming was already following up for the offensive rebound, crashing down to score. Qin Tian nodded in approval. This was the Yao Ming without added weight, able to keep up on the fast break. If he had bulked up, he would probably still be trudging along the midline. Bang. Thomas chose to commit a foul to stop Yao from scoring easily. The referee's whistle blew and Yao Ming was awarded 2 free throws. Yao Ming drew the foul and steps to the free throw line. Yu-Jia said, "Let's see how his free throws go." Yao Ming adjusted his breathing for the first shot. He made it. For the second shot, he scored again. 4-0-8. The gap widened to 12 points. George Karl could no longer sit still and requested another timeout. The second quarter is not even halfway through and the Bucks have already called 2 timeouts, Yu Jia stated. The Rockets' mixed rotation lineup has worked very well. Zhang Weiping nodded. Qin Tian's rotation arrangement is very methodical. He started with an aggressive substitute lineup to seize points, and when the lead was cut he immediately brought back some starters to stabilize the situation. Yao Ming's performance after coming on was remarkably bright. After the timeout, the Bucks made significant adjustments. Castle replaced Olowokandi, Mason replaced Thomas, and Cato replaced Johnson. On the Rockets side, Qin Tian also responded. Ray Allen replaced Bell, and Artest replaced Prince. The current lineup on the court is Billups, Ray Allen, Artest, Wallace, and Yao Ming. Both teams have returned to their starting lineups. The decisive battle has begun early, Yu Jia remarked. The game continued with the Bucks on offense. Castle controlled the ball and set a pick-and-roll with Cato. But Wallace's help defense was very timely. Castle had no opportunity and passed the ball to Mason, who cut in from the corner. Mason took a mid-range shot. He scored. 4-0-3-0. The Rockets went on offense. Billups controlled the ball while Ray Allen started running off the ball. He first used Yao Ming's screen to cut out from the baseline, and then utilized Wallace's back screen to move to the top of the arc. Billups' timely pass reached Ray Allen, who had half a step of space in front, and directly took the three-pointer. Francis' block came a moment too late. Swish. He scored. 4-3-3-0. Ray Allen. Three-pointer made. The gap is back to 13 points. Yu Jia shouted. Zhang Weiping analyzed. Ray Allen's off-ball movement is truly artistic. Look how well he utilized those 2 screens. He completely shook off his defender. The Bucks went on offense. This time Francis did not hold the ball, but passed it to Castle to run the play while he started moving without the ball. Francis used Cato's screen to cut out and received the ball at the right 45-degree angle. Defending him was Artest, and the two engaged in a fierce physical battle. Francis dribbled between his legs continuously and suddenly took a three-pointer. Artest jumped with all his might to interfere. Bang! It hit the rim and bounced out. Long rebound. Mason grabbed it and scored on the second chance. 4-3-3-2. The Bucks have continuously grabbed offensive rebounds. This is a problem the Rockets need to pay attention to, Zhang Weiping pointed out. The Rockets went on offense. Yao Ming called for the ball in the low post, and Cato's defense was aggressive, frequently interfering with him. After receiving the ball, Yao Ming dribbled to push inside, but Cato's lower body was very stable and did not budge much. Building core strength is a gradual process. Qin Tian has not rushed to make Yao Ming a dominant force in the paint, as there's no need. Yao Ming did not greedily try to score and passed the ball outside. Billups received the ball and reorganized the offense, running a pick-and-roll with Wallace. After Wallace rolled off, he popped out to the three-point line, and Billups passed the ball. Wallace received the ball facing Castle, who had switched to defend him. Another mismatch. Wallace did not shoot immediately, but faked before driving. Castle stayed tight on him, but Wallace had a clear height advantage. He stopped abruptly near the free-throw line for a jump shot. Swish. He scored. 4-5-3-2. Rasheed Wallace has already scored 13 points. His shooting touch is on fire today. Yu Jia, Zhang Weiping laughed. A power forward like Rasheed, who can play inside and outside, might be criticized as soft in traditional basketball views, but in the Rockets system, his shooting ability is his greatest weapon. In the following few possessions, the Bucks suddenly exploded, bringing the score to 4-9-4-0. Qin Tian called a timeout. Boozer came on, replacing Wallace, who had played for a long time, and Prince replaced Artest. The Rockets have made substitutions. Boozer and Prince are on the court, Yu Jia explained. The current lineup is Billups, Ray Allen, Prince, Boozer, and Yao Ming. Zhang Weiping analyzed. Boozer's entry is to give Wallace a breather, but the problem is having him and Yao Ming on the court at the same time could cause issues with pick-and-roll defense. Let's see how Coach Qin Tian solved this problem. The game continued with the Bucks on offense. Castle immediately set a pick-and-roll with Cato. Boozer was forced to switch on to Castle, creating a clear mismatch. Castle changed directions continuously, easily getting past Boozer and driving into the paint. Yao Ming had to help defend, and Castle passed the ball to Cato, who was cutting down the lane. Cato received the ball and jumped for a dunk. Yao Ming's help defense was too late. Bang! The dunk was successful. 4-9-4-2. The gap was back to 7 points. Indeed, having Boozer and Yao Ming on the court at the same time has caused issues with pick-and-roll defense, Zhang Weiping stated. The Rockets went on offense. Billups controlled the ball, while Cato defended Yao Ming closely, preventing him from receiving the ball easily. Billups changed tactics and ran a pick-and-roll with Boozer. After the roll, Boozer cut down and Billups made a bounce pass. Boozer received the ball and, facing Mason's help defense, forced a layup. He missed, but Boozer grabbed the offensive rebound himself and scored on the second chance. 5-1-4-2. Carlos Boozer. Self-shot and self-rebound. That's his characteristic. His rebounding instincts are incredibly sharp. Yu Jia said. Zhang Weiping nodded. Although Boozer has defensive issues, his ability to grab offensive rebounds and finish is indeed strong. The Bucks went on offense. Francis returned to the court replacing Castle. He dribbled to the top of the arc and signaled for another pick and roll. Cato stepped up to set the screen, while Boozer switched to defend. Francis faced Boozer and dribbled between his legs before suddenly accelerating to break through. Boozer's lateral movement was indeed slow, and he was easily bypassed. Yao Ming helped on defense, but Francis did not force the shot. Instead, he passed the ball to Reed in the corner. Reed received the ball, but Prince's long arms were already in his face. Yet he still forced the shot. Bang! He missed. The long rebound bounced out and Francis rushed in to grab it. He jumped directly and shot a layup in midair. He scored. 5-1-4-4. Francis. He scored after grabbing the offensive rebound. The gap is only 7 points now. Yu Jia exclaimed. Qin Tian stood on the sidelines, his mind racing. Having Boozer and Yao Ming on the court indeed made it difficult to defend pick and rolls, but he couldn't just rely on Wallace. Udoni's get ready to come in. Qin Tian turned to Haslam and said. At the next dead ball, Haslam The Rockets have made a substitution. Haslam is on the court replacing Boozer, Yu Jia explained. He is an undrafted player selected by the Rockets this year coming from the University of Florida, Zhang Weiping said. Although Haslam is only 203 centimeters tall, he is strong, actively fights for rebounds, and moves faster than Boozer, which may improve pick-and-roll defense. The game continued with the Rockets on offense. Billups controlled the ball and ran a pick-and-roll with Yao Ming. Just as the Bucks switched their defense, Billups timely passed the ball to Yao Ming, who rolled off the screen. Yao Ming caught the ball just inside the free throw line facing Francis, who had switched to defend him. Without hesitation, he turned and shot a hook. He scored. 5-3-4-4. Yao Ming. His 13th point. He already has 13 points before halftime. This performance is outstanding. Yu Jia shouted excitedly. Zhang Weiping laughed. Francis is putting in a lot of effort on defense, but the height difference is too great. Scoring over him is almost as easy as practice for Yao Ming. The Bucks went on offense. Francis continued to run the pick and roll this time, with Haslam switching to defend. Haslam's lateral movement speed wasn't excellent, but he cherished every second on the court and tightly followed Francis. Francis had no chance and passed the ball to Cato. Cato received the ball near the free throw line facing Billups, who had switched to defend him. Big against small. Cato looked at the basketball in his hands, feeling a bit conflicted. He had the height advantage, but he lacked the range to shoot confidently. Reluctantly, he chose a clumsy dribble to drive, but Billups' defense was solid, and he did not lose his position. Yao Ming was also guarding the paint. Cato had to force a shot. He missed. Yao Ming easily secured the rebound. Haslam's defense has been effective. He stayed with Francis, Zhang Weiping analyzed. Although he lacks height, his footwork and physicality are quite good. The Rockets went on offense. Ray Allen started moving without the ball, continuously going around two screens, and received the ball at the left 45-degree angle. Francis chased him desperately, and Ray Allen took a three-pointer directly. Bang! It bounced out. A tall figure leapt up from under the basket. Big Yao. He grabbed the ball that had fallen and scored again. 5-5-4-4. The gap was back to 11 points. Yao Ming scored on the putback. His personal points have now reached 15. Yu Jia shouted. Zhang Weiping praised. Incredible, truly incredible. This is Yao Ming, a towering pillar under the basket. The game entered the final moments of the second quarter. Both teams elevated their defensive intensity. Francis broke through and passed to Reed, but Reed missed the three-pointer. Yao Ming grabbed the rebound, and the Rockets pushed the fast break. Billups advanced rapidly, passing the ball to the trailing Haslam, who received the ball and jumped preparing, but Cato chased from behind and swatted the ball away. Block. Cato swatted Haslam's dunk. Yu Jia shouted. The ball went out of bounds, and it was the Rockets' possession in the front court. The sideline inbounds pass was made, but Billups had no opportunity and passed the ball to Ray Allen. Ray Allen caught the ball just outside the three-point line facing Francis' defense and directly shot. This was a super long three-pointer. The basketball traced a high arc in the air. Swish. He scored. 5-8-4-4. Ray Allen. A super long three-pointer. The gap is now 14 points. Yu Jia nearly shouted. The crowd at the Compact Center has gone wild. The fans are on their feet cheering, and the noise is almost shaking the arena. With only 2 seconds left, the Bucks had one last chance on offense. Francis received the ball and pushed forward at full speed, shooting from 2 steps away from the three-point line. As the basketball flew through the air, the red lights around the backboard lit up. The second quarter had ended. Bang. Swish. The bank shot went in. 5-8-4-7. Francis' incredible buzzer-beater three-pointer. The first half ends with the Rockets leading 5-8-4-7. Yu Jia summarized. The players walked towards the player tunnel, and Qin Tian high-fived each one. The first half is over, and the Rockets lead 5-8-4-7. Yu Jia summarized. From the first half, the Rockets system showcased tremendous offensive firepower, especially in three-point shooting and spatial utilization. Zhang Weiping analyzed. Yes, the Rockets scored 58 points in the first half with very high offensive efficiency. Yao Ming's debut was nothing short of perfect with 15.6 rebounds and 2 blocks, showcasing a comprehensive offensive skill set. Ray Allen's off-ball movement and shooting, Rashid's perimeter threat, and Billups' playmaking in this lineup's offense is indeed very imaginative. But there are also issues, Zhang continued. Defensively, they have limited solutions against pick and rolls, and their rebounding protection is not good enough, allowing the Bucks to grab 8 offensive rebounds. If the Bucks strengthen their rebounding and perimeter shooting in the second half, the game may still have twists and turns. The locker room of the Rockets was filled with a mix of sweat and excitement. 58-47 leading by 11 points at halftime. This was a result beyond many people's expectations. However, the expression on Chin Tian's face was graver than the score indicated. Sit down. Chin Tian clapped his hands, the sound not loud, yet it silenced the previously noisy locker room instantly. The players each found their spots to sit while the trainers and assistant coaches quickly stepped forward, handing out towels, handing out energy drinks, and treating minor injuries. Yao Ming sat in the innermost position, his legs stretched out, while Dr. Thomas Carter was applying an ice pack around his knee. His stats of 15 points and 6 rebounds at halftime were impressive enough, but only he knew how much energy each defense and confrontation had cost him. We played well in the first half, especially on the offensive end, Chin Tian began, his tone calm. 58 points, shooting percentage at 51, three-point percentage at 54.5. These stats are excellent. He paused, surveying all the players. But if you think the game is already over, then we are surely going to lose. The atmosphere in the locker room tightened slightly. Who is George Karl? Chin Tian asked, and answered himself. He is one of the best coaches in the NBA at making adjustments. In the second half, the Bucks will change. What will they do? He looked at Artest. Ron, you only played 10 minutes in the first half. I need your energy in the third quarter. Artest raised his head, his gaze fierce. Coach, him ready. That Francis is too arrogant. Not just Francis. Chin Tian shook his head. In the third quarter, they will intensify the confrontation and increase physical contact. The referees may loosen up. We must be ready for a tough fight. He quickly sketched on the tactical board. On defensive, Francis and Carter run a pick and roll. Rashid, you Yao guard the paint, don't come out easily. Rashid Wallace nodded. Understood, coach. I will block that guy. On the offensive end, Chin Tian continued. We will keep playing Princeton, but we need to be more patient. Chuanchi, control the pace, don't let them speed us up. If they wrap around Yao Ming, we will cut to the weak side. Ray, your off-ball movement needs to continue, but be mindful of your energy distribution. Ray Allen nodded calmly. He had already scored 14 points in the first half, but only had 1 forced shot. The rest were opportunities from tactical plays. This was exactly his preferred style of play. And lastly, Chin Tian emphasized rebounds. We gave up 8 offensive rebounds in the first half, which is terrible. Carter and Mason will keep crashing the boards. Everyone hold your position and protect the rebounds. Boozer raised his hand. Coach, I can. Carlos, I know you want to play. Chin Tian interrupted him, but at the start of the third quarter, we need to maintain defensive flexibility. When you and Yao Ming are on the court together, there are issues with defending the pick and roll. I need you to step in during critical moments in the fourth quarter. Understood, Oi? Boozer nodded in understanding, albeit somewhat disappointed. One last point. Chin Tian's gaze swept over everyone. This is our home court, and this is the first official game of our new system. No matter how the outside world evaluates us, what stands in this locker room now is a brand new Rockets team. In the third quarter, we will seal the victory. Do you have confidence? Yes. The locker room echoed with a unified response. Meanwhile, in the Bucks locker room, the atmosphere was completely different. George Karl's face turned red and the tactical board in his hands was almost crushed. 58 points. We allowed a newly formed team to score 58 points in the first half. His roar echoed in the locker room. Where is your defense? Where is your pride? The players hung their heads. No one dared to respond. Steve. Karl looked at Francis. 6 for 15, 18 points. The stats look good, but do you know what the problem is? Who are you competing against? That Billups. Your goal is to win the game, not personal stats. Francis gritted his teeth, his gaze fiercely fixed on the floor. In the second half, we will adjust. Karl forced himself to calm down and began to draw on the tactical board. First, defense. They are playing Princeton with the center up high. Kevin Carter, you follow him. Don't give Yao Ming an easy chance to receive the ball. But if he does receive it, immediately use your body to give him a tough challenge. He is just a rookie. This is his first NBA game. Let him know what NBA muscles and intelligence really are. Carter nodded vigorously. I will smash him apart. On the offensive end, Karl continued. Steve, keep running the pick and roll. But don't always attack yourself. Observe Yao Ming's defensive choices. If he switches defense, you drive. If he doesn't switch, you take the mid-range shot. Your mid-range shooting percentage is decent, so hit them hard. Finally, Francis spoke up, his voice hoarse. Coach, I want to defend Ray Allen. No, Carl shook his head. Your task is to attack. Castle, you keep defending Ray Allen, stay close to him, and don't let him receive the ball easily. Castle nodded. He had actually done his best defending Ray Allen in the first half, but Ray Allen's off-ball movement was truly exceptional. And the rebounds, Carl tapped the tactical board. We grabbed 8 offensive rebounds in the first half, which is our advantage. Antonio Mason, Kevin Carter, keep crashing the boards. Their interior only has Yao Ming to protect the rebounds. Wallace is more outside, and Boozer has defensive issues. Crash through them. He looked at the players. Listen, they are a new team. Their system has only been established for a few months. In the first half, they had a good shooting touch, but that won't last. In the third quarter, we will raise the intensity of the confrontation to the maximum and turn the game into a battle of attrition. As long as the point difference returns to within 5 points, the pressure will be on their side. Do you understand? Understood. The Bucks players responded in unison. Good. Carl glanced at the clock. 3 minutes left. Adjust your breathing, be prepared. In the second half, let's bring the game back. The atmosphere at the Compact Center reached a new peak as the players re-entered the court. Leading by 11 points at halftime gave Rockets fans a glimpse of hope, and those who were originally skeptical began to waver. Perhaps this Chinese owner and his new system really have something significant. Dear viewers, welcome back. This is the NBA regular season live broadcast by Zhongyang TV, where the Houston Rockets host the Milwaukee Bucks. The first half has concluded with the Rockets leading 5-8-4-7 by 11 points. Yu Jia's voice echoed again. Coach Zhang, do you have any summary of the first half? Coach Zhang Weiping adjusted his glasses. The Rockets' offense was outstanding in the first half, scoring a high 58 points with a shooting percentage exceeding 50% and a three-point percentage as high as 54.5. This reflects Coach Qin Tian's emphasis on space and efficiency. Yao Ming's debut was perfect with 15 points and 6 rebounds at halftime, showcasing his comprehensive offensive skills. But there are also problems. Coach Zhang shifted his tone. Defensively, they had few solutions against pick and rolls, and rebounding protection was insufficient. Let's see how Coach Qin Tian will adjust in the second half. On the court, the referee handed the ball to the Bucks. Xionglu inbounds. Fulang Cece receives and pushes the ball forward. Past midcourt, he notices a change in the defense. No longer Belupasi or Bayer from the first half, but a taste. A taste guarding Fulang Cece. This matchup just became interesting. Yu Jia immediately notes the shift. Fulang Cece stares at the opponent in front of him, a man clearly broader than himself, and his gaze hardens with ferocity. He performs a string of between-the-legs dribbles and suddenly accelerates to break through, but a taste's feet are quicker than he expected, and he holds his ground firmly. A taste's defense is rock solid. He hasn't been beaten out of position. Coach Zhang Weiping marvels. The shot clock is burning down. Fulang Cece is forced to kick the ball to Kaiser to reset. Kaiser and Kao run a pick and roll, and this time Yao Ming does not switch. Walazi delayed hustles back into position. Belupasi hustles back on defense, and Kaiser has no lane. The ball circulates through Xiongla's hands and finally finds Mason on the weak side. Mason faces Wallai's defense and tries to muscle his way in, but Wallai's feet mirror him, perfectly staying ahead. Mason kicks the ball back to Fulang Cece. Fulang Cece attempts to attack a taste again when suddenly the whistle blows. 24-second violation. Huojian's defense. Perfect defensive rotation. Yu Jia shouts excitedly, 24-second violation. Coach Zhang Weiping analyzes. This defensive sequence shows Qin Tian's adjustments. A taste is primary on Fulang Cece and holds his own in the physical battles. Yao Ming hasn't been pulled away from the paint, and Wallai's switching is excellent. This is what the Huojian defensive system should look like. Huojian now runs the offense. Belupasi controls the ball with calm, measured progress. Yao Ming positions himself low, while Kata employs a half-front switch repeatedly, using his arms to disrupt. Belupasi refrains from forcing a lob, and instead kicks the ball to Walazi at the top of the arc. Walazi catches, sizes up Mason, fakes a shot, and then drives. Mason sticks with him, but Walazi bursts to the free throw line, plants, and releases a fall-away jumper. Swish. It goes in. 6-0-4-7. Lackside Walazi. He has 15 points. His touch is incandescent tonight. Yu Jia exclaims. Xionglu brings the ball back. Fulang Cece, clearly stung by the last defensive possession, signals for space and intends to attack a taste on Ianon. He strings together between the legs dribbles, shifts the ball in front of his body, and explodes into the lane. A taste's physical pressure burdens Fulang Cece, but with a burst of speed, he manages to create half a step and burst into the paint. Yao Ming stands sentinel beneath the rim. Inside the free throw line, Fulang Cece stops on a dime and rises for a jumper. Thud. The ball clangs off the front rim and bounces out. Long rebound. Katawa secures it, and the putback draws a foul on Yao Ming. Yao Ming raises his hand to signal it was his foul. That is his third foul. Yao Ming has his third foul. That is a concern for Huojian, Yu Jia says with worry. Coach Zhang Weiping comments, yes, a third foul so early in the third quarter could affect Yao Ming's minutes. Qin Tian now must consider whether to take him out. Katawa hits one of 2 free throws. 6-0-4-8. Huojian on offense. Balupacy controls, and he runs a pick and roll with Walazi. After the screen, Walazi pops to the perimeter. Balupacy bounces a dribble pass. Walazi catches and launches a 3. Maizen's closeout arrives a step too late. Swish. 6-3-4-8. Lackside Walazi. Another 3, now 18 points. Yu Jia almost roars. He is Huojian's most consistent scoring option tonight. The Kong by Zhongxin erupts. Walazi waves to the fans on his way back on defense, provoking an even louder ovation. Xionglu brings the ball back up. This time Fulang Cece chooses not to isolate, and instead runs a pick and roll with Katawa. Walazi switches out. Fulang Cece drives, but Wala Ice's feet track him step for step. Fulang Cece is forced to kick to Mason in the corner. Mason catches and faces Lei Alan's defense, launching a contested 3. No good. Yao Ming protects the rim and grabs the rebound. Huojian pushes in transition. Balupacy speeds ahead and dishes to the trailing Lei Alan, who rises for a dunk. But Fulang Cece chases from behind and slaps the ball free. The whistle blows. Foul. Fulang Cece fouled him. That was a clear foul. Yu Jia observes. Fulang Cece protests to the referee, but is ignored. Lei Alan steps to the line and knocks down both free throws. 6-5-4-8. The gap stretches to 17. Xiaoji Kair cannot sit still and calls for a timeout. Less than 3 minutes into the third quarter, and Xionglu is already down by 17, Yu Jia summarizes. Huojian's offense remains efficient, and their defense has visibly improved. Coach Zhang Weiping analyzes, the key is Huojian solve their pick-and-roll coverage. Walazi switching onto Fulang Cece works very well, and Yao Ming protecting the paint is crucial. On offense, Walazi is in exceptional form today. Xionglu simply cannot contain him. The timeout ends, and Xionglu adjusts. Tuomasai replaces Mason to bolster wing shooting. The game resumes as Xionglu brings the ball up. Kaiser handles running a pick-and-roll with Tuomasai. Kaiser draws the defense and feeds the rolling Tuomasai. Tuomasai meets Walazi, who has recovered and is back in position. Rather than forcing a contested shot, Tuomasai quickly dishes to Kaiser, slipping to the corner off the screen. Kaiser catches and fires a 3. Bilapus's contest arrives, but fails to alter it. It's good. 6-5-5-1. Kaiser's 3 brings the margin back to 14. Yu Jia remarks, Xionglu needs makes like that to staunch the bleeding. Huojian runs their offense. Balupacy controls while Yao Ming posts low. Kachuo's defense grows nastier, nearly hanging on Yao Ming's back. Balupacy lobs high to Yao Ming. Yao Ming receives and turns, but Kachuo's physicality distorts the motion and the hook drifts wide. Katawa secures the defensive rebound. Xionglu pushes in transition. Fulang Cece receives and sprints with a taste, hounding him back. In a Lonian own up front, Fulang Cece changes direction and bursts, but a taste refuses to be displaced. Fulang Cece is forced into a sudden stop and jumper. Thud. Off target again. Yet Tuomasai snatches the offensive board and finishes the putback. 6-5-5-3. The lead is down to 12. Xionglu has ripped off a 50 run. Huojian needs to score now. Yu Jia exclaims. Qin Tian stands at the sideline, his brow knit. He sees the problem. Yao Ming's efficiency is slipping under Kachuo's tough defense, and Xionglu's rebounding has become ferocious. Yao, come down and rest. Qin Tian decides the substitution. Kalaosi, you're in. As Yao Ming trots to the bench, Qin Tian pats his shoulder. Good job, rest up. He'll need you in the fourth. Buzir checks in, and Huojian's lineup becomes Balupacy, Lei Alan at taste, Buzir, and Walazi. Huojian makes a substitution. Buzir in for Yao Ming, Yu Jia explains. There is no true center on the floor now. Walazi is nominally at 5, while Buzir plays the 4. Coach Zhang Weiping analyzes, this lineup is very mobile, but lacks interior height. Xionglu may attack the rim more aggressively. Huojian brings the ball up. Walazi receives at high post and feeds Buzir, cutting to the basket. Buzir's layup clangs off under Kachuo's defense. Katawa grabs the rebound, and Xionglu races the other way. Katawa clearly plays with new confidence, demanding position low and taking on Walazi. Walazi practically says, you really think you're all that? Katawa takes the ball strong, spins and hooks, but Wala Ice's contest nudges the shot wide. Katawa rebounds his own miss, and the second chance forces Buzir into foul trouble. Katawa hits one of 2 free throws. 6-5-5-4. Huojian on offense. Balupacy directs traffic and swings to Lei Alan, who drives, draws help, and finds a taste in the corner. A taste receives with nobody near him and rises. It's his first 3-point attempt of the game. Thud. It kisses the rim and bounces out. The long rebound is grabbed by Fulang Cece, who Xionglu springs a break. Phalanx CC races and draws defenders and dishes to the trailing Tuomasai. Tuomasai goes up and throws down a one-handed slam. 6-5-5-6. The deficit is now only 9. The atmosphere in Kongbai Zhongxin tightens. 2 minutes ago the lead was 17, now it has dwindled to 9. Xionglu has unleashed an 80 surge. Huijin needs a timeout. Yujia urges. Qin Tian calls timeout. Players retreat to the bench, and the mood grows solemn. Don't panic, Qin Tian's voice remains calm. Games ebb and flow. What matters is how we respond. He outlines the plan quickly. We're running the elevator door set. Changshi, you bring the ball up. Lei, you run the first elevator. Luan, you run the second. Lackside, you and Kaloosi set the screens. Then he looks to Buzir. Kaloosi, I know you want to prove yourself, but now is not the time. I need you to set solid screens and protect the glass, understood? Buzir nods, reluctant but aware the coach is right. The timeout ends and play resumes. Huijin attacks, Balupasi crosses half-court, while Xiongla's defense stays aggressive. Balupasi signals and Lei Ailan rockets from the corner, using a double screen from Walazi and Buzir to cut. Xiongla's defense, however, is alert. Phalanx CC and Tuomasai both trail, and Lei Ailan has no clear window. Balupasi doesn't rush and signals again. A taste begins his motion from the opposite side, using the same double screen to cut. This time Xiongla's defense slips into confusion. Both Phalanx CC and Tuomasai chase Lei Ailan, leaving a yawning gap where a taste is cutting. While Apus's pass arrives on time, a taste catches at the left 45, squares up and fires without hesitation. Swish. A 3 drops. 6-8-5-6. A taste. A 3 to stop the bleeding for Huijin. Yujia cries out. Coach Zhang Weiping analyzes. That play was cleverly designed. The first cut drew the defense, the second cut exploited the opening. A taste seized the moment, an important basket. A taste pounds his chest on the run back, roaring. This shot has finally let some steam off. Xionglu brings it back. Phalanx CC resumes pick-and-roll duty, and Buzir switches onto him. Phalanx CC easily gets past Buzir and slices to the rim. But while ISIS help defense arrives in time, and Phalanx CC is forced to kick out to Kaiser on the perimeter. Kaiser rises for a 3, no good. Buzir secures the defensive rebound. That is the first correct play he has made since entering. Huijin runs offense. Balupasi paces the floor and runs another pick-and-roll with Walazi. After the screen Walazi pops, Balupasi bounces a dribble pass. Walazi receives, finds Katawa switched onto him, fakes a shot, and then drives. Katawa clings tightly, but Walazi darts to the free throw line, pivots, and releases a fall-away jumper. It's good again. 7-0-5-6. The margin returns to 14. Lackside Walazi. He has 20 points now. Tonight he is unstoppable. Yujia exclaims. Coach Zhang Weiping smiles. A power forward who can play inside and out like Lackside is a rarity in today's game. His versatility makes him very hard to guard. The next several possessions devolve into a tug-of-war. Xionglu leans on Phalanx ISIS drives and second chance points, while Huijin relies on Walla ISIS steady scoring and Lei Ailan's off-ball movement to maintain the lead. With 4 minutes left in the third quarter, the score reads 7-6-6-4. Huijin up by 12. An official timeout is called. Players retreat to the bench, and Qin Tian begins another round of adjustments. Yao you'll return to replace Kaloosi. Lackside, you need a breather. Wadunasai Hasalima you're in, Qin Tian instructs. Coach Zhang Weiping, seeing that lineup, comments. Hasalima checks in. Though not the tallest, this young man rebounds aggressively and moves quickly. He can pair with Yao Ming in the interior. Yujia adds, after a few minutes of rest, Yao Ming should have some energy back. Let's watch how both teams behave in these final moments of the quarter. Play resumes, as Xionglu attacks. Phalanx CC continues to run pick-and-rolls, but this time Hasalimu matches the switch. Hasalima's feet are much quicker than Buzir's, and he stays glued to Phalanx CC. Phalanx CC has no clear chance and dishes to Katawa. Katawa receives in the low post and powers up with the dribble. But Yao Ming defends smartly this time. Rather than headbutting, he uses his height to obscure Kachuo's sightline. Katawa turns for a hook. Thud. Missed. Hasalimu secures the rebound. Hasalima's defense is working well. Zhang Weiping praises. Despite the lack of height, his footwork and physicality are solid, and he's active on the boards. Huijin in possession. Yao Ming gets positioned low, while Katawa continues his fierce defense. Yao Ming opts not to power through and swings the ball back out. Balupasi receives and reorchestrates, exchanging handoffs with Lei Ailan. Lei Ailan attacks, draws defenders, and finds a taste in the corner. A taste curls to the hoop, but Xionglu rotates quickly. Tuomasai has already slid into place. A taste refrains from forcing the shot. He fakes and lifts to loft a mid-range jumper off the glass over Tuomas's frame. Good again. 7-8-6-4. A taste has 5 points. He's starting to find his rhythm. Yujia remarks. Zhang Weiping analyzes. A taste's scoring ability has been underestimated. He has strong finishes after contact and can convert. If he provides consistent scoring, Huojian's offense will be greatly enhanced. Xionglu charges back down. Feeling Cece is visibly impatient. This possession, he forgoes the pick and roll and opts to go unknown against a taste. He changes direction repeatedly and explodes, yet a taste still has not been displaced. A turnover. With the shot clock dwindling, Fu Lang, Cece forced a leaning jump shot. It clangs off the rim. A long rebound bounces out, Alida grabs it and launches a three immediately. Still no good. Yao Ming secures the rebound. Huojian pushes in transition. Bilapusi advances rapidly and dishes to the trailing Lei Luan. Lei Luan catches the pass, but does not fire immediately. He waits until Fu Lang Cece lunges, then kicks the ball out to the corner, where a Tai Site is open. A Tai Site receives, gathers, and shoots. This time his release is full of confidence. Swish, another three. 8,164. The lead swells to 17. A Tai Site, 8 points in the third quarter already. Huojian have sparked a small outburst. Yu Jia cried, animated. A Tai Site roared toward the crowd as he hustled back on defense. Kongwa Zhongxin answered with a thunderous ovation. Xiao Zhika Air called timeout again, his face ashen. Xiong Lu call another timeout. Yu Jia said Huojian's offense has left their defense utterly helpless. Coach Zhang Weiping analyzed the key is Huojian's multiple scoring options. When Yao Ming sits, Hua Laisher comes in. When Hua Laisher sits, a Tai Site comes in. And everyone is willing to share the ball, which makes it hard to lock down. The timeout ends, and Xiong Lu return all their starters. Qin Tian counters for Huojian. Hua Laisher replaces Ha Si Lu Mu Pu Lin Si replaces a Tai Site. The lineup now by Lapusi Lei, A Luan Pu Lin Si Hua, Laisher Yao Ming. Both sides have gone to their starters. The final battle begins early. Yu Jia declared. Play resumes with Xiong Lu in possession. Fu Lang Cece and Tuama Si run a pick and roll. Hua Laisher switches Fu Lang, Cece drives and dishes to Tuama Si. Tuama Si receives near the free throw line, faces by Lapusi's defense and pops for a mid-range jumper. It drops. 8,166. Huojian back on offense. By Lapusi brings the ball up, while Yao Ming establishes position low. Ka Tua still uses a fronting strategy, but Yao Ming suddenly backcuts and receives by Lapusi's high lob. He turns immediately and hooks it with a soft one-handed shot. Ka Tuo's block attempt does not affect it. It goes in. 8,366. Yao Ming. 17 points for him. That backcut was clever, completely escaping Ka Tuo's fronting. Yu Jiao marveled. Coach Zhang Weiping smiled. Yao Ming has high basketball IQ and learns fast. Ka Tuo fronted him several times in the first half. This time, Yao Ming read it and backcut. Xiong Lu attack. Fu Lang Cece uses a screen to shake a Tai Site, and before the switch arrives stops and rises from long two. Swish. It connects. 8,368. Huojian push. Time ticks into the final moments of the third quarter. By Lapusi controls the tempo and runs a pick and roll with Hua Laisher. After the separation, Hua Laisher steps out, and by Lapusi bounces a pass. Hua Laisher catches and immediately launches a three. Fu Lang Cece scrambles to contest. Bang! It rims out. But Yao Ming grabs the offensive rebound and is put back, draws a foul on Ka Tuo. Yao Ming drew the foul on Ka Tuo. That's Ka Tuo's fourth foul. Yu Jia said. Ka Tuo shook his head in frustration, and Xiao Zhika Air's expression darkened further on the sideline. Yao Ming steps to the line and sinks both free throws. 8,568. 13 seconds remain. Wu Xiong Lu have one last chance in the quarter. Fu Lang Cece controls the clock, signaling everyone to spread and let him go unknown with by Lapusi. He dribbles between his legs, repeatedly explodes into a drive, but by Lapusi's defense is grounded and does not give ground. With only 3 seconds left, Fu Lang Cece is forced into a fading jumper. Bang, no good. Yao Ming secures the rebound. By Lapusi catches and heaves a desperate long-range three that misses. The third quarter ends with the score frozen at 85-68, Huojian ahead by 17. 3 quarters complete, Huojian lead 85-68, Yu Jia summarized. From the third quarter, it's clear Huojian withstood Xiong Lu's surge, and through tactical adjustments stretched the margin again. Yes, absolutely. But there are concerns, Coach Zhang added. Huojian's bench has contributed little on offense. Also, Yao Ming's stamina is a potential vulnerability. Let's see how both sides adjust in the final quarter. The horn that ends the third reverberated through Kongwa Zhongxin. The numbers on the scoreboard left nearly 20,000 spectators breathless. 8,568, a 17-point chasm standing between Xiong Lu and a comeback. Yet Qin Tian stood before the Huojian bench with not a trace of relaxation in his face. He knew the NBA too well and knew what desperate teams can explode into when backed against the ropes. 17 points. In the NBA, where miracles happen, that is far from a safe lead. Gather round. Qin Tian clapped his hands, his voice cutting through the arena's din. The players closed in a sweat, traced their cheeks. Yao Ming leaned on his knees, breathing heavily. Hua Laisher wiped his neck with a towel. Olay Elun calmly drank a sports drink. By Lapusi's eyes never left Fu Lang, Shi on the opposite bench, whose face was drained of color. Listen, Qin Tian spoke quickly, 17 points is not enough. At the start of the fourth we stay with all our starters, no reservations, and we close the game with one relentless wave. He swept his gaze over the 5 starters. Changshi, control tempo, but don't burn the clock. Lei, keep moving, use your endurance to wear them down. Luoen, I need you applying more pressure on defense against Fu Lang Shi. Lashi, to keep producing on offense, but be attentive with your defensive rotations. Yao. Qin Tian looked at Yao Ming. Yao's minutes were not extraordinarily long for a starter, yet his stamina was clearly approaching a critical threshold, though his eyes still burned with combat fire. Yao, you only need to do 2 things. Qin Tian's tone softened. Be our pivot on offense and protect the rim on defense. If Ka Tua tries to bully you and attack you again, use your height to disrupt him. Don't try to outmuscle him. Yao Ming nodded, hard sweat flicking free. As for the rest of you, Qin Tian addressed the bench. Bo, Yijin, Si Bei, Air Pu Lin, Si Buze, Air Wang Jiji, and the others. Be ready to enter at a moment's notice. When I call for a substitution, I want you to go in and maintain the same intensity, understand? Understood, the bench players replied in unison. Good. Qin Tian took a step back. Remember, this is our home, and this is the first game of the new Huijian. We don't just want to win, we want to shut everyone up. Go out there and end the suspense. He paused, then raised his voice sharply. Do you have confidence? Yes. The team stacked their hands and pressed down together. Huijian. Victory. On the other bench, Xiao Zhika Air did not roar. His voice was low and rasping like an injured beast. 17 points. 1 quarter, 12 minutes. In the NBA, that's not decisive. He fixed his gaze on Fu Lang Shi. Steve, do you remember the 2000 Lakers against the Trail Blazers? Down 15 in the fourth, what did Kobai and Xiaoyu do? Fu Lang Shi lifted his head, the whites of his eyes were rimmed with red. They won, Xiao Zhika Air said slowly, because they believed they could, because they fought until the last second. He drew on the tactics board. Fourth quarter, full court pressure. Start the defense from the baseline. Steal, I want you to pounce like starving wolves. Push, get the ball forward the instant you have it. Shoot, when you have a look, take it, no hesitation. On offense, he continued, looking at Kata. Kevin, you're on 4 fouls. I won't bench you. I want you to keep attacking Yao Ming and draw him into foul trouble. You're a veteran, you know what to do. Ka Tua gritted his teeth and nodded with weight. Finally, Xiao Zhika Air swept his eyes across the group. We are the Milwaukee Xionglu. We made the playoffs last season. Who are we facing? A newly assembled team, a head coach who has never coached in the NBA. If we lose to them today, what will the media say tomorrow? Think about that yourselves. He drew a deep breath. Go. Take back the glory that belongs to us. The referee's whistle sliced through the arena. The fourth quarter officially began. Xionglu inbound the ball. Like Qin Tian, Xiao Zhika Air sent all his starters back in for one last push. Fu Lang Shi Ka Sai Air, Mei Sun Tuama Si Kata. Huijian's 5 starters remained by Lapusi Lei, A Luan, A Tai Si Te Hua, Laisher Yao Ming. Full strength, no reserve. Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth quarter begins. Huijian lead 85-68, a 17-point margin, but they still have their starters in. At the broadcast desk, Yu Jia sounded surprised. Coach Zhang, what do you make of this rotation? Coach Zhang pushed his glasses up. Qin is trying to kill the game outright. A 17-point lead in the NBA is not absolutely safe, especially with a scorer like Fu Lang Shi on the other side. Sending in all your starters is a demand for total execution. Leave them no hope of a reply. On the court, Xionglu ran their first possession. Fu Lang Shi received the ball. Against the Tai CT's defense, a dangerous light flashed in his eyes. He dribbled between his legs in succession and then exploded into a massive in-and-out crossover, forcing a Tai CT half a step off balance. That half step was all the room he needed. Fu Lang Shi surged like lightning into the paint. Hua Laisher rotated quickly, but Fu Lang Shi did not attack the rim hard. In midair, he kicked the ball out to the weak side runner Tuama Si. Tuama Si caught with only the hoop in front of him and launched. Snap. A giant hand descended from above. Yao Ming. He slammed Tuama Si and the ball down together. Yao Ming. A monstrous block on Tuama Si. Yu Jia shouted in exhilaration. Hua Laisher secured the rebound, and Huijian raced downcourt in transition. While Lapusi pushed the pace into the front court and settled into the set. Lei Luan had already begun his off-ball work. He used Yao Ming's baseline screen to curl to the weak side, then used Hua Laisher's lift to cut back to the top of the arc. While Lapusi's pass was like a guided missile, arriving exactly as Lei Luan freed himself. Catch, jump, release. Fu Lang Shi scrambled to contest, but it was too late. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish, a 3. 8,868. The margin stretches to 20. Lei Luan. Precision from 3, 20 points now. Yu Jia's voice echoed through the broadcast booth. Coach Zhang analyzed, this is the terror of Hua Jian's offense. Yao Ming's interior threat draws help. Lei Luan's off-ball movement cracks the defense, while Lapusi's passing is surgical. They have run this combination all game, and Xiong Lu still cannot stop it. Xiong Lu initiated their offense. Fu Lang Shixi's face had grown hard. He signaled once more for everyone to spread out, and for him to go unknown with a Tai Site. He dribbled between his legs repeatedly and exploded into a drive. This time, a Tai Site's defense was more ferocious. He planted his chest into Fu Lang Shixi and used long arms to disrupt the dribble. Fu Lang Shixi was forced to stop. After a probing step, he rose into a contested fading jumper. A Tai Site's long arm covered his sight line entirely. Bang! The shot clanged on the rim and popped out on the front edge. A long rebound. Tuamasi grabbed it, but Hua Laisher had already rotated, and his long reach smothered Tuamasi's shot attempt. Tuamasi hurriedly passed back to Ka Sayer, but his pass carried too much and sailed out of bounds. Hua Jian reset on offense, while Lapusi calmly managed the ball surveying the floor. Yao Ming established position low. Ka Tua again used fronting, though he was mindful of Yao Ming's back cut, and no longer as aggressive or decisive as in the earlier quarters. While Lapusi lofted a high lob, and Yao Ming caught it, cleanly pivoted toward the baseline and finished with a little hook. Ka Tua leapt, but could not match the height differential. The ball kissed nothing but net. 9,068. The margin widens to 22. Yao Ming. 19 points for him. The lead is 22. Yu Jia exclaimed. Is the game losing its suspense? Coach Zhang offered, that was a very smart play by Yao Ming. Ka Tuo's energy is dropping, his fronting defense is no longer as tenacious. Yao Ming exploited his height advantage to score easily. This is the value of a true big man. Xiao Zhika Air called timeout, his face terrifyingly pale. Only 147 into the fourth, and the gap had widened from 17 to 22. His team was beginning to unravel. After the timeout, Xiong Lu adjusted. Li Da replaced Ka Sayer to bolster their perimeter shooting. Fu Lang Shixi tried to drive again, but a Tai Site stood like a moving wall cutting off his path. Fu Lang Shixi swung the ball to Li Da, who faced Lei Luan's tight defense. Lei Luan's expression was focused. Did Xiong Lu think they could replace me? Li Da's eyes burned with resolve. He forced a contested 3 in an attempt to prove himself. His intent was bold, but ideals are one thing and execution another. Bang, no good. Hua Laisher secured the defensive rebound, and Hua Jian surged in transition. While Lapusi pushed hard, drew the defense, and kicked to Hua Laisher, spotting up at the arc. Hua Laisher caught with no one near him. He did not hesitate. He shot. Swish. 9,368. The lead balloons to 25. Lashida Hua Laisher. 23 points for him. The margin is 25. Yu Jian nearly leapt from his seat. Hua Jian have ripped off an 80 run. Less than 2 minutes into the fourth quarter. Konghua Zhongxin erupted. Fans rose and roared until the old arena seemed about to lift off. Coach Zhang exhaled sharply. That should be the dagger. With a 25-point gap, a Xiong Lu comeback becomes nearly impossible. But Xiao Zhika Air refused to relent. He raged at the sideline, demanding his players keep fighting. Xiong Lu ran their offense. Fu Lang Shixi's eyes had grown ferocious. He tried again to ignite a run, but a Tai Site remained an immovable barrier, determined to hold his ground and deny any easy lane. A hint of despair crossed his mind, yet he gritted his teeth and broke through the defense as Thomas hit a three-pointer from the corner. 9-3-7-1. Tim Thomas' three-pointer has temporarily staved off the bleeding for the Bucks. Yu Jia said. But the Rockets' offense surged once again like a tide. Billups set a screen for Yao Ming, and the Bucks opted to switch defense with Francis now matched up against Yao Ming. A massive mismatch. Yao Ming caught the ball at the free throw line, turned to face Francis, and went for a direct shot. Francis leaped with all his might, but even his fingertips couldn't reach Yao Ming's elbow. Swish. Another hit. 9-5-7-1. A 24-point gap. Yao Ming. That's his 21st point. Francis looks like a child in front of him. Yu Jia's commentary was filled with passion. Coach Zhang Weiping chuckled. This is the absolute dominance of height. Francis defended hard, but some gaps cannot be bridged by effort alone. Official timeout. The players returned to the bench, and Qintian began making substitutions. Well done, Qintian high-fived each of the starting 5. You did it. Now take a break. He looked at the bench. Earl Raga, Taishan Daji, Carlos, you're up. Remember, the game isn't over yet. I want you to maintain the intensity. Boykin's Bell, Prince Wang Zhizhi and Boozer Rose, excitement glinting in their eyes. This was their chance to prove themselves. Earl, you control the ball and push the pace, Qintian quickly instructed. Raga, defend Francis and keep the pressure on. Taishan, your job is to lock down Reed. Carlos and Dodgy guard the paint and shoot if you get the chance. The five nodded vigorously. All right, Chintian clapped his hands. Go enjoy the game. The timeout ended, and when the Rockets bench unit stepped onto the court, the compact center erupted in enthusiastic applause. Meanwhile, on the Bucks side, George Karl also substituted some starters, but Francis remained on the court. This former Rockets leader was clearly unwilling to lose the game in such a manner. The Rockets have put in an all-bench lineup, Ujia explained. Boykins, Bell, Prince, Wang Zhizhi, and Boozer. On the Bucks side, Francis was still on the court accompanied by Reed, Ollie, Kukoc, and Johnson. Coach Zhang Weiping analyzed Kinshin's substitutions are bold but confident. With a 24-point deficit and less than 8 minutes left, it was indeed an opportunity for the bench players to gain experience. The game continued with the Bucks in possession. Francis brought the ball up and Bell immediately stuck to him. Unlike Arteas' defense earlier, Bell's defense was much more sticky, constantly using his body to contest Francis, his arms disrupting the dribble. Raga Bell's defense is quite distinctive, Ujia noted. He isn't afraid of contact and his footwork keeps up. Francis was clearly irritated by this defense. He attempted to break through with consecutive crossovers, but Bell stuck to him like glue. With no opportunity, Francis forced a fadeaway jumper. Bang! The shot clanked off the rim. Boozer secured the rebound, and the Rockets pushed for a fast break. Boykins raced forward like lightning. His speed left the aging Kukoc completely unable to keep up. In a Oni-on-0 situation, Boykins did not choose to lay up, but stopped abruptly outside the three-point line and shot. Swish! Three-pointer made. 9-8-7-1. A 27-point gap. Earl Boykins comes off the bench and hits a three. Ujia chuckled. This little guy truly has a big heart. Coach Zhang Weiping also laughed, though Boykins is only 1.65 meters tall. His speed and scoring ability are indeed impressive. In the bench unit, he is a scorer. The Bucks were on offense, but France's face was already extremely grim. He attempted to isolate against Bell again, but Bell's defense was making it very difficult for him. Ultimately, he chose to pass to Reed. Facing Prince's long-arm defense, Reed forced a three-point shot. Bang! No good. The long rebound bounced out, and Wang Zhizhi grabbed it, immediately passing it to Boykins. The Rockets pushed for another fast break, but this time the Bucks quickly retreated and Boykins had no opportunity, shifting to a half-court offense. He controlled the ball at the arc, observing the situation on the court. Wang Zhizhi stepped up to set a screen, and Boykins used it to drive and drawing Johnson's help defense before dishing the ball to the popping Wang Zhizhi. Wang Zhizhi caught the ball outside the three-point line unguarded. He shot. As one of the first players from Longhua to possess a stable three-point shooting ability, Wang Zhizi's shooting form was smooth and standard. The basketball spun in the air. Swish! It went in. 1-0-1-7-1. A 30-point gap. Wang Zhizhi hits a three. He and Yao are the pride of Longhua basketball. Look, Yao Ming is applauding Wang Zhizhi from the sidelines. Ujia's voice was filled with excitement. Coach Zhang Weiping remarked Wang Zhizi's three-pointer was taken with great confidence. His biggest advantage in the NBA is his shooting ability. If he can improve his defense and physicality, he will have great development. The fans from Longhua who traveled from afar to the compact center went completely wild, waving their national flags and shouting Wang Zhizi's name. At this point in the game, the suspense had completely vanished. George Karl wanted to substitute Francis, but Francis chose to refuse. Chintian was also pleased. Allowing the bench players to face the opposing all-star guard in live action was the best training opportunity. In the following minutes, the game turned into a training session for the Rockets bench unit. Boykins used his speed to score repeatedly. Bell made Francis' life extremely difficult on defense, and also hit a three-pointer from the corner on offense. Prince disrupted the Bucks' shots multiple times with his long arms. Boozer showcased his strong rebounding ability under the basket, completing several second-chance opportunities. Wang Zhizhi continuously drew defensive attention from the outside, and also hit a mid-range jumper. In contrast, Francis struggled with low efficiency under Bell's tight defense, and Reed was limited by Prince's long arms, relying only on sporadic scoring from veterans like Kukoc and Johnson to barely hold on. In the final moments, Francis hit a three-pointer, and then scored on a layup, bringing his personal score to 31 points, but this could not change the outcome of the game. With the last offensive play before the final whistle, Boykins controlled the time and tossed the ball into the air as the 24-second timer was about to expire. The red lights around the hoop lit up. The final buzzer echoed through the compact center, and the bright red numbers on the scoreboard froze. 1-1-3-8-8. The 25-point difference rang out like a loud proclamation in the night sky of Houston. On the court, the Rockets players embraced each other. Yao Ming and Wang Zhizhi, the two giants of Longhua, exchanged smiles and excitedly chatted. Ray Allen and Billups slapped hands, both wearing relieved and calm smiles. Rasheed Wallace opened his arms and howled at the sky, as if wanting to release all the passion of the night. Arteas pounded his chest vigorously, his number 91 jersey soaked with sweat. The bench players joined in as well. Boykins jumped up to pat Yao Ming on the back. Bell embraced Prince. Boozer laughed and ruffled Haslam's hair, and Barnes bumped shoulders with each teammate. This team, which had been questioned by so many just hours ago, became the sole protagonist of this arena. In the stands, nearly 20,000 fans stood up, their applause, cheers, and whistles blending into an ocean of sound. Most of those who had held up Chintian get out signs before the game had now put down their signs and joined the cheering crowd. Basketball is like this. The outcome is the simplest and most direct language, and performance is the most persuasive argument. In the Yangshi broadcast studio, Yujia took a deep breath. The game had ended, but as a commentator he still had one last mission: to draw a complete sentence for this night, for this game, and for Yao Ming's NBA debut. Dear viewers, the game has concluded. Yujia's voice resonated through satellite signals, reaching countless homes across the ocean. At this moment in Longhua, it was lunchtime, and countless students, office workers, and basketball enthusiasts witnessed this historic moment through television and the internet. The Houston Rockets defeated the Milwaukee Bucks at home with a score of 113-88, winning the opening game of the 2002-2003 season by a margin of 25 points. His speaking pace slowed, and his voice carried a deep emotion. This is a game that will be recorded in history. Not just because of the score, but also because of the significance this game carries. The camera switched to Yao Ming celebrating on the court, this 226 centimeters giant looking up at the scoreboard with a childlike smile on his face. Yao Ming, Yujia's voice trembled slightly. In his NBA debut, played for 30 minutes, scored 21 points, grabbed 10 rebounds, recorded 3 blocks, and had 3 assists. With 21 points and 10 rebounds as a double-double and 3 blocks as a defensive deterrent, what more can we ask for from a rookie in his first NBA game? The screen shifted to highlights of Yao Ming's hook shot in the game, the block against Kato, and the high post assists, replaying frame by frame. We saw him scoring against Kato with footwork in the low post, using passing to assist teammates in the high post, guarding the rim on defense, and following up for a dunk on the fast break. Yujia's words flowed like poetry. This is a well-rounded Yao Ming, a Yao Ming who is ready to embrace the challenges of the NBA. Coach Zhang Weiping timely interjected, his voice calm, yet powerful. Yao Ming's performance tonight has completely exceeded everyone's expectations. 21 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 blocks. This is not just data, but a reflection of his influence. He not only scored, but also activated the entire team with high post assists. He not only protected the boards, but also intimidated opponents' drives with his blocks. Most importantly, he demonstrated a very high basketball IQ and learning ability. When Kato used fronting defense on him in the first half, he figured out how to counter it with backdoor cuts in the second half. Or when the Bucks targeted him with slow screens, he adjusted his defensive strategy, delaying and quickly recovering. The camera switched to Qin Tian, the young Chinese-American owner and head coach, shaking hands with the assistant coaches. His white shirt was open at the collar, and he wore a calm smile. And all of this, Yujia's voice rang out again, is inseparable from one person, Coach Qin Tian. The camera focused on Qin Tian, his eyes determined and clear. Before the game, he was the laughingstock of the entire NBA. He broke up last season's Rockets with a series of shocking trades and brought in this brand new team. The media said he didn't understand basketball. Experts said he ruined the Rockets, and fans cursed for him to get out. Yujia's words carried a hint of emotion, but tonight he responded most powerfully with a game, with a result. The screen started to replay the Rockets' impressive teamwork, Yao Ming's high post assist to Ray Allen's cut Billups, and Wallace's pick and roll, leading to a pass, the elevator door tactic, creating open three-pointers, and the team's smooth ball movement. We saw his basketball philosophy: efficient and low-consumption dynamic offense, and space is king. This is not just empty talk, but is genuinely reflected in the game. Yujia continued. The Rockets made 12 three-pointers tonight, with a shooting percentage of 46.2. Their assist count reached 31, while turnovers were only 11. They tore apart defenses with passing, created opportunities with spacing, and won through efficiency. Coach Zhang Weiping added Coach Kinchin's on-the-fly adjustments were also impressive. When Yao Ming got into foul trouble, he decisively substituted him out. When the Bucks were closing in, he called a timeout to strategize. When defense was needed, he brought Haslam in. And when leading by a large margin, he gave all bench players the chance to gain experience. These adjustments were timely and reasonable, completely unlike a coach making his NBA debut. The scene switched to a group photo of all Rockets players. Yao Ming stood in the middle with Billups and Ray Allen flanking him, Wallace laughingly hugging Artest, and the bench players surrounding them. This is a brand new Rockets team. Yujia's voice grew passionate. A team with Yao Ming, Ray Allen, Billups, Wallace, and Artest. A Rockets team with Coach Kinchin's new philosophy. A team that started amidst doubts and declared its arrival with a resounding victory. He paused for a moment to let the emotion settle, but we must also be clear-headed. This is just one game, the first of 82 regular season games. The Rockets still have many issues to resolve. The chemistry on defense, the stability of the bench unit, Yao Ming's stamina distribution. The long season has only just begun. The final shot froze on the moment Yao Ming shook hands with Qin Tian, the #1 pick from Longhua, and the Chinese-American coach together embarking on a new chapter on the NBA stage. Regardless, Yujia's voice was heartfelt and powerful. This night belongs to the Houston Rockets, to Yao Ming, to Qin Tian, and to all who believe in them. This is a victory, but it's also a beginning. Let us look forward to this brand new Rockets team, bringing us more surprises in the upcoming games. I am Yujia. I am Zhang Weiping. Thank you for watching the live broadcast of this game. We will see you next. The studio lights dimmed, but in the hearts of countless Longhua fans in front of their screens a light turned on. That was the hope of Yao Ming establishing himself in the NBA, the confidence of Longhua basketball stepping onto the world stage, and the curiosity and anticipation for this Chinese-American coach and his basketball philosophy. The media room at the Compact Center was brightly lit. The room, capable of accommodating over 100 people, was filled to capacity, with aisles crowded with reporters carrying cameras. Cameras were aimed at the podium, waiting for the stars of the evening. A complex atmosphere filled the air: surprise, curiosity, skepticism, excitement, and a hint of embarrassment from being caught off guard. Those journalists who had mocked Qin Tian in their pre-game articles now had to rephrase their questions. The experts who predicted a devastating defeat for the Rockets were now searching for new angles. Behind the podium, the background display featured the Rockets logo fresh and striking alongside the sponsors' logos and the NBA emblem. The first to enter were George Karl and Steve Francis. The old Bucks coach still wore a grim expression as he quickly made his way to his seat, avoiding eye contact with the reporters below. Francis followed closely behind, his head down and his eyes red. Whether from exhaustion or discontent was unclear. "George, what are your thoughts on tonight's game?" The Milwaukee Sentinel reporter was the first to ask. Karl cleared his throat, his voice hoarse. "The Rockets played exceptionally well, hitting a lot of shots, especially three-pointers. Our defense wasn't sufficient. We allowed their offense to flow too smoothly. We need to go back and review the footage to address the issues." "Steve, you scored 31 points, but the team lost by 25. What do you think about that outcome?" an ESPN reporter inquired. Francis lifted his head, looking defiant. "Stats aren't important, but what's important is that we lost. The Rockets played well tonight, but it's just one game. The season is long, and we'll respond better in our next encounter. There are rumors that you're unhappy about being traded to the Bucks. Did tonight have any personal emotions attached?" Jonathan Feigen, a veteran reporter from the Houston Chronicle, posed a sharp question. Francis' expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure. "In playing for the Bucks for Coach George. Tonight, I just wanted to win, nothing else." After answering a few more questions, Karl hurriedly left with Francis. Their press conference lasted less than 10 minutes, clearly not wanting to linger on this frustrating night. The media room fell silent for a moment before whispers began to circulate. Everyone was waiting for the true stars of the night. 5 minutes later, the door opened again. Qin Tian walked in. He had changed into a dark gray suit with the buttons of his white shirt meticulously fastened to the collar, but no tie was worn. His hair was still slightly damp, as if he had just washed it. He wore a calm smile, and his gaze was clear and resolute. Following closely behind him was Yao Ming. The towering 226 centimeters giant was also dressed in a suit. The deep blue outfit made him appear even more imposing. He wore a humble smile, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. The two sat down behind the podium as staff adjusted the microphone heights. Yao's seat was noticeably lowered while Qin Tian's was raised slightly. With a flash, camera lights lit up like a storm shutter, sounds falling like rain. Reporters from Dragon Country, the United States sports media, and general media all pointed their lenses at these two. "Coach Qin, congratulations on your first NBA coaching victory." A reporter from Today's America was the first to ask before the game. "Almost everyone doubted you and your team. Now that you've won a resounding victory, is there anything you'd like to say?" Qin Tian smiled slightly, leaning slightly toward the microphone. "First, I want to thank my players. They executed the strategy. They fought until the end on the court. This victory belongs to them." His voice was steady as he continued. "As for the outside opinions, I've always believed that basketball games aren't played in the media, but on the court. We let our performance speak for itself and respond with results. Tonight is just one game. We have many areas to improve, but at least we've made a good start. Yao, congratulations on your double-double with 21 points and 10 rebounds." A reporter from Xinhua asked in Chinese, "This is your NBA debut. How do you feel?" "Nervous." Yao Ming took the microphone, answering in Chinese with simultaneous translation beside him. "Thank you. I was indeed very nervous, especially before the jump ball. But once the game started, my focus was entirely on the court, and the nervousness gradually faded." He paused and continued, "I'm very grateful for the trust of the coach and my teammates. They kept passing me the ball and telling me what to do." Ray Allen, Channing Rashid. "These veterans have given me a winning the first game feels great. Coach Chin, a reporter from Sports Illustrated, asked, your rotations tonight were very bold, especially in the fourth quarter. When you had a big lead, you put in all the bench players before the opponent waved the white flag. Was this disrespectful to the opponent? Chin Tian shook his head. Not at all. I believe every minute of the game deserves to be taken seriously. Our bench players train very hard. They deserve playing time. Furthermore, there is no absolute garbage time in the NBA. Any opponent can make a comeback. Maintaining intensity is a respect for the game and also for the opponent. Yao, you recorded 3 blocks on defense tonight, but also committed 4 fouls. A Fox Sports reporter asked, how do you evaluate your defensive performance? Have you adapted to the NBA's officiating standards? Yao Ming thought for a moment. The intensity of the NBA's physical play and the officiating standards are indeed different from the CBA. I need to learn how to defend without fouling and how to position myself better. Tonight's 3 blocks had an element of luck, but the 4 fouls also remind me that there is much to learn. Cato is a very tough opponent. He taught me a lot. Coach Chin. Jonathan Feigen from the Houston Chronicle asked again. This veteran reporter has covered the Rockets for over 20 years, and his questions are often piercing. Your tactical system tonight was refreshing, especially with the abundance of 3-point attempts and high positioning plays. Is this a direction you will continue to pursue in the future, even against traditional inside strong teams? Chin Tian looked directly into Feigen's eyes. Yes, this is the direction we will pursue. Basketball is evolving and concepts are being updated. A 3-pointer is worth 1 more point than a 2-pointer. This is a simple math problem. Space efficiency, dynamic offense. These are not just slogans, but are the inevitable trends of modern basketball. He paused, his tone becoming more resolute. Of course, different opponents require different strategies. If we face traditional inside strong teams, we will adjust, but the core concept will remain unchanged. What we want to play is basketball that aligns with the development laws of the sport. Yao Yu and Wang Zhizhi appeared on the NBA stage at the same time and both scored. What does this mean for Dragon Country basketball? A reporter from Zhongyang TV asked. Yao Ming's expression turned serious. It means that Dragon Country basketball is making progress and moving towards the world. De Ji is my senior. He arrived in the NBA before me and has helped me a lot. Being able to play in the NBA is the result of the efforts of countless Dragon Country basketball people. We will continue to work hard and live up to everyone's expectations. The press conference lasted for half an hour with questions coming one after another about tactics, players, the future, and those controversial traits. Chin Tian and Yao Ming patiently answered, not avoiding or shirking. Chin Tian's responses were calm and logical, while Yao Ming's were humble and sincere. The two complemented each other well, one explaining concepts from a coaching perspective and the other sharing experiences from a player's standpoint. Finally, a reporter from the New York Times asked a question that everyone was concerned about. Coach Chin before the season started. Charles Barkley bet that if Yao Ming scored over 19 points in a game, he would kiss a donkey's rear. Tonight, Yao Ming scored 21 points. Do you have anything to say to Barkley? Laughter erupted in the media room. Chin Tian also smiled, shrugging his shoulders. Charles is a great player and an entertaining commentator. I respect his opinion, but I also respect the facts. As for the bet, that's between him and Yao. However, I want to say that Yao Ming's performance tonight should make many people reevaluate him. He turned to Yao Ming. What do you think, Yao? Yao Ming smiled, responding with his characteristic humor. I have great respect for Mr. Barkley. If he is willing to fulfill the bet, I would be grateful to him for the motivation he provided. But I hope to prove through each game that I deserve the title of first overall pick. The press conference ended in a relaxed atmosphere. Chin Tian and Yao Ming stood up, nodded to the reporters, and then left the media room. After they left, the media room erupted with chatter. This guy seems to really understand basketball. Yao Ming is so mature, completely unlike a rookie. The Rockets' offense indeed flowed smoothly, completely different from last season. Chin Tian's ideas are very advanced, but how long can he maintain them? The next game against the Spurs will be the real test. Reporters were busy organizing their notes while engaging in heated discussions. Tonight's game and press conference provided them with an abundance of material to write about. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the media room, Chin Tian and Yao Ming walked side by side. Are you tired? Chin Tian asked. Yao Ming nodded a bit, but very excited. Get some good rest. Tomorrow morning we'll analyze the footage, and in the afternoon we'll have recovery training. Chin Tian said, this is just the first game, remember that. I understand, Coach, Yao Ming replied earnestly. The two reached a fork in the corridor. Yao Ming headed to the locker room, while Chin Tian walked toward the coach's office. The corridor lights cast long shadows behind them. This night was coming to an end, but the long NBA season was just beginning. In the office, Peter Carell and Mike Brown were already waiting. The tactical board was still lit up, covered with diagrams of tonight's game strategies. Well done, Chin, Carell said with a smile. But there are many issues as well. Chin Tian approached the tactical board, pointing at several spots. The rotations on defense against the pick and roll weren't quick enough. Here, and here communication errors occurred. Brown nodded. Francis scored quite a bit tonight using the pick and roll. In the next game against the Spurs, defending Parker and Duncan's pick and roll will be even more challenging. So we need to start preparing tomorrow. Chin Tian looked at the tactical board, his eyes sparkling with the light of battle. Tonight's victory deserves to be celebrated, but starting tomorrow, we must forget this victory and focus on the next game. Outside, the night sky in Houston was dotted with stars. Fans outside the Compaq Center continued to cheer and celebrate. And in this office, a new battle had already begun. The next evening, the atmosphere in the TNT television studio's NBA Insider Live broadcast was more fervent than ever before. Charles Barkley sat in his designated seat, his expression a complex mix, 3 parts awkward, 3 parts stubborn, and 4 parts desperate to save face. Kenny Smith was struggling to suppress his laughter, his shoulders shaking slightly. Host Ernie Johnson wore an expression of "I knew this would happen" as he watched the unfolding scene. Behind them, the backdrop featured 2 giant photographs. On the left was a snapshot of Yao Ming's turnaround hook shot from the game last night, labeled 21 points, 10 rebounds, 3 blocks. On the right was a still image of Barkley during a preseason recording, confidently stating, "If Yao Ming scores over 19 points in a game, I will kiss a donkey's behind." Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to NBA Insider. Ernie Johnson made an effort to maintain a professional tone. Tonight we have a special segment. The camera turned to Barkley, the former MVP and currently the most acerbic commentator, who was trying to mask his inner turmoil with his signature raised eyebrow. Charles Ernie turned to him. "Do you remember your bet about Yao Ming and the Rockets before the season started?" Barkley cleared his throat, his voice an octave lower than usual. "Listen, Ernie, I admit, Yao played quite well. 21 points and 10 rebounds is excellent for a rookie. But we must be objective. They played against the Bucks, a team that didn't make the playoffs last season and is rebuilding this season. So you're trying to back out?" Kenny Smith quickly interjected, a mischievous grin on his face. "I'm not backing out." Barkley raised his voice. "I'm just stating the facts. One game doesn't mean anything. The Rockets are about to face the Spurs, the Lakers, the Mavericks. Those are the real tests." He didn't finish his sentence because the side door of the studio opened. A donkey was brought in by the staff. It was a medium-sized brownish donkey with big round eyes, wearing a sign around its neck that read "Hua Hua" in elegant script. It seemed curious about the studio's lights and cameras, looking around with its ears twitching. "Oh my God." Barkley covered his face. The other staff members in the studio could no longer hold back their laughter. The camera swung back and forth between Barkley and Hua Hua, capturing this historic moment. "Charles, please." Kenny Smith stood up, gesturing for him to go ahead, unable to suppress his laughter any longer. "Our audience, along with millions of fans who watched the Rockets game last night, are all waiting for you to keep your promise." Barkley took a deep breath and stood up. He adjusted his suit, though this action seemed particularly ridiculous in light of what was about to happen. He walked over to Hua Hua, who turned its head and looked at him with those innocent big eyes. All right. Barkley muttered, "A bet is a bet. But I still want to say this is only because the Bucks are too weak." He bent down, pouted, and slowly leaned toward the donkey's behind. Just as his lips were about to touch the donkey's rear, a long and loud fart erupted from Hua Hua. Immediately, an indescribable smell spread throughout the studio. Barkley froze, his face just inches from the donkey's rear, the odor hitting him squarely in the nostrils. Cough, cough, cough. Kenny Smith was the first to crack, bursting into laughter. "Oh my God." Hua Hua gave Charles a welcome ceremony. Ernie Johnson was also laughing uncontrollably, but still managed to maintain some professionalism. "Is this a live broadcast accident? Or does Hua Hua have its own agenda?" Barkley's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He straightened up, glaring at the seemingly unbothered donkey. Hua Hua even leisurely flicked its tail. Smack! The donkey's tail landed squarely on Barkley's face. "Oh." Barkley covered his face and stumbled back 2 steps. The entire studio descended into chaos. The staff was laughing uncontrollably. The camera operator's hands shook, causing the footage to jolt. Kenny Smith was bent over the table, shaking with laughter. Ernie Johnson, while laughing, tried to regain control. Cough, cough. "Charles, do you need to continue?" Barkley gritted his teeth. He knew that if he backed down now, he would become an even bigger joke. "Continue," he practically yelled. He bent down again, this time much quicker, almost closing his eyes as he swiftly pressed his lips against the donkey's rear. Rather than a kiss, it was more of a bump. Then he shot back up, striding back to his seat, gulping down several swigs of bottled water, desperately wiping his mouth. "All right, I've fulfilled my promise." Barkley's voice was tinged with anger. "But I have to say again, this is only because the Bucks are a weak team. Cato plays hard, but he is not a starting-level player. The Rockets are about to face the Spurs, the Lakers, and the Kings. These are the real strong teams. Will Yao Ming still perform like this against Duncan, O'Neal, and Weber? Can the Rockets still win? Impossible." He grew more agitated as he spoke, "And the Rockets, they won by 25 points last night, looking impressive, right? But let me tell you, their defense has issues. Their pick-and-roll defense is a total mess. How many points did Francis score using the pick-and-roll? 31 points. In the next game, Tony Parker and Tim Duncan's pick and roll will shred them to pieces. Kenny Smith finally stopped laughing and wiped the tears from his eyes. So, Charles, do you still stand by your preseason prediction that the Rockets won't win 25 games this season? Absolutely not. Barkley slammed his hand on the table. I even think they won't win 20 games. Last night was just luck. When they face real strong teams with real defenses, they will be exposed. Yao Ming will be schooled by Duncan. Ray Allen will be locked down by Bowen, and Billups will be obliterated by Parker. Just wait and see. Ernie Johnson tried to steer the topic back on track. So, Charles, if the Rockets perform well against the Spurs in their next game, and even win, you will. If they can beat the Spurs, Barkley hesitated, but stubbornness forced him to blurt, "I'll kiss a donkey's behind again." And this time on the forehead. The studio erupted in laughter once more. Wawa seemed to understand. It turned its head, blinked its big eyes at Barkley, and then let out a soft pft. Barkley's face turned green again. All right, dear viewers, this concludes tonight's special segment of NBA Insider. Ernie Johnson struggled to control his laughter. Next, let's move on to regular analysis to see what happened in the other games last night. The broadcast continued in an absurd yet joyful atmosphere. But everyone watching the show knew that while Barkley's donkey kiss bet was fulfilled in this dramatic fashion, his skepticism towards the Rockets had become even sharper. Meanwhile, in another direction, ESPN studio featured the famously sharp-tongued commentator Stephen A. Smith, who was passionately addressing the camera, his expressions exaggerated, gestures vigorous, as if conducting a courtroom debate. I admit Charles honored his bet in a memorable way. Smith's words came out quickly, but let me be clear, one game against a Bucks team that won less than 50 of their games last season proves nothing. Charles is right, the Rockets just got lucky against a weak team. He leaned forward, staring into the camera. Look at their upcoming schedule. San Antonio Spurs. Now that's a true test. The Twin Towers of Tim Duncan and David Robinson. The speed of Tony Parker. Bruce Bowen's defense. And Popovich, the craftiest coach in the league. Sheen Tion and his team will be exposed in the ATT Center. Smith's voice rose to nearly a shout. Yao Ming. He'll look like an elementary school student in front of Duncan. Ray Allen. Bowen will lock him down. Billups. Parker will run circles around him like it's a morning commute. I predict the Spurs will win by at least 20 points. The Rockets' so-called new system is just a paper tiger against true defensive teams. This statement spread across the nation via television signals reaching the Rockets, who were preparing for their game in San Antonio. Don't pay attention to the noise. In the tactical briefing room, Sheen Tion pointed at the tactics board. What does Stephen A. Smith rely on to make a living? On exaggeration, on extreme viewpoints, on attracting attention. But games aren't won with words. The tactics board was filled with dense diagrams of the Spurs' offensive strategies and defensive habits. Popovich's team is known for their rigor, discipline, and execution. Their system operates like a precise machine, with every gear fitting seamlessly. The Spurs' starting lineup: Parker, Bowen, Jackson, Duncan, Robinson. Sheen Tion analyzed one by one. Tony Parker, fast, steady, mid-range, but still inexperienced. Chauncey, use your body to counter him, push him towards the trap. Billups nodded calmly. Bruce Bowen. Sheen Tion looked at Ray Allen. He will stick to you like glue. He will use his hands to push against your waist, his knees to bump your thighs, and employ all sorts of dirty moves on the edge of fouls to disturb you. Ray, your off-ball movement needs to be smarter, utilize double screens, and avoid entanglement with him. Ray Allen slightly nodded, his expression calm as usual, but those who knew him could see the flames igniting deep within his gaze. Steven Jackson. Sheen Tion turned to Arteist, good physicality, able to shoot and drive, but emotionally unstable. Ron, use your body to counter him, apply pressure, force him into making wrong choices. Arteist grinned broadly, revealing his pearly white teeth. It'll make him uncomfortable all night. And then Sheen Tion took a deep breath. There are Tim Duncan and David Robinson, the Twin Towers. The atmosphere in the locker room grew tense. Yao Ming straightened up, and Rasheed Wallace also put away his nonchalant expression. Duncan, last season's MVP, well-rounded skills with almost no weaknesses. Robinson, admiral, although older, possesses top-level experience, awareness, and defensive positioning. Sheen Tion's gaze fell on Yao Ming. Yao, Rasheed, you will take turns matching up against them. Don't think about brute force, use skills, use your brains. He drew on the tactical board on the offensive end. We need to draw the Twin Towers out. Yao, you initiate the play from the high post. Rasheed, be ready to catch and shoot from the perimeter. We need to use space to counter their height. On the defensive end, Sheen Tion emphasized if Parker and Duncan run a pick and roll, Rasheed needs to switch out, and Yao guards the rim. If the ball goes to Duncan in the low post, someone must provide help defense on the weak side. But don't leave Bowen open for corner threes. He has a shooting percentage of over 40% from that spot. Finally, Sheen Tion looked around at everyone. The Spurs' strength lies in their system, in their discipline, and in their consistent execution of Popovich's tactics over the years. But we have our advantages. We have fresher ideas, a more flexible style of play, and a greater desire to... He paused for a moment, his voice suddenly rising. The outside world says our system is a paper tiger. They say we will reveal our true form in front of real strong teams. Then let this game tell them. The Rockets are not here to be a backdrop. Do you have confidence? Yes. A unified and powerful response echoed in the locker room. The atmosphere in ATT Center was vastly different from Compaq Center. There were no flying banners, no loud raucous music, only a sense of calm, yet heavy pressure. Spurs fans wore matching black t-shirts, silent and focused as if attending a solemn ceremony. When the Rockets players entered, they were met not with cheers or boos, but with scrutinizing gazes, an inherent intimidation from a strong team's home court towards challengers. During the jump ball, Yao Ming faced David Robinson. Although the Admiral was already 38 years old, his long arms and experience turned the jump ball into a real contest. The basketball was thrown into the air, and both jumped simultaneously. Robinson, with his precise judgment of the landing spot, tipped the ball to Parker. The Spurs' first offense. Parker brought the ball up, and Billups immediately stepped up for physical contact. The French Jet attempted to drive with speed, but Billups' lower body was solid, effectively holding his position. Parker and Duncan executed a classic pick and roll after breaking through. Faced with Rasheed Wallace's defense, passed the ball back to the descending Duncan. Duncan overpowered Billups, and Artest quickly came over to help. But Duncan had an extremely wide view, passing the ball to the completely open Bowen in the corner. Bowen caught the ball, adjusted, and shot. His shooting motion wasn't beautiful, but it was very stable. Swish. Three-pointer made. 3-0. The Spurs' first offense executed a classic team collaboration. The live commentator marveled the deadly pick and roll between Parker and Duncan. Bowen's finish. This is Spurs basketball. Rockets offense. Billups brought the ball past half-court, discovering that the Spurs' defensive formation was impenetrable. He attempted to pass the ball to Yao Ming at the high post, but Duncan's positioning was incredibly smart. He neither gave Yao an easy catch space, nor was he unprepared for help defense against the drive. As the shot clock dwindled, Billups and Rasheed executed a pick and roll. After the play, Rasheed rolled out to the three-point line, but the Spurs' rotation defense was very swift, immediately filling the position. Rasheed did not get a shooting opportunity, passing the ball back to Billups. Billups forced a drive, shooting under Parker's interference. Bang. Missed. Robinson secured the rebound, and the Spurs launched a fast break. Parker dashed forward like a black lightning bolt. Billups desperately chased back, but Parker's speed was just too fast, finishing with a layup. 5-0. Chin Tian stood on the sidelines, arms crossed, his expression calm. He did not call a timeout. Calling a timeout at that moment would only heighten the players' tension. Billups adjusted his strategy, signaling Yao Ming to position deeper. Yao Ming established position on the left low block, extending his long arms. Billups threw a lob pass. Yao Ming caught it, and quickly turned to face the basket. Robinson's defensive experience was rich. He did not jump, but simply raised his hands, using his body to counter Yao. Yao Ming forced a jump hook. Bang. The basketball hit the front of the rim and bounced out. Duncan secured the rebound, and the Spurs pushed for another fast break. This time Parker chose not to attack himself, but passed the ball to the following Jackson. Jackson caught the ball and directly took off, preparing to dunk. But a figure burst in from the diagonal side. Artest. He jumped high, forcefully swatting the ball down. The basketball was controlled by Ray Allen, and the Rockets finally got a fast break opportunity. Ray Allen quickly advanced, with Bowen shadowing him. Outside the three-point line, Ray Allen made a quick stop, and Bowen's center of gravity was shaken half a step. This half step of space. Ray Allen jumped and shot. Bowen desperately closed out his fingertips, almost touching the basketball. But Ray Allen's shot had a very high arc. Swish. Three-pointer made. 5-3. Ray Allen hitting a three-pointer under Bowen's tight defense. The commentator exclaimed, "This is the capability of a top shooter." Rockets fans watching the game on television at Compaq Center erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, at ATT Center, Spurs fans merely applauded silently. This was the demeanor of a strong team's home court, and absolute confidence in their own team. In the following game, the pace entered the rhythm the Spurs were most familiar with. The pick and roll between Parker and Duncan was executed to perfection. Whether it was Parker stopping for a jumper after a pick, or passing to Duncan for a finish, or Duncan attracting a double team and passing to an open teammate, the Spurs offense surged like a tide, one wave after another, calm and unhurried, yet always finding the most reasonable shooting opportunities. The Rockets' offense, on the other hand, struggled. The Spurs' defensive rotations were too fast, leaving almost no open shots. Ray Allen was closely guarded by Bowen, constantly dealing with little fouls, unable to find his rhythm. Yao Ming faced the alternating defense of Duncan and Robinson in the paint, struggling to find comfortable shooting space. Only Parker, matched up against Billups, had a weak defense, but with teammates covering, Billups also found it hard to find a good solution. With 6 minutes and 44 seconds left in the first quarter, the score reached 169, with the Spurs leading by 7 points. Chin Tian finally called for a timeout. "Don't panic," Chin Tian quickly said in front of the bench. "The Spurs defense is like this. They won't give us easy. We need to be more patient, need more ball movement." He drew on the tactical board. "Next we will run a variant of the Chauncey, you handle the ball. Ray, you run the first elevator door, attracting defensive attention. Then Yao, you rise from the low post to receive the ball at the free throw line." Rashid, after setting the screen for Ray, cut immediately to the basket. He looked at Artist Ron, be ready to catch and shoot from the weak side. "If Jackson comes to help defense, you will have an open shot." The timeout ended and the game continued. Rockets offense. Billups brought the ball past half court, signaling the play. Ray Allen started from the corner using the dual screens from Yao Ming and Rashid to cut out. Bowen and Jackson both chased him, and just then Yao Ming suddenly rose from the low post to the free throw line. Billups' pass arrived in time. Yao Ming caught it facing no one. Duncan was pulled out to the perimeter by Rashid, and Robinson was helping Artist on the weak side. This was the first time the Spurs defense showed a crack. Yao Ming did not hesitate, taking a mid-range jumper. This was a scoring method he excelled at during his CBA days. Swish. It went in. 1611. Yao Ming. Mid-range jumper made. The Rockets executed a beautiful tactical play. The commentator said. Spurs offense. Parker continued to run pick and roll with Duncan, but this time the Rockets' defensive strategy changed. Rashid did not fully switch, but adopted a delay strategy. He stepped forward to interfere with Parker, then quickly returned. Parker gained a little space in the mid-range, but he hesitated for a moment. This hesitation allowed Billups. Parker was forced to pass the ball to Duncan, who caught it at the free throw line, facing Yao Ming's defense. This was the first real Yao Ming versus Duncan moment of the game. Duncan dribbled, backing and inching closer to the basket. Yao Ming planted his feet firmly, using his chest to push against Duncan's back. Their confrontation was intense and muffled the sound of muscle collisions, audible even from the sidelines. Duncan pushed to the edge of the key, suddenly turning for a jumper. Yao Ming jumped with all his might, extending his long arms completely. But Duncan's release point was very high, the basketball sailing over Yao Ming's fingertips. Swish. It went in. 1811. Tim Duncan. Facing the massive Yao Ming's defense, he still made the shot with confidence. The commentator marveled. This is the strength of an MVP. Yao Ming shook his head, but did not get discouraged. He quickly passed the ball to Billups, and the Rockets pushed for a fast break. This time Billups did not wait for positioning, but directly found Artist at the right side 45-degree angle during the fast break. Artist caught the ball facing Jackson's defense, and went for a quick three-pointer. Bang. Missed. But Yao Ming had already followed up, leaping high between Duncan and Robinson, and with one hand, he put the ball back in. 1813. Yao Ming's second chance points. Well done. The commentator shouted. In the following game, both sides entered a tug-of war. The Spurs relied on Duncan's stable output and Parker's drive and assists to maintain the lead, while the Rockets stayed close with tactical coordination and sporadic scoring from Yao Ming and Ray Allen. The Spurs deployed a lineup consisting of Ginobili, Steve Kerr, Malik Rose, Kevin Willis, and Danny Ferry. The Rockets countered with Boykins, Bell, Prince, Boozer, and Haslam. In the battle of the benches, the Spurs still maintained the upper hand. Ginobili's serpentine drives caused significant trouble for Bell and Prince, as his elusive passing repeatedly assisted Kerr in hitting open three-pointers. Although the Rockets bench played with great effort, their offense appeared chaotic in the face of the Spurs' disciplined system. With 4 minutes left in the second quarter, the gap widened to 38-26, with the Spurs leading by 12 points. Chin Tian brought back some starters. Billups and Ray Allen entered the game, replacing Boykins and Bell. This adjustment had an immediate effect. Billups controlled the pace with his experience, while Ray Allen found 2 open opportunities through off-ball movement, hitting 1 three-pointer and 1 mid-range jumper. On the defensive end, Prince's long arms effectively disrupted Ginobili's drives. The gap was narrowed to 38-33. Popovich immediately called a timeout to reinsert all the starters. The game returned to a stalemate. The Spurs' Twin Towers demonstrated their dominance under the basket, with Duncan and Robinson alternating in isolations against Yao Ming and Rashid, especially Duncan, whose every shot either resulted in a score or a foul, showcasing his dominance. As the second half commenced, the Rockets made adjustments. Chin Tian instructed Yao Ming to stay higher on the court to facilitate plays, while Rashid moved near the baseline, leveraging his three-point threat to create space. This adjustment temporarily disrupted the Spurs' defensive setup. In the early stages of the third quarter, Yao Ming delivered 2 consecutive assists from the high post, one to a cutting Ray Allen and another to Rashid in the corner. Rashid hit a three-pointer, narrowing the deficit. However, Popovich responded swiftly. He had Duncan shadow Yao Ming at the high post while Robinson guarded the paint. Meanwhile, the Spurs intensified their pressure on passing lanes, forcing the Rockets into 2 turnovers. Parker capitalized on a fast break, scoring 4 points and restoring the deficit to 7. Yao Ming faced Robinson in the low post, scoring consecutively with 2 isolations. First with a turnaround hook shot followed by a turnaround jumper. Although this 38-year-old veteran was rich in experience, his physical stamina and mobility were no longer what they used to be. However, Duncan quickly retaliated. On the other end, he isolated Rashid, also scoring 4 points in quick succession while drawing Rashid's 3rd foul. The score fluctuated back and forth with the margin lingering between 5 to 8 points. In the final offensive possession of the 3rd quarter, the Rockets trailed by 6 points. Billups controlled the clock, initiating the play with 8 seconds remaining on the shot clock. He executed a pick and roll with Yao Ming as the Spurs opted for a defensive switch with Parker matched up against Yao. A significant mismatch. Yao received the ball at the free throw line, turned to face Parker, and took a jumper. Parker leaped with all his might, but the height difference was insurmountable. 226 centimeters against 188 centimeters. Swish. It went in. The commentator excitedly exclaimed, "The Rockets have narrowed the gap to 4 points. They have shown incredible resilience in the 3rd quarter." The Spurs fans at the ATT Center began to feel uneasy. This Rockets team, widely underestimated before the match, has managed to push the home team to this point on their own. The Spurs offense became more succinct, passed the ball to Duncan. The MVP of last season called for the ball in the low post, backing down Yao Ming, who was already burdened with 4 fouls and dared not make any significant defensive moves. Duncan backed into the paint and turned to shoot off the backboard. It went in. 7-2-6-6. The Rockets were on offense. Ray Allen shook off Bowen with a series of screens, receiving the ball at a 45-degree angle on the right side. Bowen desperately defended, but Ray Allen did not shoot. Instead, he drove in to attract the double team and passed the ball to Arteist in the corner. Arteist received the ball with no one in front of him. He shot a 3-pointer. 7-2-6-9. The deficit was down to just 3 points. A gasp filled the ATT Center. Popovich stood up, but did not call a timeout. He trusted his players. The Spurs attacked. Parker and Duncan executed a pick and roll, with Rashid switching onto Duncan. Parker drove in, but this time he did not choose to score himself, who instead, after attracting Yao Ming's help defense, he passed the ball to the cutting Robinson. Robinson caught the ball and jumped. Yao Ming quickly returned to position, leaping high. The two engaged in a fierce contest in midair. Bang! The referee's whistle blew, blocking foul. Yao Ming's 5th foul. Yao Ming's 5th foul. This is a devastating blow for the Rockets. The commentator shouted. Shin Tian had no choice but to substitute Yao Ming, bringing in Boozer. At this moment, there were 7 minutes and 32 seconds left in the game. With their interior pillar gone, the Rockets' defense showed huge vulnerabilities. The Spurs continuously attacked the basket, with Duncan and Robinson having their way inside. The deficit quickly widened to 7-9-7-1. But the Rockets did not give up. Billups stepped up first, hitting a crucial 3-pointer, then assisting Ray Allen for a layup. On defense, Arteist displayed his tenacious nature, even successfully defending against a mismatch where Duncan was supposed to score easily. With 2 minutes and 15 seconds left, the score was 8-5-8-1, with the Spurs leading by 4 points. The Spurs attacked. Parker controlled the ball and set up a pick and roll with Duncan. Rashid switched defense. Parker drove, but Billups' pursuit was timely, giving no space for a shot. Parker passed the ball to Bowen outside. Bowen received the ball facing a charging Ray Allen. He quickly transferred the ball to the other side where Jackson was. Jackson caught the ball and Arteist had already rotated into position. Jackson forced a 3-point shot. Bang! He missed. Boozer secured the rebound. The Rockets got a chance to score. Billups pushed, quickly passing the ball to Ray Allen, who took off directly after receiving the pass, preparing for a dunk. But Duncan emerged from the side and swatted the ball away. Tim Duncan. A crucial block. The commentator exclaimed. The ball went out of bounds and the Rockets retained possession. The sideline inbounds pass was made. Billups received the ball, but had no chance to shoot, passing to Ray Allen. Ray Allen caught the ball a step outside the 3-point line, facing Bowen's defense, and forced a shot. Bang! The basketball hit the rim and bounced high. Boozer and Robinson jumped simultaneously for the rebound. Boozer, with his youthful explosiveness, managed to tip the ball out to the perimeter. The ball landed in Arteist's hands. Arteist received the ball and immediately turned for a fadeaway jumper. Jackson's block nearly touched the basketball. The ball traced a high arc in the air. Swish! It went in. 8-5-8-3. The deficit was down to 2 points. There was 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the game. The ATT Center fell silent. The entire Rockets bench stood up and Shin Tian clenched his fists. Popovich called a timeout. Defense. In this next possession, we need to hold them. Shin Tian shouted in front of the bench man to man. Don't give them a chance for a 3-pointer. If Duncan receives the ball in the low post, we can let Bowen help on the weak side, betting that he can't make the shot. After the timeout, the Spurs attacked. Parker controlled the ball, wasting time. The game entered the final 2 minutes, where every second was incredibly precious. With 10 seconds left on the shot clock, Parker executed a pick and roll with Duncan. Rashid switched defense, Parker drove in, but Billups and Arteist double-teamed him. Parker stopped struggling to pass the ball to Bowen in the corner under pressure. Bowen caught the ball facing no one. He shot. The entire ATT center held its breath. Bang. The basketball hit the back of the rim and bounced out. A long rebound. Billups grabbed it. The Rockets had a chance to tie, or even take the lead. There was 1 minute and 11 seconds left. Billups controlled the pace, slowly advancing. Chin Tion signaled from the sideline. The hammer play. Billups executed a pick-and-roll with Rashid, who popped out after the screen. Duncan switched out, and Billups passed the ball to Rashid. Rashid received the ball facing Duncan's defense. He made a fake shot, and Duncan's weight shifted slightly up. At that moment, Rashid drove in. But Duncan's defensive experience was too rich. He quickly slid over, cutting off the driving lane. Rashid was forced to stop as the shot clock was ticking down. He passed the ball to Ray Allen on the perimeter. Ray Allen caught the ball, but Bowen was already right up on him. With no space for a shot, Ray Allen drove in, but the Spurs' rotation defense was too quick, immediately forming a double team. With only seconds left on the 24-second shot clock, Ray Allen barely managed to pass the ball to Arteist in the corner. Arteist received the ball. Only 2 seconds left. He forced a shot. Bang. The basketball hit the side of the rim and bounced out. Duncan secured the rebound. The Spurs led by 2 points with 48 seconds remaining. The Spurs were on offense. Parker controlled the ball to consume time, and after the pick-and-roll, Boozer was called for a foul. Parker stepped to the free throw line. First shot. Made it. 8-6-8-3. Second shot. Also made it. 8-7-8-3. The deficit was 4 points with 30 seconds left. The Rockets quickly inbound with Billups pushing to the front court without calling a timeout. He shot directly from beyond the three-point line. Bang. He missed. Robinson secured the rebound, and the Rockets immediately resorted to a foul strategy. The Admiral made 1 out of 2 free throws. 8-8-8-3. The deficit was 5 points with only 28 seconds remaining. Chin Tion called a timeout and laid out a complete elevator play. Billups inbound the ball. Ray Allen used the elevator screen set by Wallace and Yao Ming to run to an open spot. He stopped just outside the three-point line and shot. Swish. It went in. 8-8-8-6. The deficit was down to 2 points. There were 20 seconds left. The Spurs inbound, and the Rockets applied full-court pressure. After receiving the ball, Parker passed to Duncan amidst the encirclement of Billups and Ray Allen. The Rockets fouled again. Duncan stepped to the free throw line. First shot. Made it. 8-9-8-6. Second shot. Also made it. 9-0-8-6. The deficit was 4 points with only 15 seconds left. Chin Tion called another timeout and set up a new play. This time, Yao Ming would inbound the ball with Ray Allen running the elevator to attract the Spurs' defensive focus. Yao Ming pretended to look for Ray Allen. Suddenly, he passed to Billups, who had run to an open spot on the other side. Billups remained calm under pressure. He did not rush to shoot. He took a glance at the basket. As Parker closed in, he took a jump shot. The basketball traced a beautiful arc. Swish. It went in. 9-0-8-9. Only 1 second left. Popovich called a timeout. He loudly laid out a strategy and substituted in Ginobili. Last 10 seconds. The Admiral inbound the ball. Ginobili and Parker crazily cross-ran while Duncan wandered around the free throw line. Robinson's inbound pass went through Rashid Wallace's long arms to Ginobili. Facing Ray Allen, Ginobili twisted his body to drive in, and seeing time was running out, Ray Allen immediately fouled. Ginobili stepped to the free throw line. He made both shots. 9-8-9. The deficit was 3 points with only 7 seconds remaining. However, Chin Tion had no timeouts left. Billups received the ball in the backcourt, and the Spurs immediately pressured him. Billups passed to Yao Ming at the midcourt line. Yao Ming quickly passed to Ray Allen, but Bowen was almost glued to Allen, making it difficult for him to receive the ball without shooting space. Fortunately, Billups came to receive the pass. Ray Allen passed it out. Only 0.8 seconds remained, and Billups had no time to hesitate as he shot from a step outside the three-point line. As the basketball flew through the air, the red lights around the backboard lit up. The ball hit the backboard and bounced out. In the end, he could not continue the miracle. The game ended. 9-8-9. The Spurs won by a margin of 3 points. The Spurs fans in the ATT Center erupted into cheers, but there was a hint of relief in the cheers. They had won a tough battle. The Rockets players stood on the court, sweat soaking their jerseys. Yao Ming bowed his head, a towel over his head. Ray Allen stood with his hands on his hips, looking up at the scoreboard. Billups approached Parker, and they embraced. This was a show of respect between rivals. Chin Tion walked onto the court, shaking hands and hugging each player. "Hold your heads up as you walk out." His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. "We lost by 3 points, but we earned respect." In the locker room, the atmosphere was not as heavy as expected after a loss. The players knew what they had achieved. Chin Tion looked around at the players. "Remember the feeling of this game. Remember Duncan's steadiness in critical moments. Remember the Spurs' defensive rotations. Remember Popovich's adjustments. These are the goals we must chase in the future. But we must also remember Qin Tian raised his voice how we narrowed the deficit from 12 points to 2 points. Remember our resilience, remember our tactical execution, remember that we still held on to the score, even without Yao Ming. The season is long, this is just a regular season game. Qin Tian concluded, take a shower, change your clothes, we still need to head to Los Angeles. Players gradually rose and walked toward the showers. Qin Tian was the last to leave the locker room. In the hallway he encountered Popovich. Well played, young man. Popovich rarely showed a smile. Your team made me sweat profusely. Thank you, mister. Qin Tian replied politely, but we still lost. Losing to the Spurs is nothing to be ashamed of. Popovich patted Qin Tian on the shoulder. You have talent, ideas, and resilience. Keep it up, and this league will have a place for you. The two shook hands and said goodbye. Stepping out of the arena, the night breeze of San Antonio blew in. Qin Tian took a deep breath and looked up at the starry sky. 9-8-9. Lost by 3 points. A loss is a loss. There is no consolation in the playoffs, and one must face the gap with the strong teams in the league. Fortunately, this was only the second game with a long 80-game regular season ahead for the team to gradually find their rhythm. On the night of their defeat in San Antonio, the lights in the Rockets' locker room seemed dimmer than usual. But Qin Tian knew that in the arena of the NBA there was no time to lick their wounds. There was barely enough time to fly back to Houston for recovery, before heading directly from Texas to California, embarking on the remaining journey of the season's first grueling 3-game road trip. At the same time they boarded the plane to Los Angeles, Charles Barkley was animatedly broadcasting in the TNT studio of NBA Insider. His mouth, which had recently been forced to kiss a donkey's rear, now regained its former sharpness. Did you see that? What did I tell you? Barkley spread his arms, his expression a mix of smugness and mockery. The Rockets showed their true colors at the AT&T Center. They only scored 89 points. Against a real defensive powerhouse, all their flashy passes and outside shots fell flat. Charles, the Rockets only lost by 3 points, and they almost tied it at the end, without Yao Ming on the court, due to foul trouble. Kenny Smith attempted to maintain reason. Almost doesn't count. Barkley interrupted him, raising his voice. In the NBA, almost winning is no different from losing. The record will only show an L. They got lucky against the Bucks, but when faced with a real strong team like the Spurs, they immediately reverted to their true form. So Charles, what do you think the Rockets will do next against the Lakers and Kings in Los Angeles and Sacramento? Ernie Johnson asked with a smile. Consecutive losses. No doubt about it. Barkley slammed his hand on the table. The Lakers may be without Shaq, but they have Kobe. The Kings were last season's Western Conference champions, the pioneers of the Princeton system. The Rockets will be utterly lost in these 2 away games. I predict they will suffer 3 consecutive losses and then slink back to Houston. I disagree. Kenny Smith shook his head. The Rockets showed resilience at the Spurs' home court. Their system is still in the process of coming together. And against the Lakers without Shaq. Without Shaq. Barkley seized on the topic again. This just makes, I got hurt on the job, so I'll heal on the job. Is that even a real statement? But that's Shaq for you. Even without Shaq, Kobe could crush the Rockets' perimeter all by himself. Wait and see. Barkley's remarks spread across the airwaves throughout the United States, but the Rockets, busy preparing for the game in Los Angeles, paid no attention. The tactical board displayed the Lakers' offensive strategies, primarily involving Kobe's plays. The news of Shaquille O'Neal's absence had been confirmed. This colossal center chose to undergo toe surgery only after the season started, adhering to his philosophy of healing on the job, and would be out for at least 2 months. Without Shaq, the Lakers' offensive focus is entirely on Kobe. Qin Tian analyzed. He will dominate the ball, trying to dismantle our defense with his individual skills. Ron, your task is a heavy one. Artest grinned, his eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit. Coach, I will make him work hard for every point. Not just on defense. Qin Tian continued. On offense, we need to exploit the Lakers' weakness inside. Without Shaq, their centers are Samuel Delembert and Stanislav Medvedenko, neither of whom are competent rim protectors. Yao Rashid, I need you to be aggressive inside. Yao Ming and Rashid Wallace exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Also, Qin Tian surveyed everyone. The Lakers are currently a one-man team. Kobe will try to do it all himself, but basketball is a team sport. We will use teamwork to combat individual talent. That night, the Staples Center was filled with fans eager to see a show from Kobe. However, when the game began, they witnessed a glorious exhibition of team basketball from the Rockets. Kobe was indeed unstoppable. He shot 16 for 39 from the field and 7 for 8 from the free throw line for 42 points, repeatedly challenging the Rockets' defense with difficult fadeaway jumpers, layups, and quick three-pointers. Artest's defense was already commendable, but against peak Kobe, no one could fully contain him. Yet the Rockets responded with 5 players scoring in double digits and a total of 29 assists. Yao Ming dominated inside, easily scoring 22 points and grabbing 14 rebounds against the defenses of Delembert and Medvedenko. Ray Allen hit 4 three-pointers for 24 points, Rasheed Wallace contributed 16 points and 8 rebounds, but his defensive coverage was the key to the team's championship run. Billups skillfully managed the game with 10 assists and just 1 turnover, while Boozer, as a crucial rotation player, also achieved an economic double-double with 15 points and 10 rebounds. The final score was 112-95, with the Rockets triumphing over the Lakers by 17 points. In the post-game press conference, Kobe's face was grim. "We played like a pile of dog shit. The Rockets played team basketball while we did not. Missing Shaq is not an excuse. We need to do better. What do you think of Yao Ming?" A reporter asked him, to which Kobe briefly replied, "He is a good player, but tonight they won because of teamwork. It was just one victory," Chin Tian told the reporters who gathered around him. "The Lakers were incomplete without Shaq. This is not the full Lakers. We simply seized the opportunity and played the basketball we should play." He deliberately lowered his voice and said to Yao Ming beside him, "Remember this feeling of defeating individual talent with teamwork." Leaving Los Angeles, the Rockets swiftly flew to Sacramento. This was the last stop of the 3-game road trip and the most difficult battle, against last season's Western Conference champions, the Kings. More crucially, the Kings were perfect executors of the Princeton system. Coach Rick Adelman had polished this system to perfection with Chris Webber, Vlade Divac, Peja Stojakovic, Mike Bibby, and Doug Christie. This lineup had turned the Redefinian philosophy of Princeton into an art form. This is a battle of inheritance. During a pre-game training session, Peter Carrill, the founder of the Princeton system and now assistant coach of the Rockets, said to Chin Tian, "Rick Adelman brought this system to the NBA and achieved great success. So teacher, do you have any advice for tonight's game?" Chin Tian asked, looking at the Kings players warming up on the other side of the court. "Don't try to be more Princeton than they are. They've immersed in this system for 4 years, and their chemistry is deeply. We need to play our own basketball, a modified, more modern version of Princeton." He paused. "Also, Rick will definitely target Yao Ming. Divac is a cunning old guy. He will use all sorts of tricks, flops, and verbal provocations to disrupt Yao Ming." The course of the game confirmed Carroll's predictions. It was indeed a visually pleasing offensive showdown. The Kings' passing was fluid and seamless, with Webber orchestrating from the high post, Divac organizing from the elbow, and Bibby and Stojakovic moving without the ball, showcasing the essence of the Princeton system. The Rockets displayed their own characteristics. More 3-point attempts, faster transition between offense and defense, with Yao Ming offering a greater threat as a playmaker from the high post. The score alternated between the two teams, each possession resembling a meticulously designed tactical rehearsal. The Kings fans in attendance were enthralled, as they rarely witnessed another team matching the quality of their home team's offensive display. However, the turning point of the game came in the third quarter. The medical team's Thomas Carter approached Chin Tian with a serious expression. "Coach, Yao Ming's fatigue index has exceeded the limit. Considering this is the 3rd game in 4 days, and we still have to fly back to Houston afterward, I recommend strictly limiting his playing time, preferably no more than 25 minutes. Chin Tian frowned as he watched Yao Ming fiercely battling Divac on the court. At that moment, the Rockets were leading by 3 points, and Yao had already scored 11 points and grabbed 6 rebounds, performing exceptionally well. But long-term considerations outweighed immediate victory. "All right," Chin Tian nodded, "let him play a maximum of 3 minutes in the 4th quarter. This decision sparked controversy after the game. When Yao Ming was substituted in the middle of the 4th quarter, the Rockets were tied with the Kings. Without Yao to anchor the inside, the Kings' defense began to extend outward, limiting the Rockets' 3-point shooting. Although Billups and Ray Allen hit some difficult shots in the final moments, the Kings secured victory with more stable free throw shooting. 118-113, the Kings narrowly defeated the Rockets by 5 points at home. Post-game statistics showed that Yao Ming played 24 minutes, scoring 13 points, grabbing 8 rebounds, blocking 2 shots, and dishing out 3 assists. Had he played the full 30 minutes, the outcome might have been different. However, Chin Tian expressed no regrets at the press conference. "Player health comes first. This is a marathon of 82 games, not a sprint. Yao is too important to us. We cannot risk his health for a regular season victory." Some reporters questioned whether this decision was too conservative, to which Chin Tian merely smiled and did. Rick Adelman, on the other side at the press conference, praised the Rockets. "They played impressive basketball. Coach Chin made an interesting modification to the Princeton system, adding more perimeter elements. Yao Ming's threat from the high post is greater than Divac's because of his superior shooting range. This is a team that will pose many problems for us in the future." The Rockets' record of 1 win and 2 losses on the 3-game road trip reignited the chatter that the Rockets are merely paper tigers. In the TNT program, Barkley found another opportunity to express himself. "Did you see that? 1 win and 2 losses. They beat the Shaqless Lakers in Los Angeles and lost to the true masters of Princeton in Sacramento." As Barkley's voice echoed through the Rockets' training facility, the players were practicing their shots they are about to be. However, the Rockets had no time to heed the clamor. The lengthy regular season was like an unceasing conveyor belt, with one game following another in quick succession. Meanwhile, the team was quietly undergoing changes. The most noticeable was Yao Ming. Under the personal guidance of Hakim, Olajuwon Yao was continuously learning the dream shake. But Olajuwon's teaching method was quite unique. Do not imitate me completely. My footwork suits my physical condition. Your height, wingspan, and center of gravity are different from mine. You must find your own dance steps. Thus, scenes like this often unfolded in the training facility, Olajuwon demonstrating a move, Yao attempting it, and then the two discussing how to modify it according to Yao's physical attributes. Standing at 226 centimeters, Yao's turning radius was greater, but it also meant his shooting point was higher, making it more difficult to block. Utilize your height, Olajuwon repeatedly emphasized. When you turn, do not rush your shot. First, observe the defender's position. If he is in front of you, use a hook shot. If he rushes at you, draw a foul. If he backs off, take the shot. At the same time, the sports science team, led by Aaron Nelson, began to show results with the tailored training program for Yao. Targeted core strength training, lower body muscle group enhancement, ankle stability exercises. Yao did not blindly gain weight, but focused on increasing functional muscle to improve power efficiency. The principle of gaining muscle without gaining weight was strictly adhered to. Yao's weight was maintained at around 136 kilograms, but his strength, explosiveness, and balance had significantly improved. Other players were also making progress. Ray Allen had fully integrated into the system, and his off-ball movement became the lubricant for the Rockets' offense. Rasheed Wallace's three-point shooting percentage stabilized above 38, deterring opponents from leaving him open. Billup's playmaking kept the Rockets' offense organized with one of the lowest turnover rates in the league. Artest became a defensive stalwart on the perimeter. Meanwhile, his open three-point shooting also showed considerable improvement. The team's chemistry was increasingly strong. The Princeton offense demanded extensive reading and reacting, requiring a high level of synergy among players. After more than 2 months of adjustment, the Rockets' ball movement became increasingly fluid and spatial utilization became more rational. As January rolled in, the Rockets' record steadily improved. On January 12th, the Rockets faced the Bucks at home again. Yao Ming was once more up against Cato, who had been a formidable challenge during his debut. But he was no longer the same player. In the first offensive play of the first quarter, Yao called for the ball in the low post. Cato, just like their last encounter, aggressively pushed against Yao's back, mumbling, "Rookie, welcome back." But this time Yao did not stumble as he had before. He firmly planted his feet, receiving the ball and turning toward the baseline. Cato quickly moved laterally, but Yao's movements were faster than before. It was this slight timing advantage that allowed Yao to complete his turn and execute a soft hook shot. It went in. 20. Cato was momentarily stunned. He felt Yao's ability to withstand contact had noticeably improved. The rest of the game turned into a showcase for Yao. Not only could he score against Cato in the low post, but he could also facilitate assists from the high post. On defense, he recorded 4 blocks, 3 of which were against Francis, attempting to challenge the rim. Most astonishing was his shooting percentage. Throughout the game, Yao shot 13 for 13 from the field and 6 for 6 from the free throw line, achieving a perfect shooting percentage with terrifying stats of 32 points, 15 rebounds, 4 blocks, and 5 assists. When Yao completed his 13th shot in the fourth quarter, a bank shot following a turn, the Compact Center fans stood to applaud, chanting MVP. MVP. In the end, the Rockets won decisively against the Bucks, 118-96. Post-game statistics revealed that Yao became the first player in NBA history to score at least 30 points and 15 rebounds in a rookie season with a perfect shooting percentage. Such statistics led Rockets fans to believe that they had indeed acquired the supercenter capable of perfectly inheriting Hakeem Olajuwon's legacy. On January 17th, the true test arrived. The Rockets faced the Lakers again, and this time Shaquille O'Neal was back. The pregame hype reached a peak. The Yao-Shaq showdown became the headline of sports media across America. O'Neal, in a pregame interview, jokingly remarked, "I heard that kid from the Dragon Kingdom has made significant progress. But tonight he'll send him home to find his mama." As the game began, the jump ball segment was already charged with intensity. O'Neal and Yao locked eyes at center court. Their size comparison was astonishing. O'Neal broader and more muscular, while Yao was taller but leaner. In the jump ball, O'Neal won possession with his explosive jump and then called for the ball in the low post, backing down Yao. The sound of their physical clash could be heard even in the stands. O'Neal pushed his way down to the basket, and despite Yao's full resistance, he was still pushed back 2 steps. O'Neal turned and completed the attack with a powerful dunk. After the dunk, O'Neal hung on the rim and shouted at Yao, declaring his dominance. But after half a season of experience, Yao was no longer the rookie who struggled against Cato. He had been adjusting to O'Neal's rhythm. In the middle of the first quarter, when O'Neal tried to back down Yao again, Yao executed a determined turnaround hook shot. Whack! Yao leaped high and swatted the ball away. The Compact Center exploded with deafening cheers. Yao Ming blocked O'Neal. The commentator exclaimed. But it wasn't over yet. The ball was retrieved by Fisher on the perimeter and passed back to O'Neal. O'Neal went to work on Yao again. After the contact, he shot again. Another whack. Blocked again. O'Neal was furious and went up as a result. Another whack. A rookie blocking the current and arguably the greatest center in history 3 times in a row. O'Neal's head was buzzing. Moreover, when Yao and Rasheed Wallace were on the court together, the Rockets' interior defense completely dominated. Rasheed handled the primary defense, while Yao provided help and blocks, demonstrating excellent synergy. Yet Kinchin's strategy was clear: strictly control Yao's playing time. In the entire first half, Yao played only 15 minutes. When he went to the bench for a rest, O'Neal began to wreak havoc, scoring consistently in the paint. In the third quarter, Yao returned to the court and once again limited O'Neal. However, Chin strictly followed the medical team's advice and substituted Yao out early in the fourth quarter. At that point, the Rockets were leading by 7 points. Upon seeing Yao leave the game, O'Neal immediately dominated inside, scoring 6 consecutive points and narrowing the gap to 1 point. Chin Tian decisively employed the hack-a-shack strategy, sending in bench players to foul O'Neal, sending him to the free throw line. O'Neal's free throw shooting was notoriously weak. Especially after being blocked by a rookie, he was in a low mood, hitting only 6 of 15 free throws for a shooting percentage of just 40. In the final 3 minutes of the game, the Rockets committed 5 fouls against O'Neal, who made just 4 of 10 free throws, while the Rockets used this time to stabilize the game. The final score was 108,104, with the Rockets narrowly defeating the Lakers by 4 points. Yao played for 30 minutes, scoring 19 points, grabbing 11 rebounds, recording 6 blocks, and dishing out 4 assists. O'Neal played for 42 minutes, scoring 38 points, grabbing 16 rebounds, and recording 3 blocks, but his free throw shooting of 6 for 15 was a crucial factor in the loss. In the post-game press conference, O'Neal changed his pre-game arrogance and gave high praise to Yao. That kid played. His defensive positioning was excellent, and he timed his blocks very well. I was indeed blocked a few times tonight. I have to admit, he impressed me. When asked how he viewed Yao's progress, O'Neal thought for a moment and said, "I remember at the beginning of the season, he was still adjusting to the physicality of the NBA. But now he can barely compete with me thanks to Rasheed's help. If he continues to improve like this, the future will be." After defeating the Lakers, the Rockets' record improved to 25 wins and 14 losses, placing them 4th in the West. However, in the week East, this record would rank them 1st. The evening after defeating the Huron, the atmosphere in TNT's NBA Inside Studio was palpably delicate. Chauncey Billups sat in his customary seat, uncharacteristically silent, his fingers tapping the desk. Kenny Shemisi and Ernie Johansson exchanged a glance, each catching a hint of amusement in the other's eye. On the backdrop, Huojian's 25-14 record stood out clearly, their 4th place ranking in the West rendered in bold type. Alright viewers, welcome back to NBA Inside. Ernie Johansson broke the silence with an almost uncontainable smile. "I think we have an unavoidable topic tonight. Chauncey, about the Huojian, about that bet, do you have anything to say?" The camera cut to Billups. The former MVP's face was stripped of its usual swagger, replaced by a complex mixture of embarrassment, surprise, and reluctant admiration. He took a deep breath, hands folded on the table. "First," Chauncey Billups' voice lower than usual, "I need to apologize to the Huojian, to Yao Ming, to Coach Chin." He paused as if collecting his thoughts. "I was wrong. I was spectacularly wrong." Kenny Shemisi raised an eyebrow. "That's not like you, Chauncey. I remember you swore they couldn't win 25 games. The season's only half over, and they're already at 25 wins. I know. Billups waved his hand, a wry smile crossing his face. "I admit it. I let my prejudice blind me. I looked down on Chin Tian, that Chinese owner coach. I thought his moves were nonsense, his philosophy fanciful. I thought Yao Ming was an overrated #1 pick. I thought the Huojian would crumble." He lifted his head, stared into the camera. "But basketball doesn't lie. A 25-14 record doesn't lie. Yao Ming's performance against AO Near doesn't lie. This team answered me with actions, strikingly beautifully." Ernie Johansson asked, "So are you ready to honor the bet?" Billups inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. "A bet's a bet." The studio side door opened. A staff member led in a familiar donkey, Huahua, the very animal that had humiliated Billups 3 months before. The gray-brown donkey seemed at ease in the studio, swishing its tail leisurely, its wide eyes curiously scanning the cameras. "Oh no." Billups covered his face, though a smile peeked through his fingers. Huahua was led to stand beside. It turned its head, nuzzled Billups with its nose, and let out a loud snort as if to say, "It's you again." The studio crew stifled their laughter. Kenny Shemisi had turned away, shoulders shaking violently. Ernie Johansson tried to remain professional, but the corners of his mouth betrayed him. Billups rose, smoothed his suit, approached Huahua, bent down, puckered his lips. As his lips hovered 10 centimeters from the donkey's rear, a prolonged, thunderous, and unmistakably odorous gust issued from Huahua's hindquarters. The sound reverberated through the hushed studio, even echoing immediately an indescribable coughing. Kenny Shemisi was the first to lose it, laughing out loud. "My God, Wawa remembers Chelsea. It has given Chelsea a grand welcome back ceremony. Bekele froze his face mere centimeters from the donkey's rear, the stench assaulting his nostrils. His expression shifted from embarrassment to shock, then to helplessness, finally settling into a comical grimace. As if that were not enough, Wawa appeared unsatisfied. It casually flicked its tail. 3 perfectly aimed lashes struck Bekele's face in succession. The blows were light, but deeply humiliating. Enough. Enough. Bekele straightened, stepped back 2 paces, wiping his face as he half laughed, half scolded, "You vindictive donkey." The studio erupted once more. Camera operators' hands trembled, shots wavered, the director in the control room howled with laughter. Even the usually stern floor director clutched his stomach. Kenny Shimizu was doubled over on the desk, tears streaming from laughter. Ernie Johansson, still laughing, said this. "This is undoubtedly a live broadcast mishap, but perhaps the most entertaining live mishap in history." Bekele found himself laughing too. He shook his head and bent down again, this time lightning quick, delivering a swift tap to Wawa's rear before the donkey could react. He sprang up, strode back to his seat, grabbed a bottle of water, and gulped it down furiously, wiping his mouth. "I honored it." For the second time. Bekele's voice held no anger, only a relieved lightness. "Now let me finish." His expression turned serious. The laughter in the studio subsided. Everyone looked to Bekele. They rarely saw the caustic commentator so earnest. "I admit my error, not merely because of the bet, but because I have genuinely been moved by this Hoijian team," Bekele said calmly and sincerely. "Allow me to explain why. At the season's outset, I thought the Hoijian were a poor team. But look now, their offensive rating ranks 4th in the league, defensive rating 7th. Their offense and defense are balanced. Their 3-point percentage sits at 38.5%, 3rd in the league, and they lead the league in 3-point attempts per game, assists average 27.3 per game, 2nd in the league, turnovers only 12.1 per game, 3rd best." He looked up. What do these figures indicate? They show that Coach Chin Tion's philosophy is not wishful thinking, but has translated into tangible victories on the court. Spaceball movement efficiency. They are doing it, and doing it well. Kenny Shimizu nodded. And their progress is visible to the naked eye. Early in the season, they were still gelling. Now their chemistry is excellent. Exactly, Bekele continued. Look at Yao Ming. He brought up another set of stats. At the start of the season, he averaged 15 points and 8 rebounds. Now he averages 19. 2 points, 10. 1 rebounds, 2. 8 blocks per game. Most importantly, his field goal percentage rose from 49 to 55, elite efficiency for a center. He paused, emphasizing, "But what impresses me most is not the stats but the speed of his development." 3 months ago, he was still adapting to the NBA's physicality. 3 months later, he was swatting shots in succession in front of A.O. Near. 3 months ago, his post footwork was awkward. 3 months later, he possessed his own motive footwork. Such learning ability and rapid advancement are phenomenal. Ernie Johansson asked, "So Chelsea, how do you view the Hoijians' future now?" Bekele thought for a moment. "I believe they are already a force in the West. Not among the elite. Macy Guang, Xiaonyo, and Hurin may still be slightly stronger, but they are the kind of opponent no team wants to face. Their system is distinct, their core is young, their coach is innovative." He paused, a flicker of expectation in his eyes. If they stay healthy, if they keep improving, they can certainly win a playoff series. Indeed. With a bit of luck, going even further is not impossible. Hearing such words from Bekele, the famously harsh commentator had just offered such high praise. Finally, Bekele said, looking into the camera with utmost sincerity, "I want to tell the Hoijians fans I'm sorry. I underestimated your team. You have a visionary coach, a future superstar center, and an advanced basketball system. Enjoy this season. It may prove very special." Applause rose in the studio. Not mockery, not taunting, but sincere. Kenny Shimizu patted Bekele's shoulder. "Well said, Chelsea. It takes courage to admit one's mistakes." Bekele shrugged. "Basketball taught me one thing: always respect the game and respect those who let performance speak. The Hoijian have earned my respect. It's as simple as that." The show ended in an unprecedented harmony. When the live feed cut, Bekele leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. Honestly, he told Kenny and Ernie, getting proven wrong. Doesn't feel so bad after all. While the Rockets battled fiercely on the court, another silent war had quietly begun on November 14, 2002, the All-Star voting. David Stern, NBA commissioner, sat in his office on Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, New York, gazing at the viewership report of the Rockets' season opener on his computer screen, a shrewd smile of a businessman playing upon his lips. The morning broadcast in the Longwa region had astonishingly set a new record for NBA overseas viewership, an unprecedented high. This Chinese-American owner, this top pick from Longwa, this so-called experiment mocked by the entire league, was becoming the key to unlocking the treasury of the East. John Stern said to his assistant, "Set up a Chinese voting portal on the official NBA website. It must be eye-catching, convenient, and allow every Longhua fan to effortlessly vote for their favorite stars. The assistant hesitated. Commissioner, won't this upset other teams? After all, the voting rules. Rules? Stern laughed, a confident smile that bore the command of the entire situation. Rules are made by men. I want the world to see the NBA's inclusiveness and our respect for international players. Go ahead, do as I say. On November 15th, the Chinese voting portal officially launched on the NBA. Almost simultaneously, the news spread across the vast land of Shenzhou through Zhongyang TV Sports channel, major portals, and basketball forums. A voting storm was unleashed. Brothers, vote for Yao Ming. One vote each, support our own. The Rockets official website has tutorials on how to vote. Vote on the office computer, then continue at home. I even got my cousin studying in America to cast 10 votes. Such conversations echoed through university BBS forums, internet cafes, and even basketball courts on the streets. This was a nationwide movement, and voting was a sport in which the Chinese people harbored an innate passion and persistence. Once we participate, we will never lose. Meanwhile, across the ocean, Shaquille O'Neal lounged casually on his sofa in his Los Angeles home, watching news reports about the All-Star voting on television. A reporter interviewed a Lakers fan. Shaq is the league's premier center. Naturally, he should be a starting All-Star. O'Neal sipped his drink with satisfaction. Since entering the league in 1993 as a highly anticipated top pick, he had never missed an All-Star game and had always been an ironclad starter. Which other center in the West could threaten his position? Divac was too old, Robinson was retiring, and as for that rookie from Longhua, he scoffed and shifted into a more comfortable posture. However, as time passed and voting numbers updated, O'Neal grew increasingly uneasy. By the end of November, Yao Ming's votes surpassed 7,000. By mid-December, they broke 1 million. Around Christmas, they exceeded 1.5 million. Meanwhile, O'Neal's votes hovered around 8,000. This is impossible. O'Neal complained to reporters after a training session. I know there are many people in Longhua, but this is absurd. Do they understand basketball? Have they even watched the games? A reporter cautiously asked, Shaq, do you think Yao Ming deserves to be an All-Star starter? O'Neal's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Listen, I respect every player. Yao Ming is a fine young man, and he is improving. But an All-Star starter, that honor belongs to the league's best players. When I recover from injury, I will prove on the court who the true premier center is. These words were sensationalized by the media into headlines accusing O'Neal of questioning Yao Ming's All-Star qualification. The news fueled the voting fervor of Longhua fans even more. Looking down on our Yao Ming. Vote. Keep voting. Let O'Neal see the power of a united people. Not only Yao Ming, vote for Ray Allen too. Vote for all Rockets players. By the voting deadline on January 12, 2003, the final results stunned the basketball world. Yao Ming, 228,632 votes, a commanding lead. Kobe Bryant, 147,436 votes, second place. Ray Allen, 106,669 votes, second among Western guards. Shaquille O'Neal, 104,9081 votes, second Western center. Who cared about dominance or historical status? Supporting our own was what mattered. Only Wang Zhizhi did not make the All-Star candidate list. Otherwise, with the passion of Longhua fans, the league might have witnessed a Longhua duo both selected as All-Stars. When O'Neal saw these results at his Los Angeles home, he threw the remote control onto the floor. This is ridiculous, he complained to his wife Shawnee. A rookie with more than twice my votes. Just because he's from Longhua. Shawnee calmly looked at him. Shaq, you will prove yourself on the court, won't you? O'Neal fell silent. Then he clenched his fist. Thus came the January 17th Yao Shark showdown. O'Neal determined to teach this rookie, who had stolen his All-Star starting spot, a lesson on the court. The outcome was well known. Yao Ming delivered 3 consecutive blocks, giving the league's premier center a lesson on progress and dignity. After the game, O'Neal remained silent in the locker room for a long time. Finally, he spoke to the gathered reporters with words that would be frequently quoted later. That kid played superbly. He impressed me. If he keeps improving like this, his future will be truly formidable. This was the respect of a true champion and the magnanimity unique to O'Neal. Meanwhile, in his New York office, David Stern could barely contain his smile as he viewed the final All-Star voting data. Pointing at Yao Ming's vote count on the screen, he told his subordinates, see this? This is the power of the market. Longhua has 1.3 billion people. If just 2% watch the NBA, that's 26 million viewers. If just 1% buy a jersey. He paused, golden light sparkling in his eyes. Notify the marketing department to intensify promotion in the Longhua region. We must make the NBA the most popular professional sports league in Longhua. Someone cautiously asked, Commissioner, other team owners might have objections. Objections? Stern smiled. Let them see the Rockets' viewing ratings, Yao Ming's jersey sales, and the sponsor lineup for the Sky Dome Rockets' new arena soon to open. Then they will understand. Making money is nothing to be ashamed of. On February 8, 2003, at the Phillips Arena in Atlanta, the curtains slowly rose on the NBA All-Star Weekend in this southern city. The air was filled with a complex emotion: excitement from the festivities, relaxation from the performances, and a tinge of sadness from farewells. This was Michael Jordan's last All-Star Weekend, and everyone knew that the basketball god was about to truly leave the court he had dominated for nearly 20 years. When Yao Ming walked into the arena in his Rockets training uniform, he was stunned by the scene before him. He had seen CBA All-Stars and Asian Games venues, but what lay before him exceeded all expectations. The lights shone brilliantly like daylight cameras were as numerous as trees, and reporters filled every court. In the locker room, Kobe was joking with Garnett, while Duncan sat quietly listening to music, and Shaquille O'Neal's booming voice could be heard in the hallway as he joked with other All-Stars. Yao. Ray Allen walked over and patted Yao Ming on the shoulder. "Relax, it's the All-Star game, it's a performance." Yao nodded, but his body remained a bit stiff. He was about to compete alongside these stars he had only ever seen on television, a feeling that was both thrilling, due to being selected for both the rookie game and the main game, and following the league's customary practice. Also strongly advised by Chin Tian and the medical team led by Thomas Carter, Yao Ming was injured and unable to participate in the rookie game. This decision was wise. The All-Star Weekend was intended as a break during a long regular season, and there was no need for Yao Ming to compete back-to-back during his rare resting time. The rookie game kicked off first. First-year players like Stoudemire, Ginobili, and Gooden faced off against second-year players like Pau Gasol, Chandler Kirilenko, and Parker, who had already begun to shine. The game was lively. Surprisingly, by halftime, the first-year team led by 12 points. Stoudemire dominated inside, while Ginobili's serpentine drives dazzled the crowd. But in the second half, the tides turned dramatically. A second-year second-round pick emerged, Gilbert Arenas. This Agent Zero, underestimated on draft night, and quietly developing with the Warriors, exploded on the all. He dribbled past half-court, only 2 steps from the three-point line, and took the shot. Swish. In the next possession, almost from the same spot, he did it again. Swish. On the next play, facing a defender right in his face, he leaned back for a three. Still swish. "Who dares to stand in my way? I am General Arenas." Arenas scored 23 points in the second half, finishing with 30 points overall, leading the second-year team to a stunning comeback victory of 132,112 and securing the rookie game MVP. As he raised the trophy, a glimmer of "you all underestimated me" sparkled in his eyes. This was the story of an underdog's rise, and one of the most moving chapters of the All-Star Weekend. The upcoming individual events were just as exciting. The participants in the three-point contest included Peja Stojakovic, Sacramento Kings; Brent Barry, Seattle Supersonics; Pat Garrity, Orlando Magic; Wesley Person, Memphis Grizzlies; Anthony Walker, Boston Celtics; and David Wesley, New Orleans Hornets. Defending champion Peja Stojakovic held up under pressure in the finals, hitting crucial shots to successfully defend his title. Watching from the sidelines, Ray Allen felt a surge of excitement, thinking he must participate next year. The Skills Challenge was a new addition to this year's All-Star festivities. Top point guards Jason Kidd, New Jersey Nets; Gary Payton, Seattle Supersonics; Stephon Marbury, Phoenix Suns; and Tony Parker, San Antonio Spurs competed. In the end, Kidd won with a time of 35.1 seconds, showcasing a well-rounded and solid skill set. Dribbling, passing, layups, and shooting all executed flawlessly. This also made Jason Kidd the first champion of the Skills Challenge in NBA history. The judges panel for the dunk contest was star-studded. Michael Jordan, Dominique Wilkins, and Spud Webb. 3 legendary dunkers presided over the night, lending it a historical weight. Among the contestants were defending champion Jason Richardson, Golden State Warriors; 2001 dunk champion Desmond Mason, Seattle Supersonics; rookie Amare Stoudemire, Phoenix Suns; and Richard Jefferson, New Jersey Nets. In the finals, Jason Richardson lived up to expectations, completing a between-the-legs reverse dunk and a rebound catch-off-the-backboard left-hand dunk, mesmerizing all the judges and the audience. As he received the trophy from Jordan, history was handed over at that moment. Richardson became the second player after Jordan to win the dunk contest consecutively. On February 9th, the All-Star Game commenced. The Eastern Conference All-Star starters were Allen Iverson, Philadelphia 76ers; Tracy McGrady, Orlando Magic; Michael Jordan, Washington Wizards; Jermaine O'Neal, Indiana Pacers; and Ben Wallace, Detroit Pistons. The substitutes included Jason Kidd, New Jersey Nets; Vince Carter, Toronto Raptors; Paul Pierce, Boston Celtics; Steve Francis, Milwaukee Bucks; Jamal Mashburn, New Orleans Hornets; Anthony Walker, Boston Celtics; and Zydrunas Ilgauskas, Cleveland Cavaliers. The Western Conference All-Star starters were Kobe Bryant, Los Angeles Lakers; Ray Allen, Houston Rockets; Kevin Garnett, Minnesota Timberwolves; Tim Duncan, San Antonio Spurs; and Yao Ming, Houston Rockets. The substitutes included Shaquille O'Neal, Los Angeles Lakers; Dirk Nowitzki, Dallas Mavericks; Sean Marion, Phoenix Suns; Gary Payton, Seattle Supersonics; Peja Stojakovic, Sacramento Kings; Stephon Marbury, Phoenix Suns; and Steve Nash, Dallas Mavericks. The Phillips Arena was packed to capacity. When the DJ began to introduce the players' entrance, the atmosphere reached its peak. The Eastern All-Stars were the first to emerge. Iverson, McGrady, O'Neal, Wallace. Every name elicited deafening cheers. But when the final name was called, the entire arena went wild. From the Washington Wizards, Michael Jordan. Jordan walked out of the players' tunnel wearing the blue No. 23 jersey of the Wizards. He smiled and waved to the crowd. The applause, cheers, and whistles merged into a sea of sound, with many in the audience glistening with tears. This was the last time, the final moment on the All-Star stage, to see the basketball god. Interestingly, Jordan's vote count ranked him fourth among Eastern guards, meaning he was not originally selected as a starter for the All-Star game. However, the NBA at this moment was imbued with warmth and respect, less concerned with utilitarianism and calculations. Allen Iverson and Tracy McGrady both offered to give up their starting positions for him, but all were refused by. Only at the last moment did he accept Vince Carter's goodwill and start the game. The Western All-Stars then took the stage. Kobe, Garnett, Duncan. Each was a superstar in their prime. The last two names elicited different reactions from the Houston Rockets. Ray Allen. The applause. Ray Allen's performance this season was evident, and he deserved the All-Star nod, but this was his first selection as a starter. From the Houston Rockets, Yao Ming. Cheers were mixed with some boos. Those were Shaquille's fans and disgruntled local spectators. But more importantly, there were roars from the fans of Longwa in the stands. Yao Ming waved back calmly. Shin Tian had specifically told Yao before the game, "Relax and enjoy yourself. This is the All-Star game, it's a show. Don't feel pressured, just enjoy the game." Yao nodded, but when he truly stepped onto the court, he remained that humble, earnest, and somewhat reserved big man. As the game began, the tip-off occurred between Yao Ming and Ben Wallace. Yao easily tapped the ball to Kobe, granting the West the first possession. In the initial minutes, the game progressed according to All-Star traditions. Spectacular passes, flashy dribbling, exaggerated dunks, with defense only a symbolic gesture. Kobe and McGrady exchanged three-point shots. Garnett and Duncan executed an alley-oop combo, and Iverson toyed with defenders using his signature crossover. Yao Ming appeared somewhat at a loss on the court. When teammates set him up, he caught the ball in the low post, opting for a straightforward hook shot. Instead of flashy behind-the-back passes or no-look passes, he scored. On the next possession, he initiated from the high post. Rather than attempting a flashy no-look pass, he calmly passed the ball to a cutting teammate. Yao Ming is taking this too seriously, the commentator chuckled. It's the All-Star game, you can play a little. Shin Tian shook his head from the sidelines, but understood. Yao Ming's character was just that, serious, down-to-earth, and not one for showboating. That was part of his charm. Midway through the first quarter, O'Neal replaced Yao Ming. As they brushed past each other in the substitution zone, O'Neal patted Yao Ming on the back. "Relax, rookie." Yao nodded and returned to the bench. He played for 6 minutes, scoring 2 points and grabbing 1 rebound. The game continued. The score alternated between the East and West as stars showcased their skills. Every shot Jordan took sparked cheers from the crowd. At 39, his foot speed wasn't what it once was, but his fadeaway jumper remained stunning. At halftime, the West led by 6 points. The atmosphere in the locker room was relaxed. Kobe and Garnett were discussing their previous plays. Shaquille was telling jokes, and Duncan listened quietly. Yao Ming sat in a corner when Ray Allen approached him to chat. "How does it feel?" Ray asked. "A bit unreal," Yao replied honestly, "playing with these guys. You're one of them now, Yao. Remember that." Ray smiled. The second half began, and the tide of the game grew. Initially, Kobe began to seriously defend McGrady, then Garnett clashed hard with Big Ben in the paint, followed by Iverson desperately trying to steal the ball. The unspoken rules of the All-Star game were shattered. When the score tightened, no one wanted to lose. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the fourth quarter, the scoreboard flashed 118-116 in favor of the West. But everyone in the Phillips Arena knew that this performance had completely torn off the veil of warmth, turning into a fierce battle. Kobe posted up McGrady on the left baseline. After 2 hesitation dribbles, he suddenly spun to the baseline for a fadeaway jumper. McGrady's long arms reached his face, but the basketball still arced, beautifully swishing through the net. 120116. Kobe Bryant. That's the superstar. The commentator's voice trembled. The game has entered playoff mode. The East countered. Iverson dashed through the crowd like a black flash, squeezing between Kobe and Ray Allen, scoring a floater while drawing a foul. After hitting the free throw, the score became 120-119. Garnett held the ball high, facing Jermaine O'Neal's defense. He faked a shot, and O'Neal's weight shifted slightly upward. At that moment, Garnett sprang like a cheetah, slipping past the defense, heading straight for the basket. Ben Wallace came over to help, and the two clashed fiercely in midair. Bam! Garnett slammed the ball into the basket as the referee's whistle blew. Foul. 21. The whole arena erupted. After landing, Garnett let out a triumphant roar, pounding his chest. He stepped to the free throw line and sank it smoothly. 1-2-3-1-1-9. The West led by 4 points with only 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. The East called for a timeout. On the bench, Jordan wiped the sweat with a towel, his eyes sharp like an eagle. At 39, he had already played for 32 minutes, which was a heavy load for games in the later stages of his career. Yet at this moment, those eyes still burned with the fire of competition. When play resumed, the East executed a clever strategy. Iverson used a double screen to cut out receiving the ball and immediately passing to a cutting McGrady. After catching the ball, McGrady faced Kobe's defense. Rather than forcing the issue, he passed to the completely open Jordan in the corner. Time seemed to slow at that moment. Jordan caught the ball, adjusted, and jumped. His leaping height was not what it once was, but the angle of his fadeaway and his shooting form were exactly the same as 10 or 15 years ago. The basketball left his fingertips spinning toward the hoop. Swish. 3 points scored. 1-2-3-1-2-2. The margin was down to 1 point. Only 1 minute left. Michael Jordan. A crucial three-pointer at the moment. The commentator nearly shouted, "This is why he is the GOAT." The West attacked with Kobe controlling the ball to waste time pressing it to the last second. He initiated a drive, but was forced to stop by the double team from McGrady and Iverson. Seeing the 24-second shot clock expiring, Kobe was compelled to toss the ball to Duncan on the perimeter. Duncan caught the ball outside the three-point line, facing 3 meters of open space. This power forward was renowned for mid-range and low-post scoring, having rarely attempted three-pointers in his entire career. He hesitated for half a second. It was that half second that allowed Jermaine O'Neal to close in. After adjusting, Duncan shot, but the ball bounced off the rim. The long rebound was grabbed by Iverson, giving the East an opportunity to take the lead. Only 38 seconds remained. The East did not call for a timeout. Iverson pushed the pace, quickly forming a 3-on-2 in the front court. He passed the ball to McGrady, who charged toward the basket after receiving it. Garnett came over to help. McGrady in midair passed to the trailing Jordan on the weak side. Jordan caught the ball facing Ray Allen, closing in on him. He didn't dribble but jumped directly for a fadeaway. Ray Allen's hand nearly obstructed Jordan's face. Yet the basketball still traced a perfect arc. Swish. The East took the lead. 1-2-3-1-2-4. They were ahead by 1 point. Only 21 seconds left. Phillips Arena went absolutely wild. People stood up cheering, screaming, and waving their arms. Jordan returned to defense with a stoic expression, but his clenched fist betrayed the excitement within. This could be his last All-Star game, the last time on such a stage to make a crucial shot. The West called for a timeout. The ball was in Kobe's hands, and the East immediately double-teamed him. Kobe dribbled as the time ticked away. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Garnett stepped up to set a screen. Kobe used it to drive, but was quickly met with a switch from McGrady and Iverson, leaving him without space to shoot. Kobe was forced to pass the ball to Duncan on the wing. Duncan received the ball facing Ben Wallace, who had switched onto him. With only 5 seconds left, Duncan didn't hesitate, taking a jump shot. Bam! The ball hit the back of the rim and bounced up. Underneath, Shaquille O'Neal and Jermaine O'Neal both jumped simultaneously. In a critical moment, the Big Shark proved why he was the #1 center. He grabbed the rebound and went up strong. In a moment of desperation, Little O'Neal grabbed his arm. Beep. The referee's whistle blew foul. The entire arena fell silent before erupting into a massive roar. There were cheers, boos, and gasps of disbelief. O'Neal stepped to the free throw line for his first shot. Swish. It went in. 1-2-4-1-2-4. All tied up. Like the Pacific Ocean, perfectly even. Just when everyone thought O'Neal would dominate and win the game, he stepped up for his second shot. Bang. It missed. Indeed, in crucial moments, you can never count on O'Neal's free throws. Jermaine O'Neal grabbed the rebound and immediately called for a timeout. Only 0.8 seconds remained. The East set up for the final shot. The ball went to Iverson, who took a step close to the three-point line before forcing a shot. When the basketball flew through the air, the red lights around the backboard lit up. The overtime began, and both teams fielded their strongest lineups. Western Conference: Kobe, Ray Allen, Garnett, Duncan, O'Neal. Eastern Conference: Iverson, T-Mac, Jordan, Jermaine, O'Neal, Ben Wallace. The first overtime became a showcase for the stars. Kobe hit 2 consecutive difficult jump shots, and T-Mac immediately responded with a pull-up three-pointer. Garnett dominated in the paint, while Jordan maintained the Eastern offense with his signature mid-range shots. With just 50 seconds left in overtime, the score was tied at 136-136. The Western Conference had possession, with Kobe controlling the ball. He wasted time at the top of the arc, dribbling under his legs before suddenly accelerating past T-Mac. Kobe stopped abruptly near the free throw line, leaning back for a jump shot. T-Mac's block was nearly perfect. Bang! The basketball ricocheted off the rim. Duncan grabbed the offensive rebound and attempted a putback. Ben Wallace swatted the ball away. The ball went out of bounds, possession to the Western Conference. After a timeout, it was a sideline inbounds for the West. The ball was passed to Kobe, who was immediately double-teamed by the East. Kobe passed the ball to Duncan at the high post, who surveyed the court. Time was ticking away. Garnett positioned himself down low, and Duncan lobbed the ball inside. Garnett caught the ball backing down Jermaine O'Neal and turned for a hook shot. Bang! It missed. Ben Wallace secured the rebound. The Eastern Conference had one last chance to score. There were 26 seconds left. The East had no timeouts. Jordan dribbled up the court, with Kobe shadowing him closely. Jordan crossed half court and consumed time at the top of the arc. Finally, he glanced at the shot clock. Only 5 seconds left on the shot clock. He suddenly exploded, stopping just inside the three-point line as Kobe lunged at him, leaning back for a jump shot. The entire arena held its breath. The basketball soared through the air, time seemingly frozen. Jordan maintained his follow-through, his eyes tracking the ball's trajectory. Swish. It's in. 136-138. The East led by 2 points. Only 5 seconds remained. Michael Jordan. A clutch shot. The commentator's voice was hoarse. At 39 years of age in his final All-Star game, he hit what could be the script couldn't be more perfect. The Phillips Arena erupted. The Western Conference called for a timeout. Players from the East's bench stormed the court surrounding Jordan. Jordan's expression was stoic, but his eyes sparkled with the light of victory. This would be a perfect farewell, securing victory with a clutch shot. After the timeout, the Western Conference had possession in the front court. Kobe stood near the baseline, tightly guarded by T-Mac. The referee handed the ball to Garnett for the inbounds, signaling that he could pass. Garnett lifted the ball, searching for Kobe. But T-Mac's defense was relentless, leaving no room for a pass. Garnett was forced to pass to Ray Allen, who was closer to the midline. Ray Allen caught the ball while Iverson and Jordan closed in simultaneously. Meanwhile, Kobe maneuvered through Duncan's screen to create a sliver of space. Ray Allen, not being greedy, quickly passed the ball out. Kobe received the ball, turned, jumped, and shot. However, at that moment a defender appeared. Jermaine O'Neal lunged at him, his hand striking Kobe's arm. Beep. The referee's whistle blew foul. 3-point foul. Foul. Jermaine O'Neal fouled. 3-point foul. The commentator exclaimed, "This is so dramatic. Kobe will have 3 free throw opportunities. If he makes them all, the West will claim victory." The entire arena fell into a dead silence, then erupted into a cacophony of noise. Some cheered, some booed, some couldn't believe what just happened. Jordan stood on the court, hands on hips, shaking his head. Jermaine O'Neal cradled his head, nearly in tears. He had ruined Jordan's perfect clutch moment. Kobe stepped to the free throw line, expressionless. All eyes in the arena were focused on him. Pressure. For Kobe, this was just another critical free throw. First shot. Taking a deep breath, he released the ball. Swish. It's in. 138-137. Second shot. Same rhythm, same motion. Swish. It's in. 138-138. Tied. Third shot. This time Kobe adjusted his breathing. If he makes it, the West will lead by 1 point. If he misses, the game will go into a second overtime. He shot. Bang. The basketball hit the front of the rim, bounced up, and wobbled on the rim before finally falling out. Overtime. Second overtime. The first double overtime in NBA All-Star history. Before the second overtime began, Western Conference coach Rick Adelman made a crucial adjustment. The Western lineup became Kobe, Pages, Stojakovic, Garnett, Duncan, O'Neal. Besides Kobe, the other 4 were all big men. The Eastern Conference also made adjustments, replacing Iverson and Ben Wallace with Kidd and Vince Carter. But the core issue was that Jordan had played 38 minutes, T-Mac 37 minutes, while the Westerns Garnett, Duncan, and Kobe were in their prime, clearly having the advantage in stamina. As the second overtime started, the Western Conference displayed determination on their first possession. Garnett received the ball at the high post, faced Jermaine O'Neal, and took a pull-up jump shot. It's in. 140-138. Eastern Conference offense. T-Mac attempted to drive, but had no opportunity against the double team of Garnett and Duncan, and his forced pass was intercepted by Kobe. Kobe quickly advanced unknown in the front court. Faced with Carter, he made a quick change of direction to shake off the defense and finished with a layup. 142-138. The Eastern Conference called for a timeout. But after the timeout, the gap in stamina was unbridgeable. Jordan's mid-range shots began to miss. T-Mac's drives lost their sharpness, while Garnett dominated in the paint. Garnett scored twice consecutively in the low post, and even drew a foul. After he made the free throw, the score became 150-142, with the Western Conference leading by 8 points. At this point in the game, the suspense had diminished. The Eastern Conference fought valiantly, but every point was hard-earned, while the Western Conference always had an answer. In the final moments, Garnett sent a thunderous rejection on Carter's dunk attempt, then dribbled up the court, assisting Kobe for a corner three-pointer. 155-145. The deficit reached 10 points with only 10 seconds left. The Eastern Conference surrendered. When the final buzzer sounded, the score was fixed at 155-145, with the Western Conference victorious. Kevin Garnett played 42 minutes, scoring 37 points, grabbing 9 rebounds, making 5 steals, and dishing out 3 assists, undoubtedly earning the All-Star MVP. As he raised the trophy, he looked up to the sky and roared, dedicating this victory to his mother. Kobe walked over to Jordan, and the two embraced. "Well done, young man," Jordan said. Thank you, T-Mac. Kobe replied, this is your night. Jordan shook his head. No, this is basketball's night. He walked to the center of the court, waving to the audience around him. The entire Phillips Arena stood up, applause echoing endlessly. This was a farewell to a legend and a tribute to basketball. Yao Ming sat on the bench watching it all unfold. He played 18 minutes, scoring 4 points and grabbing 4 rebounds, his stats unremarkable in this grand contest. Ray Allen approached and patted his shoulder. How does it feel? Yao Ming thought for a moment. I witnessed history. You are also creating history, Ray Allen said. The All-Star weekend had come to an end. On the flight back to Houston, Yao Ming looked out the window as the lights of Atlanta faded into the distance. Qin Tian sat in the row ahead, turned back, and said, take a break. The second half of the regular season is about to begin. The real battle starts now. The plane flew through the clouds heading southwest. And that night, the legendary double overtime in Atlanta would become an everlasting chapter in NBA history, where the last dance of the gods, the victory of youth, and the purest essence of basketball came alive. As the brilliant fireworks of the All-Star game dissipated in the night sky of Atlanta, the landscape of the NBA swiftly returned to its most primal form, a brutal competition for survival. Each team resembled trains on different tracks, some accelerated with full-force engines roaring toward the finish line, striving for advantageous playoff positions like the Spurs, Kings, and Mavericks. Others quietly decelerated, subtly tanking, and began to build strength for the next cycle, such as the Cavaliers and Nuggets. Meanwhile, in Houston, Qin Tian was practicing his basketball philosophy and team-building concept. He refrained from overexerting players for a higher ranking, rotating them as necessary, and allowing rest when needed. He even considered hosting a grand retirement tour for Olajuwon, who had already stated that this would be his final season, but the Dream felt that such an event would distract the team and hinder their playoff preparations, so he declined. Yao Ming's average playing time was limited to under 30 minutes, and veterans like Ray Allen and Rasheed Wallace chose to selectively rest during back-to-back games. The medical team's data monitoring, sports science recovery programs, and the psychological experts' stress relief strategies. This management style of the Rockets seemed almost sci-fi in the context of the NBA in 2003. It proved that this conservative approach was wise. As April's sprint phase commenced, while other teams' main players began to show signs of fatigue and minor injuries, the core lineup of the Rockets remained vigorous. Yao Ming's physical condition was better than at the beginning of the season. Ray Allen's shooting touch remained hot, and Billups' playmaking became increasingly steady. On April 16th, the final game of the regular season, the Rockets faced the Memphis Grizzlies at home, with Qin Tian allowing all the starters to rest, deploying a lineup of entirely substitutes and two-way contract players. Boykins scored 24 points, Prince contributed 18 points and 7 rebounds, and Wang Zhizhi also recorded 11.6 rebounds and 3 assists. The Rockets bench, winning the game 108-101, showcased their depth. Thus, the 2002-2003 NBA regular season came to a close. Final standings in the West: 1. San Antonio Spurs 60 wins, 22 losses. 2. Dallas Mavericks 60 wins, 22 losses. 3. Sacramento Kings 59 wins, 23 losses. 4. Houston Rockets 55 wins, 27 losses. 5. Los Angeles Lakers 51 wins, 31 losses. 6. Minnesota Timberwolves 50 wins, 30 losses. 7. Portland Trail Blazers 50 wins, 32 losses. 8. Utah Jazz 47 wins, 35 losses. Eastern Conference standings: 1. New Jersey Nets 49 wins, 33 losses. 2. Indiana Pacers 48 wins, 34 losses. 3. Philadelphia 76ers 48 wins, 34 losses. 4. New Orleans Hornets 47 wins, 35 losses. 5. Detroit Pistons 45 wins, 37 losses. 6. Boston Celtics 44 wins, 38 losses. 7. Milwaukee Bucks 42 wins, 40 losses. 8. Orlando Magic 42 wins, 40 losses. If at the beginning of the season someone had said that this Rockets team could achieve 50 wins, everyone would surely think that person was crazy, just like Qin Tian. But now, as the dust settles, the Rockets stand at 55 wins and 27 losses, finishing 4th in the West, while the defending champions, the Los Angeles Lakers, sit behind them, coincidentally their first-round opponents. In the first episode of NBA Today, after the playoff matchups were announced, the ESPN studio was filled with an atmosphere of inevitability. Host Mike Breen set the tone from the start. Ladies and gentlemen, the playoff matchups have been revealed. Today we focus on the most anticipated series in the West, the Houston Rockets versus the Los Angeles Lakers. Let's hear the experts' analysis. The camera shifted to the analysis desk. Stephen A. Smith could hardly contain himself, leaning forward with his hands gesturing. Let me make myself clear. Smith spoke rapidly. The Rockets' performance this season deserves respect. 55 wins, that's impressive. Yao Ming has made rapid progress, and Ray Allen is playing some of the best basketball of his career. He emphasized each, but with increasing intensity. This is the playoffs. This is the Los Angeles Lakers. This is Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. This is Phil Jackson. What do the Rockets have? A Chinese coach in his first year in the NBA. A 22-year-old rookie center. A so-called new system that has only been in place for 8 months. No. There's no suspense in this matchup. The Lakers will finish this series in 5 games, I even think it might be a sweep, if Kobe and Shaq take it seriously. Analyst Hubie Brown, known for his rigor, interjected with a relatively calm tone, but equally clear stance. From a tactical standpoint, the Lakers have 3 significant advantages over the Rockets. First, the inside advantage. Shaquille O'Neal is one of the most dominant centers in playoff history. Yao Ming is excellent, but this is his first playoff. Shaq will devour him. Second, the outside star. Kobe Bryant is in the prime of his career, eager to prove himself as the most formidable scorer since Mike, who on the Rockets can guard him. Artest is a good defender, but Kobe's scoring ability is historic. Third, experience. Brown adjusted his glasses. The core lineup of the Lakers has played in 3 finals together, winning 3 championships. They know how to play in the playoffs, how to handle pressure, and how to win on the road. What about the Rockets? Only Rasheed Wallace and Ray Allen have playoff experience. The others are all rookies. Of course, Hakeem Olajuwon is an exception, but he has played in less than 20 games this season and is unlikely to participate in the playoffs. Guest Jeff Van Gundy added, I agree with Hubie's points, but I want to emphasize the gap at the coaching level. Phil Jackson is one of the greatest coaches of all time, with his triangle offense, psychological tactics, and ability to make adjustments in critical moments, all proven over time. Coach Chin Tion has done a great job this season, but the playoffs are a different level of battle. Phil will find the weaknesses in the Rockets system and attack them ruthlessly. Breen asked, so does the Rockets have any chance? After all, they had a 21 record against the Lakers in the regular season, and they won the game when Shaq was on the floor. Smith immediately rebutted regular season. That was the regular season. Playoff Shaq and regular season Shaq are 2 different creatures. Did you forget how he destroyed the Pacers inside in 2000? Did you forget how he obliterated the 76ers in 2001? Yao Ming will learn a painful lesson. There's no friendliness in the playoffs, only survival. Brown nodded. The Rockets' only chance is their 3-point shooting. If Ray Allen, Rasheed Wallace, and even Yao Ming can hit from the perimeter, they might steal a game or 2. But in a 7-game series, I don't see the Rockets advancing. Final prediction votes. Smith predicts Lakers 41, Brown predicts Lakers 42, Van Gundy predicts Lakers 41. One-sided. Breen summarized, the ESPN experts unanimously favor the Lakers to advance. If ESPN's predictions are a serious analysis of pessimism, then TNT's NBA insider predictions are an entertainingly low outlook, except for one person. Welcome back to NBA Insider. Playoff Special. Ernie Johnson's voice was lively. Charles Kenny Shaq against Yao Ming, Kobe against Ray Allen, Phil against Chin Tion. What are your thoughts on this matchup? Charles Barkley, who once apologized to a donkey, now wore a sly smile. He didn't answer immediately, but looked at Kenny Smith first. Kenny, you go first. You've won 2 championships with the Rockets. What do you expect from this new Rockets team? Kenny Smith pondered, his expression serious. I think the Rockets have a chance. Not that I predict they will win, but they have a chance. Their system is unique with great spacing and strong. If Yao Ming can occupy Shaq at the high post, and if Ray Allen's off-ball movement can tear through the Lakers' defense, they could cause some trouble. Barkley interrupted immediately. Trouble. Kenny, you're too gentle. Let's be clear. The Rockets will be brutally obliterated. He pulled up statistics. Look at this. Every player on the Lakers has playoff experience, and their core team has won 3 championships in the past 3 years. What about the Rockets' playoff experience? Just Ray Allen and Rasheed Wallace, and they have never made it out of the West. The rest are pure playoff rookies. What kind of gap is this? This is the gap between college students and high school students. Ernie laughed. But Charles, you once favored the Rockets and even kissed a donkey's rear for it. Now you're pessimistic about them. Could you be proven wrong again? That time I was wrong because they played well in the regular season, Barkley retorted confidently. But the playoffs are a different world. In that world, Shaq is a Tyrannosaurus Rex, Kobe is the Black Mamba, and the Rockets. The Rockets are a bunch of adorable kittens. He made an exaggerated meow gesture, eliciting laughter from the studio. Let me analyze the matchups. Barkley became serious. Center Shaq against Yao Ming. In their second regular season matchup, Yao blocked Shaq 3 times. Very impressive. But that was the regular season, as Shaq may not have taken it seriously. Playoff Shaq. He will dismantle Yao Ming. I predict Yao will average 4-5 fouls in this series and won't play more than 30 minutes. Shooting guard Kobe against Ray Allen. Kobe averages 30 points this season, Ray Allen 22 points. On defense, Kobe is elite, while Ray Allen is merely average. The Lakers win this matchup handily. Small forward Devin George against Artest. This is the only matchup where the Rockets might have an advantage. Artist is a strong defender and his offense is improving. George just needs to do three things: hit open threes, defend, and avoid mistakes. He can do that. Power forward Robert Horry against Rasheed Wallace. Horry is a championship puzzle piece, a clutch player. Wallace can score inside and out, but he is emotionally unstable. I bet Rasheed will collect at least 3 technical fouls in this series. Point guard Fisher against Billups. Billups is more stable, but Fisher is tougher, playoff tough. Remember his performance in the 2001 finals. Barkley concluded coach Phil Jackson against Chin Tion. Phil has 9 rings while Chin Tion has a suit. Alright, prediction time: Lakers, 41. The only game the Rockets can win is the first one in Houston, while the Lakers are still not fully serious. Then the Lakers will win 4 straight to finish the series. Kenny Smith shook his head. I disagree. I think the Rockets can win 2 games, maybe even push it to 6. Their system is hard to guard. If they start hitting threes, the Lakers will have headaches. Threes. Barkley scoffed. With the defensive intensity of the playoffs, threes won't always be on point. Moreover, Phil will adjust. He will leave the Rockets' worst shooter open, collapse the paint, and protect the boards. As long as Shaq dominates inside, it won't matter how accurate the Rockets are from outside. Ernie asked, "So Shaq, what are your thoughts on this series?" They connected with O'Neal, who was training in Los Angeles. On screen, O'Neal was sweating profusely, but had a bright smile. "Hey Charles, Kenny, Ernie." Shaq waved at the camera. "The Rockets. They've played great this season. Yao Ming is a good kid. But," he put away his smile, his expression becoming serious, "this is the playoffs. This is our territory. We will let Houston know that the road to the championship must pass through Los Angeles, and they are not ready to come through." Prediction: 40. I don't want to go back to Houston for a 5th game. The food there is terrible, and the girls aren't great either. O'Neal laughed again, but his eyes held no mirth. V.S. O'Neal. On the evening of April 19, 2003, the streets around the Compaq Center in Houston were already packed 3 hours before the game. Red Rockets jerseys surged like a tidal wave, gathering from every subway station exit, every parking lot, and every alley. The air was thick with the sense of popcorn, hot dogs, and fervor. This was the flavor of the playoffs, the essence of Houston's return to the basketball sanctuary after 4 long years. Let's go Rockets. Beat L.A. Yao? Shaq. Yao. Shaq. Fans held various signs, some depicting cartoons of Yao Ming blocking O'Neal, others reading, 55 wins is not the end, and some even displayed signs saying, "Charles Barkley, shut up." Clearly TNT's prediction show had angered the basketball spirit of this city. Inside the arena, the lights had not yet fully illuminated, but 20,000 spectators had already turned the stands into a sea of burning red. In the player tunnel, the Rockets players had gathered. Yao Ming took a deep breath, hearing the sound of his own heartbeat, not from nerves, but from excitement. 8 months of honing, 82 games of tempering, this was the moment awaited. Chin Tion stood at the forefront of the team, his white shirt sleeves rolled up to his elbows, his tie loosened by. He said nothing, only scanning each player with his gaze. Billups' calmness, Ray Allen's composure, Artest's ferocity, Rasheed's flamboyance, Yao Ming's focus. These were his warriors, this was his army. Remember, Chin Tion's voice rang out clearly amid the chaotic background. 48 minutes, every possession. Let's begin. At 7 to 8 p.m. the arena lights dimmed suddenly. Only a few beams of spotlight swept across the audience, finally focusing on the entrance of the player tunnel. The rhythm of drums began, heavy and slow like the beating of war drums. The live DJ's voice erupted through the sound system, filled with the rugged passion characteristic of Texas. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Compaq Center." The thunderous roar of cheers nearly lifted the dome. Tonight, playoffs, Western Conference, first round. Our Houston Rockets. The drumbeat quickened and the lights flickered. First, from the University of Colorado, our court general number 1, Chauncey Billups. Billups jogged onto the court expressionless, yet his raised right hand was clenched into a fist. Amid the cheers, he ran to the center of the court and high-fived the assistant coach who was already there. Next, from the University of Connecticut, the calm assassin number 20, Ray Allen. Ray Allen's entrance sparked even louder cheers. His performance this season had won the hearts of all Houston fans, and as he ran onto the court, he flashed a gentlemanly smile. From St. John's University, the beast number 91, Ron Artest. Artest charged onto the court like a beast released from its cage, pounding his chest and letting out a low growl. Fans responded with even wilder shouts. From the University of North Carolina, the versatile god of war number 30, Rasheed Wallace. As Rasheed entered, he struck his signature straight-arm shooting pose, eliciting screams from the crowd. He grinned, reveling in this playoff stage. The lights suddenly dimmed halfway. The drumbeats took on a solemn tone. The DJ's voice trembled with a hint of reverence. Next, from across the ocean, our number 1 draft pick, the future of this city, number 11, Yao Ming. Yao Ming's tall figure appeared at the tunnel entrance. He waved and then made a surprising gesture. He turned sideways, stretched out his hand, and made a pleased gesture. The spotlight shifted behind him. A more familiar and legendary figure emerged. Number 34. Hakeem Olajuwon. And the DJ's voice choked. The dream that lasts forever. The legend that lasts forever. Number 34. Hakeem Olajuwon. The entire Compact Center stood up. Applause. Not cheers, not screams, but thunderous continuous applause. Older fans had tears in their eyes while younger fans clapped vigorously. They knew this was the last season, the last chance to see Olajuwon in a Rockets jersey in this arena. This giant, who brought 2 championship trophies to the city, had announced midway through the season that this would be his. Olajuwon walked out smiling, embracing Yao Ming. Then the two of them ran side by side to the center of the court. The spotlight followed them. In this moment, the legacy was materialized. The past glory and future hope were handed over in this very moment. Zhongyang Television. Zhongyang Television. Viewers, you are now watching the first game of the 2002-2003 NBA Playoff Western Conference first round, the Houston Rockets home game against the Los Angeles Lakers. Yu Jia's voice transmitted through satellite signals reaching the distant land of China. Zhang guidance, we see the Rockets have a very special entrance ceremony. Yao Ming and Olajuwon making a simultaneous entrance. Zhang Weiping's voice was filled with emotion. This is a legacy. Yu Jia. Olajuwon announced at the start of the season that this would be his last season, and Yao Ming is seen as his successor. This entrance ceremony is deeply significant. The history and future of the Rockets converge at this moment. On the court, Olajuwon approached the Rockets bench, embraced Chin Tian, and then sat at the end of the bench. He wouldn't step onto the court, but his presence alone was a source of strength. The Lakers then made their entrance. Kobe was expressionless while O'Neal made a throat-cutting gesture towards the Rockets bench, eliciting boos from the crowd. Fisher Fox Horry. These seasoned veterans remained calm, having witnessed too many grand spectacles. Matchups: Chauncey Billups vs. Derek Fisher, Ray Allen vs. Kobe Bryant, Ron Artest vs. Rick Fox, Rasheed Wallace vs. Robert Horry, Yao Ming vs. Shaquille O'Neal. In the jump ball segment, Yao Ming and O'Neal stood at the center circle. They locked eyes without words, yet the air crackled with electricity. Yao Ming and O'Neal for the jump ball. This is the first confrontation of the entire series. Yu Jia's voice was filled with anticipation. The referee tossed the ball into the air. Yao Ming used his height advantage to tap the ball to Billups. The Rockets' first offense. Billups pushed the ball forward and Fisher immediately guarded closely. The intensity of the playoffs was set from the very first second. Body contact, arm interference, constant verbal provocations. Slow down. You're too slow, Chauncey. Fisher spat trash talk into Billups' ear. Billups remained expressionless, signaling as he dribbled to the top of the arc. Yao Ming moved to the free throw line. O'Neal followed, but kept a step back to easily retreat for defense. Billups passed the ball to Yao Ming. Yao Ming received the ball, turned, and faked a shot. O'Neal's weight shifted slightly upward. Just then Yao Ming did not shoot, but bounced the ball to Artest, who cut in from the baseline. Artest caught the ball. Faced with Horry's help, defense leaped forcefully. Smack. O'Neal's block. He swatted the ball away. Though hindered by injuries, O'Neal's intimidation under the basket remained top-notch. The Rockets moved the ball forward. O'Neal's defensive coverage is immense. Zhang Weiping's side. Yao Ming's pass was smart, but O'Neal's reaction was too quick. After the sideline ball was passed, Billups caught it and reorganized. With only 10 seconds left, he signaled to isolate for a unknown. Dribbling between his legs, he suddenly accelerated to break through with Fisher closely sticking to him. Billups stopped at the free throw line, leaning back for a jump shot. Fisher's hand blocked his view. Bang. A miss. O'Neal secured the rebound and tossed it long to a fast-breaking Kobe. The Lakers pushed for a counter. Kobe sped forward after receiving the ball. Ray Allen desperately chased back. In an unknown situation, Kobe changed direction, stopped suddenly, then changed direction again. Ray Allen slipped slightly. Kobe gained half a step of space and took a direct pull-up jumper. Swish. 2-0. The Lakers took the lead. Kobe Bryant. The playoffs mode is on. The live commentator exclaimed. The Rockets attacked. This time Billups did not call Yao Ming up, but signaled for him to post up in the low post. Yao Ming established position in the left low post, reaching out for the ball. O'Neal pressed against Yao Ming's waist with his forearm, while his other hand constantly disrupted the passing lane. Billups threw a high lob, and Yao Ming received the ball. The sound of muscle colliding traveled through the floor. Yao Ming dribbled, backing down, inching toward the basket. O'Neal's lower body strength was too solid. Yao Ming pushed for 3 steps before reaching the edge of the key. He turned and used a hook shot. O'Neal leaped with all his might, his long arms fully extended. Yao Ming's release point was higher. The basketball sailed over O'Neal's fingertips. Swish. It went in. 2-2. Yao Ming scores against O'Neal in the low post. Yu Jia shouted excitedly. This is Yao Ming's first score in this series. scoring with a hook shot against O'Neal's defense. Zhang Weiping analyzed. Yao Ming played this ball very smartly. He didn't try to overpower O'Neal, but used footwork and feel. You can see the high arc of his hook shot was designed to counter O'Neal's blocking height. The Lakers attacked. O'Neal was clearly angered. He called for the ball in the low post, signaling with his hands. Fisher lobbed the ball in. O'Neal caught it with Rasheed Wallace fiercely defending while Yao Ming was ready to help sweep. O'Neal dribbled, bulldozing his way in. Rasheed steadied himself, bracing against O'Neal's chest. 1 push, 2 pushes, 3 pushes. O'Neal reached the key, turned preparing to dunk. But just as he jumped, Yao Ming came over for help, defense leaping high. O'Neal was forced to change his motion in midair, altering his dunk into a layup. Smack. Yao Ming's palm firmly slapped the basketball. A volleyball-style block. Yao Ming blocks O'Neal. Yu Jia almost shouted. In the first 2 minutes, Yao Ming has already scored once and made 1 block. Not backing down against O'Neal at all. VS Team Basketball. Antoine Walker seized control of the ball. The Rockets launched a fast break. Racing upcourt, Walker dished to Ray Allen, who had cut in behind him. Allen caught the pass and immediately launched a three-pointer. Kobe Bryant lunged from behind, fingertips grazing the ball. Clang. Brick. The long rebound bounced free. Fox snatched it, and the Lakers surged forward again. Kobe caught the ball without breaking stride, barreling solo toward the front court. Caught between Ray Allen and Chauncey Billups, he forced a contested layup. And it dropped. Foul drawn. A three-point play. Kobe stepped to the free throw line and sank the bonus shot. 52. Kobe Bryant, his 5th point. The Lakers lead 52 to open the game, announced the arena commentator. The Rockets must respond. Shin Tian stood courtside, arms crossed. He called no timeout, instead gestured sharply to adjust defensive strategy. The Rockets advanced. Billups brought the ball up, setting a pick-and-roll with Rasheed Wallace. After the screen, Wallace popped out beyond the arc. Kobe switched onto him. Wallace received the pass but didn't shoot. Instead, he swung it down low to Yao Ming. Yao caught the ball, but Shaquille O'Neal's defense was ferocious. Yao felt as though he'd just backed down a mountain. He dribbled, spun, but O'Neal refused to bite on the pump fake. The shot clock bled away. Yao pressured, passed back out to the perimeter. The ball landed in Ray Allen's hands. Kobe locked on tight. Allen found no opening and passed to Walker. Walker drove hard at Fox, but Horace's help defense forced him to halt his drive. 24-second violation. The Rockets' offense has stalled. Yu Jia observed, the Lakers' defensive intensity is overwhelming. No easy looks whatsoever. Zhang Weiping analyzed, this is the playoffs. In the regular season, Houston moved the ball fluidly, but Los Angeles rotated faster, contested harder. The Rockets must adapt to this level of physicality. The Lakers attacked. O'Neal demanded the ball deep in the post. Wallace fronted him. Yao hovered weak side, ready to rotate. O'Neal caught it, but this time he didn't force a move. He scanned the defense. Spotting Yao drifting toward him, he fired an instant pass to Horace beyond the arc. Horace caught it, 2 steps wide open. 3-point attempt. Swish. Good. 82. Lakers led by 6. The compact center fell silent. Fans hadn't expected such a rocky start. Shin Tian called timeout. At the bench, he spoke rapidly. Defense first. Adjust. When Shaq posts up, Yao don't rotate too early. Rasheed absorb his first move. Only when Shaq turns does Yao step in. We cannot leave Horace open. He's built his career on exactly these clutch threes. Offense next, he continued. Use more handoffs. More double screens. Chauncey run cross screens with Ray. Keep them guessing. Yao, when you lift up, if Shaq doesn't follow, take the shot. Your mid-range is lethal. Burn him with it. Timeout ended. Play resumed. Rockets possession. Billups crossed half court, then executed a handoff with Ray Allen. Allen caught, used Yao's screen to penetrate, and drew both Kobe's chase down and Horace's rotation, before dishing to Rasheed in the corner. Rasheed caught, wide open. 3-point attempt. This was his first triple of the game. Swish. 85. Rasheed Wallace, 3-pointer. Yu Jia shouted. Houston needs his outside firepower. The Lakers regrouped for offense. Kobe called for the ball, faced Ray Allen. Dribbled fiercely between his legs, then exploded past. Allen clung tight, but Kobe halted at the free throw line, arched back, and launched a fadeaway. Allen's hand rose to its absolute limit. Yet Kobe released from impossibly high. Swish. Good. 105. Kobe already has 7. His touch is scorching hot. The arena announcer declared. Rockets possession. Billups brought it up, set a screen with Yao. This time, O'Neal switched, directly onto Billups. A massive mismatch. Billups didn't attack. Instead, he reversed the ball to Yao, who'd rolled out beyond the arc. Yao caught near the free throw line. Fisher switched onto him, stood before him. Yao didn't hesitate, rose straight up for a jump shot. Fisher leapt with everything, but the height gap was insurmountable. Swish. Good. 107. Yao Ming, mid-range jumper. Exploiting the mismatch. Yu Jia exclaimed. Once O'Neal switches, Yao finds daylight. Exactly, Zhang Weiping added. Fisher poses no threat. Yao's shot feels like practice. The Lakers reorganized for offense. Kobe isolated again. Ray Allen defended with sharper physicality, constantly bumping him. Kobe drove into the paint. Yao rotated to help, but Kobe, refusing contact, kicked it out to Fox in the corner. Fox caught. Walker closed out hard. Fox faked left, drove right, but under Walker's relentless pressure lost the handle. Ball went out off bounds. Rockets possession. Ronald Walker's defense forced Fox's turnover. Yao roared. Houston's defensive intensity has risen. Rockets possession. Billups surveyed the floor, signaled Yao to lift up. O'Neal followed. Billups fed Yao, then cut hard toward the basket. Yao caught, feinted a pass. O'Neal shifted his weight. In that split second, Yao exploded past him. O'Neal slid laterally, but Yao couldn't shake him. Instead, he threaded a perfect pass to Billups, cutting inside. Fox rotated over. Billups, refusing the tough look, whipped it to Walker, standing wide open on the weak side. Walker caught, settled, and launched. His season three-point percentage stood at only 32%. It wasn't his strength, but this shot carried unshakable resolve. Swish. Good. 1010 tied. Walker, three-pointer. Houston ties it. Yao cried, elated. A triumph of team basketball. Yao and Billups' penetration and kick, Walker's catch and shoot. The compact center erupted. Fans rose, waving towels wildly. The Lakers called timeout. During the break, Sheen Tion made personnel adjustments. He subbed Tayshaun Prince for Walker and Carlos Boozer for Rashid. Defensively, we'll deploy a rotating guard on Kobe, Sheen instructed. Tayshaun, you're in to wear him down. Use your wingspan to disrupt every move. Ray Chauncey, be ready to double team anytime. Offensively, he turned to Yao, keep lifting up. If Shaq follows, you shoot. If not, you pass. Carlos, you crash the glass. Timeout ended. The Lakers inserted Devin George, replacing Fox. Lakers possession. Kobe faced Prince. He shifted direction repeatedly, but Prince's long arms loomed ever-present. Shot clock winding down. Kobe rose for a contested fadeaway. Prince's fingertip brushed the ball. The ball rattled off the rim. Boozer secured the rebound. The Rockets sprinted the other way. Billups charged up court, then passed ahead to Ray Allen. Kobe instantly swarmed him. Allen, refusing to force it, delivered the ball to Prince in the corner. Prince caught, uncontested. Corner three, a shot he'd drilled relentlessly all season. Swish. Good. 1013. Rockets ahead. Tayshaun Prince, three-pointer. Houston leads by 3. Yao yelled. Their bench has answered the call. Lakers possession. O'Neal posted up, Boozer now guarding him. O'Neal caught, easily shrugged Boozer aside, and spun for a thunderous dunk. Clang. 1113. O'Neal scores effortlessly. Boozer simply can't match Rashid's physicality, Zhang Weiping noted. But Rashid needed rest. Battling Shaq drains him. Rockets possession. Yao caught at the high post. O'Neal trailed him out. Yao faked the shot. O'Neal's center of gravity lifted slightly. Yao drove, but O'Neal recovered swiftly, denying any angle. Yao passed down low to Boozer. Boozer caught back down. Horace dribbled, spun, and released a soft hook. Horace's block came within millimeters. Swish. Good. 1215. Carlos Boozer scores off the bench. Yao declared. Houston's depth is on full display. The next few possessions settled into a tense stalemate. Kobe's efficiency dipped under the rotating defense. Ray Allen, Chauncey Billups, Tayshaun Prince each took turns guarding him, bodying him, contesting every drive, collapsing on every penetration. Kobe was forced to pass, but S role players, George, Horace, Fisher, struggled under playoff pressure, missing open looks. For Houston, Yao's threat from the high post tormented O'Neal. If O'Neal stepped out, Yao shot mid-range. If he stayed home, Yao found cutters wide open. Rashid and Boozer alternated minutes, maintaining rebounding dominance and interior scoring. With 2 minutes left in the quarter, the score read 20-22. Houston led by 2. Phil Jackson called timeout. Out of the break, Houston reinserted Rashid and Walker, benching Boozer and Prince. Sent out their full starting 5. Kobe faced Walker, dribbled relentlessly, then forced a tough drive. With Yao rotating over, Kobe elevated for an acrobatic reverse layup and converted. 22-22, tied. Rockets possession. Billups brought it up screen with Rashid. After the roll, Rashid popped out. Horace switched onto him. Billups fired to Rashid, who caught and immediately drove, lofting a floater over O'Neal's late rotation. Good. 2224. O'Neal visibly seated. On the next possession, he demanded the ball, backing Rashid down. This time he didn't spin, just leaned back with raw power, shoved Rashid aside, then exploded into a vicious dunk. Clang. 24-24, tied. Rashid staggered backward, but offered no complaint, only shook his head and said to O'Neal, "Is that all you've got? Are you slowing down, Shaq?" O'Neal glared. "Rookie, you'll regret those words." Rockets possession. Under 1 minute left in the quarter. Billups controlled tempo, initiated the action with 10 seconds remaining. He screened with Yao. O'Neal switched. Billups faced O'Neal, dribbled between his legs, then burst past. O'Neal couldn't keep up laterally. Billups drove into the lane and floated a shot over O'Neal's chase. Good. Foul drawn. A three-point play. Chauncey Billups converted a three-point play over Shaquille O'Neal. Ujia shouted electrified. Absolutely pivotal. Billups stepped to the line and sank the free throw. 24-27. Houston led by 3. Lakers possession. Kobe held the ball burning clock. With 8 seconds left, he exploded toward the rim. Walker clung tight. Ray Allen rotated from the weak side. Trapped in a double team, Kobe refused to pass. Launched a high-arcing fadeaway. Swish. An impossible defiant shot. 2,627. 12 seconds remained. Houston's final possession. Billups raced up court, dribbled into the front court, and paused beyond the three-point line. With 3 seconds left, he drove, drawing Kobe's rotation, then dished to Ray Allen in the corner. Allen caught. Fisher lunged desperately. Shot released. The red lights around the backboard flashed. The ball hung suspended in air. Swish. Buzzer-beating 3. Good. 2,630. Houston led by 4. Ray Allen, buzzer-beating 3. Into the first quarter. Rockets lead Lakers 30-26. Ujia's voice echoed through the broadcast booth. Unbelievable intensity. This first quarter alone has been a war. Zhang Weiping analyzed. Houston played superbly in the first quarter. Defensively, their rotating coverage on Kobe forced difficult contested shots, lowering his efficiency. Against O'Neal, Rashid fronted effectively, while Yao provided timely help. Excellent execution. Offensively, Yao's high-post presence created constant dilemmas. O'Neal couldn't choose whether to stay or switch. And Ray Allen's buzzer beater ignited the entire team. On the court, players headed to the bench. Yao and O'Neal passed silently. Eyes locked, no words exchanged, yet tension crackled thick as gunpowder. Shin Tian slapped hands with every exiting player, then swiftly outlined second-quarter strategy. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, countless Lakers fans stared grimly at their television screens. They hadn't anticipated falling behind on the road against Houston. Halfway across the world, Nlongwa families gathered before their sets, cheering Yao and the Rockets. This was merely the first quarter. Yet everyone knew the war had begun, and it would be long. And in the brief 2 minutes of intermission, the atmosphere in the Kangol Center seemed to undergo a complete breathing cycle. From the fervor following Ray Allen's buzzer-beater three-pointer to the momentary calm as players exited the court, and finally to the rising excitement before the start of the second quarter. Shin Tian stood at the front of the bench, the back of his white shirt already soaked with perspiration, yet his gaze remained as clear as ice. Earl Rajatation Carlos Udonis. Shin Tian called out 5 names, his speech rapid and clear. You 5 go in. The 5 named players immediately gathered around. Boykin's eyes sparkled with fighting spirit, while Bell remained expressionless as he flexed his wrists. Prince nodded calmly. Boozer pounded his chest, and Haslam pressed his lips together, ready to fight at any moment. On defense, Mantaman. Shin Tian quickly sketched on the tactical board. Raja, you guard Kobe. If Tayshaun, you guard George. On offense, push the tempo, disrupt their rhythm. Earl, you're the commander, set the pace. He looked at Boozer and Haslam. Rebounds, I want you to dominate the boards. The Lakers' second unit inside consists of Samaki, Walker, and Medvedenko. You're stronger than them, prove it to me. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Lakers' bench. Phil Jackson's silver hair glimmered under the lights as he calmly laid out the plan. Bryant, Devin, Samaki, Stanislav, you 4 go in. Derek Fisher, you run the second unit. Kobe sat on the bench wiping sweat, while O'Neal gulped down a sport. There were 2 empty seats between the two, and no exchange took place. This was a microcosm of the Lakers' locker room situation throughout the season. The conflict between the OK duo had long been laid bare, from quarrels in practice to sarcasm in front of the media. Cracks had begun to show within this 3-time championship team. Kobe, Shaq, you 2 rest for 5 to 6 minutes, Jackson said. We need you on for the last 6 minutes of the game. The referee's whistle blew, signaling the start of the second quarter. Lakers ball. Fisher controlled the ball as he advanced against Boykin's defense. At 165 centimeters versus 185 centimeters, it was a clear mismatch, but Boykins was remarkably stable, continually using his body to withstand Fisher's advances. The little guy is really putting up a fight. Ujia exclaimed from the commentary booth. Zhang Weiping analyzed. Although Boykins is short, he possesses great strength and plays smart defense, not falling for fakes. Fisher attempted to post up, but found it wasn't as smooth as he had imagined after a couple of attempts. As the shot clock dwindled, he was forced to pass to Walker in the low post. Walker received the ball facing Haslam's defense, turned for a hook shot. Haslam jumped up forcefully to interfere. The rebound bounced out, and Boozer and Medvedenko jumped simultaneously. Boozer, leveraging his superior explosiveness, snatched the ball with one hand. The Rockets immediately launched a fast break. Boykins, after receiving the ball, dashed forward like a lightning bolt, while Fisher desperately chased back, but Boykins' speed was simply too fast. In a Oni-on-0 situation, Boykins opted not to lay it up, instead stopping abruptly beyond the three-point line, adjusting and shooting. Swish. 3 points scored. 3-3-2-6. Earl Boykins, coming off the bench to hit a three. The gap is down to 7 points. Yu-Jia shouted excitedly. Zhang Weiping chuckled. Although Boykins is short, he has a big heart and is willing to shoot. Plus, his speed allows the aging Lakers bench to keep up with him. Lakers on offense. This time Fisher passed the ball to George to isolate. George faced Prince's long-arm defense, changing directions repeatedly, but Prince kept up perfectly. In the end, George forced a fading jumper. Prince's fingertips grazed the ball. The basketball bounced off the rim and Haslam secured the rebound. The Rockets pushed for another counterattack. This time the Lakers retreated quickly and Boykins had no chance, switching to a half-court offense. He controlled the ball at the top of the arc, signaling Boozer to set a screen. The screen was set and Walker switched defense. Boykins faced Walker dribbling between his legs repeatedly, suddenly accelerating. Walker was too slow to move laterally, getting beaten by a step. Boykins penetrated the paint and Medvedenko came over to help. The little guy did not force his way in, instead passing the ball midair to the completely open Bell in the corner. Bell received the ball facing no one. He shot a three. This was Bell's first shot of the game, but it was a weapon he had been practicing diligently. Swish. Scored. 3-6-2-6. The gap is now 10 points. Kangel's center erupted into cheers. Raja Bell. A three-pointer. The Rockets bench unit had unleashed a 60 run. Yu-Jia almost shouted, "The Lakers need a timeout." Phil Jackson indeed requested a timeout. "Did you see that? This is depth." Kenny Smith pointed at the screen in the TNT broadcast. The Rockets bench completely overwhelmed the Lakers. Boykins' speed, Bell's defense, and shooting, Prince's long arms, Boozer and Haslam's interior toughness. This lineup had proven itself in the regular season and remained effective in the playoffs. Charles Barkley unusually did not refute, instead nodding. The Rockets have a clear team-building philosophy. They do not want big-name players with limited roles, but rather players who can defend, shoot, and have the grit to compete. The combat effectiveness of this second unit may surpass the defensive resilience of some team starters. Ernie Johnson asked, "So Charles, what do you think Phil Jackson will do?" "He will immediately bring back Kobe and Shaq," Barkley said without hesitation. "It's only the beginning of the second quarter, but the gap is already 10 points. If the Rockets bench unit plays for another 2 minutes, the gap could widen to over 15 points. By then it would be difficult to catch up." After the timeout ended, the Lakers made adjustments, not bringing back all the starters, but only Kobe. O'Neal remained on the bench, gulping down his drink. Phil only brought back Kobe. Zhang Weiping analyzed, "This is the right decision. The Lakers' current issue is an offense. With Kobe, the offense won't suffer. The problem lies in defense. Their second unit cannot contain the Rockets' quick ball movement. Moreover, letting O'Neal rest a bit longer is correct. Shaq's stamina is the lifeline for the Lakers. If he comes back too early, he might tire out in the second half." On the court, the Lakers were on offense. Kobe received the ball from the baseline, and Bell immediately closed in. Not the usual defensive distance, but almost face-to-face pressure. His arms waved constantly in front of Kobe's eyes, his body pressed in for contact, and he was saying something. "You won't be making shots tonight, Kobe." Bell's voice was calm, but every word felt like a nail. "I will stick to you from backcourt to frontcourt, every point, every second." Kobe remained expressionless, dribbling between his legs repeatedly in an attempt to break free, but Bell's footwork was lightning fast, always blocking his path. As the shot clock dwindled, Kobe was forced to take a contested three-pointer. Bell jumped up to interfere with the shot at full force. Bang! Off the mark. The long rebound bounced away, and Boozer grabbed it as the Rockets launched another fast break. Boykins quickly advanced, creating a 3-on-2 situation up front. He passed the ball to Prince, who soared after receiving it, preparing to dunk. Kobe chased back from behind, leaping, but Prince midair passed the ball to Bell on the other side. Bell caught the ball faced with no one, adjusted, and shot a three. Swish. Scored again. 3-9-2-6. The gap is now 13 points. Raja Bell. His second three-pointer. He has already scored 6 points. Yu-Jia exclaimed, and his defense against Kobe has been outstanding. He defended Kobe's shot, and then scored a three himself. Zhang Weiping observed the replay closely. Bell's defense is distinctive. He isn't afraid of physical contact, moves quickly, and keeps his arms raised to disturb the line of sight. And look at his positioning. Always staying between Kobe and the basket, fully focused. On the court, Kobe's expression had turned grim. He called for the ball again, this time not lingering on the perimeter, but directly accelerating for a drive. Bell stayed tightly attached, and the two collided fiercely. Kobe thrust into the paint facing Haslam's help defense, forcibly leaping up. Bell chased from behind and swatted the ball away. The referee's whistle blew. Jump ball. Raja Bell swatted Kobe's shot from behind. Yu-Jia exclaimed, "What a tough defense." The jump ball took place between Bell and Kobe. Kobe, using his height advantage, tipped the ball to his teammate, but the Rockets' defensive rotation was extremely swift. The basketball circulated back and forth and the Lakers failed to find an opportunity, leading Kobe to force a shot just before the 24-second shot clock expired, which missed. The Rockets' defense. Perfect team defense. Ujao praised. At this point, only 3 minutes and 2 seconds had elapsed in the second quarter, and the Lakers were already trailing by 13 points. Phil Jackson could no longer sit idly and requested another timeout, this time bringing back all the starters. O'Neal, Horry, and Fox all returned to the court. Sheen Sion also made adjustments, substituting Boykins and Haslam for Billups and Rashid. The current lineup: Billups, Bell, Prince, Rashid, and Boozer. The Lakers have brought back all their starters, but the Rockets still retain some bench players, Zhang Weiping analyzed. Coach Sheen's adjustment is very clever. Bell's defense against Kobe has been effective. Prince can guard George. Rashid matches up against O'Neal, and Billups runs the offense. This lineup does not suffer defensively while providing space on offense. After the timeout, the Lakers went on offense. O'Neal called for the ball in the low post facing Boozer's defense. This time O'Neal was not polite, and after receiving the ball he aggressively backed in 3 times, pushing Boozer back repeatedly. He turned and dunked. Bang. 3-9-8. Shaquille O'Neal. Strong scoring. Zhang Weiping remarked, the Lakers need his dominance inside. The Rockets were on offense. Billups controlled the ball, executing a pick and roll with Rashid. After the screen, Rashid popped out, and Horry switched to defend. Billups passed the ball to Rashid, who faked a shot, causing Horry to jump, then broke through. O'Neal came over to help, but Rashid did not force it, instead passing the ball to Prince in the corner. Prince received the ball facing no one. He shot a 3, punishing the opponent for every moment they leave him open. Swish. Scored. 4-2-8. The gap is back to 14 points. Tyshawn Prince. Another 3-pointer. The Rockets' bench players are incredible tonight. Ujia exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Weiping analyzed, this is the benefit of spacing. When Rashid attracts the double team, players like Prince and Bell can shoot open threes. These players have the ability to hit open threes and are very bold. Now that it's the playoffs, they really dare to shoot, and they can make them. On the Lakers' offense, Kobe called for the ball, and Bell was still closely defending. This time Kobe changed his strategy, using Horry's screen to shake off Bell and caught the ball in mid-range. But Prince's switch was incredibly fast. Kobe still faced long-arm interference. Kobe did not force a shot, but instead lobbed the ball to O'Neal in the low post. O'Neal received the ball, backing down. Boozer turned for a hook shot. Scored. 4-2-3-0. Rockets on offense. Billups controlled the ball, observing the situation on the court. He noticed the Lakers' defense beginning to spread out, clearly intimidated by the Rockets' three-point shooting. He signaled Boozer to move up for a screen. The pick and roll was set, and O'Neal switched on defense. Billups, facing O'Neal, did not force a drive, but instead returned the ball to Boozer, who rolled down after the screen. Boozer received the ball facing Fisher's switched defense. A huge mismatch. He drove hard, and Fisher simply couldn't keep up. Boozer approached the paint facing O'Neal's help defense and jumped forcefully. Both players engaged in a fierce contest midair. Bang! The ball went in, and he drew a foul on O'Neal. 21. Carlos Boozer. Scoring 21 against O'Neal. Ujia shouted, so tough. Boozer stepped to the free throw line and completed the free throw. 4-5-3-0. The gap is now 15 points. At this point, the second quarter had progressed to 5 minutes and 44 seconds. The Lakers were on offense, and Kobe finally found an opportunity. He utilized a double screen to shake off Bell, receiving the ball beyond the three-point line. With half a step of space, he shot directly. Swish. Three-pointer scored. 4-5-3-3. Kobe Bryant finally hits a 3. The live commentator remarked, the Lakers need his scoring. But the Rockets responded immediately. Billups advanced with the ball, executing a handoff with Rashid. After receiving the ball, Rashid broke through directly, attracting Horry and O'Neal's help defense before passing to the open Boozer. Boozer wasted no time and took a mid-range shot. Swish. Scored. 4-7-3-3. Boozer hits another mid-range jumper. The Rockets' rotation unit performed outstandingly tonight. Ujia praised. Zhang Weiping nodded. The Rockets' rotation is not only strong defensively, but also poses a significant threat on offense. Boozer is very steady from mid-range and very aggressive in rebounding. These players are incredibly valuable in the playoffs. The next few possessions saw the game turn into a tug-of-war. The Lakers relied on the individual abilities of Kobe and O'Neal to score, while the Rockets maintained their lead through teamwork and the performance of role players. Although they were being suppressed, the rotation unit managed to secure ample rest time for the starters, while also tirelessly exhausting the Lakers' stamina on the defensive end. The official timeout has ended. The buzzer signaling the end of the pause sounded, and both teams' players re-entered the court. On the Rockets side, Chin Tian brought back Yao Ming, changing the lineup to Billups, Raja Bell, Artist Rashid, and Yao Ming. On the Lakers side, Phil Jackson had no choice but to keep all his starters on the court. The Lakers had possession. Kobe received the ball from the baseline, and that relentless shadow closed in again. Bell's defense clung to Kobe like a stubborn leech, applying pressure from the backcourt with his chest, his arm acting like a precise detector, constantly disrupting Kobe's dribbling rhythm, while his low and clear trash talk acted as a psychological assault. Run, Kobe. Let's see how far you can go. I can feel your every breath. Kobe's face darkened. The superstar, accustomed to the stormy seas, was clearly stirred by this sticky confrontation, igniting a stronger fighting spirit. He chose not to force his way out, but instead maintained control of the ball at the arc, raising his left hand to give a clear signal. Shaquille O'Neal's massive body immediately moved up from the low post, effectively blocking Bell's pursuit. A high-quality screen. Kobe used the pick to gain half a step of space and moved right. Rasheed Wallace, who had switched onto Kobe, was fast enough, but Kobe's movements were quicker. Without any adjustment, he pulled up for a textbook mid-range jump shot. The basketball traced a cold arc. Swish. It went in cleanly. 5-2-4-4. Kobe Bryant, scoring a jump shot using Shaquille's screen. On the commentary table, Yu Jia's voice was filled with admiration. This is what a superstar is. You can't completely lock him down. But the Rockets' defensive strategy had succeeded. They forced Kobe to expend more energy and use a more complex approach to complete this attack. Indeed, Bell's defense has been executed to perfection. Coach Zhang Weiping continued to analyze. But the Lakers are still the Lakers. They have Shaquille, a historical wall of screens, and Kobe, an unanswerable finisher. What the Rockets need to deal with is that when Kobe begins to utilize team resources, their defensive rotations must be faster. The Rockets launched an offense with Billups advancing steadily. The Lakers clearly changed their defensive strategy, applying greater pressure on the ball handler, especially Fisher, who almost had his entire body hanging on Billups. Billups did not force a breakthrough. He dribbled to the left side at a 45-degree angle and made that gesture that gave the Lakers headaches. Yao Ming moving up. Yao Ming stepped firmly near the free throw line. Shaquille frowned slightly, following him closely but maintaining about a step's distance, wary of Yao's mid-range shot, but even more alert to Yao's high-level playmaking and subsequent screens for his teammates. The ball reached Yao Ming's hands. He did not pause, acting merely as a transit point. After receiving the ball, his wrist flicked for a quick and concealed bounce pass, slicing through the gap between Horry and Shaquille like a scalpel, accurately delivering the ball to Artist, who cut to the basket using Rashid's off-ball screen. Artist received the ball with only the basket in front of him. He roared as he leaped into the air, raising the ball with one arm to complete a thunderous dunk. But a massive shadow came at him with incredible speed. It was Shaquille. One of the most dominant centers in history at the moment, Yao passed used his incredible defensive instincts and explosiveness to turn and defend, arriving just in time, his giant palm coming down like a dark cloud. Bang! It wasn't a block, it was a brutal clash of muscle against muscle, strength against strength. Artist's dunk was forcibly swatted down by Shaquille, and the two lost their balance in midair, the basketball slipping free as the referee's whistle sounded sharply. A jump ball. Shaquille and Artist landed simultaneously, both stumbling slightly. Shaquille looked down at Artist, who was a head shorter, and smirked. Artist, however, widened his eyes and pounded his chest, showing no signs of retreat. The compact center erupted with a huge roar, filled with amazement at this spectacular defense and regret for the failed attack. This is the intensity of the playoffs. Coach Zhang Weiping raised his voice. Every contact under the basket feels like wrestling. Shaquille's defensive possession displayed his experience, anticipation, and terrifying defensive range. But the Rockets executed their strategy beautifully. Yao Ming's playmaking was exquisite and Artist's cutting timing was impeccable. The jump ball was held between Shaquille and Artist. Shaquille easily tapped the ball to Kobe. As Kobe received the ball, Bell closed in immediately. This time Kobe did not call for a screen. He stopped at the top of the arc, facing Bell's entanglement, performing large crossovers and quick changes of direction with each shoulder shake full of deception. Bell's defensive footwork was textbook, his center of gravity extremely low, always maintaining a half step ahead of Kobe. The offensive clock ticked away in silent confrontation. With 7 seconds left, Kobe moved. A lightning-fast in-and-out move with the right hand, driving to the basket, but Bell slid to the side, using his chest to firmly block Kobe's driving lane. Kobe was forced to the right baseline, almost losing his angle. But just when everyone thought this attack would end in a difficult shot or a pass, Kobe, in extreme space, leaned back significantly, almost at a 45-degree angle to the ground, with Bell's long arms completely blocking his sight, released an astonishing fadeaway jumper. The arc of the basketball was absurdly high. Swish! It went in again. 5-2-4-6. After the shot, Kobe maintained his leaning posture as he landed, coldly glancing at Bell before turning to defend. A moment of silence fell over the entire compact center, quickly filled with even louder clamor. This basket was unrelated to tactics, purely a manifestation of personal ability at its peak. My God, Kobe Bryant, scoring a difficult fadeaway jumper against Raja Bell's nearly perfect defense. Yu Jia's voice was filled with disbelief. This is why he is one of the best scorers on this planet. Bell's defense was impeccable. Coach Zhang Weiping took a deep breath, unanswerable. Such shots are impossible to defend. But Coach Qin and the Rockets should feel satisfied. They forced Kobe to use the most difficult offensive method, exhausting his great stamina. How many of these shots can Kobe make in a game? If the Lakers continue to rely on such individual heroics, it will test their entire team's stamina and rhythm. On the court, Qin Tian clapped his hands and shouted to his teammates, maintain the defense. He can't make every shot. Stick to the plan. The Rockets launched an offense. Billups brought the ball past half court, facing Fisher's increasingly aggressive bites, and he called for Yao Ming to move up again. This time Shaquille followed, even closer, almost glued to Yao Ming. Yao received the ball at a position slightly to the right of the free throw line, facing away from the basket. He did not choose to face the basket, but leaned back slightly to feel Shaquille's defensive position and force. Then, using his left foot as the pivot, Yao made a fake move toward the baseline. Shaquille's center of gravity shifted slightly to the right. At that moment, Yao's real move was a turn toward the free throw line. His massive body displayed unexpected agility. With a smooth spin, he faced the basket, landing firmly on both feet, and directly pulled up for a jump shot. Shaquille reacted extremely quickly, lunging to defend, but Yao's release point was too high and the basketball passed over his fingertips. Swish. The net sound was equally crisp. 5-4-4-6. Yao Ming. Answer ball. Yu Jia shouted excitedly. With a beautiful foot fake combined with a mid-range shot, he responded to Kobe's basket. Shaquille's defense was quick this time, but Yao was taller and his release point was higher. As Yao returned to defense, he brushed past Shaquille. Neither looked at each other, but a silent competition had begun in every offensive and defensive exchange. Kobe attempted to challenge Bell again, but Bell's entanglement made it difficult for him even to receive the ball. Kobe finally managed to receive the ball on the wing, but Bell immediately closed in. Kobe forced a turnaround drive and Arteis' help defense arrived as expected, forming a double team. Kobe passed the ball through the gap between the two to the open Fox on the perimeter, but Fox's open three-pointer bounced off the rim, and the long rebound was secured by Rashid. The Rockets pushed the fast break, with Billups advancing swiftly, scanning the court, and spotting Raja Bell sneaking into the right corner. With a precise long pass across half-court, Bell received the ball, facing the desperately chasing Kobe. Bell showed no hesitation, leaping as soon as he caught the ball, adopting a standard shooting posture, releasing it as fast as lightning. Swish. Three-pointer made. 5-7-4-6. The gap widened to 11 points again. Raja Bell, the Rockets' absolute secret weapon today. Yu Jia exclaimed. The Lakers just missed a chance to close the gap, and the Rockets immediately punished them with a three-pointer. The Lakers launched an offense with Shaquille, demanding position in the paint more forcefully. He sealed off Yao Ming, spreading his large hands. Fisher lobbed the ball in. Shaquille received it, this time with no dribbling, directly backing into Yao, exerting force to bump him back, then quickly turned left for a little hook shot. Yao Ming leaped with all his might to interfere. The ball bounced on the rim, then fell into the net. Turning around, Rasheed Wallace received a pass from Billups at the top of the arc. Facing Horry's defense, he executed a convincing shot fake, lifting Horry before dribbling one step to the free throw line, steadily hitting a long two-pointer. 5-9-4-8. Kobe ran without the ball, using double screens from Shaquille and Horry to finally gain a sliver of space at the left 45-degree angle. He received a pass from Fisher and quickly shot a three-pointer before Bell and Arteis could close in. Clang. This time it was an air ball. The Rockets set up in a half-court offense. Billups wasted time initiating a pick-and-roll with Rashid with 8 seconds left on the shot clock. After the roll, Billups drove to attract the defense and passed the ball to Bell on the perimeter. As Bell caught the ball, Kobe lunged at him. Bell faked the shot and passed it to Rashid, who was cutting into the paint. Rashid caught the ball facing Shaquille's help defense. Rather than forcing it up, he made a beautiful behind-the-back pass to Yao Ming, who was following up on the opposite side. Yao Ming received the ball with only the basket before him and easily laid it in. 6-1-4-8. The Lakers launched an offense. Kobe brought the ball into the front court, signaling for everyone to spread out. Facing Bell, Kobe executed continuous cross steps, suddenly accelerating with a large change of direction, but Bell stayed tight on him. Kobe utilized his stronger core strength to create a little space, stopping abruptly just inside the free throw line for a difficult fadeaway jumper. The basketball glided through his fingertips. Swish. Scored. 6-1-5-0. 20 seconds remaining. The Rockets managed the clock. Billups brought the ball into the front court, consuming time at the top of the arc. In the final moments, Billups initiated a handoff with Yao Ming. After handing off the ball to Billups, Yao immediately turned to set a solid screen for Billups. Billups used the screen to shake off Fisher driving near the free throw line. After drawing in Kobe and Hori's attention, he returned the ball to Yao Ming, who had popped out to just inside the three-point line. Yao Ming received the ball. Shaquille's defense arrived just a step late. Yao adjusted. The trajectory of the basketball was straight and steady. Clang. The ball hit the front of the rim, bounced around, and still fell out. The red light flashed. The second quarter had ended. 6-1-5-0. The Rockets entered the second half with an 11-point lead. Halftime is over. The Houston Rockets lead the Los Angeles Lakers 61-50 by 11 points. Yu Jia's voice was filled with passion. This is a halftime score that exceeds many expectations. The Rockets have played nearly perfect team basketball. Coach Zhang Weiping summarized, yes, the Rockets' performance in the first half deserves high marks. On the defensive end, their strategy of wearing down Kobe with a focus on him has been very successful, especially Rajabel, whose defensive contributions cannot be fully captured by statistics. Against Shaquille, the Rockets used Rashid to defend Yao to help, and the whole team to protect the boards, limiting his destructive power as much as possible. On the offensive end, the Rockets excelled at sharing the ball with 15 assists in the first half and a three-point shooting percentage over 50%. Yao Ming's playmaking and scoring ability from the high post made it very difficult for Shaquille on defense. In contrast, the Lakers have relied too heavily on the Shaq-Kobe duo, and their role players have not provided enough support under the intensity of the playoffs. Although Kobe scored the highest on the team with 18 points, his shooting percentage was not high, and he expended a lot of energy. Shaquille had an advantage inside, but the Rockets' defensive strategy made him uncomfortable. Coach Phil Jackson must make effective adjustments during halftime. The compact center was filled with cheers. The players walked towards the locker room. Yao Ming and Shaquille brushed past each other again, this time with Shaquille's face clearly more serious. Meanwhile, the Rockets players wore cautious optimism and an unquenchable fighting spirit. The door to the locker room at the compact center gently closed behind Yao Ming, isolating him from the thunderous clamor outside. Sweat streamed down from his short hair, leaving glistening trails on the back of his neck and spine. With 14 minutes left in the first half, he had 10.6 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1 block. The stats looked good, but only he knew how much hidden energy was consumed with each battle for position against O'Neal and each physical confrontation while defending against Kobe's drives. O'Neal's body, seemingly made of steel and rock, emitted faint groans with every collision. The locker room was far from quiet. Rasheed Wallace was loudly discussing the details of a recent pick-and-roll with Billups, while Artest wiped his head vigorously with a towel, mumbling his dissatisfaction over a particular call. Ray Allen sat quietly in a corner, eyes closed, as if meditating or replaying every movement in his mind. Everyone's jerseys were soaked, clinging to their bodies, steaming with heat. Shin Tian walked in holding a towel. He did not speak immediately, but slowly scanned each face with his gaze. The locker room quickly fell silent, with only the hum of the air conditioning and the distant cheers of fans faintly heard. 12 points. Shin Tian finally spoke, his voice not loud. A good half. We played the basketball we wanted, defense, ball sharing, spacing, and resilience. He paused for a moment, then abruptly changed his tone, but the second half will be a completely different game. He heavily circled 2 numbers on the tactical board, one reading 24 and the other 34. Kobe and Shaq, Shin Tian said. In the first half they played separately, even competing a bit. But Phil Jackson is no fool, and the Lakers are not a team that will give up easily. In the second half, especially the third quarter, we will see the true OK combination, not at odds, but temporarily setting everything aside to join forces for victory. He looked at Artest and Bell. Ron Raja, your defense against Kobe in the first half was phenomenal. But in the second half, Kobe will not be so fixated on isolating you. He will rely more on Shaq screens, move without the ball more, and attack the basket to draw fouls. Your task will be harder, requiring more communication and cooperation. He then turned to Rasheed and Yao. Shaq will demand deeper position in the low post and play more decisively. Rasheed, you need to hold your ground initially and try to push him out of his comfort zone. Yao, your timing for help defense needs to be more precise, but also watch your fouls. Shaq will definitely seek contact in the second half, trying to draw fouls on you. Finally, he surveyed everyone. The Lakers will counterattack. That is inevitable. They will increase their defensive intensity, ramp up physical confrontations, and try to take the game away with a burst of momentum. What will our response be? Shin Tian did not wait for an answer, but provided one himself: a harder defense, a more patient offense, and a more united team. Remember, this is our home court. In the third quarter, withstand their counterattack, maintain the lead, and even expand it. Any questions? None. A deep and firm response echoed in the locker room. Good. Shin Tian nodded. Rest for 5 minutes, then we will review the footage of 2 crucial plays. Meanwhile, in the visiting team's locker room, the atmosphere was completely different. The moment the door shut, a suffocating silence enveloped the room. Kobe sat in his chair covering his head with a towel, his exposed arms displaying sharply defined muscles slightly trembling. O'Neal sat diagonally across his massive frame, nearly occupying 2 seats, head down staring at the floor, breathing heavily. The other players, Fisher, Horry, Fox, and George, remained silent, either wiping sweat or drinking water, their gazes avoiding the 2 core players. Head coach Phil Jackson was the last to walk in. The man known as the Zen Master appeared calm, but a sharp light flickered in his deeply set eyes. He walked to the tactical board and did not speak immediately, instead standing quietly for several seconds, allowing the silence itself to become a pressure. Then he slowly began, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable power. 12 points. Trailing by 12 points at halftime. In the playoffs. On the opponent's home court. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Kobe and then O'Neal. "I know there are issues between you two," Jackson stated bluntly, which was rare in the past. "I know a lot has happened this season, many words, many emotions that should not have surfaced." Kobe and O'Neal both stirred slightly, but neither looked up. "But now it's the playoffs." Jackson's voice suddenly elevated, ringing with a metallic clang. "It's time to win or go home. Personal grievances, team status, media topics. All of these are meaningless before the outcomes of the playoffs." He stepped between Kobe and O'Neal, his gaze moving back and forth between the two. "Shaq, you are the most dominant force in this league. But in the first half you allowed that kid to score 10 points in front of you, letting him orchestrate from the high post, and you moved sluggishly on defense. That is not the Shaquille O'Neal I know." O'Neal suddenly raised his head, fire blazing in his eyes, but Jackson met his gaze unflinchingly. "Kobe, you are the best scorer of this era. But in the first half you shot 8 for 22, most of them forced shots against 2 or 3 defenders. You ignored open teammates and fell into a personal battle with the opposing defenders. This is not the Kobe Bryant who can lead a team to victory." Kobe tore the towel from his head, his face pale with anger. Jackson stepped back, arms outstretched. "Now the choice lies before you. Continue playing like this, and we can book our tickets back to Los Angeles tonight, preparing for a summer filled with blame and failure. Or," he looked back at the two, speaking each word clearly, "forget everything, just this quarter, just this game, play like you did in the past 3 years. Shaq, dominate them inside, draw double teams, then pass the ball out. Kobe, utilize Shaq's presence, cut, shoot, create opportunities for your teammates. Show them what it's like when the OK combination truly operates." The locker room was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Fisher, Horry, and the other veterans held their breath. They understood the personalities of these 2 stars too well, and were all too aware of the deep rifts within the team. A few seconds later O'Neal grunted, his voice deep and rumbling, "I'm fine. As long as someone can pass the ball to me." Kobe remained silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head. Their eyes met in the air, devoid of sparks or reconciliation, only a cold victory-based scrutiny. Finally Kobe nodded slightly, but it was clear enough. "Good," Jackson said, his expression unchanged. "Then in the third quarter we will play like this." The halftime break ended, and the players returned to the court. The roar of the compact center once again engulfed the arena. The Rockets players appeared composed, while the Lakers players wore serious expressions, especially Kobe and O'Neal, their faces no longer showing the subtle barriers and irritations of the first half, replaced by a focused, almost ruthless calm. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The second half of the game is about to begin." In the commentary booth, Yu Jia's voice was filled with anticipation. "Coach Zhang, what do you think is the key to the second half?" Zhang Weiping adjusted his glasses. "The key lies in the first 5 minutes. The Lakers will definitely make adjustments and come out strong. Whether the Rockets can withstand this wave of counterattack and maintain or even expand their lead will largely determine the outcome of this game." The referee handed the ball to the Lakers player. Fisher advances with the ball, while Billups comes in to defend. The Lakers' positioning is noticeably different. O'Neal does not move to the low post to receive the ball, but instead positions himself near the free throw line. Kobe starts from the corner, using Horry's screen on the wing to quickly cut towards the top of the arc. Meanwhile, O'Neal with his massive frame takes a step sideways to set a solid secondary screen for Kobe. Kobe receives the pass from Fisher smoothly at the top of the arc, while his defender Artest is completely blocked by O'Neal's imposing presence. Yao Ming switches to defend. A small player against a big one. Kobe facing Yao hesitates not at all, executing 2 quick between-the-legs dribbles before suddenly breaking left. Yao Ming struggles to move laterally, but Kobe's speed and rhythm changes are too swift. He slips past Yao with a quick step, driving straight into the paint. Rashid comes over from the weak side to help defend, and in midair Kobe has an extremely brief moment of hesitation, as if he plans to take the shot himself. But at the instant Rashid jumps, he passes the ball from his waist to O'Neal, who is cutting to the basket. O'Neal catches the ball, with only the basket in front of him. He lets out a roar, jumps off both feet, and slams the ball forcefully into the hoop. Bang! The rim lets out a painful groan. 6-1-5-2. Great play. The teamwork between Kobe and O'Neal. Yu Jia exclaims, O'Neal sets the screen. Kobe utilizes the mismatch to pass, and O'Neal finishes with a thunderous dunk. This is a typical triangle offense play, and one of the most common connections during the peak of the O'Neal-Kobe duo. Zhang Weiping immediately analyzes, "Did you see that? This is the adjustment." The Lakers no longer let Kobe and O'Neal take turns isolating, but instead create a connection between them. O'Neal's screen quality is too high. Artist cannot get around it at all. This goal is quite uplifting. After the score, O'Neal and Kobe do not high-five or even exchange glances, but that icy mutual understanding is more intimidating than any celebratory gesture. The Rockets are on offense. Billups controls the ball, with Fisher's defense being more aggressive, resulting in more physical contact. The referee seems to allow this playoff-level confrontation. Billups steadies the pace, signaling Yao Ming to move up. Yao Ming receives the ball at the free throw line, with O'Neal closely trailing him, leaving almost no space. Yao Ming lifts the ball, observes, and finds that the Lakers' other players are rotating their defense much quicker, cutting off his originally open path. As the shot clock winds down, Yao Ming decides to take the shot himself. He backs into O'Neal, feeling his strength, then turns towards the baseline for a fadeaway jumper. O'Neal jumps up with all his might, his huge palm nearly sealing off Yao Ming's shooting angle. Clank. The ball hits the front rim and bounces out. O'Neal suddenly jumps again to secure the rebound. The Lakers immediately push for a fast break. Kobe has already initiated the attack, darting forward like a lightning bolt. O'Neal makes a precise long pass across half-court, the ball finding Kobe like a guided missile. Kobe receives the ball facing only the retreating Ray Allen. Onion. Kobe does not slow down, executing a between-the-legs change of direction at high speed, shaking off Ray Allen's balance, cutting into the paint, and easily finishing with a layup. 6-1-5-4. The gap is back to 7 points. The cheers at the compact center have lessened a bit, and unease begins to spread. Chin Tian stands on the sidelines, arms crossed, his expression calm. He does not call a timeout, but shouts towards the court, "Steady. Play at our pace. Changsai, hold it down." The Rockets are on offense. Billups takes a deep breath as he brings the ball past half-court. He is no longer in a hurry to find Yao Ming, but instead engages in a handoff with Rashid at the top of the arc. After receiving the ball, Rashid faces Horry, fakes a shot, causing Horry to jump, then drives past him. After drawing O'Neal's help defense, he passes the ball to Artist in the corner. Artist receives the ball, facing a charging George. He does not shoot, but instead passes it across to Ray Allen at a 45-degree angle. Ray Allen catches the ball with Kobe already closing in. Time is running short. Ray Allen fakes a shot, getting Kobe to jump, takes a dribble to mid-range, stops, and shoots. Swish. It goes in. 6-3-5-4. Ray Allen. A crucial mid-range shot. This stabilizes the Rockets' position. Yu Jia exhales in relief. Zhang Weiping nods. This shot is very important. When the Lakers were closing the gap and the atmosphere at home was a bit shaky, Ray Allen scores in his most stable manner, reminding both teammates and opponents, "We still control the game." But the Lakers' offense is already on the rise. Turning back, Kobe once again runs a pick-and-roll with O'Neal. This time the defender is Rashid. Kobe, a smaller player against a bigger one, makes consecutive crossovers before stepping back for a three-pointer. Swish. It's good. 6-3-5-7. The gap is only 6 points. After scoring, Kobe quickly returns on defense, and as he brushes past O'Neal, the two exchange the slightest nod. Kobe scores again. That's his 23rd point. The gap is only 6 points now. The live commentator exclaims, "The Lakers' offense in the second half is ferocious." The Rockets are on offense, with Billups trying to find Yao Ming, but O'Neal is extremely aggressive in his back defense, constantly wrapping his arms around him. Billups' lob is disrupted, and O'Neal knocks the ball out of bounds. The Rockets have possession in the front court. The sideline inbounds pass goes out, but after several passes there is no opportunity. Ultimately the ball ends up in Artest's hands. With time running out, he forces his way through for a floater. Clank. It doesn't go in again. O'Neal secures the rebound once more. The Lakers push for a fast break, and Kobe draws a foul from Ray Allen during the fast break, heading to the free throw line. He makes both free throws. 6-3-5-9. The gap is only 4 points. Not even 3 minutes into the third quarter. Pressure like a tangible tide surges towards the Rockets players. The compact center is silent, with fans anxiously watching the court. Chin Tian finally calls a timeout. Chin Tian stands in front of the bench, his voice firm and unwavering. "Their comeback is within our expectations, isn't it? Now it's time for us to be tested." He quickly draws on the tactical board. On defense for Kobe and O'Neal's pick and roll, "We need to switch more to Yao. If it's switched to you, don't be afraid, stick to him, and use your height to interfere with his shot. Allow drives, but not shots. Have someone ready to help inside. Rashid, if you switch on to Kobe, the same principle applies. For the perimeter, defenders fight harder to get through screens." On offense, he looks at Billups and Yao Ming. "We need points. Changsai, you and Yao Ming need to be more decisive in the pick and roll. Yao, if Shaq switches, shoot. If he doesn't switch roll to the basket or pass, Ray, your off-ball movement needs to be more active, or Kobe will tire himself out guarding you, so take advantage of that. He finally looks around at everyone. They want to make a run to catch up to us. Tell them the Houston team has a strong backbone. Let's go. After the timeout, the Rockets are on offense. Billups brings the ball past half-court, working with Yao Ming in a pick-and-roll at the top of the arc. O'Neal switches out, his massive frame looming over Billups. Billups does not attack, but returns the ball to Yao Ming, catches the ball facing Fisher, who has switched onto him. Mismatch. Yao Ming does not dribble, but goes straight up for a jumper. Fisher jumps with all his might, but it is futile. Swish. 6-5-5-9. Yao Ming. Answer ball. Yu-Ja shouts. As the Lakers brought the gap down to just 4 points, Yao Ming responds with a stable mid-range jump shot. Zhang Weiping says this shot is crucial. If the Rockets fail to score again, the momentum will completely shift to the Lakers. Yao Ming is playing with incredible calmness. The Lakers are on offense. Kobe still wants to find O'Neal for a pick-and-roll, but this time Artest fiercely fights through O'Neal's screen, staying glued to Kobe. Kobe does not force the attack, but passes to O'Neal in the low post. O'Neal receives the ball, backing down Rashid. He dribbles, powering his way in step by step. Rashid stands firm, giving no ground. As O'Neal gets deep, he turns for a hook shot. Yao Ming's help defense arrives just in time with his long arm interfering. Clank. The ball misses. Rashid grabs the rebound. The Rockets push for a fast break. Billups advances quickly, creating a 3-on-2 situation. He passes the ball to the following Ray Allen, who after receiving it does not shoot, but passes it to Artest, who has just settled in the opposite corner. Artest catches the ball with 2 steps of space in front of him. He adjusts slightly and shoots a 3. Swish. It's good. 6-8-5-9. The gap is back to 9 points. Ron Artest. A crucial three-pointer. Yu-Ja exclaims excitedly. The Rockets withstood the pressure, scoring 5 straight points. Artest pounds his chest, roaring towards the sky. The compact center erupts with deafening cheers at this. Phil Jackson stands on the sidelines, his brow furrowed. The Lakers' momentum has been interrupted. In the following several plays, the game enters a fierce tug-of-war. The Lakers continue to score through the individual skills of the O'Neal-Kobe duo and the triangle offense, Kobe's mid-range shots, and O'Neal's strong attacks in the paint. The Rockets counter with teamwork and tenacious defense. The gap fluctuates between 5 and 9 points. As the third quarter reaches its latter half, Kobe uses double screens to gain space, once more hitting a mid-range shot. 7-2-6-6. The Lakers have cut the gap to 6 points. The Rockets are on offense. Yao Ming orchestrates from the high post, passing to Billups, who cuts in. Billups' layup is disrupted by O'Neal, but the referee's whistle blows. O'Neal is called for a defensive foul. That's his 3rd personal foul. O'Neal angrily complains to the referee, but it is in vain. Billups makes both free throws. 7-4-6-6. The Lakers are on offense. Kobe breaks through and passes to Horry on the perimeter. Horry's open three-pointer misses. The long rebound is grabbed by Rashid. The Rockets control the pace, with Billups managing the clock before passing to Yao Ming in the low post. Yao Ming backs down O'Neal, performing his signature footwork before turning for a hook shot. Swish. It goes in again. 7-6-6-6. The gap is back to 10 points. The Lakers immediately call for a timeout. O'Neal looks extremely unhappy as he leaves the court, his 3 fouls requiring him to be more cautious. After the timeout, the Lakers substitute Samaki Walker for O'Neal, simultaneously bringing in Devin George to add another outside scoring threat. The Rockets also make adjustments, bringing in Boozer for Yao Ming to rest while Prince replaces Artest. With O'Neal off the court, the offensive burden now falls entirely on Kobe's shoulders. Kobe's gaze is icy as he first goes unknown against Prince on the wing, hitting a step-back jumper. 7-6-6-8. Turning back, Boozer scores inside against Walker. 7-8-6-8. Kobe dribbles past half-court, facing Prince's defense. From just a step away from the three-point line, he unexpectedly pulls up for a 3. Swish. It's good. 7-8-7-1. The gap is down to 7 points. Kobe Bryant. His 30th point. Unstoppable. The live commentator exclaims. The Rockets are on offense. Billups attempts to run a pick-and-roll with Boozer, but the pass is intercepted by George. The Lakers push for a fast break. Kobe receives the ball and drives towards the front court, facing Ray Allen's defense. After using a Euro step to create space, he finishes with a layup. 7-8-7-3. The gap is only 5 points. The atmosphere at the compact center becomes tense once more. Kobe scores 7 straight points, almost single-handedly erasing the deficit. Shin Tian stands on the sidelines, not calling a timeout, but instead shouting towards the court, "Focus on the rhythm defense. Stick to him." The Rockets are on offense. Billups steadily controls the ball to chew up time. With 8 seconds left on the shot clock, he initiates a drive, drawing the attention of Kobe and Fisher before passing to Ray Allen on the perimeter. Ray Allen receives the ball, facing George's defense. He does not adjust but shoots immediately. Clank. The ball bounces off the rim. But Boozer leaps high between Walker and Horry, catching the ball with one hand for the putback. 8073. Carlos Boozer. A crucial offensive rebound and putback. Ujia exclaims, "This basket is vital for stabilizing the morale." The Lakers are on offense with Kobe controlling the ball. Prince is guarding Kobe closely while Ray Allen is ready to help defend. Kobe consumes time at the top of the arc, and with 7 seconds left on the shot clock, he uses Walker's screen to shake off Prince, but Ray Allen's switch is extremely quick. Kobe finds no opportunity and passes to Horry in the low post. Horry backs down Rashid, turning for a jumper. Rashid's long arm interferes. Clank. It misses. Boozer grabs the rebound. Billups brings the ball into the frontcourt, handing it off to Wallace. Wallace backs down Horry. He makes 2 quick moves before turning for a straight-arm jumper. Swish. It goes in. 8273. The Lakers have one last possession. Kobe receives the ball in the backcourt and quickly advances to the frontcourt. Facing Prince's defense beyond the three-point line, he makes a series of fakes before stepping back for a three-pointer. Prince's hand is right in his face. Clank. The ball hits the back of the rim and bounces out. The Rockets entered the fourth quarter with a 9-point lead. The third quarter has concluded with the Houston Rockets leading the Los Angeles Lakers 82-73. Ujia let out a long breath, saying this has been an exhilarating game. Under the leadership of the OK duo, the Lakers launched a fierce comeback, narrowing the gap to 5 points, but the Rockets displayed remarkable resilience, enduring the pressure and maintaining their lead. Coach Zhang Weiping conducted a detailed analysis. This quarter fully showcased the charm of the playoffs. After adjustments, the OK duo displayed a long-awaited synergy, proving to be tremendously potent. Kobe scored 13 points in a single quarter, while Shaquille also contributed 6 points. However, for the Rockets, Yao Ming, Ray Allen, Artest, and Boozer, almost everyone made crucial contributions. Especially when the Lakers were surging for points, there was always someone who could step up to score. This is the power of team basketball. Coach Chen's on-the-fly decisions and the players' execution were exceptional. Of course, Shaquille was burdened with 3 fouls, posing a risk for the Lakers. In the early stages of the fourth quarter, the Rockets' bench unit might take advantage of this opportunity. Moreover, Kobe had played the entire third quarter, exhausting his energy, and whether he could maintain his efficiency in the fourth quarter remains a question. Overall, the Rockets still held the initiative, but the game was far from over. The buzzer signaling the start of the fourth quarter echoed through the cacophony of the Compact Center like a stone thrown into deep waters, stirring 2 completely different ripples. For the Rockets, it was the horn to hold the final 12 minutes and defend their home advantage. For the Lakers, it was the ultimate countdown on the edge of a cliff to either leap for hope or plunge into the abyss. The Rockets players surged onto the court, their expressions bearing the fatigue of the grueling third quarter, yet the flames burning deep in their eyes had not dimmed. On the Lakers' side, Kobe Bryant was the first to step onto the court, his face devoid of any expression. Sweat-soaked hair clung to his forehead, but his eyes shone with an intimidating brightness. Shaquille O'Neal followed closely, his massive frame moving with force, his expression dark, yet it ignited the ferocity within him. Phil Jackson stood on the sidelines, his gaze under silver hair calm to the point of being cold. He made no gestures, but everyone understood his meaning. There was no retreat, it was all in fight to the end. In contrast, Coach Chen made a bold, yet logical rotation. Yao Ming, Rashid Wallace, and Artest, the 3 starters, sat on the bench, replaced by Carlos Boozer, Udonis Haslem, and Tayshaun Prince. Billups and Ray Allen remained on the court to lead the team. This mixed lineup may be slightly less aggressive, but their mobility, defensive resilience, and rebounding prowess are their trademarks. The Rockets have brought in a mixed lineup, allowing Yao Ming and the other starters to rest. In the commentary booth, Ujia spoke rapidly, and the Lakers are going all out with the OK duo continuing to play. They aim to seize the opening and strive to level the score or even take the lead before the Rockets starters return. Coach Zhang Weiping nodded. Coach Chen's rotation is quite daring, but it is based on a leading advantage and confidence in his bench unit. However, the risk is substantial. The Lakers' full starting lineup, especially inside, poses a significant advantage over Boozer and Haslem currently on the court for the Rockets. The referee tossed the ball to the Lakers player. Dali Kufei Shier advanced the ball just past midcourt, made no extra dribbles, and lofted it to the left low post, where Aonier had already pinned Hassi Lumu tightly behind him. The ball arrived in Aonier's hands. He leaned into Hassi Lumu and, driving backward with his weight, sat down hard. Hassi Lumu fought with every ounce of strength, but the sheer difference in power forced him 2 steps back. Aonier half-turned with the momentum and floated a small jumper. Swish. 8,275. The gap returned to 7. The entire sequence lasted less than 6 seconds, concise, brutal, efficient. After the basket, Aonier did not look at the man he had shoved aside. He let out a low snarl and sprinted back on defense. That naked display of raw strength carried an unapologetic air of contempt. The Rockets pushed on offense. Bai Lu Pusi tried to speed the play, but Fei Xi'er's physical pressure was intense. The Lakers expanded their defensive coverage and rotated rapidly, leaving the Rockets no easy passing lanes. With most of the shot clock gone, Bai Lu Pusi barely forced his way through and swung the ball out to Lei Luan, whose three-pointer contested by Qiao Ji rimmed out. The long rebound kicked to the wing, and a purple figure streaked out like lightning. Kubai? He grabbed the ball ahead of Pu Lin Si and without hesitation pushed the pace himself. Kubai used a lifelike shot fake on the retreating Bai Lu Pusi to lift his defender, then calmly bounced a pass to the trailing Luo Bo, Tae Hor Lee, who finished above the rim. 8,277. The gap was 5, only 103 into the fourth. A burst of astonished cries rose through the compact center. The Lakers' counterattack had arrived with astonishing ferocity and resolve. The Lakers have scored 4 straight. The gap is down to 5. Yu Jia's voice trembled with tension. Under the Lakers' full-strength pressure, the Rockets' mixed lineup is encountering trouble on both ends. Qin Tian stood at the sideline with his arms folded, his expression calm. He did not call timeout immediately, but shouted onto the court, "Hold steady. Focus on conversion rate." Changshi controlled the tempo. The Rockets ran offense. Bai Lu Pusi had the ball and signaled Bu Zaire to come up for the pick and roll. The screen formed, and Aonier switched onto the ball. Facing Aonier, Bai Lu Pusi did not force a drive, but returned the ball to Bu Zaire, who had popped out near the free throw line. Bu Zaire caught it with Fei Xi'er defending. Bu Zaire dribbled hard, powered with his shoulder to shove Fei Xi'er aside, and barreled into the lane. If facing help from Hor Lee, he rose for a contested layup. A giant hand slapped in from the side and ripped the ball away. It was Aonier. He had rotated back in a flash and produced a thunderous block. The ball flew out of bounds, but remained the Rockets' possession. On the hurried inbound, Lei Luan caught and turned for a fade 3, which missed under Kubis' long reach. The Lakers secured the defensive rebound and pushed in transition. Kubai rushed up the middle, drew defenders, and kicked to the wing to trailing Da Wen Xiaoji, who rose for a catch-and-shoot 3. Swish. It went down. 8,280. The margin was 2. Bai Lu Pusi's trailing 3 again missed, and the Lakers grabbed the rebound. The Lakers had strung together a 70 run in only 147 of the fourth. A great unease gripped the compact center. Fans rose to their feet and cried out anxiously. The Lakers bench erupted. Aonier and Kubai exchanged a rare, forceful high five as they sprinted back on defense, both eyes burning with the desire to complete the turnaround. Qin Tian finally called timeout. He knew they could not wait any longer. Good work. His first words in the break affirmed. You weathered the fiercest initial wave. Now we strike back. He sketched swiftly on the board Yao Lashi de Luo, and you 3 go in. Line up Changshi Lei Luo, and Lashi de Yao. His gaze swept the 5 about to enter. Listen, the Lakers have momentum, but they are tired. Kubai played all of the third and Sha Ku is showing age. Our strategy holds, and must be even tougher. On defense, put heavy pressure on Kubai. Luo in from now on, you primary guard Kubai, stick to him like a shadow and bleed his energy. Inside Yao and Lashi to protect the rim and control the boards. On offense, he turned to Bai Lu Pusi and Yao Ming, seek high percentage shots and control the tempo. Get the ball to Yao Ming high or low, let him initiate. Others keep moving and find space. We will use patience and teamwork to grind away their edge. The timeout ended, and under the crowd's expectant gaze, the Rockets' full starters returned to the floor. When Luo En strode straight at Kubai and fixed him with those aggressive, predatory eyes, everyone understood that the true stranglehold had only just begun. Lakers possession. Kubai caught on the wing, and Luo En pressed immediately, arms up and chest planted against Kubis' back, murmuring low, "It's over, Kubai. You can't go anywhere." Kubai showed no change in expression as he dribbled, backing down to create space and try to force separation. Luo En's base remained rock steady, and he matched every ounce of contact. As the clock ticked down, Kubai was forced to turn face up and repeatedly dribble between his legs, seeking rhythm, while Luo En's feet shadowed him like a dark mirror. At last, Kubai rose for a contested pull-up. Luo En exploded upward with long arms fully extended. Clang! The ball slammed off the rim and popped high. Yao Ming and Aonier battled fiercely under the basket, muscles colliding with dull thuds. In the end, Yao Ming secured the rebound. Defense. Luo En forced Kubai into a tough, contested shot. Yu Jia shouted. With the Rockets starters back, the defensive intensity is completely different. The Rockets' offense slowed perceptibly. Bai Lu Pusi brought the ball up and ran handoffs with Yao Ming at the arc. Yao Ming caught, and Aonier stepped out to guard him. Yao Ming did not hold the ball. After handing it back to Bai Lu Pusi, he immediately turned and set a screen. Bai Lu Pusi used the pick to shake Fei Xi'er and drove toward the free throw line. Aonier's switch was slightly late, by Lu Pu Si found space in mid-range, and rose for a sudden stop-and-pop jumper. Swish. 8,480. The margin returned to 4. After the basket by Lu Pu Si made no celebration, he slapped his hands hard and yelled defense. Defense. Lakers offense Kubai tried to use off-ball movement to shake Luo in, but Luo clung like chewing gum, using his body to fight through every screen. Kubai circled to the top with little time and chose to attack Luo. Luo slid his feet and stayed directly in front of him. Kubai blew by to the edge of the lane, stopped, and spun, rising in a fade. Luo's long arm completely obscured the shot. Clang. Another miss. Lashida grabbed the defensive rebound. In the Rockets' half-court possession by Lu Pu Si continued to probe patiently until the ball found Yao Ming down low. Yao Ming backed down Ao air and chose a turn and hook toward the middle. Ao air exerted all he had to contest. Swish. It dropped. 8,680. Yao Ming. Powerful interior score. The gap is 6. Zhang Weiping analyzed. Those two sequences after the starters returned were crucial. They steadied the game and restored offensive rhythm. The Lakers' earlier surge had been forcefully suppressed. In the ensuing minutes, the contest became a suffocating physical struggle. The Lakers still relied heavily on the OK duo, but their efficiency had noticeably declined. Kubai, harried by the alternating attention of Luo and Lei Luan, suffered great energy drain, his motions lost subtlety, and several high-difficulty shots missed. Ao air maintained an inside advantage, but facing the double teams of Yao Ming and La Shida and mindful of his fourth foul, his attack was less unbridled than before. The Rockets' offense was also grinding. The Lakers had intensified their defense, every pass brought robust physical contact. Yet the Rockets remained extraordinarily patient, searching through screens and ball movement for chances. Lei Luan hit a catch-and-shoot three, and La Shida knocked down a mid-range jumper from the high post. The margin hovered between 4 and 8 points. At 6-1 of the fourth, Kubai used Ao air's screen to finally shake Luo on and cut to the rim, receiving Fei Xi'er's bounce pass. Against Yao Ming's help, he contorted midair to scoop the finish and drew the foul. After the N1, he made the free throw, bringing the score to 92-87 and trimming the deficit to 5. The play, however, had cost Kubai huge energy. He bent over with hands on his knees, gasping. Ao air stood nearby, sweat pouring. The officials called an official timeout. On the benches, the two teams presented starkly different pictures. On the Rockets bench, players replenished fluids while Chin Tian spoke, rapidly emphasizing details on the whiteboard. Yao Ming closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. On the Lakers' side, the atmosphere was heavier. Kubai covered his head with a towel. Ao air tilted his head back to drink, and Fei Jia Kusun's tone remained steady, though frequent tactical gestures betrayed his anxiety. The final 6 minutes. This is where it is decided, Zhang Weiping said. Conditioning will be decisive. Kubai and Ao air are clearly fatigued. The Rockets players are tired too, but their rotations are more balanced, and their reserves may be fresher. In the end, will a superstar's willpower prevail, or will a team's endurance hold out? The timeout ended, and the decisive lineups faced off. Rockets by Lu Pu Si, Lei Luan, Luo in, La Shida, Yao Ming. Lakers Fei Xi'er, Kubai, Qiao Zhihor, Li Ao air. Rockets on offense by Lu Pu Si's pass was snapped away by Kubai, who tried to push in transition, but the Rockets filled lanes quickly, and the game settled back into a set offense. Kubai had the ball at the top with Luo glued to him. Kubai signaled Ao air to set a screen. After the pick and roll, Kubai drove, yet Luo fought through the screen and stayed tight. Kubai swung to the cutting Ao air, who rose strong, but met a Yao Ming and La Shida double team. Ao air contested in the air, kicked it out to Qiao Zhi for an open three. Clang. Missed. The long rebound belonged to by Lu Pu Si, who pushed in transition and swung to the trailing Lei Luan. Lei Luan caught with Kubai sprinting back. He did not hesitate and pulled up for a three. Kubai leapt in desperation, and his fingertips nearly grazed the ball. Swish. Nothing but net. 9,587. The lead stretched to 8. Lei Luan. Cold-blooded three over Kubai. Yu Jia shouted, elated. That shot electrifies the crowd. Kubai landed with hands on hips, chest heaving. A flicker of suppressed frustration passed through his eyes. He had done all he could defensively, yet Lei Luan's shot was machine-precise. Lakers possession. Kubai drove strong to the rim and lofted a teardrop that bobbled on the rim and fell out. Yao Ming grabbed the rebound. In the Rockets set by Lu Pu Si kept the pace measured. In the last ticks, Yao Ming called for the ball in the low post, backed down Ao air, and spun to a hook. Clang. It rimmed out. Ao air's conditioning had clearly dipped, his positioning lacked decisiveness, and Lashida Wallace nudged the ball to the frontcourt for a second chance that drew a foul on Huali. Lashida made both free throws. 97-87, the margin was 10 again. The pressure shifted fully onto the Lakers. Phil Jackson called timeout. After the break, the Lakers played with greater patience. Kubai used double screens to curl out spotted space at the three-point line and pulled up, swish. 9,790. The gap was 7. Kubai had reached 35 points, and in the clutch once again showed his superstar character. The Rockets, however, showed no panic. Lu Pusi pushed ahead. When Kubai stepped up to pressure him, he slipped to behind the back and calmly brought the ball into the front court. He surveyed the Lakers' defensive rotation and noticed that Aoni Air, slowed by fatigue, no longer fronted Yao Ming with the same intensity. Lu Pusi read it and lofted a high lob to the rim. Yao Ming rose behind Aoni Air, caught in full flight, and hammered a two-handed dunk. Boom. 9,990. The gap was 9. Aoni Air slapped the palm of his hand in frustration. He had been a step late. Lakers possession. Kubai used a screen to drive and kicked out to Fei Xi'er on the perimeter. Fei Xi'er's open three missed, and Xiao Ji grabbed the board. The Rockets ate the clock. In the final moments, Lei Luan got the ball faked on Kubai, stepped into mid-range, and rose. Clang. Miss. But Yao Ming again proved his worth, out-muscling Aoni Air to tip the offensive rebound out to the perimeter, whereby Lu Pusi grabbed it. The Rockets reset. Lu Pusi attacked, and before losing balance lofted a shot toward the rim. The whistle sounded. Aoni Air was called for a defensive foul. Lu Pusi stepped to the line and sank both. 1-0-1-9-0, an 11-point lead. The compact center roared of victory, seemed to be tilting decisively toward the Rockets. The Lakers would not yield. Kubai rose again, dribbled into the front court, attacked against Luo in with crossovers, and suddenly pulled up for a three, swish. It fell. 10,193. The margin was 8, and Kubai had 38 points. On the ensuing play, Yao Ming battled Aoni Air inside, missed a turnaround, but drew a foul on Aoni Air while securing the rebound. Aoni Air was whistled for his 5th foul. Yao Ming made one of 2. 10,293. The Lakers pushed in transition. Kubai drove and kicked out to Huali in the corner, who buried the open 3. 10,296. Tension returned to the arena. Rockets possession. Lu Pusi nearly lost the ball to Kubi's steal, and the ball went out. After replay, the ruling remained frontcourt ball. On the inbounds, Lei Luan received and was quickly trapped by Kubai, and Xiao Ji forced to hold the ball and barely thread a pass to Luo In. As the shot clock wound down, Luo In forced a runner. Clang. Miss. Aoni Air secured the defensive rebound, and the Lakers had a chance to close the gap. With 1:39 left, Kubai pushed the pace, declined a screen, and surged into the lane on his own. Luo In stuck tight. The two battled to the rim. In midair, Kubai tangled with Luo In, and the recovering Yao Ming contorting as he tossed the ball. It grazed the rim and fell through. The whistle blew, foul on Luo In, and 1. Kubai stepped to the line and made the free throw. 10,299. The gap was 3, with 1:14 remaining. The arena fell silent. Kubai had poured in 9 consecutive points, almost single-handedly dragging the game back into doubt. He beat his chest and roared, eyes blazing with absolute combativeness. Shin Tian immediately called timeout. 74 seconds remained, a 3-point margin, possession in their hands. But opposite stood the enraged Kubai Bu Lian Te. Listen. Shin Tian's voice rose above the din. 3 points, and we still have the ball. Stay composed. Focus on conversion rate. Changshi, hold the ball. Yao, get high for the catch. Others spread and be ready to shoot. And on defense, in the final moments, lock onto Kubai. You can shade others, but do not give Kubai an open look. Luo In, keep clinging to him. Use your body, use your will. After the timeout, the Rockets inbound in the front court. The Lakers answered with full court pressure. Lu Pusi received under duress, and Kubai immediately stepped up to trap him. Lu Pusi calmly swung the ball to Yao Ming. Yao caught, and Aoni Air dared not sag too far. Yao surveyed the floor and noticed Lei Luan had sneaked into the right corner off Lashi desk screen. Yao Ming delivered a precise cross-court pass. Lei Luan caught as Kubai lunged toward him frantically. Lei Luan had no time to square. He rose and straight into Kubi's contest, unleashed the 3. The ball arced high. It kissed the rim and dropped through. 10,599. The lead was 6 with only 52 seconds left. Lei Luan. Yu Jia's cry almost broke. At the decisive moment, a giant heart. He hits a 3 over Kubai. Is that the dagger? Lei Luan landed and hammered his fist. Usually composed, he now let out a raw, passionate shout. That shot was priceless. The Lakers had no timeouts. Kubai grabbed the ball in the backcourt and vaulted up the floor with Luo In chasing hard. Kubai reached the arc, stepped back beyond the line, and despite Luo In's closeout, rose for another 3. This time fatigue showed. The shot's arc was noticeably low. Clang. It hammered off the front rim. Yao Ming collected the rebound, and the Lakers fouled immediately, sending him to the line. 40 seconds remained. Yao Ming's first free throw was good. 10,699. The second was also true. 10,799. An 8-point margin. The Lakers' desperation long three missed, and the outcome was sealed. In the end, the Rockets won Game 1 at home, 109,101. The final buzzer sounded, and the compact center became a jubilant sea of red. The Rockets embraced. Yao Ming and Lei Luan hugged tightly. Luo and howled toward the sky, and Bai Lu Pu Si smiled with relief. The Lakers departed in silence. Kubai walked with his head down, a towel over his head, toward the players' tunnel. Aoni Air's face was dark. He offered no words to his teammates. Fei Air Jiekusun calmly shook Chin Tian's hand, his eyes complex. Game over. Congratulations to the Houston Rockets. They had withstood the Lakers' furious second-half comeback on their home floor, and through stubborn defense, team cohesion, and timely star play secured a 109,101 victory to open the playoffs. Yu Jia's voice brimmed with passion. Coach Zhang Weiping summarized this was a prototypical playoff victory, physical confrontation, tactical chess, and a contest of wills. The Rockets displayed the power of the team basketball they had forged all season. Yao Ming's high-post orchestration, Lei Luan's clutch 3 Luo's smothering defense on Kubai, and by Lu Pu Si's steady control. Everyone contributed. The Lakers lost with dignity. The OK duo asserted dominance in the second half, and Kubai scored 40. Yet two hands could not match 4. The Lakers' role players failed to provide enough support, and victory slipped away. The series had only just begun, but the Rockets had seized the early advantage. The lingering echo of the final whistle seemed to hang thickly in the scorching air of the KFC Yum. The score of 1-101 was frozen on the scoreboard, and a red tide surged in the stands, roaring like an almost tangible pressure that battered the backs of the Lakers players as they hurried off the court. Kobe was the first to walk into the players' tunnel, his soaked jersey clinging to his muscular body, a towel loosely draped around his neck. With his head down and quickened steps, he ignored the mixed sounds of celebration and provocation on either side, his tightly pressed lips and clenched jaw betraying a hint of barely suppressed fury. Shaquille O'Neal followed a few steps behind, his heavy footsteps marked by a weary anger. He did not meet anyone's gaze and vanished directly into the shadows deep within the tunnel. On the court, however, it was a different scene. The Rockets players were surrounded by ecstatic teammates, staff, and a few reporters who rushed onto the court. Yao Ming stood in the center of the crowd, tilting his head back to gulp down a large sip of sports drink, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks and neck, soaking the edge of his 11 jersey. He wore a smile on his face, but it was more a weary relief than wild elation. Rasheed Wallace was laughing heartily, bumping chests with everyone who came close, shouting things that no one could fully hear. Artest was pounding his chest, growling towards the Lakers' exit. Billups and Ray Allen stood together, conversing softly, both wearing expressions of calmness and satisfaction after the fierce battle. Chin Tian stood by the sidelines, not immediately joining the celebration. He first shook hands and exchanged brief words with the assistant coaches before approaching the scorer's table, nodding politely at several referees. His white shirt was already drenched, sleeves rolled up, and his tie had been loosened at some point. After finishing these interactions, he turned around, his gaze sweeping over each of his players on the court, filled with approval. Post-game press conferences often reflect a team's character and emotions more than the game itself. The Lakers' press conference started first. When Phil Jackson entered the cramped media room accompanied by Kobe and Shaquille, the air became tense. Flashes were going off frantically, and the sound of shutters was as dense as a torrential rain. Jackson sat in the middle with Kobe and Shaquille on either side, the space between them appearing especially stark under the cameras. Jackson still wore that near-zen calm expression, but the fine lines around his eyes seemed deeper than usual. Phil, what are your thoughts on tonight's game? Did the Rockets surprise you? A reporter from ESPN asked first. Jackson cleared his throat, his voice steady. The Rockets played an outstanding game. They executed well, were aggressive on defense, and shared the ball effectively on offense. Yao Ming's threat from the high post, Ray Allen's off-ball movement, and shooting created significant problems for us. They deserved this victory. Where do you think the Lakers lost? Was it insufficient defense against Kobe, or not being able to fully dominate Yao Ming in the paint? A reporter from the Los Angeles Times pressed. It came down to details, Jackson replied quickly. Our defensive rotations were slow at crucial moments, we lost some pivotal defensive rebounds, and our offensive choices could have been better in certain possessions. That's how playoffs are, details determine success or failure. The Rockets executed better on those Kobe, a reporter from Fox Sports, redirected attention to the quiet player. You scored 40 points tonight, but took 37 shots. In the final moments, there were several key shots that didn't go in. Do you think relying too much on individual offense was a reason for tonight's loss? Kobe lifted his head. Under the lights his eyes were slightly red, yet his gaze was sharp as a knife. I shoot to help the team win. Some shots go in, some don't. That's basketball. My voice was dry, hoarse from the game, but we lost, because as a team we didn't do everything we needed to do when we needed to score and defend. I take my responsibility, but this is a team sport. Shaq, a TNT reporter, turned to O'Neal. You scored 28 points tonight and had 5 fouls. Yao scored 22 points and grabbed vital rebounds in front of you. How do you view your matchup against Yao tonight? Does that mean he can compete with you in some aspects? This question evidently struck a nerve with O'Neal. His massive frame shifted slightly in the chair and his expression darkened. Listen, he said in a deep voice, his tone unfriendly. That kid played a great game and I respect him. But this is a series, not a single game. I made some mistakes, some foolish fouls that cost both me and the team. As for competing, he scoffed. We will respond. I guarantee it will be a different story. Kobe and Shaq, a reporter from Sports Illustrated, cautiously broached a sensitive topic. You had some brilliant connections in the third quarter and early in the fourth, but then it seemed in the final moments of the game, there was a lack of effective connection between you two. Was that a tactical arrangement, or? Next question. Jackson interrupted the reporter, his tone still calm, but carrying an undeniable authority. Kobe's lips pressed tighter while O'Neal turned his face away. The press conference hurriedly concluded in this somewhat awkward and tense atmosphere. As the three Lakers leaders rose to leave, low murmurs filled the media room. The invisible rift between the OK duo appeared even clearer and more dangerous in the reflection of this loss. In contrast, the Rockets' media room was filled with relaxation and a certain restrained optimism post-victory. Yet when Chin Tian entered with Yao Ming and Ray Allen, the atmosphere was not purely celebratory. Chin Tian wore little expression, Yao looked somewhat fatigued, but with bright eyes, and Ray Allen remained as calm as ever. Coach Chin, congratulations on winning the playoff opener. How did you keep your team grounded when they were chased from a double-digit lead down to just 2 points? What did you tell them? Senior reporter Jonathan Feigen from the Houston Chronicle asked first. Chin Tian picked up the microphone, speaking slowly. I told them this is the playoffs, a comeback from the opponent is to be expected. What we needed to do was stay calm, continue to execute our game plan, and trust each other. Fortunately, they did. Chauncey Billups controlled the pace, Yao contributed at both high and low posts, Ray Allen hit crucial shots, and Ron Artest gave everything defensively. This was a team victory. Yao, this is your first playoff game facing Shaquille O'Neal. You scored 22 points and grabbed key rebounds at critical moments. How do you evaluate your performance tonight? Were you nervous? Yao Ming took the microphone, answering in slightly accented but clear English with a simultaneous interpreter translating his words back to Chinese for the domestic audience. Nervous, of course I was nervous. Especially at the beginning during the jump ball. But once the game started, my focus was on the court, and it became much better. He paused as if organizing his thoughts. Shaq is a great player. Matching up with him is a significant challenge and also an opportunity to learn. Tonight our entire team defended well, helping each other. I just did what I was supposed to do. Rebounding. That's my job. His response was humble and pragmatic, carrying the unique modesty of an Easterner, yet it was unyielding. Ray, you hit a crucial three-pointer in the final moments when Kobe was right in front of you. Describe that shot and your mental state at that moment. A reporter posed the question to Ray Allen. Ray Allen tilted his head slightly, as if recalling that moment. We practiced that play. Yao attracted the defense at the high post, and I ran to the corner through a screen. When the ball came, I knew time was running out and saw Kobe closing in. But catching the ball, jumping, and shooting is a motion I've repeated thousands of times. In that moment, you can't hesitate, trust your training, and then shoot. I was lucky the shot went in. Coach Chin, the Lakers displayed a strong comeback ability in the third quarter and early fourth, especially with the cooperation between Kobe and Shaquille. How did you respond and ultimately contain them? What do you need to improve for the upcoming games? An ESPN reporter asked a more tactical question. Chin Tian leaned slightly forward. The Lakers have two historically great players. You can't completely limit them for an entire game. Our strategy was to make it as difficult as possible for them, wear them down, and force other players to beat us. Ron Artest, Tayshaun Prince, and Rajabel made tremendous efforts defending Kobe. Against Shaquille, we employed single coverage and timely help defense, trying to prevent him from easily getting into the paint. As for improvements, he paused. We can do better on rebounding protection. Some offensive choices can be more rational, and we need to control our turnovers. The playoffs are an ongoing process of adjustments. We will study the tapes and prepare for the next game. Yao, Shaquille mentioned in the press conference that he will respond in Los Angeles. What are your expectations for the upcoming away game? Are you and the team prepared to face possibly more aggressive? Yao listened intently to the question and thought for a few seconds. The Lakers are a championship team. Their ability to adjust is strong. Playing in Los Angeles will certainly be tougher. But we are prepared as well. We will seriously analyze this game, stick to our style, and fight one game at a time. Throughout the press conference, the Rockets trio exhibited a cautious optimism, clear awareness, and a strong After the press conference, Chin Tian patted Yao Ming and Ray Allen on the back, and the three walked together towards the locker room. In the corridor, the faint cheers of fans could still be heard. The locker room door closed behind them, isolating them from the media's clamor. Inside was a different atmosphere. Boykins animatedly described his fast-break three-pointer, gesticulating wildly. Boozer and Haslam demonstrated a certain move from a low-post confrontation. Prince quietly smiled listening to Rasheed Wallace as he recounted an exaggerated defensive story in his signature loud voice. Artist had calmed down sitting in front of his locker, earbuds and eyes closed in relaxation, but with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. When Yao Ming walked in, he was met with a chorus of cheers and whistles. "Rookie, double-double in your playoff debut." Rasheed came over and vigorously ruffled Yao's still wet hair. Yao Ming shyly laughed and dodged. Ray Allen, meanwhile, was surrounded by several team reporters whispering. The celebratory scent of champagne from the G1 victory at the Compaq Center had yet to dissipate, and the Houston Rockets were already immersed in a more rigorous preparation for battle. The next day at the video analysis meeting, Chin Tian decisively shut down the celebration. What played repeatedly on the screen was not the buzzer beaters or cheers, but the Lakers' every effective pick and roll, O'Neal's successful positioning deep in the paint, and Kobe's incredibly difficult shots that nearly went in despite being tightly guarded. The 10 displayed in the locker room transformed into a cautionary statement from Chin Tian: "We still need to win 3 more games, and our opponents will become even more dangerous." This clarity manifested into a more solid victory 2 days later in G2. Perhaps stung by the loss in G1, or due to some adjustments by Phil Jackson, the Lakers exhibited stronger physicality and defensive focus right from the start. O'Neal played more decisively in the paint, frequently drawing fouls from Yao Ming and Rasheed. Kobe also cut down on inefficient long shots, frequently attacking the basket. The game was once mired in a deadlock. Yet the Rockets' resilience once again proved to be the deciding factor. When Yao Ming was forced to sit early due to fouls, Boozer stepped up, relentlessly crashing the boards and scoring efficiently from mid-range, netting 12 points by halftime. Even more lethal was the perimeter shooting. Perhaps Ray Allen's crucial three-pointer in G1 cast a shadow over the Lakers, leading them to overextend their defense, which provided ample space for Chauncey Billups and Rasheed Wallace. Billups utilized his seasoned court control to consistently find cutting teammates or create mid-range opportunities for himself, while Rasheed hit 2 crucial three-pointers from beyond the arc. In a critical moment at the end of the third quarter, the Lakers had a chance to take the lead. Kobe hit several difficult shots, closing the gap to just 2 points. However, at this moment, the subtle rift between the OK duo reemerged. During a fast break, Kobe had a defender in front of him, but O'Neal was already on the wing. Kobe opted to take a contested shot instead of passing. In turn, O'Neal, failing to receive the ball in the low post, complained with his hands up, and his slow transition allowed the Rockets to exploit the situation. This moment of individualism stood in stark contrast to the Rockets' seamless team play. Ultimately propelled by a balanced performance with 6 players scoring in double figures, the Rockets triumphed at home with a score of 9,892, leading the series 20. Kobe's impressive 35 points and O'Neal's 26 points with 15 rebounds went in vain as the two parted ways silently down the players' tunnel. The low pressure in the Lakers' locker room felt almost palpable. Transitioning to the Staples Center in Los Angeles, the atmosphere was suddenly different. The purple wave, the cacophony of hostility, and the thunderous chants of "Beat Houston" created a comprehensive test for the Rockets. This was the Lakers' fortress and the final battleground for the OK duo to prove themselves. In G3, fighting for their survival, the Lakers erupted with astonishing energy, but this energy stemmed more from individual efforts rather than teamwork. Phil Jackson seemed to have temporarily abandoned complex tactical integrations, clearly handing the ball to Kobe, and O'Neal opting for a retro star isolation strategy. Kobe entered attack mode from the very first minute. Whether it was Artest's relentless defense, Prince's long reach, or occasional double teams, nothing could prevent him from launching shot after shot at the basket. He went on to score an astounding 44 points, featuring awe-inspiring layups, fadeaways, and deep three-point. O'Neal showcased why he remained the most destructive force in the paint, overpowering Yao Ming and Rasheed Wallace, accumulating 33 points and 18 rebounds, 8 of which were offensive boards, almost single-handedly dismantling the Rockets' interior defense. The Rockets team basketball faced a severe challenge against the roaring crowd at the Lakers' home, coupled with the unreasonable individual performances of the opposing stars. Yao Ming struggled to hold up, scoring 19 points and grabbing 8 rebounds, but was hindered by fouls and O'Neal's aggressive play. The perimeter shooters saw their shooting percentages decline under increased defensive pressure. Despite hanging on for 3.5 quarters, they ultimately succumbed to Kobe's personal surge of 10 points in the fourth quarter, losing G3 by a score of 102,110. The series score shifted to 21. In G4, the script seemed to repeat, but the Rockets adjusted their strategy. Chin Tian reduced direct confrontations between Yao Ming and O'Neal, opting instead to utilize Yao at the high post, facilitating O'Neal's involvement through shooting and playmaking. This adjustment initially proved effective as Yao hit several mid-range shots and assisted teammates in scoring. However, the Lakers' role players remained lackluster, placing pressure back on the OK duo. Kobe maintained his hot streak, scoring 41 points. O'Neal also contributed 28 points and 14 rebounds. Together, they accounted for the majority of the Lakers' scoring in the second half. In the final moments of the game, the Rockets had a chance to capitalize. Ray Allen's crucial three-pointer brought the deficit to 1 point, but Kobe immediately responded with a signature fadeaway jumper followed by a steal and fast break score, sealing the victory. 1-0-5-9-9. The Lakers claimed another victory, fiercely leveling the series at 22. These two losses did not demoralize the Rockets. On the contrary, Tion and the coaching staff recognized more vulnerabilities in the Lakers' winning pattern. They won the game, but the way they won is unsustainable. Tion analyzed to his players in the locker room. Kobe and Shaq played nearly every minute, which is an immense toll. Their role players Robert Horry, Devin George, and Brian Shaw provided minimal support. Our system is still functioning, and our depth remains intact. If we stick to our style of play, the scale of victory will tip in our favor. The critical Game 5 of the series returned to Houston. This was a brutal battle that exposed all internal conflicts and issues within the Lakers. The game was filled with tension from the very start. Both Kobe and O'Neal were clearly eager to dominate the game, but their methods remained disjointed. When Kobe had the ball, he often only saw the basket, even if O'Neal was in a better position for the pass. When O'Neal received the ball in the post, he seldom sought out Kobe on the perimeter, often opting for a forceful attack or a hurried pass to a closer role player. The triangle offense that had established the Lakers was nearly devoid of its fluidity, reduced to a simple two-man game that frequently led to disconnects. The cold shooting of the role players reached an appalling level that night. Among them, the veteran Robert Horry, known as Mr. Clutch, epitomized the Lakers' nightmares. Throughout the night, he was presented with numerous open looks from beyond the arc. However, whether due to pressure or a lack of rhythm, Horry's shots repeatedly missed the mark. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp sound of missed shots resonated throughout the compact center suite to the ears of those yearning for victory, yet a death knell for the Lakers. Over the course of the game, Horry attempted 12 three-pointers, failing to make a single one. When he again missed an open three-pointer late in the fourth quarter, and the Rockets seized the rebound to launch a fast break that resulted in a score, the camera captured O'Neal furiously waving his arm beneath the basket, while Kobe simply turned around to transition back on defense, not even glancing at the frozen Horry. That moment became a classic footnote to the Lakers' disintegration in this series. In contrast, the Rockets stood united. Yao Ming played smarter against O'Neal, using footwork and touch to score 24 points. Ray Allen, despite Kobe's tenacious defense, still found opportunities to hit three-pointers. Billups controlled the game, dishing out 11 assists with only 1 turnover. Artest not only continued to wear down Kobe defensively, but also sank 2 crucial corner threes. More importantly, while the Lakers relied solely on the OK duo for scoring, the Rockets always had a third, fourth, or even fifth option to respond. Ultimately, the Rockets achieved a relatively comfortable victory at 10,188 in this crucial Game 5. Kobe scored 33 points and O'Neal added 25 points and 16 rebounds, but together they only registered 5 assists. Aside from Horry's 12 misses from beyond the arc, his other statistics were nearly negligible. The Lakers as a team shot just 5 for 28 from three-point range. The post-game statistics coldly revealed the internal issues of this luxurious team. Entering the Staples Center with a 32 lead, the Rockets' mentality had shifted. Having witnessed the terror of the OK duo's eruption, they had personally verified the fragility of their model. Meanwhile, the Lakers stood on the true edge of a cliff with internal tensions at an all-time high. Media outlets had begun to sensationalize the likelihood of a summer breakup between the OK duo. Under the lights of Staples, amidst the purple tide, there was an air of tragedy and unease. In G6, the Lakers, fighting for their lives, made one last desperate attempt. Kobe and O'Neal displayed a rare desire for cooperation in the opening phase, passing to each other and striving to involve their teammates. The Lakers briefly took a slight lead. However, once cracks appeared, they became difficult to mend. As the game progressed, the Rockets' tenacious defense and sustained team pressure quickly dissipated that fleeting harmony. When the offense stalled again, Kobe reverted to his familiar mode of personal heroism, while O'Neal, frustrated after failing to receive the ball several times, showed visible agitation, committing unnecessary fouls on the defensive end. The Rockets remained steady. Coach Tion's rotations ensured that the players on the court maintained. Yao Ming, Rasheed Wallace, and Boozer took turns wearing down O'Neal, while Artest, Prince, and Bell continued to execute their relentless defense against Kobe. On the offensive end, they patiently moved the ball, repeatedly tearing apart the Lakers' increasingly desperate defense. Midway through the third quarter, Ray Allen hit 2 three-pointers and Billups scored on a drive, leading the Rockets on a 102 run that allowed them to take the lead and extend the margin. In the final quarter, the Lakers mounted one last counterattack. Kobe hit several difficult shots, narrowing the gap to 5 points. But at a critical moment, Rasheed Wallace hit a steady mid-range shot to calm the team, and on the defensive end, the substitute Raja Bell successfully drew an offensive foul from Kobe. Turning around, Yao Ming attracted a double team in the low post and calmly passed to the cutting artist, who scored on a layup and converted the free throw, effectively sealing the game's outcome. As the final buzzer sounded, the score settled at 1-0-5-9-7, with the Rockets eliminating the Lakers 42 on the road, advancing to the Western Conference semifinals. The Staples Center fell into a brief silence, followed by scattered boos and the sight of many fans exiting. Kobe, with his head down, quickly made his way to the players' tunnel, his stat line stuck at 38 points, but accompanied by 7 turnovers. O'Neal stood still, gazing up at the scoreboard with a hollow expression. His series averages were dazzling: 27, 0 points, 14, 8 rebounds, 3, 7 assists, 2, 8 blocks, yet they could not yield a victory for advancement. Throughout the series, the two had almost no direct interaction apart from a few necessary tactical gestures and high-fives, and an embrace after the game was out of the question. The collective disarray of the Lakers' role players ultimately rendered the dazzling stats of the two stars meaningless. On the other side, the Rockets celebrated in the center of the court. Yao Ming high-fived every teammate, his face glowing with joy for breaking through the first round. Ray Allen smiled calmly while Billups clenched his fist. Artist roared with passion. They used solid team basketball to surpass a hurdle guarded by 2 future Hall of Fame giants, despite the dimming brilliance of those stars due to internal strife. Coach Chin Tion shook hands with Phil Jackson, both coaches displaying calm expressions. Jackson's eyes held a complex sentiment, perhaps a subtle farewell to an era. Chin Tion, however, looked forward, aware that their next opponent was the Spurs led by Duncan, a far more daunting challenge. The Rockets' season continued, while the Lakers' summer promised to be anything but tranquil. This first-round series buried the last glimmer of a dynasty team and nurtured the confidence of a newly emerging power. The cruelty and allure of the playoffs lie precisely in this. The first round of the competition has gradually concluded, and the awards for the 2002-03 regular season have been finalized. MVP of the regular season, Tim Duncan. San Antonio Spurs averaged 23, 3 points, 12, 9 rebounds, 3, 9 assists, and 2, 9 blocks, leading the Spurs to an impressive record of 60 wins and 22 losses, firmly establishing his dominance as the premier power forward. Rookie of the Year ROI Yao Ming. Houston Rockets averaged 18, 8 points, 8, 9 rebounds, and 3, 6 assists. With 2, 5 blocks, he led all rookies in various statistics, receiving unanimous votes for the award. Sixth Man of the Year SMOI Bobby Jackson. Sacramento Kings averaged 15, 2 points, 3, 7 rebounds, and 2, 8 assists, serving as the core of the Kings bench with an average of 28, 2 minutes played, boasting the highest efficiency among all bench players in the league. Defensive Player of the Year DPOY Ben Wallace. Detroit Pistons averaged 6, 4 points, 15, 4 rebounds, 3, 2 blocks, and 1 for steals, winning the award for the second consecutive year, leading the league in both rebounds and blocks. Most Improved Player MIP Gilbert Arenas. Golden State Warriors averaged 18, 3 points, 4, 7 rebounds, and 6, 3 assists, an increase of 10, 3 points compared to the previous season, growing from a bench player into a core member of the team, becoming one of the league's most explosive young guards. All-NBA First Team Allen Iverson. 76ers Kobe Bryant. Lakers Tim Duncan. Spurs Kevin Garnett. Timberwolves Shaquille O'Neal. Lakers All-NBA Second Team Jason Kidd. Nets Ray Allen. Rockets Tracy McGrady. Magic Dirk Nowitzki. Mavericks Ben Wallace. Pistons All-NBA Third Team Steve Francis. Bucks Peja Stojakovic. Kings Paul Pierce. Celtics Jermaine O'Neal. Pacers Yao Ming. Rockets All-Defensive First Team Gary Payton. Supersonics Kobe Bryant. Lakers Ron Artest. Rockets Tim Duncan. Spurs Ben Wallace. Pistons All-Defensive Second Team Jason Kidd. Nets Doug Christie. Kings Bruce Bowen. Spurs Kevin Garnett. Timberwolves Jermaine O'Neal. Pacers. For the Houston Rockets, several memorable names are etched on this list. The most dazzling among them is undoubtedly Yao Ming, who unquestionably lifted the Rookie of the Year ROI trophy. He averaged 18, 8 points, 8, 9 rebounds, and 3, 6 assists with 2, 5 blocks, showcasing comprehensive and efficient statistics. He not only led all rookies, but continually redefined people's understanding of international centers and the rookie ceiling. Being chosen unanimously is the most resounding coronation of his outstanding performance in his debut. In the All-NBA selections, he surpassed many established big men, making it to the third team alongside names like Shaquille O'Neal, Ben Wallace, and Jermaine O'Neal, which in itself is a powerful declaration. Ray Allen's name appears on the All-NBA second team. This undoubtedly serves as the best tribute to his seamless integration into the Rockets system and his stellar performance in yet another peak season. His off-ball movement, lethal three-point shooting, and icy composure even more surprising is Ron Artest, whose fierce, tenacious, and omnipresent defense has earned widespread. However, for the Rockets, who have just eliminated the Lakers and are still basking in the joy of advancing, the brief exhilaration brought by these awards would soon be overshadowed by a cold and formidable reality. Their opponents in the second round of the playoffs are the San Antonio Spurs, led by the newly crowned MVP Tim Duncan, who sit atop the league standings. Having ended their brief relaxation and adjustment, the training facility of the Houston Rockets was once again enveloped in a solemn and focused atmosphere. While crossing over the Lakers in the first round is certainly worthy of celebration, Shin Tian and his coaching staff are well aware that the victory was more about defeating a prestigious team plagued by internal issues. Now before them stands a truly sophisticated, ruthless, and well-oiled basketball machine that has been operating at its peak for years. In the pre-game analysis meeting room, the lights dimmed, and a large projection screen illuminated, displaying the Spurs logo along with static photos of several key players. All players have taken their seats, and the air is filled with a sense of tranquility before the impending battle. The excitement from defeating the Lakers has long since settled, replaced by a natural tension when facing a stronger challenge. Shin Tian stood beside the screen holding no notes, yet his gaze was piercing, sweeping over every face. "All right, guys, the time to enjoy our advancement is over." His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Tim Duncan has just won the MVP. He paused, allowing the information to sink in. If the Los Angeles Lakers are two shining stars whose paths intersect and may collide, then the San Antonio Spurs are a fortress built of the hardest granite, where every gear meshes seamlessly, capable of crushing all obstacles in its path. They are tougher than the Lakers, far stronger, and much more tedious. His last word elicited a low chuckle from the players, a mix of acknowledgement and gravity. But we crossed over the Lakers not to come here and be blocked by this mountain. Shin Tian's tone suddenly intensified. "We came here to test whether this team, which has been doubted by countless people and is still looked down upon, can shake this mountain." He walked to the tactical board, beginning to break down this formidable opponent. Point guard Tony Parker. A clip of the Frenchman's rapid breakthroughs appeared on the screen. Quick like a lightning bolt. His pick and roll with Duncan is the starting point of their offense, and also their lifeline. Chauncey, he looked at Billups. "Your task is to fight through the screens with unwavering determination. Even if it means giving him half a step of shooting space, do not allow him to easily drive in. If he doesn't call for a screen, give him a step back and invite him to shoot." De Yao, he looked at Yao Ming. "You guard the paint. You are the last line of defense. When Parker drives in, or when Duncan rolls down, I want to see your long arms disrupt every one of their layup." Rashid, if Chauncey gets screened, your delay must be quick, then immediately turn to find Duncan. Don't let them easily create mismatches down low. Shooting guard Bruce Bowen. He has only a corner three-point shot, but he is terrifyingly accurate when open. Shin Tian switched the footage to Bowen's various small movements and physical contacts, many times skirting the edge of fouling. Dirty. He will use every rule-allowed tactic, and even slightly cross the rules to entangle you. Ron Tayshaun Raja. Anyone matched up with him, remember, be smart, protect yourself. If you engage in a battle of wills with him, you've already lost. Small forward Steven Jackson. He can score inside and out, and when his touch is right, he has no blind spots. Use your body to tell him who's tougher here. But remember, control your emotions. At the very least, don't let him be the first to pick up a technical foul. We need you on the court, not sitting on the bench." Then Shin Tian's tone became extremely serious, and a close-up of Tim Duncan's expressionless face appeared on the screen. Power forward Tim Duncan. The heart, brain, and spine of the Spurs, everything. The clip began to show Duncan's low-post isolation, high-post playmaking, and his towering blocks. Both offense and defense, he has almost no weaknesses. Rashid, he pointed to Wallace's name. "For most of the series, you will need to stand up to him, Heaton. But this is by no means a battle you can fight alone. We will use a rotating defense to wear him down. When he demands the ball in the low post, first try to disrupt him as he receives it. Once he catches the ball, Rashid, you take the first defensive challenge to Yao. Your help defense must be timely and lethal." Carlos, he looked at Boozer. "You are on standby on the bench. Your strength and mid-range shooting are another important weapon for wearing Duncan down. Remember, this is a marathon of 7 games, 4 wins. Make him work for every point he scores. Make him sweat a little more. Our chances of victory will increase by 1. Center David Robinson. The image of the Admiral appeared, showing signs of aging, yet his authority remained. In the twilight of his career, but his instinct for guarding the paint is still intact. However, his stamina won't last long. De Yao, your primary focus is on helping to defend Duncan, but respect for David must not be lessened. Their backup, big man Malik Rose, has relatively average abilities. This is our opportunity. And then there's this guy." The scene switched to Manu Ginobili. Serpentine drives Manu Ginobili. His rhythm in breaking through is bizarre and unpredictable. Defending him requires the utmost focus. His mid-range and long-range shooting are also not particularly stable, but Qin Tian emphasized at crucial moments he is unyielding. His heart is terrifyingly big. After analyzing the individuals, Qin Tian began to outline the Spurs' overall picture. The Spurs possess a historically elite defensive system. Their strategy is clear, heavy forces concentrated in the paint, strictly guarding the three-point line, especially the two corners. They force you to take the least efficient mid-range shots. And the foundation of all this is Duncan's unparalleled defensive coverage and awareness of help defense. On the offensive end, they share similar philosophies with us, emphasizing attacks on the basket and three-point shooting. But their source is Duncan. The inside-out game revolving around Duncan is their foundation. Duncan attracts double teams in the low post to distribute the ball or orchestrates plays from the high post, creating opportunities for Parker, Ginobili, and outside shooters. Their tactical discipline is terrifyingly strict. They do not overly rely on individual plays. What are their weaknesses? Qin Tian asked, and answered himself. Their ability to create offense outside of the perimeter, apart from Ginobili's flashes of brilliance, is not top tier. Parker and Ginobili's mid-range shots depend on the situation. They have a group of quality shooters who are somewhat older, like Steve Kerr, who may be inconsistent. The most critical point, when Duncan is effectively limited by us and the perimeter shooters are ice-cold, their offensive machine will rust and stall. Finally, Qin Tian brought the topic back to his team, sketching the Rockets' offensive and defensive strategies on the tactical board. How do we play? His voice regained strength. On the offensive end, we must combine inside and out. Start with Yao Ming in the low post to attract double teams, and then quickly and decisively distribute to the outside to Ray Rashid or cutting Ron and Chauncey. The ball movement must be quicker and more decisive. Chauncey, you control the pace. Utilize pick and rolls against Duncan. Chauncey, you and Yao Ming and Rashid will set high pick and rolls. If Duncan defends out, Rashid and Yao Ming attack the basket. If Duncan collapses to protect the paint, Chauncey, punish them with your mid-range shot. This is your task to accomplish. Fast breaks after successful defense. Seize every opportunity to convert before they set up their rigorous half-court defense. On the defensive end, we will switch seamlessly. Avoid situations where Yao Ming is exploited by Parker and Ginobili's mismatches. Communicate. 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 Rashid primarily defends Duncan to Yao provides help, and others lock down the perimeter. Rotations must be as precise as clockwork. Finally, and perhaps our biggest advantage, Qin Tian's gaze swept over the bench players like Boozer, Prince Bell Boykins, and Haslam. The transition period. Their rotation is older than ours. In the previous game, use your energy, impact, and defensive pressure to overwhelm them. Bench depth could be this factor in this series. The room fell silent, the only sounds being the subtle whir of the projector and the focused breaths of the players. Qin Tian's analysis was clear and logical, breaking down the formidable opponent thoroughly while outlining his team's path and sharp edges. This mountain is high and hard. Qin Tian concluded, his voice echoing in the quiet room. But do not forget, this team has climbed up from doubt and underestimation all the way. The Lakers thought we were just lucky, and we sent them home. Now the Spurs are recognized as the stronghold. So what? He scanned everyone, his gaze intense. The series starts 3 days from now. But the battle has already ignited in our hearts. Do you have the confidence to face the best team in the league? In the locker room, the response was uniform, low yet filled with an impending powerful force. The storm is brewing, the wind is filling the building. The Houston Rockets and San Antonio Spurs Western Conference semifinals are about to commence. Night in Chang'an-Dongneo carried an atmosphere utterly unlike Xiuxidan's. There was none of the near-boiling revelry of the Kongbai Center, nor the flashy clamor of Luoshanji, Sutai Pusi Center. The ATT Center felt more like a solemn fortress. Its gray exterior stood austere and unyielding beneath the night. Along the main avenue to the arena, Maasai fans in black and white jerseys moved with quiet composure. Their faces betrayed little excitement, only an almost self-evident calm, as if victory were a prescribed procedure and they had come merely to witness its outcome. That calm exerted a deeper kind of pressure upon the visiting team. As the Huajian bus eased into the underground parking, the world outside its windows was swallowed by a black and white tide. The occasional jeer sounded sparse, restrained, and indifferent. Yao Ming looked out the glass. The atmosphere reminded him of the venerable home arenas of established domestic powers, rich with history and tinged with exclusivity. In the locker room, Huajian players made their final preparations. The air felt slightly stagnant, filled only with the sounds of lacing shoes, stretching limbs, and low-voiced exchanges. The exhilaration of having eliminated the Lakers in the first round was largely filtered away the moment they reached Chang'an-Dongneo, subdued by the city's composed temperament and the opponent's reputation as the league's foremost. Qin Tian offered no further stirring rhetoric. The pre-game briefing had already explained everything, and he simply reiterated several crucial points: execute tactical discipline, keep communication tight, and switched defense, without hesitation seized transition opportunities and embraced the challenge. Meanwhile, inside the ATT Center, spectators were entering in orderly fashion. The dome bore the 1999 championship banner. Lights had not yet fully settled on the court, yet the stands were nearly full of dense dark sea punctuated by a few flecks of Huajian red, stones cast into a deep pool quickly swallowed. A rhythmic but restrained music played, everything unfolded with methodical care, revealing Ma Sis' trademark meticulousness. At 7 to 8 p.m., the arena lights dimmed in succession, leaving only a few beams sweeping the stands before converging on the home players' tunnel. Unlike the pumped-up DJ shouts in many arenas, the ATT Center's announcer spoke with a steady, resonant voice, the low magnetic drawl of Texas. Yet his tone was almost flatly matter-of-fact. "Good evening, Sheng and Dongyo. Presenting now our team." Heavy rhythmic drumbeats sounded weighty and measured without frenzy. First from France, wearing number 9, our point guard, Tony Paik. Paik jogged out, a faint smile on his face as he waved to the crowd. Polite and warm applause followed. From California, wearing number 12, our defensive specialist, Belusi Bowen. Bowen appeared expressionless, merely lifting a hand in acknowledgement. The applause was laced with appreciative calls for his renowned toughness on defense. From New Jersey, wearing number 1, our wing slasher, Sidafin Jikekson. When Jekka the captain came out, he brimmed with visible passion. A low roar escaped him, triggering a sizable surge of noise. Then the lights tightened, and the announcer's voice assumed a subtle gravity. Next, from the Virgin Islands, wearing number 21, this season's most valuable player, Demu Denkin. The ATT Center erupted in the loudest, longest applause yet. Denkin walked out slowly, his stride steady, and his face wearing that famously immutable calm. He made no showy gestures, only nodding to spectators in all directions. That mountain-like steadiness only prolonged the cheering. This was the cornerstone of Sheng and Dongyo. Without clamor, it commanded respect. Finally, the lights focused, and the music swelled into something grander. And from the Naval Academy, wearing number 50, our captain, the perennial Admiral, Dawe Luabingson. When Luabingson's tall silhouette appeared, the entire arena rose as one, applause and shouts peaked. It was his final NBA season, and every home appearance felt like a tribute. Luabingson smiled and waved, his eyes flickering with deep affection for this arena and city. Ma Sis' entrance lacked fireworks or hysterical screaming. It possessed instead a weighty majesty born of ability, discipline, and legacy. That atmosphere made the challenges facing the visiting Huajian unmistakably clear. Soon the visitors entered the court. Their introductions were far briefer, applause was thinner and threaded with clear boos, especially when Yao Ming and Lei Ailan were announced. Huajian's players ran onto the floor with impassive faces. They knew that here everything had to be earned on the court, even the faintest scrap of respect. Zhongyang TV. Good evening, viewers. You are watching the 2002-2003 NBA Playoffs Western Conference Semifinals, Game 1. Sheng and Dongyo Masiai, hosting Xiosi Dun Huajian. Yujia's voice came through on cue, transmitted by satellite across oceans into countless homes in the Dragon Nation. I am Yujia. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Weiping. Coach Zhang, the game is about to begin. Both teams endured different trials in the first round. The Huajian had ousted the Lakers while Ma Sis advanced with ease. Many saw this confrontation as the rising force challenging established dominance. Yujia opened, and Zhang Weiping continued exactly. Huajian are a youthful group, innovative and forceful in attack. Ma Sis are seasoned and steady, tactically refined with defense among the league's very best. The primary focus today is the interior exchange between Yao Ming and Denkin, a collision of two elite big men of differing styles. Also at issue is whether Huajian's perimeter firepower, Lei Ailan and Lakside Walazi, can find opportunities within Ma Sis' tight defensive framework. Then there is the point guard duel between Bilupusi and Paik, a contest of composure versus speed. Yujia added and Adesite matched against Jikekson, plus how Huajian will handle Bowen's particular attention on Lei Ailan. Coach Chin had laid out detailed instructions. Now, it was time to see how they would translate to action. On the court, the referee carried the ball to midcourt. Yao Ming and Denkin took their positions for the tip. They exchanged a look. Denkin's gaze calm and untroubled. Yao Ming inhaled deeply, centering every ounce of his attention. Matchup: Tony Parker versus Chauncey Billups, Bruce Bowen versus Ray Allen, Steven Jackson versus Ron Artest, Tim Duncan versus Rasheed Wallace, David Robinson versus Yao Ming. Before the jump ball, the starters from both teams exchanged simple greetings near the center circle. Duncan and Yao lightly slapped hands, their silent interaction carrying an unspoken pressure that clashed in the air. Beep. The referee tossed the ball high into the air. Yao, utilizing his height advantage, was the first to touch the ball with his fingertips, directing it towards Billups. The Rockets gained the first offensive possession. Billups skillfully dribbled past half-court, raising his left hand with a finger. This was the signal to initiate the Rockets' Princeton offense. Ray Allen used Yao and Rashid's double screens to navigate out, receiving the ball at a 45-degree angle on the left side. Bruce Bowen shadowed him closely, one hand always resting on Allen's waist, constantly jostling. Ray Allen did not force a shot, but quickly passed the ball to Billups at the top of the arc and continued moving towards the weak side. At this moment, Yao had already established position in the low post. Billups lobbed the ball inside. Yao caught it with David Robinson defending him from behind, while Duncan's help defense had already shifted to this side. The Spurs' defensive discipline was on full display. However, the Rockets' tactic was designed this way. Instead of forcing a play, Yao attracted the double team and quickly passed the ball to the temporarily open Rasheed Wallace on the perimeter. Rasheed caught the ball in the left corner with Duncan's defense arriving just in time, but a step late. Rasheed Wallace three-point attempt. The voice of Ujia echoed. The ball arced through the air. Clang. It hit the back rim and bounced out. Duncan secured the rebound. Zhang Weiping commented, "Oh no, that was a good opportunity, but it didn't go in." Yet look at how clearly the Rockets executed this tactic, using Yao's low post gravity to create opportunities for the perimeter. The Spurs' rotations were indeed swift. Duncan's awareness on defense was truly of historical caliber. The Spurs advanced. Parker dribbled past half-court with Billups beginning to closely shadow him, one hand always obscuring Parker's line of sight. Parker gestured for Duncan to set a screen. It was the classic Spurs initiation. Rasheed, following the pre-game strategy, quickly stepped up to delay, while Billups struggled to get around the screen, but Duncan's pick was solid as a wall, effectively blocking Billups. Taking advantage of that brief opening, Parker accelerated to drive. Meanwhile, Rasheed quickly turned around to reattach himself to the descending Duncan, while Yao retreated under the basket, spreading his arms wide like a towering great wall. Parker drove to just inside the free throw line. Facing Yao's defense, he did not force the issue, choosing instead to pull up for a jump shot. Clang. The ball hit the front rim. Yao secured his position and collected the rebound. Yu Jia remarked, "In the first defensive possession, the Rockets showcased their cohesiveness." Rasheed's delay was timely. Although Parker had a shooting opportunity, Yao's retreat created enough psychological pressure for him, causing that mid-range shot to miss by a bit. The Rockets advanced. Billups organized once again. This time, Ray Allen, through continuous off-ball movement, finally found a bit of space in the right corner with Artea's screen. Billups' pass arrived just in time. Ray Allen caught the ball as Bowen's defense closed in. Ray Allen did not hesitate. He jumped and shot against the defense. Being a historically great shooter, he was already accustomed to making shots in tight spaces. The ball rotated in the air. Swish. It went through the net. 30. Zhang Weiping exclaimed. Ray Allen's three-pointer was a classic catch and shoot. Bowen was already defending well, but a shooter of Allen's caliber can punish you with even a little space. The Rockets started clearly attacking the Spurs' perimeter. The Spurs were on offense. Parker engaged in another pick-and-roll with Duncan. This time, Billups was even more determined to navigate the screen, almost sidestepping past Duncan the moment he set the pick, giving Parker no chance to fully break free. Seeing no space to drive, Parker passed the ball back to Duncan at the high post. Duncan faced Rasheed's defense with a triple threat position. Rasheed gave him a step, focusing on defending the drive and passing lanes. Duncan did not force a play but observed his teammates' movements. At this moment, Steven Jackson suddenly cut from the weak side. Arteist was slightly hindered by David Robinson's off-ball screen. Duncan's pass was as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, threading the needle into the low post. Jackson caught the ball facing Yao's incoming help defense. He leapt for a layup. Smack. Yao's long arm swatted the ball away with great force. The ball went out of bounds. Spurs ball. Yu Jia commented, "Big Yao's block. An impressive defensive play." Duncan's pass was already exquisite and Jackson's cutting timing was also excellent, but Yao's awareness in help defense and rim protection was too strong. This is the intimidation factor of an interior giant. The sideline out-off-bounds pass was made and Duncan received the ball in the left low post. Rasheed was pushing against him from behind, while Yao's help defense was subtly present. Duncan backed down for a couple of dribbles before suddenly turning towards the baseline for a fadeaway jumper. Rasheed was doing his best to contest, but Duncan's shot had a high arc. Swish. The ball went through the net. It was Duncan's signature bank shot. Zhang Weiping remarked, "That's Duncan for you. Even when you defend, well, he can still score." Rasheed's defense was flawless, but Duncan's rhythm on the spin, the amplitude of the fadeaway, and the angle of the bank shot were all textbook level. Ultimately, the Spurs' offense still hinges on Duncan. In the first 4 minutes of the game, both teams strictly executed their pre-game strategies, each possession resembling the collision of precision instruments. The Rockets maintained a balanced inside-outside approach. After Yao attracted a lot of attention in the low post, the Rockets found several opportunities from the perimeter. Ray Allen sank another three-pointer, while Rasheed also hit a long two from the top of the arc. Billups and Yao executed pick and rolls a couple of times. Once Yao rolled to the basket, drawing a foul from Robinson, hitting one of two free throws, and another time Billups stopped for a mid-range jumper that went in. The Spurs played steadily. Duncan faced Rashid's single coverage in the low post. When the Rockets' help defense was a bit slow, he could score with a reliable hook shot or bank shot. When help was timely, he could accurately find an open teammate. Parker utilized pick and rolls to drive a few times, but facing Yao's retreat, he opted for 3 mid-range jumpers, making only one. His speed could still tear through the first line of defense, but when it came to finishing facing the long arms of the Rockets in the paint, his efficiency was not high. On defense, the Spurs closely pursued Ray Allen, with Bowen almost glued to him, constantly jostling. When Allen tried to navigate around a screen, he was slightly tugged and stumbled by Bowen's discreet hold, but the referee did not call a foul. Ray Allen merely shook his head and continued moving. The matchup between Artest and Jackson was in their first matchup. Jackson attempted to use his shoulder to push Artest away to drive, but Artest stood his ground, using his chest to push Jackson back a step, causing Jackson to travel. In the next possession, Artest backed down and posted up Jackson forcefully, pushing towards the basket, spinning around to draw a reaching foul on Jackson. The two exchanged trash talk near the free throw line, and the referee intervened in time. The score fluctuated. With 4 minutes and 11 seconds left in the first quarter, the Rockets led 12-10 by 2 points, prompting the Spurs to call a timeout. During the timeout, Chintian stood among the players, speaking rapidly. "Good job. Stick to our plan." Chauncey continued to look for Yao's high pick and roll. "If Duncan switches out Yao, you should roll in," and Chauncey assessed the situation to either pass or shoot. On the defensive end, communication was good. "Keep it up." On the Spurs side, Popovich had a serious expression, saying something to Parker, his finger quickly sketching on the tactical board. After the timeout, both teams began to rotate. The Spurs substituted out David Robinson and Steven Jackson for Malik Rose and Manu Ginobili. The lineup changed to Parker, Ginobili, Bowen, Duncan, Rose. The Rockets replaced Ray Allen and Artest with Raja Bell and Tayshaun Prince. The lineup changed to Billups, Bell, Prince, Rashid, Yao. Zhang Weiping noted, "Both teams have started to rotate." The Spurs brought in Ginobili, their most important offensive weapon, off the bench. The Rockets brought in Bell and Prince, both defensive stalwarts, indicating they intended to strengthen their perimeter defense against the Spurs. The game continued with Spurs possession. Ginobili made his presence felt immediately upon entering the game. He received a pass from Parker and, facing Prince's defense, executed a series of dribbles before suddenly breaking left with an extremely deceptive step. Prince's footwork was slightly slow and Ginobili had already penetrated the paint. Yao came over to help. Ginobili twisted in the air, passing the ball to Bowen in the corner at an almost impossible angle. Bowen took a wide-open three-pointer. Swish. It went in. Jia exclaimed. Ginobili's breakthrough and pass are truly unpredictable. Prince's defense was already excellent, yet he still found a gap. He passed to Bowen, who is adept at corner three-pointers, but this time the Rockets' rotation was a bit slow. The Rockets launched their offense. Billups continued to execute a high pick and roll with Yao Ming. Duncan switched to defend against Billups. Billups didn't force a drive, but instead he made a bounce pass to the descending Yao Ming. Yao received the ball and faced Parker, who had switched defenses. This was a clear mismatch of size. Yao dribbled once, spun around, and executed a hook shot. Parker jumped desperately to interfere, but the height difference was too significant. Swish. The ball went in.